Chapter 1. The Young Prince's Flight to the Southern Frontier. In the year 3937 of the Tianyuan era, the Yuan emperor fell, demons invaded the realm, and the populace suffered, greatly engulfed in calamity and famine. After 16 years, at the border of the Jiugong mountain range in the southern frontier, Yuan, remember this. You are not merely my grandson, your true identity is that of the Yuan prince. Your mother was the esteemed Ngui Fei from the tribes of the northern ice plains, who lived 16 years ago. You must survive. This jade pendant contains a drop of the blood of the founding emperor. If combined with a potent elixir, it may grant you the potential to awaken the divine root of martial arts. Yuan, you must eradicate the demons and restore the glory of the Yin. Avenging your mother, in whispered tones, a ray of white light pierced through the darkness, and Li Yuan strained to embrace it. Have I transcended? Two streams of memory swirled within his mind. After a moment, Li Yuan regained his bearings. To be precise, he had not transcended, but had reincarnated into a different world, now unraveling the memories long sealed away. Looking down, he beheld the lifeless form of a frail, dark-skinned elder. As his memories resurfaced, Li Yuan recalled the events of his childhood in this life. 16 years prior, he was born within the Yuan imperial palace. During a night of demon assault, the palace was besieged and numerous princes and princesses were slaughtered. His mother, Ngui Fei, sensing the peril, entrusted a physician to smuggle him out of the palace. However, burdened with the divine root of martial arts, he could not escape the demon's perception. To ensure his survival, the physician sacrificed his own grandson, exchanging the divine root for the boy's life. From that moment onward, the physician fled with him, living a life on the run. Grandfather, may you find peace. The elder who lay beside Li Yuan was the physician of Ur. After 16 years of relentless evasion, Li Yuan had anticipated this day, yet he had never considered he bore the title of a young prince. Hey, you there, boy? You don't seem to be from these mountains, do you? A booming voice interrupted his thoughts. Yuan turned to see a man clad in a deep blue, coarsely woven short shirt, eyeing him with suspicion. I am a refugee. Li Yuan recalled the physician's words before he lost consciousness. This place was known as the Jiugong mountain range, one of the most enigmatic locales in the southern frontier and the origin of the Gu master lineage. The physician had brought him here to escape the calamities wrought by bandits and demons. In stark contrast to the turmoil outside, the mountains were tranquil and serene, resembling a pristine sanctuary. Jiugong Mountain does not welcome outsiders. I urge you to leave, the man barked. I wish to join Jiugong Mountain. The physician had sought to become part of this community, but Li Yuan was uncertain of the conditions, yet he had no other choice. If he left, as one stripped of his roots, he would find only death at the hands of any demons he encountered. Do you possess any tokens? The man inquired. I do. Li Yuan produced a wooden box from his bosom, a relic bestowed upon him by the physician. An ancient token indeed. The man glanced at the box. This token alone is insufficient for you. To join the Jiugong Mountain, you must also undergo the trials of the Gu Master. Li Yuan asked, what are the trials of the Gu Master? A perilous test, where survival is uncertain. The man turned and walked into the mountains, stating, join if you wish, leave if you do not. I am willing, replied Li Yuan, hoisting the physician's lifeless body onto his back and promptly following suit. This was his sole lifeline. What did it matter if he faced death? Outside, the odds were far grimmer. Certain demise awaited him. Starving, his vision blurred, he gritted his teeth and pressed on, thankful that the journey was not extensive. The man halted before a dark cave entrance. I am Qi Lin, the steward of the 12th cave of the 9th palace of the Gu Nest. He introduced himself. The Gu Nest was revered in the Jiugong mountain range, a sanctum for Gu masters. Qi Lin gestured towards the pitch-black cave. If you are resolved, step inside. Upon passing the trial, you shall gain entry into Jiugong Mountain. Li Yuan gently laid the physician's body down. May I first bury my grandfather? Qi Lin's demeanor remained indifferent. Why complicate matters? Considering the bond of the token, I shall ensure you and your grandfather are laid to rest together after your demise. A chill coursed through Li Yuan's heart. It seemed Qi Lin held little faith in his ability to succeed. Perhaps the truth was that he knew nothing of Gu, and how could he harbor any confidence? Thank you, Li Yuan replied with a respectful bow, steeling himself for the challenge ahead. Taking a deep breath, he ventured towards the dark cave, After just a few steps, the ground suddenly gave way beneath him, and he plummeted, landing on something that softened his fall. It hit the ground. As his surroundings brightened, sunlight streamed in from the opposite end of the pit. This cavity was a staggering 7 or 8 meters deep, with sheer rock walls that an ordinary person could not hope to scale. Just 10 individuals, perfectly matched. A voice echoed from above. The trial officially commences. Hey, people from the 12th cave, kindly elucidate the requirements of the assessment. Someone shouted from the other side of the pit. Yuan squinted into the darkness, realizing that figures were huddled in various corners, men and women, young and old. 1, 2, 3, 9. Including himself, they totaled precisely 10. Suddenly, Yuan recalled Qi Lin's words. A trial of 9 deaths and 1 life? Did this imply that only one among them would emerge alive? Silence enveloped the pit. With no further responses from above, the other contenders seemed to grasp the implication of those words, their gazes turning fierce or fearful, yet none dared to act rashly. Yuan retreated into the shadows, avoiding the sunlight, concealing his expression. After 16 years of evasion, he understood this predicament all too well. In such circumstances, weakness invited bullying, leading to consumption humanity, devouring humanity. This was not mere rhetoric, it was a hell he had witnessed firsthand. Seated in the shadows, Yuan surveyed his companions once more. Apart from himself, there were 9 other 6 women and 3 men. The women appeared unremarkable, gaunt and weary. The eldest seemed to be around 40, while the youngest appeared no more than a mere child of 10. Among the men, one was elderly, another stout, and the last lean. The portly man donned attire typical of the southern regions, suggesting he might be a local. All kept their distance from him. In Yuan's mind, the stout man represented the greatest threat. Newcomer, stop staring at me. The stout man barked, having detected Yuan's gaze. This is a Gu master trial, not a murder trial. You lot should refrain from incessantly thinking about killing. The stout man's words held some merit. How so? In such an environment, individuals can only remain vigilant against one another, interpreting their opponent's intentions with the utmost malice. Who is benevolent? They shall perish. Just then, a small, red insect resembling a ladybug landed on Yuan's hand. Is it a Gu insect? Yuan was taken aback. Had the main event finally arrived? The other 9 individuals also received a similar small insect. Ladies and gentlemen, whoever can nurture the blood insect in hand into their destined Gu shall be deemed to have passed the trial, reminded the man from the 9 palaces above the pit. The blood insect must be nourished with blood. Only by feeding the Gu insect with one's own blood will it heed your commands and transform into your fated Gu. Yuan had heard similar statements before. The dilemma lay in this perilous environment. Who would dare to shed blood for nurturing a Gu? Was that not akin to lighting a lantern in a latrinia invitation to death? As Yuan pondered his strategy, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring your first Gu insect. The Gu insect synthesis system has been activated. Chapter 02. The Gu insect synthesis system. The Gu insect synthesis system? Yuan was mildly astonished. With the awakening of memories from his past life, had the system been activated as well? Was this the privilege of being unshackled from prohibitions? A spectral panel materialized before his eyes. Gu Master, Yuan. Blackpot First Tier 030. Realm, inconspicuous. Fated Gu, none. Subordinate Gu, none. Characteristic, by investing any 3 Gu insects of the same tier into the black pot, they can be fused into a higher tier Gu insect, which will be automatically subdued. Note, the higher the rarity of the original materials, the stronger the synthesized Gu insect. 3 and a 1 for a tier upgrade. I am familiar with this concept. Yuan grasped the system's utility. In other words, as long as I obtain 3 blood insects, I can synthesize a more formidable Gu insect, perhaps even forge my destined Gu. The pressing issue was how to procure 3 blood insects. The blood insects were the lifelines of all present, the sole glimmer of hope for passing the trial. No one would willingly relinquish them. If I attempt to seize them forcefully, I shall become the target of collective ire. Stay calm. Yuan inhaled deeply, reminding himself to refrain from impulsiveness and to await an opportunity. Time trickled by moment. The night deepened. The already dim cave grew even darker, obscured to the point of being unable to see one's hand before one's face. In the depths of darkness, an intangible fear began to spread. Li Yuan picked up a large stone, gripping it tightly in his hand, and began to sharpen its edge against the rock wall. This was destined to be a night of torment. After an indeterminate passage of time, amid the struggle between weariness and hunger, a faint glimmer of light emerged within the cave. Dawn had arrived. There was also the sound of squeaking. It's a rat. At certain moments, it could even be considered a delicacy. Everyone was already famished and instinctively focused their attention on the rat. Even Li Yuan could not suppress a swallow. Squeak! The rat seemed to sense danger and attempted to flee. The nearest scrawny figure, resembling a monkey, lunged forward suddenly. Squeak, squeak, squeak! The rat's cries became frantic and shrill, as it was evidently restrained. Ha ha, I caught it! The lean man could not help but laugh aloud. Just as he intended to retreat into the shadows, another figure emerged behind him, raising a stone and bringing it down with great force, striking repeatedly. Thud! 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 In no time, the lean man lay in a pool of blood. Li Yuan was astonished. The first to commit murder was, in fact, the youngest among the Tenagirl. Perhaps in an attempt to establish her dominance, she did not retreat into the shadows after slaying the gaunt man. Instead, she ferociously surveyed her surroundings. She then seized a rat, savagely tearing into it, blood dribbling from her mouth as she chewed slowly. Is she merely putting on a show of ferocity? Li Yuan mused with a faint amusement. If she were truly ruthless, she would have gnawed on the flesh of the gaunt man, rather than resorting to a rat to assert her authority. Among the individuals in the cave, aside from the local rotund man, who had not partaken of rat meat, before long, the sun ascended high. Rays of sunlight streamed into the pit, illuminating the grotesque remains of the gaunt man, leaving Li Yuan feeling a chill run down his spine. He had witnessed cannibalism but had never partaken himself. Under the care and guidance of his grandfather, the imperial physician, he had not yet traversed that dark path. Perhaps in the eyes of his grandfather, there lingered a hope that he might one day ascend as the new emperor, never allowing the dignity of Dian to be devoured by malevolent thoughts. Li Yuan could still restrain himself. Yet, others began to stir, their eyes glinting with predatory intent, as primal instincts gradually overpowered moral constraints. At that moment, Li Yuan noticed a small red dot crawling slowly on the gaunt man's corpse. Bloodworm? Is it still alive? Initially startled, he soon felt a surge of elation. This was an extraordinary opportunity. Li Yuan rose slowly, grasping the stone he had sharpened the previous night, and approached the gaunt man's remains. His movement instantly alerted the others. Feigning calmness, Li Yuan fixed his gaze with a fierce intensity. He was tall, not overly muscular, yet certainly not as frail as the deceased. Judging solely by appearances, he was undoubtedly the second strongest individual apart from the local rotund man. The others hesitated to attack Li Yuan recklessly, maintaining a defensive stance and watching him closely. When he reached the corpse, he abruptly seized the bloodworm and retreated into a shadowy corner. I thought you were going to eat a human, the local rotund man chimed in. Are you planning to cultivate that bloodworm to increase your chances of breeding a soul insect? You seem quite knowledgeable, Li Yuan replied. Perhaps we might end up losing to you, the rotund man remarked, and with those words, Li Yuan felt a palpable hostility. This was an attempt to shift blame onto him. Aren't you from the southern wilderness? Shouldn't you understand insect techniques better than I? Why would you relinquish this opportunity to me? Li Yuan scoffed. The rotund man retorted, Of course I simply got outmaneuvered. Li Yuan smirked. Then I shall offer it to you now. Do you dare to take it? If you do, will you even dare to nurture it? Humph. The rotund man snickered, choosing not to respond further. Only a fool would attempt to nurture two bloodworms. In such dire circumstances, the only outcome would be a complete draining of life. Once this fool perished, he would be the strongest in the area, undoubtedly able to pass the trial. Li Yuan remained silent, biding his time. Gradually, he regained his composure. The collective hunger of the group would eventually spark further conflict, and that would present him with the opportunity to seize a third bloodworm. Another night passed, leading into the third day, where the resolve of the group was nearly at its breaking point. Human morality was gradually subdued by primal instincts. Everyone, let us divide his flesh among ourselves, spoke the elderly man who had remained silent until now that he was feeble, possessing the strength of a woman, and dared not contest. He understood that only by summoning allies could he hope to survive? Good, responded a woman. We're driven to this by necessity, solely to survive. If there is divine retribution, let it not befall us. Others knelt in prayer, their voices filled with sorrow. If there is indeed divine punishment, let it be directed at the incompetent Yin royal family. Let it be blamed on the rampant demons, and not on us, the impoverished commoners. Though it appeared as a prayer to the heavens, everyone understood that this was merely a means of self-soothing, a way to muster the courage to undertake an act that transcended moral boundaries. The old man took the first step, followed by 6 women, who each advanced toward the corpse of the thin man. The stout man remained still. Yuan also did not move. Yet, he was acutely aware that if those individuals would satiate their hunger, they would undoubtedly band together to confront him and the stout man first. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Soon, they stood before the thin man's lifeless body, exchanging glances, each hesitant to make the initial move. Old man, you proposed this meal, you should go first, said the girl who had slain the thin man. You killed him, you should be the one to eat, the old man replied, his fear palpable. He had heard tales of cannibalism driving people to madness, of divine retribution resulting in a most terrible demise. Even if he were to partake, he could not be the first. If you refuse to eat, we shall kill you first. The girl raised the stone in her hand. The other women followed suit, brandishing their stones. I will eat. The old man, now gripped by fear, realized he had been outmaneuvered. He was forced to crouch down, leaning over the corpse of the thin man. Before he could open his mouth, the stone in the girl's hand came crashing down. With a thud, the old man fell to the ground. Upon slaying him, the girl cried out, "Sisters, let us unite and eliminate those 2 wretched men, otherwise none of us shall survive." Chapter 03 Blood and Qi Gu. Ordinary women possess limited strength. It is far beyond their capacity to fight alone, let alone multiple adversaries. Their strategy is clear: eliminate the greatest threat first. Yuan narrowed his eyes, observing that the young girl had long devised a plan to first eliminate the thin man, then lure the old man into a trap, and finally initiate a coordinated attack. The girl, remarkably clever, was perceptive. The chubby man scoffed. It's a pity that you weak women, even working together, cannot defeat this young master. Try and see, the girl retorted coldly. It's better than us turning on each other and being devoured by you foul men. All right, the young man said with a sinister smile. I'll give you a chance. Go and kill that boy first. I promise I won't lift a finger to help. What do you say? No, the girl shook her head. Then she turned to Yuan. Brother, why don't you come over and join us in killing this chubby fellow? This was a game of psychological warfare, each side eager to be the fisherman. Yuan readily agreed. Both the girl and the chubby man were stunned. Neither expected his decisive response. Are you crazy? The chubby man blurted, losing his composure. You think I'll let you all go after I'm dead? Yuan smiled broadly. I believe this fat fool is more of a threat than they are. He strode forward, arriving beside the old man's corpse. Go ahead. The girl said, observing Yuan with familiarity. Do your trick again. All right, Yuan nodded. But everyone, step back a little. Let me have a bite to regain some strength, okay? The girl frowned, but eventually agreed. With the advantage now in her hands, so long as the young man did not join forces with the chubby man, she took a step back. The other 5 women exchanged glances and also retreated. Yuan then crouched down, precisely grasping the blood insect on the old man's corpse. The chubby man's face darkened. He was bewildered. This reckless young man truly believed the venomous words of those treacherous women. Should he kill Yuan first? Unbeknownst to him, obtaining the blood insect was Yuan's true objective. Combine, Yuan silently commanded. The system prompt appeared. Fusion materials detected. Ordinary blood insect X3. Fusing now. You have acquired the first-grade blood Qi Gu. Once refined into a core Gu, it can nourish the Gu Master's vital energy and blood. When transformed into a subordinate Gu, it can serve as a consumable, used to absorb or replenish others' Qi and blood. Would you like to refine it into a core Gu? Yuan remembered that a Gu Master could only possess 1 core Gu and a subordinate Gu of the corresponding rank. Refine. In a moment of life and death. There was no room for choice. You have obtained your core Gu, Qi, and blood Gu. A warm current surged through his body. Yuan felt exhaustion dissipate instantly, replaced by a fullness of vital energy. This was the feedback effect of acquiring the Qi and blood Gu for the first time. His strength seemed to increase. Looking at the women before him, He felt confident enough to knock each one out with a single punch. No wonder the alchemist was able to attain considerable prestige in this world where martial prowess is revered. Indeed, he possesses noteworthy talents. Over a span of 16 years on the run, Yuan encountered a few warriors. The formidable fighters could tear apart demons with their bare hands, soaring through the skies and traversing the earth at will. He once envied their power. However, the imperial doctor, his grandfather, insisted that he lacked the foundation of martial arts and should not harbor such illusions. Since martial training was beyond his reach, becoming an alchemist was an equally rewarding alternative. Yuan tasted the sweetness of this path, and his outlook grew more open-minded. Restoring the martial roots through ancestral bloodlines and powerful elixirs was exceedingly difficult, far more complex than relying on the straightforward system he had. There was no need to endure hardship for something unattainable. What are you doing? Why haven't you made a move yet? The young girl's icy voice interrupted Yuan's thoughts. I have changed my mind. Yuan turned to look at her. You. The girl snapped. Are you playing me? Yes, I am indeed playing you. Yuan grinned. The girl's chest heaved with anger as she looked elsewhere. Fatty. Come help us take down this person first. What do you say? Not at all. The fatty shook his head. I told you. I will not interfere if you kill him. That is my bottom line. If none dare to act, then let us just rest. Yuan did not make a move immediately. After the blood chi bug fed on him, he had become somewhat weakened and needed replenishment. Now that he was in a secure position, a brief delay was the wiser course. He gently replaced the vital blood chi bug onto the corpse, but unexpectedly. The insect flew into the darkness and silently attached itself to a woman nearby. Oh, quite the picky eater, only feeding on fresh blood. Yuan chuckled. It could only be left to do its work. There is no need to worry about the blood chi bug being swatted like a mosquito. This was a technique unique to a Tier 1 alchemist, suitable for martial practitioners of a corresponding rank. In his memory, it was effortless for a Tier 1 martial artist to dispatch a dozen grown men. Another night. For Yuan, this night was no longer agonizing. His spirit was invigorated. By dawn, the remaining threats from others would have dissipated. As he pondered, Yuan sensed movement from the women approaching him. So they planned a night assault? It seemed these women were not eager to see the sunrise. Then, let us resolve this altogether. Quietly, Yuan rose and moved toward the most threatening local fatty in the darkness. His steps were light and nearly silent. At this moment, the fatty leaned against the stone wall, occasionally dazed, sometimes alert. Bam! 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 Suddenly, sounds came from across, as 6 women launched an attack, throwing stones at Yuan's original position. The fatty was startled. Ugh! Yuan also struck, launching a surprise attack from the shadows, delivering a fierce punch to the fatty's abdomen. The seemingly tough-skinned fatty howled in pain. Yuan's first act was not to kill, but to seize the blood insect from the fatty's body, then violently grabbing his hair and smashing his head against the wall. Thud, thud, thud. One strike, another, then a third. After a few agonized screams, the fatty was finally silent. Now it's your turn. Yuan's voice echoed through the pitch-black cave. In an instant, the 6 women's hair stood on end, their bodies chilled to the bone. How could this be? They had never imagined that Yuan would strike first against the fat man, and that he would dispatch him with such swiftness. If he was so formidable, why had he waited until now to act? With a sudden burst, Yuan abandoned all concealment and unleashed a merciless slaughter, moving swiftly through the darkness. First, a single devastating punch felled one adversary. Then 2, 3, 4, 5. Finally, the last one, his fist, as large as a clay pot, struck the young woman's chest with brutal force. Her chest caved in, and she was sent hurtling against the cliff face, where she breathed her last. Yuan admired the girl's intellect and methods, but that was all. The condemned must perish. His grandfather, the imperial physician, had taught him to be resolute in killing, yet to avoid harboring great malevolence. This, surely, was not an act of profound wickedness. He murmured to himself as he gathered all the bloodworms. Detected compatible Gu insects for fusion. Proceed with synthesis? The system prompted once more. Synthesis initiated. Yuan's anticipation began to swell. Chapter 04. Joining the 12 caves, 3 blood Gu are fused. Can they ascend once more? This synthesis requires 7 ordinary blood insects. Synthesis in progress. You have obtained 2 first-turn blood Gu, which have been automatically tamed. Continue the synthesis, Yuan contemplated. Please elevate the grade of the black pot before exploring higher realms of Gu mastery. Yuan was taken aback. Indeed, there are limitations? It stands to reason. Without some constraints, he could remain in the Gu nest for a night and, by morning, effortlessly transcend the heavens and earth. The virtual panel reappeared. Gu Master, Li Yuan. Black Pot. First turn 430. Realm. First turn. Destined Gu. Blood Gu. Subordinate Gu. Blood Gu. Li Yuan noticed that the number following the black pot had increased from 0 to 4. Is this the experience bar? Could it be that it rises by 1 each day? He mused, if it is based on the number of synthesized Gu. It should be 3, and considering the activation days, today marks the 4th day. Thus, if he can endure in the 9 Palaces mountain range until the black pot reaches its full capacity, he would become invincible? This is far superior to any mundane task system involving fighting and killing. Quite splendid indeed. Li Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Now, I should have passed the trial. I can ascend, right? He gazed at the pit towering 7 to 8 meters high. For him now, it was no longer a bottomless pit, but a shackle waiting to be shattered. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuan leaped upwards, grasping a protruding stone over 3 meters high. Using the momentum, he swung and seized a higher stone. After repeating this several times, he successfully reached the summit, precisely where he had fallen earlier. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted nearby. In just 4 days, you've refined your destined Gu. Truly remarkable. It has been a long time since I have seen such talent in Gu mastery. A fire ignited within the cave, and Li Yuan turned to see 2 individuals approaching. One was Qi Lin, who had invited him to the trial, and the other was a middle-aged man. Young brother, quite impressive. The middle-aged man, with a kind demeanor, introduced himself. I am Qi Xian, the master of the 100 Affairs Hall of the 9th Palace 12 Caves. Master, have I passed the trial? Having just undergone a life-and-death test, Li Yuan felt little fondness for these individuals. Nevertheless, this trial method indeed aligned with his impression of nurturing Gu. Of course, Qi Xian replied with a smile. I will report to the cave master and issue you an outer disciple token. Given your commendable talent in Gu mastery, you may freely choose a position within the 12 caves. What positions are available? Li Yuan inquired. Take a look for yourself. Qi Xian produced a booklet and handed it to Li Yuan, who focused intently on its contents. 100 Affairs Hall, responsible for recruitment, assessment, handling correspondence, and mediating personal matters. Gu Beast Garden, tasked with raising various Gu insects and Gu beasts. Gu Plantation, charged with cultivating the spiritual plants necessary for nurturing Gu. Remnant Gu Tower, responsible for managing the discarded remnants of failed Gu nurturing within the organization. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. This one seems excellent. The incomplete Gu worms should be capable of synthesis as well, shouldn't they? The system's definition states that any 3 Gu worms of the same rank can be synthesized. Hall Master, I choose the Remnant Gu Pavilion. The Remnant Gu Pavilion? Qi displayed a peculiar expression. Have you thought this through? Handling remnants is a dirty and laborious task, fraught with risks. Qi Lin also cautioned, the failed remnants raised in various halls are all discarded there, and mishaps can easily occur during this process. Li Yuan's excitement grew. Wasn't this tailor-made for him? Unlike the Gu Beast Garden, which nurtured only fine Gu worms, that place was a resource of the sect, with monthly task quotas that had to be submitted. If he synthesized everything there, he would undoubtedly be held accountable. The Remnant Gu Pavilion posed no such worries. The refuse that no one wanted and no one managed was treasure in his eyes. I've made up my mind. Li Yuan was even somewhat impatient. Very well then. Qi did not press further, choosing instead to respect the young man's fate. By the way, what is your name? After conversing for so long, he realized he still did not know the boy's name. You may use your own name or abandon the past to be bestowed a new name by the 9 Palaces Gu Nest, Qi stated. Li Yuan, Muzili, and Yuan Bao's Yuan. Li Yuan preferred to retain his own name. Good. Qi nodded. The identity token will be issued in 3 days. Qi Lin, take Li Yuan to report to the Remnant Gu Pavilion. Follow me. Qi Lin turned and walked away. Li Yuan hoisted the old physician's corpse onto his back and followed Qi Lin up the mountain. From a distance, the grand structures atop the mountain came into view. Majestic and imposing. Along the way, Qi Lin briefly recounted the story of the 9 Palaces Gu Nest, an ancient power rooted in the southern borders of the Jiogong mountain range. It is both the origin of the Gu master lineage and the undisputed hidden overlord of the south. The 9 Palaces Gu Nest comprises 9 palaces, each of which contains 72 caves beneath it. This hierarchy originates from the early days of the Gu master lineage, where a group of people resided in caves on the mountain, using these caves to distinguish family organizations. Even today, they are still named by cave. In fact, the scale of any cave in the Nine Palaces Gu nest would be sufficient to rival a third-rate sect in the outside world. Li Yuan listened with rapt attention, overflowing with anticipation. This truly was his sanctuary for growth. Before long, the two arrived before a 5-story pavilion, where an ancient sign bore the 3 archaic characters Remnant Gu Pavilion. Old Wang, I brought a newcomer for you, Qilin called out. Moments later, an elderly man with frosted hair emerged from the Remnant Gu Pavilion. Finally, a newcomer has arrived at the Remnant Gu Pavilion. The old man beamed with joy. Li Yuan, this is Old Wang, the steward of the Remnant Gu Pavilion. He will be in charge of guiding you from now on, Qilin introduced. My name is Wang Lin. You can simply call me Old Wang. The elder replied with a smile. All right, Old Wang. Li Yuan spoke without reservation. Old Wang, Li Yuan possesses considerable talent. Please take good care of him. If he manages to enter the inner gates of the 9th palace, you will also benefit from his success, Qilin remarked. Considerable talent? Wang Lin was taken aback. If he possesses such talent, why has he come to the Remnant Gu Pavilion? Qilin's teasing was self-chosen, a jest at his own expense. Wang Lin was taken aback and advised him gently. Li Yuan, perhaps you should consider relocating. There is little future in working at the Remnant Poison Insect Tower. Li Yuan simply smiled and replied, Thank you, Old Wang. Your kindness inspires me to follow your lead. Laughter erupted from Qilin, who declared, Very well. I shall take my leave now. You two enjoy your conversation. With a sigh, Wang Lin remarked, Since we are here, we must accept our circumstances. I will refrain from offering further advice. Before entering the Remnant Poison Insect Tower, let me share some fundamental knowledge about the cultivation of the insect mages. He then glanced at the corpse slung over Li Yuan's back. Is this your innate insect? Your first innate insect being a corpse insect is quite rare. Li Yuan responded with a touch of embarrassment. Is that polite? No, this is my grandfather. Wang Lin's expression grew awkward. I heard Qilin say that you possess considerable talent, and I had thought that your first innate insect would be a fierce corpse insect forged from your own corpse. This remark piqued Li Yuan's curiosity. Old Wang, can a corpse be used to forge an insect? Chapter 5. Li Yuan's Paradise Indeed, Wang Lindao remarked. The crafting of one's innate corpse goo is a skillful endeavor, requiring both talent and craftsmanship, a feat unattainable by the average individual. Among our 12 caves, has anyone succeeded in concocting an innate corpse goo? No, Li Yuan replied. Wang Lin shook his head. It is a laborious task that offers little reward. Only one deputy lord of the 9th palace has managed to achieve it. You wouldn't wish to transform your grandfather into an innate corpse goo, would you? I'm not that twisted, Li Yuan retorted, his expression darkening. Who knows? Wang Lin chuckled. There are certainly many peculiarities among Gu masters. He gestured towards the back mountain. First, go and properly bury your grandfather. It is a place of good feng shui. When I pass, you may inter me there as well. Your grandfather is unfamiliar with this area, and I could keep him company. Li Yuan was left speechless. Did he wish to become the spectral neighbor of his grandfather? He shouldered the physician's body and made his way to the back mountain. Wang Lin followed. Did you see that coffin? It was prepared for myself. But let us use it for your grandfather first. When I pass, you can prepare one for me. Very well, Li Yuan nodded, expressing gratitude to Old Wang. Though Wang Lin's words had a macabre tone, he was genuinely reliable, having already provided a coffin. Wang Lin laughed. Don't mistake me for a benevolent figure. I simply wish to avoid leaving a corpse exposed to the elements, and hope for someone to assist me in the aftermath. While conversing, Li Yuan dug a large pit. He then approached the coffin, took a deep breath, and with a sudden effort, lifted the coffin and placed it into the pit, covering it with earth. He even utilized the unmarked gravestone that Old Wang had not yet engraved. Rest well, grandfather the physician. Li Yuan knelt before the gravestone, bowing 3 times with solemnity. I shall avenge your death, and my mother's as well. A gentleman's vengeance is not to be enacted hastily. Li Yuan buried his resentment deep within his heart. You possess considerable strength. Your innate Gu must be a blood Qi Gu, am I correct? Wang Lin deduced. The physical prowess of Gu masters is generally inferior to that of martial artists. And the most common Gu to enhance a Gu master's vitality and strength is indeed the blood Qi Gu. Indeed, Li Yuan affirmed with a nod. How many days did it take you to refine it? Wang Lin inquired further. For days, Li Yuan answered. Ah, Wang Lin inhaled sharply, slowly exhaling 2 words, impressive. To refine an innate Gu in just 4 days? Such talent is truly extraordinary. It is a pity to see you in the residual Gu tower. Allow me to discuss the foundational practices of Gu masters with you. Wang Lin was determined to nurture this newcomer. Should Li Yuan ever enter the inner sanctum of the Ninth Palace, it would not only ensure a prosperous existence for him, but also a grand celebration in his later years. Li Yuan listened attentively. The realms of Gu masters range from the 1st to the 9th turn, corresponding to the martial artist's entry-level to 9th level proficiency, with 1 being the lowest and 9 the highest. The strength of Gu also varies from 1 to 9. The 1st to 3rd turns are known as common Gu. The 4th to 6th as profound Gu, the 7th as celestial Gu, the 8th as sacred Gu, and the 9th as divine Gu. Each Gu master may refine only 1 innate Gu, along with a number of subordinate Gu corresponding to their own realm. For instance, if I were a 3rd-tier Gu master, I would possess the ability to refine a life Gu and 3 subordinate Gus. Wang Lin elaborated on this one by one. However, I have a question. Li Yuan furrowed his brow. Old Wang, having already refined the blood Qi Gu, can I replace it in the future? Indeed, Wang Lin replied. Before reaching the 4th transformation, the conditions for changing the life Gu are not excessively stringent. After progressing to the 4th tier, one can only enhance the quality of their life Gu through cultivation and evolution. Consequently, many young Gu masters opt to replace their life Gu during the 3rd tier with rare and potentially evolving Gus. Should one acquire a life Gu of notable repute, their future achievements would be boundless. Li Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, content with the possibility of replacement. Yet, he was not fully satisfied. As individuals equipped with systems, their limits should not be confined here. Come, allow me to take you to the remnant Gu pavilion. After Wang Lin turned to depart from the back mountain, Li Yuan followed closely behind, entering the remnant Gu pavilion together. The moment he crossed the threshold, a shiver coursed through Li Yuan's body. It's so cold. Cold, indeed. Wang Lin chuckled. The remnant Gu pavilion processes countless remnants daily, and the accumulation of malevolent energy renders it frigid. That is precisely why I suggested a change of venue. You are still young and have yet to marry or start a family. Lingering here for too long could be detrimental to your health. Now that I'm here, there's no turning back, Li Yuan declared fearlessly, convinced that this was his paradise. He could already hear the echoes of the Gu immortal. By the way, old Wang, how have you endured? Me? Wang Lin smiled. I was fortunate. After arriving here, I stumbled upon an abandoned ice silkworm. Once nurtured, it became my life Gu. Li Yuan patted his chest. As a young man, I am full of vitality and can withstand it. Wang Lin teased, truly full of vigor. Perhaps you should pursue a wealthy woman. That would be far better than staying here. Li Yuan was at a loss for words. At that moment, he finally observed the surroundings of the pavilion. The remnant Gu pavilion was filled with jars of various sizes, each sealed with a lid. Some were transparent, revealing densely packed Gu insects within. Heaven, this is truly a paradise. The pavilion consisted of 5 levels, each housing corresponding tiers of remnants. Our responsibility is to clear away the deceased remnants each day, selecting the viable Gus for secondary transformation, which we then return to the 100 Affairs Hall. We have task quotas, a minimum of 100 first-tier Gus, 30 second-tier Gus, and 10 third-tier Gus to be returned each month. There are no requirements for 4th and 5th-tier Gus, nor do they fall within our purview. Wang Lin clarified their roles and responsibilities. Li Yuan glanced around. Old Wang, are we the only 2 in the remnant Gu pavilion? There is one more. Wang Lin pointed upwards. He resides on the 4th and 5th floors. We cannot ascend or meet him, so it is unnecessary to concern ourselves. Understood. Li Yuan thought it best not to meddle in affairs beyond his scope. Subsequently, Wang Lin shared numerous considerations for nurturing Gu insects, handing him several manuals on Gu cultivation, along with a volume of Gu master techniques titled Elementary Gu Master Heart Method. A name simple and unadorned. From today onward, the 1st floor is entrusted to your care. I shall no longer intervene. In the deep of night, old Wang retired to the chamber beside the cursed tower for slumber. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Each month, he was required to submit merely 100 transformed Gu to the Baisher Hall, yet here lay tens of thousands of residual Gu, ample enough for his frenzied synthesis. He approached a black jar, upon which a yellow cloth was affixed, bearing inscriptions. Type of residual Gu, 1st transformation vitality Gu. Li Yuan consulted the 1st transformation Gu insect manual. This particular Gu nourished the spirit of the Gu master and could also absorb the vitality of others or deepen sleep. Detected fusion potential of residual Gu. Shall synthesis commence? Chapter 6. Breaking the limitations of Gu masters through synthesis. Li Yuan silently contemplated. This synthesis requires 30 first-order Vitality Gu remnants. Synthesis in progress. You have obtained a first-order common Gu, Vitality Gu 10, which has been automatically subdued. Is a good Gu formed after synthesizing the remnants? Li Yuan pondered thoughtfully. He continued the synthesis. Please upgrade the black pot's grade before exploring higher paths as a Gu master. Another failure. Predictable, yet Li Yuan remained unperturbed as the virtual panel appeared. Gu master. Li Yuan, black pot, first order 430. Realm, first order, destined Gu, blood vitality Gu. Subordinate Gu, blood vitality Gu. Vitality Gu, is there no limit to the number of subordinate Gu I can obtain? Li Yuan speculated. He opened another new pot. Synthesis. This synthesis requires 30 first-order turtle shell Gu remnants. Synthesis in progress. You have obtained a first-order common Gu, turtle shell Gu 10, which has been automatically subdued. Turtle shell Gu, when refined into a destined Gu, can enhance the Gu master's skin hardness, and if transformed into a subordinate Gu, it may serve as a consumable, temporarily reinforcing local skin hardness during combat. Li Yuan had read about this in the Gu Master Manual. The feedback from the destined Gu is permanent, while subordinate Gu are essentially consumables, providing only transient effects on oneself or the enemy. Furthermore, controlling the destined Gu requires only one's thoughts, while managing subordinate Gu necessitates external assistance. The advantage is that once a subordinate Gu perishes, it does not adversely affect the Gu master as a destined Gu would. Upon examining the subordinate Gu section, it indeed changed. Subordinate Gu, blood vitality Gu, turtle shell Gu, isn't this invincible? Thus, Li Yuan toiled throughout the night. He began to fervently synthesize Gu insects, but did not exhaust all the remnants. Instead synthesizing only a portion to avoid drawing attention. Soon, he encountered a new dilemma. After a night of diligent work, he had yet to synthesize a single rare Gu insect, let alone one renowned on the exotic Gu list. All he had produced were basic refuse. Li Yuan sighed softly. It seemed that synthesizing exotic Gu was no easy feat, and it was best to bide his time, for fortune would surely smile upon him one day. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, Li Yuan had been at the remnant Gu Pavilion for over half a month. He had acclimatized to life here, monotonous yet tranquil. It was vastly preferable to the chaotic, demon-infested world outside, and he found great contentment in his surroundings. In a few days, the black pot would be upgraded to second order. Li Yuan, have you heard of a significant event occurring outside? During lunch, Wang Lin spoke of some happenings beyond Jiugong Mountain. What major event? Li Yuan, isolated from news while residing in the remnant Gu Pavilion, was far less informed than the seasoned Wang Lin, who, despite living in the mountains, seemed well-versed in external affairs. Wang Lin inquired, have you heard of the martial goddess treasury? No, Li Yuan shook his head. He had not heard of it, but could guess its significance. Wang Lin continued, it is the treasure left behind by the founding emperor of the Yuan dynasty, the legendary martial god who shook the world. It is said that this is the foundation of the great Yuan's revival. Today, various warlords and formidable demons are in pursuit of the martial god's treasure, plunging this era into utter chaos. The common folk suffer the most. Li Yuan sighed. He found it difficult to relate to the royal family, even though his true identity is that of a prince of the great Yuan. The 16 years of hardship and displacement he endured have rendered him unable to empathize with the royalty. Instead, he deeply understands the tribulations faced by the lower classes. Yet, at this moment, he feels utterly powerless. The Jiugong mountain range, situated in the most secluded part of the southern borders, has thus far been spared from the ravages of war, but in such turbulent times, it is inevitable that they will be swept into the fray one day. I sincerely hope that the great Yuan royal family can locate the martial goddess treasure and bring an end to this tumultuous era of suffering for the people. Alas, it seems nearly impossible now. Wang Lin sighed. Why? Li Yuan, like an outsider, casually inquired. It truly is stifling here. Spending each day in the company of curses, it is necessary to learn more about the outside world to avoid losing one's sanity. What other reason could there be? Wang Lin shrugged, lamenting that the direct descendants of the founding emperor have all been slain, seemingly with none surviving. Perhaps one still lives? Li Yuan whispered. One can only hope, Wang Lin replied, for the martial goddess treasure can only be unlocked by the direct bloodline of the founding emperor. Li Yuan smiled wryly. Even if a direct descendant of the founding emperor were indeed alive, should they dare to emerge now, they would only serve as a key to unlock the treasure. That is true. Wang Lin wholeheartedly agreed. stating that the great yin is already a shell of its former self, merely lacking a figure capable of uniting the realm. He then spoke in a conspiratorial tone. I have also heard that demons infiltrated the imperial palace long ago, meticulously crafting their schemes to subdue the late emperor and gradually eradicate the royal bloodline. Yuan had learned of these matters while recovering memories from 2 lifetimes. The question remains, who leaked this information? And what are their ulterior motives? This concerns the blood feud involving his mother and his grandfather, the imperial physician. And he cannot remain indifferent. Old Wang, how do you know all this? It has long been common knowledge, Wang Lin replied. Some even claim that the emperor's favored concubine, Ming Gui Fei, is a demoness who ensnared the emperor's heart, leading to his subjugation. Otherwise, with his 8th-tier martial saint prowess and the unparalleled fortune of the nation, how could he have been easily controlled by demons? It is all the fault of beautiful faces. Wang Lin spoke like a storyteller, vividly recounting the tales circulating in the outside world. Yuan listened, half believing and half doubting. At such a realm as the martial saint, it is not mere beauty that can seduce. Surely other means were employed. What those means are remains unknown. He merely took it as a tale. Yuan calmed his thoughts, burying everything deep within, determined that nothing would deter his growth and survival. Counting the days, he reached the 27th day since joining the Curse Tower, which also marked the 30th day since the activation of the Black Jar fusion system. Yuan summoned the virtual panel. Gu Master, Yuan, Black Jar, Second Transformation 0100, Realm, Second Transformation, Fate Gu, Blood Chi Gu, Subordinate Gu, Blood Chi Gu, Vitality Gu, Turtle Shell Gu, Bloodthirsty Mosquito, Stinking Poison Bug, Wind-Chasing Butterfly. Indeed, Yuan was elated to have automatically ascended to the Second Transformation realm. Moments later, the system sent another notification. Detected that you possess numerous subordinate Gu. Would you like to select one to refine into a Fate Gu? This was precisely the outcome Yuan desired. In other words, could I possess multiple Fate Gu, thereby shattering the traditional limitations of Gu Masters? How exhilarating! The fate of a Gu Master is intertwined with their Fate Gu. If the Fate Gu perishes, the Gu Master cannot escape death, with only a few rare exceptions. This was the very reason Yuan wished to possess multiple Fate Gu. Who was not afraid of death? He certainly was. The selection of the second Fate Gu could not be taken lightly. Yuan's gaze turned to the second floor. One need not mention those renowned on the exotic Gu ranking. At the very least, he must refine a rare Gu creature. Chapter 07. The reviving insect Yuan ascended to the second floor and spotted the figure of a youth, who was diligently attending to the remnants of a bug. Wang Lin furrowed his brow. Yuan, what brings you up here? The malevolent energy is quite heavy. You should descend. I have undergone my second transformation. Yuan declared candidly. What? Wang Lin sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment. Repeat that. I am now a second-tier bug master, Yuan reiterated. By heavens! Wang Lin's eyes bulged, and after a moment of stunned silence, he exclaimed with familiar admiration, impressive. After a brief reflection, he mused that a genius capable of refining a life bug in merely 4 days, achieving the status of a second-tier bug master within a month, was indeed less shocking than it seemed. Haha. Wang Lin laughed heartily. I've been so mediocre for too long that I forgot what a prodigy looks like. At that moment, he genuinely perceived hope for the youth to enter the 9th palace's inner sanctum. Old Wang, your health is failing. Henceforth, I shall take charge of the second floor. Yuan stated forthrightly. You rascal, you actually care about this old man, Wang Lin chuckled. Yuan was primarily concerned about not letting Wang Lin squander the valuable remnants. Those residual bugs were true treasures, far more beneficial to him than any divine weaponry. Then I shall entrust the second floor to you, Wang Lin said, stretching lazily. You, my boy, are a born workhorse, laboring in the remnant bug tower daily. Your vigor remains undiminished, your vitality even more robust. Yuan smiled, thus. You may enjoy your twilight years. When I reach the 3rd transformation, I shall manage everything. Good lad, you possess a kind heart, Wang Lin praised, giving a thumbs up. From the moment he had seen the youth carrying his grandfather's corpse up the mountain, he understood this boy was dutiful and filial. After chatting for a while, Wang Lin retired to rest. Yuan picked up the management manual for the second floor, which documented all records of the incoming and outgoing remnants. He examined it closely, searching diligently. Soon, he stumbled upon the name of a rare species, the second-tier common bug, the 1,000-life centipede. This one will do. Yuan approached a jar. Lifting its lid to reveal a centipede, its body severed in half, yet writhing vigorously. Remarkably, it was still alive and displaying considerable vitality. Selected raw materials. Second-tier vitality bug, second-tier essence bug, second-tier remnant bug, 1000 life centipede, residual longevity, herb potency within. Longevity herb? What is this? Li Yuan, lacking knowledge of herbs, was oblivious to what the longevity herb entailed. He set aside his inquiries and focused on the synthesis. Detected that this synthesis involves multiple types of bug synthesis. Including rare materials, control over synthesis direction will not be possible. No matter, proceed with the synthesis, Li Yuan urged, his anticipation piqued by the unknown. He placed the 3 types of bugs into the black jar, which began to shake violently. After a considerable duration, a strand of golden light emerged. Is it truly happening? Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Synthesis complete. You have acquired the second-tier exotic bug, the reviving bug. It has been automatically subdued. The resurrecting Gu, an extraordinary insect unconfined by the boundaries of realm, can be transformed into a life-bound Gu, granting the Gu master the remarkable ability of near-death revival. As long as the heart remains intact, survival is assured, yet it cannot be converted into a subordinate Gu. Such fortunate circumstances, having successfully synthesized this rare Gu, are truly astonishing. Li Yuan had previously read about the resurrection Gu in the Gu Master Manual. The process of cultivating and refining the resurrection Gu is exceedingly arduous, requiring the Gu master to nurture it within their internal organs, feeding it with their own flesh and blood for over a decade. The ordeal is almost as painful as death itself. Yet, it was unexpectedly self-created. The 1000 life centipede is a rare and valuable species. But the blood-chi Gu and the spirit-nourishing Gu are merely ordinary, common Gu, unlikely to increase the probability of synthesizing extraordinary Gu. Could it be related to the eternal grass? An incredible stroke of luck. Perhaps the 1000 life centipede accidentally ingested the eternal grass, unbeknownst to its cultivator, who merely picked it up by chance. This incident has sparked a new idea in Li Yuan's mind. Could feeding Gu insects rare treasures and then synthesizing them lead to a higher chance of obtaining precious or even extraordinary Gu? Should the resurrection Gu be refined into a life-bound Gu? The system prompts again with a reminder, refinement. Is there any need to ask? Certainly, it involves refining. In a flash, Li Yuan feels a surge of heat coursing through his body, his vital energy rising sharply, especially within his internal organs, as if consumed by blazing fire. The enhancement of a Gu master's physique largely depends on the nourishment provided by their life-bound Gu. As an extraordinary Gu, the resurrection Gu bestows immense benefits upon Li Yuan. His overall physical quality is significantly improved, transforming him into a 6-sided warrior. Currently, in terms of flesh and blood alone, he is scarcely inferior to peers of the same level. Li Yuan feels invigorated, a sense of clarity washing over him. This is the remarkable advantage of possessing multiple life-bound Gu. Physical enhancement is merely trivial. The true core lies in the resurrection Gu's life-preserving capability. As long as the heart remains unbroken, one can revive from the brink of death, making it nearly invincible in battles of lower realm. He need not worry about the Gu being slain and causing a backlash. Enjoying all these benefits without bearing any side effects, that is truly splendid. Li Yuan's affection for the residual Gu tower deepens. It is undoubtedly his exclusive treasure trove. Keep enduring. Keep persevering. Li Yuan's sole aim is to persist until the world venerates him as a deity and fears him as an immortal. The next day, during breakfast, Wang Lin glanced at Li Yuan and frowned. I feel like your vital energy has grown even more vigorous. Could it be that I am growing weaker? Having worked at the residual Gu tower for years, wounded by lethal qi, Wang Lin felt himself increasingly inept. Otherwise, he wouldn't have purchased a coffin and placed it on the back mountain. Old Wang, you're confused, Li Yuan chuckled. My blood chi Gu has already advanced to the 2nd stage. How could it not be fierce? That is true, Wang Lin clapped his forehead. And how about your Gu controlling secret technique? Li Yuan replied vaguely, just SOSO. That is unacceptable, Wang Lin said seriously. The Gu controlling technique is vital to a Gu master's combat ability, especially when facing warriors. Without mastery of this technique, your Gu insects pose no threat. I am trying, Li Yuan responded. It's not that he lacked the desire to practice, but the Gu controlling secret technique was useless to him. It comprises 3 levels. The first stage involves luring the Gu insects through scent, using substances like blood or food with distinctive aromas to entice their movement. This is the most rudimentary method, employed predominantly by low-level Gu masters to command their subordinate Gu. The second stage entails controlling the Gu through objects, utilizing instruments such as flutes, zither, or umbrellas to manipulate the creatures. The third stage is the mastery of Gu through willpower. At this level, a Gu master can direct subordinate Gu with mere thought. It is worth noting that any Gu master can control their lifebound Gu through will alone. The hard art of Gu control is primarily designed for subordinate Gu. After all, no Gu master would lightly deploy their lifebound Gu in battle. The hard art of Gu control holds no relevance for Li Yuan, as every Gu he has subdued obeys his will directly, reaching the third stage effortlessly. By the way, now that the first and second floors of the broken Gu Tower are under your jurisdiction, there is something I must clarify with you. Wang Lin seemed to recall something. This matter is of utmost importance. You must commit it to memory. Chapter 08. Youthful zeal. This matter pertains to your work and future, Wang Lin solemnly cautioned. Old Wang, I will certainly keep this in mind, Li Yuan replied, invigorated. He cherished this job immensely and could not afford to lose it. The thought of being dismissed or reassigned was daunting. You know, raising Gu is no simple task. The cave master places great importance on this aspect, and the regulations are stringent. In other halls, any intact Gu insect is considered sect property, and no one is permitted to abscond with it. The remnant Gu Tower is one of the rare exceptions. The cave master cannot foresee how many remnant Gu can undergo secondary metamorphosis here. Hence, a relatively modest production target has been established. Upon hearing this from Wang Lin, Li Yuan began to comprehend. Old Wang, are you implying that someone might overstep the rules to demand Gu insects from the remnant Gu Tower? Indeed, Wang Lin nodded. These matters you must face alone. Discern who can provide and who cannot. You need to gradually unravel this. Otherwise, losing your position or being reassigned is trivial compared to the potential loss of your life. Understood, Li Yuan engraved this lesson in his heart. Before long, Li Yuan encountered the individuals Wang Lin had mentioned. Old Wang personally welcomed them, while Li Yuan observed quietly from above. Ah, Old Wang, the quality of the new Gu from the remnant Gu Tower has been quite impressive lately, remarked one disciple. The sect's mountains and waters are splendid. The Gu insects are becoming increasingly robust, and even the remnants can yield fine specimens. Wang Lin replied with a series of forced smiles. In that case, I must visit more frequently. Old Wang, you surrender everything to the sect. And although no one appreciates your efforts, I shall certainly remember. The disciple laughed heartily as he departed. To Li Yuan's dismay, within a few days, several more groups arrived, each coveting the remnant Gu Tower. Some even plotted to replace Old Wang with their own confidants. Wang Lin sighed. Human greed knows no bounds. It is exceedingly difficult to navigate relationships delicately without offending anyone, especially in the realm of interests. If you gain a larger share, I lose mine. No one is willing to concede. If I were truly replaced, you must be exceedingly cautious and remain humble. Li Yuan realized that while he regarded synthetic Gu as ordinary, for the Gu insects of the remnant Gu Tower, their quality was exceptional, inadvertently attracting trouble. Time flew by, and half a month passed once more. Li Yuan tirelessly experimented with various combinations of remnant Gu, fervently seeking to synthesize new precious and exotic Gu. Alas, the limitations of raw materials were too restrictive, and his efforts were consistently thwarted. Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. A mouse's offspring can dig a hole. Common Gu combined with common Gu yield only those few results. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, Second Transformation 14100, Realm, Second Transformation, Destined Gu, Vitality Gu, Revitalization Gu, Subordinate Gu, Vitality Gu, Energy Cultivation Gu, Turtle Shell Gu, Bloodthirsty Mosquito, Stinking Poison Bug, When Chasing Butterfly, Murder Peak, Passionate Fragrance. To acquire precious and exotic Gu, one must endure. Li Yuan steadied his emotions. Old Wang, Old Wang. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed from outside the tower. Li Yuan peered out, exclaiming, More visitors? Truly, it seems endless. The methods for cultivating one's life-giving Gu are numerous. The simplest approach involves devouring other Gu to augment one's own power or nurturing rare treasures, both of which require considerable financial resources. If one does not devise a way to curb this incessant cycle, it will never cease. Should they truly replace Old Wang, I will have no good days ahead. Li Yuan could not help but remain vigilant amidst his comfort. He stepped outside, and, upon seeing Li Yuan, the newcomer's gaze sharpened, quickly transforming into a smile. Are you a new disciple of the residual Gu Tower? Indeed. Li Yuan assessed the individual before him, noting his fine attire and demeanor, suggesting he was no ordinary disciple. I am Sun Ming from the Battle Guard Hall, and I can be considered your senior. Recently, my life-giving Gu has sustained some damage, and I was hoping to procure some Gu from the residual Gu Tower for nurturing. The visitor introduced himself. Li Yuan recalled Old Wang's warnings about the Law Enforcement Hall and Battle Guard Hall being the most formidable entities to provoke. He also remembered Sun Ming's name. This individual was a second-tier Gu master and a distant relative of the cave master, leveraging his connections to frequently solicit Gu from Old Wang's, nearly causing Old Wang to fail several assessments. His recent requests had become increasingly unreasonable. Oh, the residual Gu Tower is now under my supervision. Old Wang has retired. Li Yuan stated nonchalantly. Sun Ming raised an eyebrow, perplexed by this young man's demeanor. Very well, I would appreciate it if you could fetch me some Gu. You appear quite youthful and promising. I shall surely speak highly of you to my uncle, advocating for your early transfer from this place. A talent like you must not languish in the residual Gu Tower. Li Yuan was taken aback, feeling a surge of indignation. The residual Gu Tower no longer possesses any surplus quality Gu. None. Sun Ming frowned, incredulous. I recall the residual Gu Tower having substantial output, consistently producing a dozen or so first-tier Gu each month. Old Wang would always reserve some for me. Perhaps you should summon Old Wang to discuss this with me. Sun Ming suggested, his impatience becoming apparent. I have stated that the residual Gu Tower is now my responsibility. Old Wang is no longer involved. If I say there are none, then there are none, Li Yuan reiterated. He hoped these individuals would recognize when to withdraw, as this would benefit everyone involved. He was willing to concede some Gu if necessary. However, if they continued their aggressive approach, especially with the prospect of Old Wang's replacement, he would have no choice but to take measures. Even a saint could not endure being perpetually subjugated. Sun Ming was nearly beside himself with rage. Where did this foolish boy come from, devoid of any understanding of human relationships, perhaps dazed by the malevolence of the residual Gu Tower? Junior, do you insist on opposing me? Sun Ming lowered his voice. Do you believe that with a mere word, I could ensure you remain in the residual Gu Tower for the rest of your life? You would never be transferred. Li Yuan responded. Is that a blessing? Then I shall ensure I offend you thoroughly. Thank you very much. To him, this was a sincere expression of gratitude. Sun Ming interpreted it as nothing short of blatant mockery, a sign of contempt from a new disciple. Very well. Excellent. Sun Ming was infuriated and sneered. Just you wait. I hope next time you step out, you won't end up as carrion in the wilderness. Hold on. At that moment, a figure rushed out from beside the crippled Gu Tower. It was Old Wang. Over the past few days, he had been instructing Li Yuan on navigating social intricacies. He had emphasized repeatedly that Sun Ming was a petty and vindictive man, someone absolutely not to be provoked. The best course was to simply hand over a few Gu insects to placate him. Never had he imagined Li Yuan would be so hot-tempered. All his teachings had gone to waste. Social graces had turned into social disasters. Junior brother Sun, Old Wang greeted with an ingratiating smile as he approached Sun Ming. My young friend here meant no harm. He is just inexperienced, too straightforward. Please forgive him. Sun Ming snorted coldly. Junior brother Sun, wait. I've already prepared the Gu insects for you. I'll fetch them right away. Though Old Wang, advanced in years, had little fear of retaliation. He worried that after he was gone, Sun Ming would deliberately target Li Yuan. Fine. I want he stoop to a youngster's level. Sun Ming relented, his expression easing slightly. But Old Wang, you must teach him better. Rigidity invites ruin. Such people don't live long. Of course, Old Wang nodded repeatedly. Besides, it's not as if I'm extorting them by force, Sun Ming added. I was wounded serving the sect, bled for the sect. My life-bound Gu was damaged. Is it too much to ask for a few Gu insects to replenish it? Absolutely not. This is what junior brother Sun rightfully deserves. Old Wang agreed outwardly, but inwardly scoffed. Members injured in service to the sect were compensated by the 100 Affairs Hall, coming to the crippled Gu Tower for supplements? Again and again. Pure thuggery. Had Li Yuan not arrived and boosted productivity, he would have faced disciplinary action from the sect. Junior brother Sun, please wait a moment. With that, Old Wang promptly dragged Li Yuan inside. Li Yuan, why did you clash with him? Didn't I warn you that Sun Ming's pettiness knows no bounds? That he is someone you must never cross. Let it go this time. Go pick out a few good Gu insects, pack them up, and present them to him. Let us hope he doesn't hold a grudge against you. Old Wang sighed heavily. Fine. Li Yuan nodded. I'll fetch them. Only then did Old Wang relax, thinking to himself, at least Li Yuan isn't too stubborn, still open to reason. Otherwise, survival itself would be difficult. Li Yuan approached a row of jars. He selected only the finest Gu insects he had subdued, stench beetles, killer wasps, heart-drilling Gu, and others. It was a grand gift package, a gesture of sincere gratitude. Chapter 09. Visitors from the Enforcement Hall. Junior brother's son, the Gu worms you requested are ready. Wang Lin said with a forced smile as he handed a small jar containing the Gu worms to Sun Ming. Sun Ming nodded. Seizing the opportunity to advise Wang Lin, take the time to properly educate that young man. I hope there won't be a next time. Wang Lin chuckled. He has already realized his mistake and assured me there will be no repeat offense. Good job, old Wang. I shall have my uncle arrange a comfortable position for you to retire to, and someone else will take over the management of the residual Gu building. Sun Ming had long wished to replace Wang Lin. While nurturing the residual Gu was a thankless task, it was not Wang Lin who bore the burden. A more dedicated individual could yield greater resources for him. Someone like Wang Lin, with his diplomatic nature, simply redirected resources to others, thereby indirectly robbing him of what was rightfully his. For a cultivator, resources were akin to life itself. Wang Lin's expression shifted slightly. I appreciate your good intentions, junior brother, but there is no need for such arrangements. My life Gu is the ice silkworm, which is quite suitable for this position. Are you implying that I am harming you? Sun Ming frowned. And no. Wang Lin forced a smile. That's good to hear. Sun Ming's smile was more menacing than genuine as he clapped Wang Lin's shoulder several times. Old Wang, I remember you were quite ruthless in the past. Now you are showing kindness to unfamiliar disciples. Rest assured, after your transfer, I will ensure that young man understands the value of life. Sun Ming laughed heartily as he departed with the jar containing the Gu worms. As he walked, he felt the jar shake violently. What on earth? Sun Ming furrowed his brow. Could that newcomer be seeking revenge by deliberately giving me a defective Gu? Does he wish for death? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became. He abruptly opened the lid. Puff! In an instant, a cloud of toxic mist erupted forth. Vile poison worm. Sun Ming hastily covered his nose, ready to unleash his life Gu, but suddenly, his arm went numb, and darkness engulfed his vision. Moreover, there are killer bees. Even more terrifying was the unmistakable intent to kill emanating from these Gu worms. They were not merely free-roaming. Someone was certainly manipulating them from the shadows. He consumed a blood Gu to bolster his spirit, scanning his surroundings, yet he sensed no presence. Could it be that the Gu were being controlled by thought? In the entire 12 caves, only a few could achieve such mastery. Who would take the time to eliminate a mere nobody like him? Despair washed over Sun Ming. The paralyzing venom of the killer bees gnawed at him. A sharp pain piercing his chest, and a heart-piercing Gu. His eyes widened as he realized he was trapped in a deadlock. The will to survive faded, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. In his final moments, he recalled the newcomer at the residual Gu building. Was it him? Impossible. Yet he seemed to have said, there would be no next time. Was that what he meant? Days later, Wang Lin was dining with Li Yuan when a group of individuals clad in silver masks suddenly arrived at the residual Gu building. Wang Lin's eyes widened in shock, his body trembling. The enforcement team? How did you come to be here? Before he could speak, a disciple of the enforcement team, adorned with a silver mask, stepped forward, emanating an icy aura. Where is Wang Lin, the steward of the cursed insect tower? I am he, old Wang replied. Wang Lin, you are suspected of murdering a fellow disciple. You must accompany us. The disciple advanced, apprehending Wang Lin. Li Yuan, do not be afraid. It is nothing serious. Wang Lin said, feigning calmness despite the uncertainty of the situation. Do not concern yourself with anything. Guard the cursed insect tower well, and await my return. With that, Wang Lin was taken away. Li Yuan furrowed his brow. He had an inkling of the reason behind this. It was likely related to him, but surely it would not result in punishment for old Wang. Meanwhile, Wang Lin was brought to the enforcement hall, having been a member of the 12 caves for decades. Weathering numerous storms, he was not easily frightened. Sun Ming is dead, stated Qi Wang, the hall master, as he regarded Wang Lin, a subtle pressure radiating from him. Sun Shidi is dead? Wang Lin exclaimed in astonishment. He died 5 days ago, on his way back from the cursed insect tower to the dormitory of the battle guard hall. The last person he saw was you, Qi Wang calmly explained. You suspect that I killed Sun Shidi? Wang Lin replied with a bitter smile. Do you truly believe I possess such capability? Indeed, you do not. Qi Wang shook his head, but your suspicion is the greatest. As he spoke, he produced a scroll detailing the circumstances of Sun Ming's demise. Sun Ming had fallen victim to an attack by cursed insects, specifically the second transformation cursed insects, the stench bug, the murder hornet, and the heart-piercing bug, all of which led to his tragic end. These insects originated from the cursed insect tower. Did you provide them to him? Qi Wang inquired. Yes, Wang Lin admitted candidly. I did give them to him. He is the cave master's cousin, and I dared not refuse him. The unauthorized appropriation of sect resources adds to your crimes, Qi Wang remarked. Everyone was tacitly aware of these matters, yet bringing them to light altered their significance. Wang Lin understood this, but he could only concede. Living sins were preferable to capital ones. Did you tamper with the cursed insects? Qi Wang pressed further. Hall Master, I am merely a third transformation insect master. I lack the ability to control insects with my mind. How could I accomplish such feats? Wang Lin defended himself. Moreover, my life insect is the ice silkworm. While my subordinate insects include the Qi blood bug, the air bug, and the blade bug, none of which are related to the insects that caused Sun Shity's death. All of this can be verified. Hall Master, I am wronged. Wang Lin lamented. Qi Wang was well aware of this information but was unable to locate the true culprit behind the scenes. Hence, he began by interrogating Wang Lin, hoping to uncover some clues. Perhaps the mastermind had a connection to Wang Lin? Has the newly joined disciple, Li Yuan, been involved in your dealings with Sun Ming? Qi Wang questioned again. No, he is new here and knows nothing, Wang Lin insisted, unwilling to drag Li Yuan into the matter. Qi Wang did not press further. He had reviewed Li Yuan's profile. The young insect master possessed considerable talent, but his life insect was merely a Qi blood bug, entirely incapable of taking down Sun Ming. He could not possibly be the hidden perpetrator. Thus, only one possibility remained. Qi Wang inquired. Has the individual guarding the 4th and 5th floors of the cursed tower made an appearance in recent days? No, Wang Lin shook his head, pondering whether Sun Ming's frequent visits to the cursed tower had provoked that individual, leading to his demise. After all, that person hailed from the inner sanctum of the 9th palace and was not inferior in seniority to the cave master. Qi Wang then posed several more questions, to which Wang Lin responded truthfully. Very well, you may return. Qi Wang gestured dismissively, declaring Wang Lin innocent. The matter was too perplexing. Perhaps it was indeed that individual who had intervened. Thank you, Hall Master, for restoring my innocence. Wang Lin bowed respectfully and was about to depart when he noticed a figure approaching from outside, causing his pupils to constrict. The cave master had arrived. Greetings, cave master. Everyone bowed in unison. Qi Wang, have you uncovered the cause of Ming's death? The master of the 12th cave, Huang Funan, a direct disciple of an elder from the 9th palace, inquired. No, Qi Wang replied, shaking his head. Is it not him? Huang Funan pointed at Wang Lin. No. Qi Wang asserted he had no motive to kill Sun Ming, nor the capability. All clues are unrelated to Wang Lin. He is innocent. Who can say? Huang Funan sneered. As the head of the law enforcement hall, you can be overly lenient at times. Such heinous crimes cannot be resolved through slow investigation. In truth, you have already deduced who the culprit is, have you not? If so, special measures must be employed to compel a confession. With that, Huang Funan suddenly pointed his right hand. Truth Gu. Qi Wang's expression changed drastically. Truth Gu, a 4th-tier mystical insect, was specifically designed for interrogation, capable of dismantling one's will and rendering them utterly numb. In such a state, any question posed would elicit an answer from the afflicted. This is how it earned its name. Cave Master, is this not excessive? Qi Wang's countenance darkened. What is excessive about it? Huang Funan replied coolly. In comparison to the safety of our fellow disciples, such measures are necessary and harmless. Surely, Hall Master Qi does not wish for more of our brethren to perish because of this. Qi Wang fell silent, aware that Huang Funan was more concerned about his own reputation than the lives of their comrades, seeking to regain face after the death of his relative. Speak, Huang Funan commanded, stepping before Wang Lin, looking down upon him. Was there someone who instigated you to cause Sun Ming's death? Who was it? Chapter 10. The third transformation of the Gu Master. No, I did not. No one instructed me. I did not kill Sun Ming at all. Wang Lin cried out in agony. Huang Funan furrowed his brow. Could it truly not be that madman? The lunatic he referred to was none other than the one residing in the cursed Gu building, who happened to be his senior brother within the 9th Palace's inner circle. If he was innocent, then let him go. With a flick of his sleeve, Huang Funan turned and departed. Qi Wang hurried to Wang Lin's side, unleashing a fire silkworm to consume the truth Gu, and then fetched a healing Gu to tend to the latter's wounds. However, Wang Lin, being of advanced age and frail constitution, succumbed to pain and fainted. 3 days later, the enforcement team returned Wang Lin to the cursed Gu building. Old Wang, Li Yuan, hearing the commotion, rushed to the door. Are you all right? It has been 3 days, and you seem considerably weaker, more haggard, and burdened by the weight of years. You must have endured harsh punishment at the enforcement hall. It's nothing, Wang Lin chuckled, just my misfortune. For some reason, Sun Ming died, and the enforcement hall suspects me of his demise. They failed to consider that I am but a half-buried man. What power do I possess? He winced. Oh dear, it hurts immensely. As he spoke, Wang Lin let out a loud lament, a lingering effect from the coercion of the truth Gu. Li Yuan frowned. Did they torture you? The enforcement hall was generally reasonable. It was just that the cave master, Huang Funan, was particularly ruthless, employing a truth Gu on me. Wang Lin sighed deeply. The truth Gu? Li Yuan clenched his fists. Having read about the truth Gu, classified as a fourth transformation mystical Gu, capable of rendering life worse than death, shattering one's will. Alas, let us not dwell on the past. It is behind us now. Where there are people, there are struggles. It is an inescapable truth. Consider this a lesson learned. You must tread carefully in the future. Not everyone is to be provoked. Some individuals are truly not worth the confrontation. Even in anger, one must exercise restraint, if necessary. Seek vengeance only when you possess the means. Do you understand? Wang Lin took a pragmatic view, merely hoping that Li Yuan would not repeat his mistakes. Indeed, Li Yuan felt a pang of guilt. It was he who had instigated the situation, ultimately causing Wang Lin to suffer. He silently noted Huang Funan's name in his little notebook. Aware of Li Yuan's gloomy demeanor, Wang Lin chuckled. Sun Ming's demise is of no consequence. It serves as a reminder that those who are wicked eventually meet their fate. Had he survived, it would have been you who suffered. Wang Lin understood well that should he be reassigned, the incoming supervisor would undoubtedly collaborate with Sun Ming to bring ruin upon Li Yuan. In the cursed Gu building, the accidental death of a disciple was a commonplace occurrence. As the seasons changed from spring to autumn, following the tragic demise of Sun Ming, no one dared to approach the cursed Gu building seeking assistance. Wang Lin often made light of his situation. This beating was not in vain. Sun Ming's untimely death was perfectly timed, truly a case of poetic justice. It is indeed peaceful now. Li Yuan, how long have you been a part of the cursed Gu building? Wang Lin, now aging, felt time slipping by ever more swiftly, since returning from the enforcement hall. His health, how do you remember so clearly? Wang Lin sighed with emotion. The memory of youth is indeed sharp. Unlike mine, I can scarcely recall the faces of my wife and child. Perhaps this is heaven's way of reminding me it's time to reunite with them. Lately, old Wang often spoke with melancholy, reminiscing about the past. Li Yuan didn't know how to console him. Even a martial god must one day age and perish. As old Wang grew increasingly frail, the affairs of the crippled Gu Tower were gradually entrusted to Li Yuan, including the management of the third floor. Li Yuan, Wang Lin suddenly called out. What is it, old Wang? Li Yuan asked. I intend to leave the 12 caves for a while, to return to my hometown. Perhaps my wife and child still live, waiting for me there. A premonition of his impending end weighed on Wang Lin, filling him with regret. Leaving? Li Yuan didn't know what to say, sensing the futility of the journey. Over the years, old Wang had returned more than once, only to find his homeland desolate, long abandoned. His family had likely perished in the famine, yet he couldn't dissuade him. This was an old man's stubborn longing. How could he rest without seeing for himself? Now you stand firmly on your own. Your skill in nurturing crippled Gu surpasses mine. In you, I see the hand of fate, Wang Lin said with a smile. Li Yuan chuckled. Old Wang, you're speaking in riddles again. Truly, Wang Lin replied earnestly. When you first came to the crippled Gu Tower, I thought you were wasting your talent, courting hardship. Yet now, I feel you belong here. Isn't that fate's guidance? Perhaps, when I return, I may truly see my wife and child once more. His voice grew fervent, a glimmer of hope lighting his eyes. Then I wish you luck. Though Li Yuan claimed not to believe in fate, at times, he did. The next day, Wang Lin departed, claiming he had dreamed of his wife and child returning, urging Li Yuan to await good news. A pang of loneliness struck Li Yuan with old Wang gone. The crippled Gu Tower stood empty, leaving him without even a companion for meals or conversation. Yet he still carried many expectations, his heart set on purpose. A translucent panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Vessel, Third Transformation 0300. Realm, Third Transformation, Lifebound Gu, Blood Chi Gu. Revival Gu, Subordinate Gu, Blood Chi Gu, Essence Nourishing Gu, Oxhide Gu, Bloodthirsty Mosquito, Foul Venomous Insect, Wind-Chasing Butterfly, Murderous Hornet, Enchanting Fragrance. He could now refine a third life-bound Gu. Li Yuan was in no hurry. Apart from the first, blood Qi Gu, which he had refined out of desperation, he had ample time to carefully select the others. Blood Qi Gu belonged to the life-nurturing type, at higher realms. Its combat effectiveness was negligible unless it evolved further. Revival Gu had comprehensively enhanced his physique and survivability. Now, it was time to strengthen his direct combat prowess. Li Yuan aspired to become an all-round warrior, flawless in every aspect. The three most crucial elements in direct combat were strength, speed, and defense. Any one of these would suffice. He ascended to the third floor. Compared to the first and second floors, the number of third transformation residual Gu is quite scarce. The total count of these residual Gu does not even reach 1,000. And the sect has merely set a goal of nurturing 10 third transformation Gu to be returned to the 100 Affairs Hall. Unfortunately, there have been no suitable foundational materials arriving lately. Reflecting on the past, it was indeed fortuitous to stumble upon a 1,000-life centipede that had consumed the longevity herb. Let us commence the synthesis with the Gu adept in offensive capabilities. Select original materials. Third transformation residual Gu, sword Qi Gu, blade edge Gu, diamond bug synthesize. Currently synthesizing, you have acquired the third transformation common Gu, sword and blade Gu, which has been automatically subdued. Upon refining the sword and blade Gu into a fated Gu, it can assist the Gu master in condensing sword light at their fingertips. When transformed into a subordinate Gu, it can serve as a consumable, briefly manifesting in the form of swords. Would you like to refine it into a fated Gu? Li Yuan glanced at the sword and blade Gu. Its elongated form shimmering in silver, resembling meticulously polished silver segments joined together, though it appeared no longer than a finger. A gentle tug could extend it to over 3 feet. Grasped in his hand, it felt akin to a sword. Truly remarkable, indeed, Li Yuan marveled. Yet, it still fell short of his anticipated goal. Continue the synthesis for me. Chapter 11. The Guidance of Destiny. Li Yuan lacks proficiency with blades and is even more inept with swords. The purpose of the sword and insect Gu is akin to bestowing him with techniques reminiscent of the 6 Meridian divine sword from ancient novels. While it appears impressive, it is ultimately feeble. Selected original materials. 3rd tier residual Gu pursuit butterfly, 3rd tier residual Gu spring cicada, 3rd tier residual Gu flying shadow insect. Combining. You have obtained a 3rd tier mortal Gu, shadow cicada, which has been automatically tamed. Once refined into a core Gu, the shadow cicada can significantly enhance the Gu master S speed. When refined into a subordinate Gu, it can emit shadows to deceive targets. Would you like to refine it into a core Gu? Li Yuan was somewhat dissatisfied. He yearned to forge a rare and renowned Gu insect from the list of extraordinary Gu. Yet he knew well that the raw materials he possessed were too inferior to produce such a Gu. He continued refining. Selected original materials. Half a month later, Li Yuan meticulously combined and refined the Gu insects on the 3rd floor repeatedly, yet his wish remained unfulfilled. Failure was an enduring theme in every Gu master's journey. He endured, for he had time to spare. Li Yuan, young lad. Suddenly, an aged voice echoed along the bamboo path outside the residual Gu tower. Old Wang had returned? Li Yuan's face lit up with joy. To be honest, although he immersed himself daily in the thrill of Gu synthesis, constantly gambling on success, occasionally he felt a void, a longing for old Wang's company. He stepped outside. In his line of sight, an elderly man and a young girl approached through the bamboo grove. Not only had old Wang returned, but he also brought along a girl of roughly his age. Li Yuan, let me introduce you. This is my granddaughter, Wang Zhaozhao. Granddaughter? Li Yuan was taken aback. Old Wang, have you truly found the guidance of fate? Indeed, I have. Wang Lin chuckled heartily, a broad smile on his face. Heaven's mercy towards me has not been so cruel after all. Congratulations. Li Yuan sincerely rejoiced for old Wang. In these turbulent times, lives are as fragile as grass. We are all drifting like flotsam. His 16-year escape from peril taught him the profound happiness of reuniting with loved ones. Don't mention old Wang. Even he thought it was a dream come true. Shout out, he is the Li Yuan I mentioned before. From now on, just call him Yuan Gu. The young girl timidly greeted, hello. Wang Zhaozhao's features are delicate, her skin slightly yellowish, with a scattering of freckles across her cheeks. She isn't particularly beautiful, but is a well-behaved neighbor girl. Hello, Li Yuan nodded. He then asked, old Wang, will Zhaozhao be staying here permanently? I wish she could. Wang Lin sighed. But according to the rules, to join the 12 caves, one must pass the Gu Master examination. She can only stay temporarily under the guise of visiting relatives. This, Li Yuan understood how brutal the Gu master trials were. The hope for a young girl to survive was slim. Alas, my poor granddaughter. Wang Lin expressed helplessness. When I found her, her parents were no longer alive, and she only recognized kin through a family heirloom jade pendant. I also don't want Xiao Zhao to participate in the Gu master trials. Yet the world outside is tumultuous. Xiao Zhao's fate would be to be devoured by demons if she were to remain here. This is the stark reality, and Li Yuan can empathize deeply. He too had resorted to participating in the Gu master examination out of desperation. During these few days of Xiao Zhao's visit under the pretense of family, he will endeavor to teach her the art of controlling Gu, as there still lies a glimmer of hope. Wang Lin, left with no alternatives, must proceed in this manner. Unless Xiao Zhao can master the skills of a Gu master within these few days, the prospects appear exceedingly dim. Li Yuan nodded, urging old Wang to focus entirely on instructing Xiao Zhao, assuring him that he would handle matters concerning the residual Gu tower. During my absence, there will be no disturbances. Will there? Wang Lin inquired. No, Li Yuan replied, shaking his head. That's reassuring, Wang Lin continued. Has there been any activity from the one above the residual Gu tower? None. Why do you ask? Li Yuan queried, puzzled. Didn't I get captured by the enforcement hall last time? Reflecting on that incident, I increasingly sensed something amiss. And I have contemplated a possibility. The one who killed Sun Ming was most likely the individual residing above. Only he possesses the ability to control Gu with his mind. Wang Lin elucidated. Li Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Do not dismiss it, Wang Lin said mysteriously. I have inquired. And it appears that the one above also hails from the 9th palace, likely a senior disciple of the cave master. There must be some enmity between them. I fear I have inadvertently become embroiled in their conflict, which has led to my unwarranted misfortune. Wang Lin's analysis was thorough and well-reasoned. Were it not for his knowledge of the truth, Li Yuan might have been convinced. Nonetheless, he harbored a certain curiosity about the individual above, and he wished for no unstable elements within the residual Gu tower that could jeopardize their survival. Furthermore, in the future, when he requires more advanced primal materials, he must ascend to the 4th or 5th floor. What is truly going on with that individual above? I have heard. Wang Lin leaned closer to Li Yuan, whispering softly, the one above is cultivating a rare Gu, even going so far as to nurture it with his own body. A rare Gu? Who informed you of this? Old Wang? Li Yuan questioned skeptically. According to his understanding, rare Gu are exceedingly scarce. And even the 9 palace masters of the Gu nest may not possess a life-bound rare Gu. Such news would be unlikely to circulate, let alone be uncovered by someone of Wang Lin's stature. It was the steward Qi Lin who brought you to the Gu master examination, Wang Lin replied. Had you heard of this before? Li Yuan asked again. No, Wang Lin shook his head. There was not a whisper of it. Wait, he suddenly realized, his eyes widening. Are you suggesting someone is deliberately spreading rumors, targeting the one above? That is merely my speculation. Li Yuan dared not elaborate further. Wang Lin shuddered, weighing the implications. Let it be. That is beyond our concern. When gods battle, mere mortals suffer. The more curiosity one harbors, the quicker one meets their demise. I shall arrange a bed for Xiao Zhao. You may attend to your business. I will call you for dinner later. With that, Wang Lin took his granddaughter Xiao Zhao to the quarters. Li Yuan returned to the residual Gu tower, pondering the individual above who had remained there for decades. Is it true that he is cultivating a rare Gu? The arduous manual for cultivating exotic Gu has long stated that the harmony of timing, location, and human factors is indispensable. This is akin to Li Yuan's second life Gu, the resurrection Gu, which requires a decade of nurturing within the internal organs, constantly drawing the essence of one's heart's blood, a torment that ordinary individuals could scarcely endure. Each exotic Gu possesses unfathomable power. Could it be that he has perished long ago? Li Yuan pondered the likelihood of this, and with a mere thought, he commanded a reconnaissance Gu to ascend to the 3rd floor, intent on listening intently. He discerned the echo of the Gu worms. Yet there was not a trace of any living presence. Perhaps his realm was too low, or perhaps that individual had indeed transcended long ago. Li Yuan exhibited commendable patience, waiting in silence. After a considerable duration, he narrowed his eyes, perceiving a different sound. Chapter 12. The unexpected visitor of the night. A faint hissing sound drifted from upstairs. Without the feedback from the reconnaissance Gu, Li Yuan would have been unable to discern it at all. Could it be a snake? He pondered. He listened attentively for a while longer. The serpent seemed to be gnawing on something, and after satisfying its hunger, it fell silent. Could that person have been consumed by the snake? A whimsical thought crossed Li Yuan's mind, as it was not entirely implausible. Brother Yuan, it's time to eat. came the call of a young girl from downstairs. So it has begun. Li Yuan suppressed his curiosity, hesitant to overstep boundaries and invite trouble. Ascending to the fourth floor was a venture he would delay until he became a fourth-tier Gu master. Downstairs, Wang Lin had prepared a lavish feast. "What a sumptuous spread you have prepared today," Li Yuan exclaimed, astonished. "When did you become so generous, old Wang? This meal must have cost a fortune. It feels like a bloodletting. People are nearly gone. What good is hoarding all that money?" Wang Lin chuckled. "Let us not speak of such gloomy things," Li Yuan reassured him. Just as he settled down, the young girl deftly tore off a chicken leg and placed it in his bowl. "Brother Yuan, please eat," Wang Zhaozhao said, her cheeks flushed, her voice barely above a whisper. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Old Wang, did you teach her this?" He could tell that Zhaozhao is naturally shy. Her boldness could only stem from Wang Lin's encouragement. "I just taught Zhaozhao some knowledge about refining Gu. She seems to have grasped it well. Perhaps she might pass the Gu Masteress examination. I plan to arrange for her to stay at the residual Gu Tower. And I hope you can look after her a bit," Wang Lin said with a smile. "I knew it. Old Wang, are you hosting a banquet to entrust your granddaughter to me?" Li Yuan nodded. "Rest assured, even if you hadn't asked. Out of gratitude for you having laid out the funds for my grandfather's burial, I would take good care of Zhaozhao. Now, let us enjoy the meal." Only then did Wang Lin feel at ease. He recognized Li Yuan as a prodigy, destined for great achievements. It would be a blessing for his granddaughter to share in his fortune. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Li Yuan often employed the reconnaissance Gu to eavesdrop on the happenings upstairs, yet he had not sensed the presence of any living being. Even the remnants of Gu delivered by the Bai Shitang had gone untouched. Wang Lin had even inquired with the disciples who brought the remnants, and they reported seeing no sign of life, stating that spider webs had begun to form in the room. This only deepened Li Yuan's conviction that the occupant had perished long ago. Is nurturing a Gu so simple? Perhaps the body had already been consumed entirely by the Gu insects. Today marked the conclusion of Zhao Zhao's family visit. She could no longer remain in the residual Gu Tower and had to depart. Wang Lin sighed heavily, fraught with worry. "Grandpa, it's all right. I will surely pass the examination," Zhao Zhao said, her small hands trembling in fear as she tried to comfort him. "Zhao Zhao," perhaps Wang Lin hesitated, unwilling to part with her. "What if we consider finding you a place to stay outside? It would be better than here." "Grandpa, I want to become a Gu master," Zhao Zhao replied, her eyes brimming with yearning. Especially upon hearing that Li Yuan had also fled here and successfully passed the Gu master examination to join the 9 Palaces Gu nest, her longing intensified. Well, Wang Lin understood that his granddaughter, after experiencing life on Jiugong Mountain, could not return to her former existence. This place, tranquil as a pure land, was untroubled by robbers and unperturbed by demons, serving as a veritable paradise for those who had escaped calamity. "Li Yuan, I will accompany Xiao Zhao, preparing to stay at the assessment site for a few days. We shall return together once Xiao Zhao has successfully passed the examination." "All right," Li Yuan nodded. "Sister Xiao Zhao, I wish you all the best." "Thank you, Brother Yuan," Wang Zhaozhao replied with a bow of gratitude. Under Li Yuan's watchful gaze, the pair vanished at the end of the bamboo forest path. Old Wang's back had indeed bent considerably. Even Xiao Zhao was almost taller than him. As night fell, after completing his tasks at the remnant Gu Tower, Li Yuan returned to his chamber. A data panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 3rd Transformation 21300, Realm, 3rd Transformation, Destined Gu, Vitality Gu, Rebirth Gu, to ascend to the 4th Transformation. A year's time was required, and future advancements would undoubtedly become increasingly arduous. Li Yuan had already steeled himself for the vicissitudes of life and the passage of time. He wondered how Xiao Zhao's examination was faring. He hoped she could survive, for at least he would have someone to converse with and alleviate his solitude. Lost in such thoughts, Li Yuan drifted into slumber. In the dead of night, amidst a haze of drowsiness, a sharp, piercing cry echoed in his mind, jolting him awake. Someone was approaching? The entire remnant Gu Tower was surrounded by reconnaissance Gu that he had meticulously arranged. Any disturbance would not escape his perception. Opening his eyes, with a flicker of thought, a multitude of eyes sprang open on a flying insect within the bamboo grove. Instantly, an image flooded into Li Yuan's mind. A figure clad in black had arrived at the remnant Gu Tower, effortlessly unlocking the doors sealed with the restrictions set by the elders of the 9 Palaces Gu nest. An internal traitor? According to Old Wang, without a key, the restricted locks of the remnant Gu Tower could only be opened by a 5th Transformation Gu master. The intruder was evidently not of that caliber, but rather an internal traitor possessing a key. Could this be for the sake of the individual above? Li Yuan speculated. Perhaps his clandestine elimination of Sun Ming had resulted in the elder upstairs being unjustly implicated, thus prompting someone to probe the situation. If old Wang's words held true, then this figure in black was dispatched by the cave master Huang Funan. Li Yuan refrained from intervening. To him, this was even a fortuitous occurrence. The mysterious elder residing above, whose strength and fate were shrouded in uncertainty, had become a source of unease for him, leaving him perpetually unsettled. Moreover, he yearned to ascend to the 4th and 5th floors. Before long, the black-clad figure stealthily infiltrated the remnant Gu tower. Once more, Li Yuan opened his eyes. With another thought, another reconnaissance Gu within the tower blinked open its eyes. The skill of opening one's eyes was akin to a consumable resource. Each activation resulted in the demise of one reconnaissance Gu. Ordinary Gu masters would hesitate to employ this ability frequently, but for Li Yuan, it posed no detriment. The figure in black remained oblivious to the countless eyes observing him in secrecy. As Li Yuan had anticipated, the figure in black possessed a clear objective. Making a beeline for the 4th floor, he hesitated at the door for an extended period, seemingly unable to summon the courage to enter. Just going already? Li Yuan thought anxiously, wishing for a handle to control the actions of the cloaked individual. After a full half-hour of indecision, the figure finally drew a deep breath and pushed open the door to the 4th floor. He stepped inside, cautiously placing one foot after the other. However, as he reached the midpoint of his 3rd step, a massive creature flashed past, and the figure in black vanished without a sound, not even able to utter a scream. What was that? A chill ran down Li Yuan's spine. A snake? A giant python? He felt fortunate for not having ascended. Otherwise, he might have met the same grim fate. Thank you, kind soul. He silently mourned for the unfortunate figure for 3 seconds, completely abandoning any thought of going upstairs. In such circumstances, even if he possessed a resurrection talisman, being devoured alive would still spell doom. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, the cave master Huang Funan slowly opened his eyes. You madman, you truly did not perish. A decade ago, he had commanded a corpse insect to infiltrate the ruins of the residual insect tower, only to be repelled by a powerful aura. Attempting to probe again now, he found himself utterly outmatched. However, it seemed that the other had grown even more deranged. In the instant the corpse insect was consumed, he caught a glimpse of a blurred image. It appeared that the mad senior had transformed himself into a serpent. Chapter 13. The precious blood Gu. After being exiled by your master from the 9th palace to the 12th cave, not only did you fail to restrain yourself, but you grew even more unrestrained. You become neither human nor Gu, neither man nor woman, a grotesque monstrosity. Huang Funan murmured under his breath. He always felt the madman was on the verge of success. This was the other's opportunity, but also his own. If I can devour his life-bound Gu, I might have a chance to step into the realm of a 6th transformation Gu master. Perhaps this is my final opportunity. As if nothing had happened, Li Yuan pretended all was well. 10 days later, old Wang returned, and Xiao Zhao came back as well. Unlike when they had parted 10 days prior, Xiao Zhao's eyes were now wrapped in thick, black cloth. Xiao Zhao, what happened? Li Yuan asked. Who knows if it's a blessing or a curse? Wang Lin sighed. During the Gu master trial, Xiao Zhao lost her sight, but the bloodworm unexpectedly fused with her eyes and evolved into a precious Gu. The blood Gu? Li Yuan was astonished. There were only 33 unique Gu in the world, and the methods to cultivate most of them had been lost. Under such circumstances, possessing a precious Gu as one's life-bound Gu was considered fortunate, but there were exceptions. The blood Gu was one of them. Indeed, Wang Lin sighed deeply. Refining the blood Gu requires the sacrifice of one's vision, granting extraordinary perception in exchange, and the ability to briefly replicate others' techniques and secret arts using one's own blood. If Xiao Zhao were a seasoned veteran, it wouldn't be an issue. But she is still young and inexperienced, unaccustomed to this. Before mastering the blood Gu's abilities, she could easily meet with misfortune. This was Wang Lin's greatest concern. Li Yuan frowned. Has the sect already been informed of Xiao Zhao obtaining the precious Gu? Yes. Wang Lin nodded. There was no other choice. Let us just hope some people aren't too greedy. Compared to the outside world, this place was a sanctuary. But even sanctuaries were not always peaceful. Occasionally, ripples would stir. After experiencing the incident with the enforcement hall and the mysterious black-clad intruder who infiltrated the crippled Gu tower, Li Yuan had come to realize this. As old Wang had said, wherever there were people, there would be conflict. Grandfather, I'm fine. Wang Zhao's face was already small, and the thick black cloth covered nearly half of it. A bitter smile touched her lips as she comforted old Wang. Now I'm a Gu master too. One day, I'll be as strong as Brother Yuan. I'll be able to protect myself and make you proud of me. You will, Li Yuan smiled. Old Wang must have often boasted about him to his granddaughter, praising him so much that this young girl, who had only known him briefly, now saw him as a role model, an idol. Li Yuan didn't tell old Wang about the intruder in the crippled Gu tower. This matter was beyond old Wang's ability to resolve. A strong premonition weighed on Li Yuan's heart. The mastermind behind the black-clad intruder would not give up so easily. They would surely return. Seasons passed. Half a year slipped away unnoticed. During this time, the black-clad intruder indeed returned 6 times in total, each time delivering meals to the figure upstairs. In one of his observations, Li Yuan saw clearly. A python, devouring the figure clad in black, bore the eyes and head of a human, exuding an androgynous aura, embodying a creature of peculiar essence. Li Yuan was thoroughly alarmed. Pondering whether this entity had transformed itself into a form of sorcery, he refrained from taking rash actions, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. The mastermind behind the black-clad individual, having witnessed the formidable prowess of the one above, continued to probe, indicating that both parties were evenly matched, a scenario that Li Yuan found quite agreeable. Brother Yuan, dinner is ready, echoed a sweet voice from downstairs. Coming, Li Yuan responded, hastening down the stairs. Over the course of 6 months, Wang Zhaozhao had acclimated to her blind persona, evolving from her initial clumsiness to a state indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. Old Wang had fully embraced the tranquility of retirement, entrusting all matters concerning the residual Gu tower to Li Yuan, while the mundane affairs of daily life fell to Zhaozhao's care. Brother Yuan, you've worked hard. Please eat more vegetables. As their rapport deepened, Zhaozhao grew less timid, enthusiastically serving dishes and pouring wine for Li Yuan, her smile radiant. There's no need for such formality, Li Yuan gestured dismissively. Brother Yuan treats me and Grandpa so well. We can only repay you with these small gestures. Zhao expressed her gratitude. Yet, she harbored a tinge of regret, lamenting their infrequent encounters, to the point where she had nearly forgotten what he looked like. With only the memory of his remarkable handsomeness lingering. Encountering you, young lad, is an unexpected blessing in this old man as twilight years, Wang Lin chuckled. He even speculated if Li Yuan harbored feelings for his granddaughter, taking precautions against any malevolent influences by disallowing her from working in the residual Gu tower, shouldering all responsibilities himself. What a diligent and earnest young man he is, though, at times, his stubbornness could use some refinement and social finesse. After a hearty meal, Li Yuan returned to the residual Gu tower, coincidentally meeting a disciple from Beishitang delivering residual Gu for the day. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 3rd Transition 199-300. Realm, 3rd Transition, Destined Gu. Vitality Gu, Revival Gu, with over 3 months remaining until the 4th Transition. The absence of any rare Gu thus far reinforced its scarcity. He understood all too well why old Wang was so apprehensive for Zhaozhao for a Gu Master. A rare Gu indeed held a potent allure. Senior brother, I have come to deliver the residual Gu, a voice called from below. Come in, he beckoned. It had been nearly a year since Li Yuan joined Jiogong Mountain, and the disciples delivering Gu had changed twice, with him now elevated to the status of a senior brother. Senior brother, are you busy cultivating Gu worms again? A charming girl approached, carrying a jar of Gu. Casting furtive glances at Li Yuan. He responded indifferently. Today, Beishitang has delivered 621 first transition residual Gu, 99 second transition residual Gu, 16 third transition residual Gu, 3 fourth transition residual Gu, and 1 fifth transition residual Gu. Please verify and sign. His junior sister, Lin Weiwei, placed the jars beside him. Li Yuan unscrewed each jar, confirming their contents before signing on the record scroll. The first 3 jars may be left here. Please take the 4th and 5th upstairs. Understood. Senior brother. Lin Weiwei stole another glance at Li Yuan and remarked, Senior brother, our hall master often praises you, saying that the Gu insects you cultivate and return are of exceptional quality, entirely unlike those selected from inferior specimens. Thank you. Li Yuan responded with indifference. Showing little interest in this junior sister, he preferred to conceal his enthusiasm lest it distract the young lady. Perceiving Li Yuan's aloofness, the junior sister pouted slightly and descended the stairs with the jars in hand. She cautiously pushed open the door to the 4th floor and reached in to place the Gu jar inside. Suddenly, a scaled serpent's tail ensnared her hand, pulling her inside, and her scream was abruptly silenced. Li Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 14. The Outbreak. As Li Yuan gazed upwards, he was met with an expanse of desolation. The grand door had sealed shut once more. Was Lin Weiwei consumed? A wave of shock coursed through Li Yuan. This was a far cry from the black-clad figure being devoured. That incident involved a stealthy infiltration of the cursed building, where the identities of friend or foe remained ambiguous, allowing the event to be dismissed as inconsequential. Yet, Lin Weiwei had been forcibly drawn into the room during her normal duties, a heinous act against a fellow disciple. An exceedingly grave matter. Such occurrences had never transpired before. How could this be? A sense of dread enveloped Li Yuan. Who could tell if that individual had succumbed to madness and might emerge to claim him as well? In matters of survival, Li Yuan was always guided by his instincts. Regaining his composure, he promptly leaped from the window. Simultaneously, an arrow soared into the sky. Whoosh! Boom! The arrow erupted in a brilliant display above. "Brother Yuan, what is happening?" exclaimed Wang Zhaozhao, who had been practicing in the bamboo grove and rushed over upon hearing the commotion. "Trouble has arisen," Li Yuan replied gravely. "Lin Weiwei has been taken by that individual upstairs. Is it true that the esteemed elder above actually consumes people?" Wang Zhaozhao's face turned ashen with fear. "Summon old Wang and retreat a safe distance. Be prepared to flee," Li Yuan urged, patting the young girl's shoulder. "At this moment, nothing is more precious than life." Before long, a dozen disciples adorned with silver masks emerged from the bamboo thicket, members of the law enforcement hall. Without waiting for them to speak, Li Yuan furrowed his brow and stepped back behind the enforcement team. "What is the matter?" the team leader inquired. "An incident has occurred involving the esteemed elder guarding the cursed building on the 4th and 5th floors. He has dragged junior sister Lin Weiwei into the room." Li Yuan answered candidly. "Has he gone mad?" The team leader's expression shifted to one of alarm. That mysterious elder was a figure of the same generation as the cave master, having ascended to the 5th level of Gu master long ago, far beyond the capabilities of a mere 4th level Gu master like himself. "Quickly, summon the hall master," he commanded, releasing a reconnaissance Gu, using the melody to guide the insect toward the cursed building. As it approached the edifice, the reconnaissance Gu exploded with a resounding boom. "Not good." The team leader's face paled. "Run." At the very moment he opened his mouth, Li Yuan had already taken off at full speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, a torrent of snake scales erupted from the cursed building, instantaneously transforming the enforcement disciples in the front into a veritable hive of devastation. Bovine skin Gu. Li Yuan grasped a handful of bovine skin Gu and swiftly refined it. His skin hardened instantaneously, and combined with the regenerative powers bestowed by the rebirth Gu, he managed to endure the assault of the snake scales. Fortunately, old Wang and Zhao Zhao had heeded his instructions to escape to the outskirts of the bamboo grove. Otherwise, they would surely have perished. "Begone! All of you flee!" A sharp, genderless voice resonated from the cursed building, transforming into an invisible wave of menace. "Huang Funan, you dare to frame me? You shall not have a peaceful end." "Ah!" Li Yuan pressed on, simultaneously absorbing critical information. "Huang Funan? So it was indeed the cave master. It appears that the previous agents in black were all dispatched by Huang Funan. Perhaps they had been infused with some potent substance, which led to that individual's madness." Suddenly, a tinkling sound of bells resonated. "Senior brother Shi, you have succumbed to the allure of sorcery." The voice arrived before the figure did, a cloaked silhouette descending from the sky. "Huang Funan, dare you frame me?" The one from the residual Gu building seemed to be desperately suppressing something. To indulge in sorcery and harm fellow disciples, to slay the enforcers, Shi Wuli, your transgressions are unforgivable, even by the elders of the 9th palace, Huang Fu Nen declared coldly. "Begone!" Shi Wuli bellowed, as countless serpents surged forth from the building, lunging at Huang Fu Nan. "Unrepentant fool!" Huang Fu Nen advanced rather than retreating, proclaiming, "Today, as the master of this realm, I shall rid the sect of your monstrous presence." He jingled the bells, and a dozen corpse puppets emerged. Li Yuan had escaped to a safe distance, observing from afar. Corpse puppets? Why do they resemble the agents in black from the night infiltration residual Gu building? As this realization dawned upon him, everything became clear. Those consumed over the past 6 months were not living beings, but rather Huang Fu Nen's corpse Gu. Li Yuan finally discerned the appearance of Shi Wuli. The figure had reverted to human form, completely nude, entwined with serpents, even the arms transformed into snakes. He recalled the only Gu related to snakes on the heavenly dragon Gu. The conditions for refining the heavenly dragon Gu are even more stringent than those for the resurrection Gu. The resurrection Gu requires nurturing within the organs. fed day and night with heart's blood, enduring a decade of torment worse than death to take form. Conversely, the heavenly dragon Gu necessitates 9 rebirths. The term rebirth is not explicitly detailed in the Gu Master's manual. It merely states rebirth, yet it appears more akin to death. After 9 rebirths, even a cunning snake may transform into a heavenly dragon. How many times has Shi Wuli been reborn? Li Yuan could not ascertain, but it was certainly not many. During the battle with Huang Funan, Shi Wuli was evidently at a disadvantage. The flying snake Gu utterly outmatched by the corpse control Gu. Brother Yuan, who has arrived? Wang Zhezhao, unable to see, sensed the presence of a formidable figure. It was not someone of good nature, merely dogs fighting amongst themselves. Wang Lin emerged, cursing loudly. Ever since being coerced by Huang Funan with the truth Gu, he no longer trusted the higher-ups of the sect. Oh, the master of the cave has come. Seeing her grandfather's displeasure, Wang Zhaozhao quickly deduced the situation. Wang Lin squinted. This was the first time he witnessed a battle between 5th-tier Gu masters, truly a spectacle to behold. Although Gu masters are permitted to possess only one primary Gu, there are no numerical limitations on subordinate Gu, albeit with restrictions on types. In battle, each reveals their unique abilities. Grandfather, Wang Zhaozhao inquired curiously, who is more formidable, a Gu master of the same rank or a martial artist? Each has their merits. Wang Lin, having limited experience, could only generalize to impress little Zhaozhao. Ultimately, throughout the history of Tianyuan continent, there have been many martial gods. Yet there has only been one Gu immortal from ancient times to the present. After a long pause, the commotion within the remnant Gu tower gradually subsided. The corpse Gu controlled by Huang Funan had been devoured by more than half, even losing an arm in the process. Meanwhile, Shi Wuli was pinned to the ground by several black rods, utterly immobilized. Could it be that Huang Funan had emerged victorious? Lao Wang gritted his teeth in frustration. If he had lost, Shi Wuli would have burst forth, wreaking havoc throughout the entirety of the 12 caves, which, for the time being, would have been advantageous to them. Li Yuan said helplessly. Indeed, Wang Lin's side, Shi Wuli was an unpredictable variable. Allowing him to remain in the remnant Gu tower was perilous. For who knew when he might devour them all? Under the watchful eyes of the others, Huang Funan, with one arm, lifted the pinned Shi Wuli and proclaimed loudly. The calamity has been averted, the prohibition lifted. I entrust the Baishir Hall with all matters of aftermath. With that, he expelled a Gu insect from his mouth, a flying wing Gu, a 4th-tier profound Gu capable of transforming into a pair of insect wings, granting the Gu master brief flight. Huang Funan soared away. Yet Li Yuan furrowed his brow, for he detected the echo of a reconnaissance Gu. Within the remnant Gu tower, a small serpent was ravenously consuming the residual Gu. Dare to touch my precious treasure? Li Yuan could no longer tolerate it. If one could not bully the mighty, then surely this insignificant one could be subdued. Chapter 15. Transcendence. Li Yuan did not recklessly charge back into the residual Gu tower. Instead, he commanded the Gu worms within to begin their assault on the small serpent. Hiss. The serpent flicked its tongue, exuding an air of ferocity that almost seemed human-like. Li Yuan was taken aback. Could this serpent be a part of Shi Wuli's physical form? The need to eliminate it became imperative. Steeling himself, Li Yuan resolved to confront the creature personally. With the reviving Gu safeguarding his body, he felt little fear towards these minuscule adversaries. Meanwhile, within the Lord's residence, Shi Wuli, ensnared by Huang Funan's secret arts, was left in a daze. He had fallen to a lower position due to Huang Funan's cunning. Aware of his disadvantage, he allowed his critically injured life Gu to detach from his body. He had long since merged himself with the flying snake Gu. Even if his physical form were to perish, he could still rely on the flying snake Gu for rebirth, provided he consumed adequate sustenance. The Gu worms in the residual Gu tower, along with the vigorous young lad and the girl possessing the precious Gu, were all prime sources of nourishment. Had it not been for the fear of Huang Funan's retaliation, he would have already devoured them entirely. Now that his position was fully exposed, he felt no reservations. Soon, Shi Wuli sensed something amiss. Why were there so many intact Gu worms in the residual Gu tower, all converging to attack him? Was someone manipulating them from the shadows? To command Gu with thought, one must at least be of his caliber. It would be child's play to slay him in his current state, making such elaborate measures unnecessary. What was truly happening? Just as confusion enveloped his mind, a figure burst in from outside. Was it that vigorous young lad? Shi Wuli's spirits lifted. In his sight, the lad moved with extraordinary speed, as if eager to be reborn, charging directly towards him. If he consumed him, then the girl with the precious Gu would follow. and he could restore much of his strength, reforming his body. There might even be a chance to launch a counterattack and slay the severely wounded Huang Funan. The more Shiwuli contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. As Li Yuan closed in, he suddenly spat a drop of venom. Success! This was his signature poison. A mere drop would render any Gu master below the 5th rank powerless and at their mercy. Whoosh! The flying snake lunged forth, its fangs bared, aiming directly for Li Yuan's neck. Got you. A large hand accurately seized the flying snake by its vital point, while another hand firmly restrained its head. Shiwuli? Where is my poison? Why does it not take effect? He was jolted into realization, suddenly aware that the Gu worms which had previously besieged him were now obediently surrounding the young man, as if venerating their supreme king. How could this be? There were densely packed Gu worms, at least 60 or 70 different kinds. Not even a palace master could achieve such comprehensive control over them. This was not a Gu master. This was a Gu immortal. Panic enveloped Shiwuli as he frantically commanded his live-flying snake Gu to twist and turn, attempting to break free from Li Yuan's grasp. Oh, quite the strength. Li Yuan pressed down on the flying snake's vital point with increasing force. No, no. Shiwuli was unwilling to accept his fate. Why had the venom failed to take effect? He felt as though death was imminent. Ah! The flying snake emitted a piercing cry, exerting every ounce of strength to escape Li Yuan's grasp, turning swiftly to bite fiercely into the latter's arm. Upon hearing this sound, Li Yuan's eyes widened. Is that you, the true form? He exclaimed with a booming laugh. The flying snake spoke with human words, declaring, I have long since merged with the flying snake Gu. It is I, and I am it. Your demise is not unjust. He sensed that the youth harbored a profound secret, one that could upheave the entire lineage of Gu masters, a secret now poised to become his own. Truly, it was a moment of despair transformed into unexpected hope. A torrent of venom surged from the snake's fangs into the boy's body. This time, you shall fall. But the words were abruptly silenced as Li Yuan seized the snake's throat, pressing down firmly on its vital spot. Enraged, he employed a mighty Gu. Crack. The snake's bones shattered completely. No. Impossible. The weight of such venom was enough to slay even a 6th-grade Gu master. Why then did it have no effect on the youth before him? Shiwuli's consciousness began to fade. In his final moments, he beheld the boy's eyes shift to a mesmerizing crimson and deep blue, a fleeting vision. He also glimpsed a pattern resembling a centipede. It appeared like a decayed rope, long steeped in blood, with segments of its body intricately linked like ancient, mysterious chains. Exotic Gu. Revival. As Li Yuan crushed the snake's head, Shiwuli's true form, far away in the Huang Funan estate, ceased to exist. In that very instant of his demise, Huang Funan abruptly opened his eyes. What is happening? Dead? His expression darkened considerably. He had meticulously plotted against Shiwuli, aiming to devour him and thereby ascend to the 6th transition, even sacrificing an arm for this ambition. Upon returning, he had deliberately sealed Shiwuli's senses and mobility with a secret technique. In such a state, how could his opponent have possibly met his end? Was it due to severe injury? Huang Funan was infuriated. To consume a living 5th-grade life Gu was a tremendous boon, but death would render it significantly diminished. Could it be a feigned death? He pondered, unwilling to accept this outcome. He began to inspect Shiwuli's corpse closely, only to suddenly realize that he possessed none of the crucial life-bound flying snake Gu. Just a collection of ordinary flying snakes. A brilliant escape. What a cunning maneuver by Shiwuli. Bang! Huang Funan slammed his palm down in exasperation, his anger boiling over. He coughed up a mouthful of dark blood. His injuries were grave, and the flying snake's venom was now spreading within him, threatening his life. He had no choice but to devise a secondary plan. In the face of life and death, Huang Funan resorted to all means at his disposal. He penned a letter, commanding a messenger insect to fly out of his lair. The content of the letter was simple: bring that precious Gu to my lair. Meanwhile, Li Yuan continued to study the flying snake Gu he had just broken. Detected emergible Gu worm. Proceed with synthesis? What is the situation? Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon focused his thoughts to examine the raw materials. 29 first-turn residual Gu dragon pattern eggs. Dragon pattern eggs? Is this not the flying snake Gu? Could it be on the verge of evolving into the dragon pattern Gu? With this thought, a sense of trepidation washed over Li Yuan. He peeled open the flying snake, and indeed, there lay an undeveloped snake egg, nearly on the brink of decay. Dragon pattern eggs are classified as ordinary Gu, yet once hatched, they can be regarded as dragon pattern Gu, which is a precious Gu. Following this evolutionary trend, if Shiwuli can endure for another decade or so, it might truly be able to forge the extraordinary Gu, the celestial dragon Gu. Out of compassion and a desire to save the serpent, Li Yuan could not bear to witness the demise of the snake egg. Synthesize it for me. Chapter 16. The tricolor what can be synthesized is not deemed bad. Currently synthesizing. This synthesis uses 29 first turn. You have obtained 9 first turn. The dragon-patterned egg, when refined into a lifebound, possesses a slight chance of manifesting a dragon pattern on the enhancing fortune and can transform into a subordinate that emits a faint dragon's roar. Disappointing indeed. Let us proceed with further synthesis. Li Yuan found himself unsatisfied. Selecting original materials. Currently synthesizing. You have obtained 3 second turn. The dragon pattern, when refined into a lifebound, has a 50% chance of generating a dragon pattern on the enhancing fortune and can convert into a subordinate that aids in healing injuries. Is this all? Li Yuan remained displeased. Despite being classified as, the true efficacy of the dragon pattern is rather limited. Its value lies in the exceedingly minuscule chance of evolving into one. What use is such fortune? Not to mention the need to gamble on chances. Having been thoroughly afflicted by the toxic nature of penguin games in his previous life, he could hardly afford to take such risks. 98%? What difference does that make from 0? Let us continue synthesizing. Selecting original materials. Currently synthesizing. You have obtained the 3rd turn. The tricolor, a creature of formidable aggression, possesses the ability to nurture 3 distinct colors of within its form, yet cannot be transformed into a subordinate. Formidable aggression? Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This is promising. Furthermore, the tricolor is a relatively rare, capable of continuous evolution in the future. It is precisely what I need. I shall refine it into a lifebound. At present, Li Yuan lacked offensive capabilities, making the tricolor an ideal choice. As the light within the black jar dissipated, he beheld a small serpent emerging, approximately 1 foot in length. Its body radiating a warm white hue, with a scattering of scales reflecting emerald green, crystalline blue, and fiery red. What a charming little creature, Li Yuan mused. Observing the tricolor, whose head adorned 2 petite horns, resembling budding shoots. Its eyes were round and expressive, brimming with intelligence. In stark contrast to the cold and menacing flying serpents, this was an entirely different breed. Now, demonstrate your abilities, Li Yuan commanded. The tricolor, rising from its coiled position, stood upright, a playful expression adorning its face as it inhaled deeply before exhaling forward. A stream of crimson flame erupted from its mouth, landing upon the corpse of the flying serpent. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle soon, the remains ignited, and when the flames subsided, not even ashes remained. As if it had been rendered to nothingness. A skillful annihilator of corpses, indeed. Li Yuan was quite fond of this ability. He reached out to stroke the tricolor. And what of the other 2 flames? Let us see them as well. The little serpent, displaying an endearing human-like understanding, nodded and opened its mouth once more. This time, a crystalline blue flame was released, which, despite being fire, exuded a chilling aura that froze even the black jar. Bang! After 3 breaths, the black jar shattered with a resounding crack. What appeared to be freezing was, in fact, a capacity to corrode and disintegrate from within. Quite impressive indeed. Li Yuan chuckled. What about the last type? The little python aimed at the ground this time. Emerald flames erupted from its mouth, cascading onto the nearby potted plant. In an instant, the grass within began to flourish vigorously. Catalytic growth? Intriguing. Li Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. Hiss, hiss. The tricolored flame python swayed its head, emitting sounds. Li Yuan was taken aback. You possess talents as well? The tricolored flame python nodded, raising its head once more, this time unleashing 2 types of flames, emerald and crimson. The crimson flames descended first, with the emerald flames merging into them. Whoosh! In that moment, the flames surged dramatically. The catalyzed crimson flames burned far longer than before. A relentless blaze. Ha ha ha! Li Yuan laughed, pleased that it even had a fusion technique. He caressed the scales of the tricolored flame python. From now on, follow me diligently. I shall name you Little Kai. Hiss, hiss. Little Kai expressed great satisfaction. The remarkably spirited Little Kai revealed to Li Yuan a different light. The world of Gu masters was far more exhilarating than he had imagined. Insect Gu, beast Gu, corpse Gu, and even plant Gu. There were still countless wonders awaiting his exploration. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, someone rapped on the door. Li Yuan, a voice called from outside. It was Chi Xin, the master of the Beishitang. I'm here. Li Yuan opened the door. Long time no see, Li Yuan. When Li Yuan passed the Gu master assessment, and joined the 12 caves. Xixian had praised him as a gifted Gu master. Almost a year, isn't it? Li Yuan remarked. Indeed, Xixian nodded. In truth, this was only their second meeting. I heard you've been cooped up in the remnant Gu tower, never stepping out, never taking a break. Don't you find it tedious? Not at all. I enjoy this lifestyle, Li Yuan replied with a smile. Today's events were unexpected, fortunately. You were lucky enough not to become that person's meal. Xixian sighed. Should I send someone to help you tidy up the remnant Gu tower? No need. Li Yuan shook his head. The atmosphere is heavy with malice inside. Ordinary people wouldn't adapt. I'll handle it myself to prevent any grievances. You truly have a good heart, working diligently without complaint. Xixian hadn't anticipated bringing such a model worker into their ranks. It's merely small matters. Li Yuan, of course, preferred no one to meddle with his treasures. However, with that individual deceased, no one can manage the 4-turn and 5-turn Gu worms in the remnant Gu tower. We must request personnel from the 9th palace. Xixian lamented. I'll need to trouble you to oversee it temporarily. It should be fine if you're cautious. Li Yuan's mind stirred. He sensed an opportunity. Master Xian, I can handle it. I am now a 3-turn Gu master, experienced enough to manage the remnants of the 4 and 5-turn Gu without issue. You're already a 3-turn Gu master? Xixian was astonished. Indeed, Li Yuan affirmed. He had not reported this to Beishitang. Good gracious. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Xixian scrutinized Li Yuan, his gaze shifting significantly. Such a gifted and diligent young prodigy is bound to surpass him in the future, perhaps even becoming a master of the cave. He may even serve as an elder within the esteemed 9th pavilion. It was the 12 caves that bestowed upon me my identity and a tranquil existence, allowing me to become a Gu master. Now, as our sect faces adversity and stands in need of capable individuals, it is my duty as a disciple. Li Yuan declared with righteous fervor. Very well, Xixian responded, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Since you possess such confidence, I shall entrust all matters to your management. The remnants of the 4th and 5th transitions are exceedingly rare, and he believed that Li Yuan's talent would enable him to handle them adeptly. Moreover, requesting personnel from the 9th pavilion to oversee matters would necessitate a deduction from the monthly allowances of all 12 caves administrators. If someone can step in, it would be all the more advantageous. Xixian found himself increasingly fond of Li Yuan. Were it any other disciple, they might have already begun to shirk responsibility or even request a transfer, for no one could ascertain whether danger still lurked here. After all, that individual possesses considerable strength, and the cave master might have unforeseen contingencies up his sleeve. If Li Yuan were to encounter such a threat, it would lead to certain doom. It is precisely for this reason that Li Yuan's exceptional qualities shine all the brighter. Xixian mused inwardly. A good person, a diligent worker, courageous, strong sense of responsibility, and so kind, considerate of his fellow disciples, taking on all the dirty and arduous tasks. What a splendid young man he is. Chapter 17. The 4th transformation Gu master. As night fell, the members of the Baishur Hall had meticulously managed all affairs and departed. The residual Gu tower returned to its former tranquility. Wang Zhaozhao prepared a few simple dishes, and with Lao Wang and Li Yuan, they savored wine in the bamboo grove courtyard. What? You intend to single-handedly tackle the formidable task of handling the 4th transformation and 5th transformation residual Gu? Li Yuan, have you lost your senses? Wang Lin expressed his alarm over the events of the day. Why the fuss? Li Yuan remained remarkably composed. Lao Wang, we have known each other for nearly a year. Do you still doubt me? I do trust you, Wang Lin teased. But I simply do not wish for you to overexert yourself, benefiting those treacherous sect members. How does that benefit them? Li Yuan questioned. Are you unaware? In the current situation, they must request personnel from the 9th Palace Inner Sect to manage this, which would result in the deduction of all administrators' monthly allowances. The monthly allowance refers to the cultivation resources distributed by the 9 Palaces Gu Nest to sect members every month. Haha, I see now, Li Yuan chuckled. No wonder Xixian agreed so readily. How can you still be laughing? Wang Lin protested on behalf of justice. Little did he know. This precisely aligned with Li Yuan's intentions. It is but a trivial matter. Sometimes, loss can be a blessing. I shall bear this loss, Li Yuan stated earnestly. Sighing, Wang Lin found himself at a loss for words. He could already foresee the extent of troubles this lad would face after his departure. Who among them had not once been a hot-blooded youth, brimming with fervor? After enduring the trials of human nature, one inevitably evolves into a cunning old fox. As the night deepened, Li Yuan concluded the affairs of the residual Gu Tower, locked the doors, and returned to his chamber, falling into a deep slumber. Outside the bamboo grove, a shadow glided in. The cave master must be gravely injured to have risked sending me to capture the blood Gu. That is a rare Gu, long documented and reported to the Ninth Palace intersect. Should I perish, they will dispatch someone to investigate. At that point, the blame will fall upon Shi Wu, for there will be no witnesses left. Stealth bug, the shadow murmured, summoning a lizard-like Gu insect, and soon, the figure melded seamlessly into the air, as if it had vanished into thin air, navigating through the bamboo grove. The invisible gaze fixed upon the chamber adjacent to the residual Gu tower. I can sense it, the aura of the blood Gu. It is said that a Gu master who has refined the blood Gu possesses heightened perceptual abilities. I wonder if they can detect my presence? The shadow pondered. Hopey over the past year, Li Yuan had thoroughly studied the manual of Gu masters, gaining an intimate understanding of the functions of various Gu insects. The invisibility Gu could help a Gu master conceal their form, making them light as the wind, yet traces could still be detected. Through the all-encompassing surveillance of his scout Gu, Li Yuan discerned the intruder's direction. This was heading towards Xiao Zhao. He had initially assumed the target was Shi Wuli's life-bound flying snake Gu, but it seemed that wasn't the case. Old Wang's fears had finally materialized. Someone coveted the blood Gu. Xiao Kai, time to work. Li Yuan was not a heartless man. Old Wang had treated him well, and the kindness of providing him with burial funds had always weighed on his conscience. Naturally, he wouldn't stand idly by while Xiao Zhao was harmed. An invisibility Gu? As if he didn't have a few of his own. Summoning one, Li Yuan also concealed his form and set off. By then, the shadowy figure had already reached the door, silently picking the lock. Bang! Suddenly, the door swung open. A massive fist shot out from within. Xiao Zhao, wake up. There's an intruder. Li Yuan, stop sleeping. The one who struck was none other than Wang Lin. Li Yuan froze. Truly a seasoned veteran, it seemed old Wang had long been on guard, keeping watch over Xiao Zhao. Though his strength was lacking, his vigilance was impeccable. Caught off guard by Wang Lin's sudden punch, the shadowy figure lost control of his invisibility Gu, revealing himself. It's you? Wang Lin exclaimed, clearly recognizing the man. A.O. Shuang, as the deputy hall master of the War Guard Hall, what sinister purpose brings you sneaking here at night? Exposed, A.O. Shuang no longer concealed himself, grinning viciously. Originally, only one person had to die. Now, I'll have to kill all of you. Golden Armor Gu. A.O. Shuang, the deputy hall master of the War Guard Hall, possessed a battle-oriented life-bound Gu, the Golden Armor Gu, a fourth-tier profound Gu that condensed a layer of golden protective energy over the user's body, resembling gilded armor. Die. A.O. swashed through a punch. Though Wang Lin had the advantage of surprise, the gap in raw power was too vast. His earlier strike had failed to injure A.O. Shuang. Thud. Wang Lin took the blow head-on and was sent flying. Grandfather. Though blind, Wang Zhaozhao could sense the shift in aura. Xiao Zhao run. Leave with Li Yuan. Knowing his fate was sealed, Wang Lin could only hope the two youths would survive. A.O. Shuang snorted coldly and raised his hand for the finishing strike, when suddenly, his body shuddered. A chilling sensation shot from his soles to the crown of his head, his survival instincts forcing him to leap back. In the split second he dodged, a crimson flame landed precisely where he had stood. The scorching fire sizzled, burning a pit into the ground. Had it touched him, not even ashes would remain. A.O. Shuang turned and saw a young man. Perched on his shoulder was a mesmerizing yet perilous tricolored serpent, its tiny mouth agape as it gathered flames. A beast Gu? He didn't recognize this Gu, but it was undoubtedly extraordinary, likely a rare Gu. Two rare Gu insects? After the initial tension, excitement surged within A.O. Shuang. The blood Gu was offered to the cave lord, and this even more precious beast Gu would be his. Fine Gu indeed, but alas, it follows the wrong master. A.O. Shuang abruptly pivoted and lunged toward Li Yuan with a swift stride. Li Yuan retreated rapidly, widening the distance between them. Trying to match my speed? You're still lacking wind-chasing butterflies. Two wind-chasing butterflies materialized beneath A.O. Shuang's feet, propelling his speed to a sudden surge. Yet, his confidence quickly turned to bewilderment. Not only had he failed to close the gap, but the boy had instead pulled farther away. His pupils contracted sharply. Unbeknownst to him, over a dozen wind-chasing butterflies had encircled the youth, making him as swift as the wind itself, effortlessly leaving A.O. Shuang behind. Amid the chase, little Kai completed her build-up. Viper's roar. A deafening howl, "Oh you," resounded as an even larger fireball hurtled toward A.O. Shuang. But he had anticipated this, sidestepping with practiced ease. You can't hit me. Ao Shuang taunted. With your level of skill, controlling so many Gu must be exhausting. Let us see how long you can last. The corner of Li Yuan's lips curled faintly. Little Kai, coiled upon his shoulder, exhaled once more, this time unleashing emerald flames. Ao Shuang dodged again, narrowly evading. I told you. The Gu is decent, but the master is whoosh. His words were abruptly severed. Behind him, the flames that had nearly died out suddenly roared back to life. Some of the embers licking onto his body. Like a relentless plague, they clung to him, even threatening to consume his golden robes. At this moment, Ao Shuang finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Chapter 18. A ghost story well done, Xiao Kai. Li Yuan felt a surge of excitement. It was the first time he and Xiao Kai had fought side by side, creating a peculiar bond between them. Hiss. Xiao Kai flicked her tongue, raising her head high, regarding Ao Shuang with disdain, as if he were mere refuse. Damn. For the first time in his decades of life, Ao Shuang was looked down upon by a snake. Nearby, Wang Lin was bewildered. Li Yuan, is he this formidable? When did this lad acquire such a powerful innate Gu? He concealed it so well. After the initial shock, he felt a wave of joy. This indicated that Li Yuan had the capability to protect himself, and thus, Wang Zhao would also be safe by his side. Wang Zhao, too, sensed something amiss. Grandfather, is brother Yuan going to defeat the bad guys? Wang Lin replied. Though uncertainty lingered in his heart, the golden clothing Gu was a formidable four-turn mysterious Gu, not easily subdued. The outcome remained uncertain. I underestimated you. In the bamboo grove, Ao Shuang had tried multiple times to extinguish the crimson flames engulfing him, all in vain. It seems the only way to quell this fire is by eliminating you. Today, I shall show you what a four-turn mysterious Gu master is capable of. As his words fell, Ao Shuang opened his mouth and spat out a golden Gu insect, which emitted a piercing cry. Waves of energy radiated from the golden Gu insect, cascading onto the other subordinate Gu. Are we beginning in earnest? Li Yuan recognized this technique, known as innate mysterious seizure technique, an essential skill for every four-turn Gu master and above. This technique consumed the essence and spirit of the innate Gu and the Gu master themselves, bestowing greater power upon subordinate Gu and the master. However, excessive use would deplete the Gu master's lifespan. Arrow worms. Ao Shuang waved his hand, unleashing a dozen long worms that resembled arrows. Once imbued with innate mysterious energy, the arrow worms moved at astonishing speed, leaving Li Yuan momentarily stunned. Yet he had the sea of insect strategy. Sword and blade Gu. He deployed all his sword and blade Gu at once, manifesting countless sword lights to meet the threat. This was the extent of his defense. Just then, a chilling voice whispered in Li Yuan's ear. Ao Shuang, using the cover of the arrow worms, became invisible and launched a surprise attack from the side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Ao Shuang's golden fist and the arrow worms closed in simultaneously. At such proximity, Li Yuan was forced to retreat in a straight line, evading the golden fist but unable to dodge the arrow worm's onslaught. Leather skin Gu. In haste, Li Yuan could only shield his vital points with the leather skin Gu, yet one arrow worm pierced through his throat. Well then, let's embrace death for now. Thud. Li Yuan's body collapsed heavily to the ground. A mere three-turn ordinary Gu master, facing a four-turn mysterious Gu master, faced a qualitative disparity to push me into such a dire situation. Ao Shuang acknowledged him. Sighing in relief, Ao Shuang approached the fallen Li Yuan. The youth, struck in the throat by an arrow, showed no signs of life. At that moment, Ao Shuang sensed something amiss and turned his head. The girl, having refined the blood-eye Gu, was rushing towards them. The young girl, unaware of when she had removed the heavy cloth covering her eyes, revealed a pair of crimson orbs, her entire being pulsating with a sanguine hue, akin to being draped in a cloak of blood, reminiscent of the techniques of her life-bound golden attire. Was it the replication ability of the blood-eye Gu? Unfortunately, you were too feeble. Ao Shuang unleashed a powerful punch, the ensuing gale easily sending Wang Zhao flying. He continued his advance towards Li Yuan, exhilarated, reaching out to grasp the tri-colored little python. Suddenly, the youth lying on the ground opened his eyes, coinciding with the awakening of the little serpent. With a fierce exhalation, azure and emerald flames erupted simultaneously. At such a close proximity, Ao Shuang had no time to evade. How could this be? In an instant, Ao Shuang was transformed into an ice sculpture, kicked aside by Li Yuan, crashing backward and shattering into countless fragments. Yet, the offensive methods proved insufficiently potent. Although victorious, Li Yuan engaged in reflection. Little Kai's tri-colored extraordinary flames were formidable, yet the lengthy wind-up and cool-down severely compromised accuracy against skilled adversaries. His triumph over Ao Shuang was solely due to the disparity in intelligence. Ultimately, it was the tactic of feigning death with the rebirth Gu that lulled the opponent into a false sense of security, allowing for a surprise strike that led to the demise of his foe. This also stemmed from his lack of combat experience, Li Yuan pondered. Brother Yuan. The weeping voice of Wang Zhaozhao pulled Li Yuan from his reverie, her bloody tears painting a sorrowful visage. It's all right, he reassured her, gently patting the young girl on the head. Li Yuan. A shaken Wang Lin rushed over, nearly breathless, recalling how that punch had almost claimed his life, leaving him on the brink of despair. Incredible! You, young man, are invincible. In my many decades, I have never witnessed a third-tier ordinary Gu master triumph over a fourth-tier profound Gu master. Today has truly opened my eyes. It was only at this moment that he recognized the extent of Li Yuan's innate talent, far surpassing his previous assumptions. If it were second-tier against third-tier, or fourth-tier against fifth-tier, he would not have been as astounded. Yet, the feat of a third-tier overcoming a fourth-tier was a monumental breakthrough, transcending the divide between the ordinary and the profound, an accomplishment not achievable by mere prodigies. The sheer prowess of the life-bound profound seizure technique alone was enough to induce despair. Enough. Enough. Li Yuan had won through the overwhelming advantage of equipment. His techniques still required refinement. In his own estimation, there was little worthy of praise. Old Wang. You mentioned that Ao Shuang is the deputy hall master of the battle guard hall, with no grievances against us. Why the nocturnal assault? Li Yuan inquired. I suspect it relates to Huang Fu Nan. Wang Lin squinted, recalling that after the battle with Shiwu Li, Huang Fu Nan had also sustained severe injuries, perhaps seeking to capture little Zhao's precious Gu as compensation. It seems you anticipated this, Li Yuan remarked with a sigh. Indeed, Wang Lin replied with a bitter smile. What does it matter if I had foreseen it? In the face of absolute power, all is futile. Had it not been for you, we would have perished. Let us treat this as if it never occurred. If it was indeed Huang Fu Nan's instigation, reporting it would be fruitless unless we could escalate the matter to the inner sanctum of the Ninth Palace. Should we depart from here? Wang Lin expressed concern over potential retribution from Huang Fu Nan. There is no need. Li Yuan shook his head, realizing that Huang Fu Nan must have been gravely injured by Shi Wuli, which prevented him from coming in person. Moreover, with Ao Shuang dead here, what do you think he would deduce? Wang Lin suddenly understood. He would suspect that Shi Wuli still had a trump card and that it was Shi Wuli who had killed Ao Shuang. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded, acknowledging that this would render Huang Fu Nan hesitant to entertain any ulterior motives for quite some time. Brother Yuan, what if Shi Wuli is truly still alive? At that moment, Xiao Xiao spoke softly. By heavens! Old Wang suddenly shivered. This was nothing short of a ghost story. There are not so many unexpected occurrences in this world. Li Yuan felt no apprehension. After all, he had personally seen to the demise of Shi Wuli's life-bound Gu, ensuring that he was truly beyond salvation. 3 days later, Qi Xian, the leader of the Baishir Hall, hurriedly arrived at Huang Fu Nan's residence. Esteemed leader, I must report that Ao Shuang, the vice leader of the Zhanwei Hall, has gone missing. Within the residence, Huang Fu Nan weakly acknowledged this, feeling a chill of realization wash over him as the grim truth became apparent. Shi Wuli, you are indeed still alive. Chapter 19. Time flies. Ao Shuang was a fourth-tier Gu master. Capturing Wang Zhaozhao should have been a trivial task. Yet, the outcome was death? Aside from Shi Wuli's meticulous planning, Huang Fu Nan could fathom no other explanation. It could not possibly be that an elderly man and 2 young ones from the remnant Gu Tower had brought about his demise. I must expeditiously seek an antidote. A profound sense of crisis surged within Huang Fu Nan. Should Shi Wuli regain his strength, his first course of action would undoubtedly be to exact revenge upon him, and it would be his own life at stake. Time swiftly passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed. Li Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of relief. It seemed Huang Fu Nan had sustained grave injuries and, out of fear of Shi Wuli, dared not return to this place. This afforded him ample opportunity for growth. Once he stepped into the realm of the fourth-tier Gu master, he would no longer have anything to fear. As far as he knew, both Huang Fu Nan and Shi Wuli were fifth-tier Gu masters. Attaining the fourth tier would suffice for his self-preservation. It would not be long now. The virtual panel emerged. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Pot, 3rd tier 291-300, Realm, 3rd tier, Destined Gu, Vitality Gu, Rebirth Gu. Tricolored strange fire python. Had I truly been a part of the 12 caves for nearly a year and a half? Time indeed flew by. Surrounded by Gu day in and day out, he had nearly forgotten what the outside world resembled. Brother Yuan! Brother Yuan! Suddenly, Wang Zhaoao stumbled over, her voice laced with tears. What has happened? Li Yuan inquired. Grandfather. Grandfather is nearing his end. You must come see him. Wang Zhaoao sobbed, her eyes brimming with tears. Sighing, Li Yuan immediately rose and hurried to the bedroom. When he joined the remnant Gu Tower, old Wang was already of advanced age, and his health had been steadily declining due to years of being corroded by the tower's malevolent energy. The situation worsened after he was coerced in the law enforcement hall. And following that fateful punch from Ao Shuo 3 months prior, his condition had taken a sharp turn for the worse. Half a month ago, old Wang had already been bedridden, deteriorating day by day. Li Yuan had long anticipated this day's arrival. Upon entering the room, he found old Wang even more emaciated than before, his breath faint, like a flickering candle on the verge of extinguishment. Li Yuan, you have come. Seeing him, Wang Lin forced a faint smile. Old Wang, Li Yuan sat at the bedside, silently observing him. One cannot be devoid of feelings. He felt a deep sorrow within, yet was powerless to change the course of life. Aging, illness, and death were inevitable for everyone. None could escape this fate. You appear increasingly vibrant, full of vigor. I almost see a new life in you, Wang Lin remarked with a smile. Then you should live a while longer. Li Yuan refrained from uttering any comforting platitudes, for he did not possess a profound understanding of life and death. Aside from shedding tears when the imperial physician passed away, he had not wept since. I wish for that too, Wang Lin replied, surprisingly philosophical. He once thought himself unafraid of death, yet now, faced with its inevitability, he yearned desperately to continue living. Li Yuan, do you believe in fate? Old Wang suddenly posed the question. Occasionally, Li Yuan replied. He would not proclaim, my fate is mine to command. For some occurrences indeed seemed preordained by destiny. Haha, Wang Lin chuckled, his demeanor seemingly improved, and his speech became more articulate. You are better off than I am. In my youth, I never believed in fate until I endured decades of tribulations, ultimately realizing my own mediocrity. I have not encountered formidable geniuses, nor have I gazed upon anyone's resplendent brilliance. Your presence has gradually enlightened me to the existence of destiny. With your extraordinary talent, you should not be confined to the ruins of the cursed, yet this is precisely the nature of fate. Li Yuan, you have allowed me to witness the talented and spirited version of myself that I once envisioned in my youth. Thank you. Wang Lin grew increasingly animated, brushing away the dust, his eyes sparkling. Li Yuan recognized this as a sign of a fleeting revival. Old Wang, spare me the platitudes. Share something of substance, he jested. Haha, you rascal, at first I thought you were simply honest and diligent, fearing you might be taken advantage of. Now I realize I was mistaken. Your cunning is deeper than mine. You're quite the sly one. Well done. It's far better than being forced by the world's ruthlessness to confront its harsh realities. Why are you still withholding your true feelings? Li Yuan pressed. What true feelings could I possibly have? Wang Lin replied. At present, my only concern is for Xiao Zhao. I wish to ask you to take care of her. He had intended to propose marrying Xiao Zhao to Li Yuan, but the words caught in his throat. Li Yuan's talents destined him for an extraordinary future, one that Xiao Zhao would never be able to share in. Simply allowing her to accompany Li Yuan for a while was already a stroke of fortune for the Wang family. He dared not wish for more. Xiao Zhao is my sister. As long as I am here, I will ensure she does not suffer any grievances. You can rest assured, Li Yuan replied earnestly. The young girl prepared his meals and washed his clothes daily without complaint. Even if old Wang remained silent, he would care for Xiao Zhao with utmost diligence. With your assurance, I can rest easy, Wang Lin said contentedly. Now go about your business. Let me converse with my beloved granddaughter. All right, Li Yuan nodded, casting a lingering gaze at old Wang. Take care. In his heart, he whispered a silent farewell, aware that this was their final parting. Surprisingly, he felt no overwhelming sadness, only a hint of melancholy. Li Yuan exited the room. Wang Zhao squatted by the bedside, her small hands tightly grasping her grandfather's large hand. Xiao Zhao, what do you think of Li Yuan? Brother Yuan treats me very well. He is a remarkable Gu master, and I admire him greatly. Do you like him? Grandfather, what are you saying? Brother Yuan has already stated he considers me merely a sister. One should only half believe a man's words, Wang Lin chuckled. In my youth, I also regarded your grandmother as a sister, yet I ended up marrying her. Wang Zhao's face flushed. But, Brother Yuan is so extraordinary. I feel unworthy. Foolish girl, Wang Lin replied. Some men do not judge a wife by her background, talent, or looks. They seek only a virtuous partner. For a virtuous wife brings prosperity. But, Wang Zhao felt her heart stir at his words. No more buts, Wang Lin laughed. Li Yuan is a dragon soaring to the heavens. Whether you can seize this opportunity depends on you. But remember, the bond between man and woman must flourish naturally. It cannot be coerced. Cough, cough. Speaking thus, Wang Lin erupted into a violent fit of coughing, expelling a torrent of blood. Grandfather, please, do not speak further. You must rest. Wang Zhao wept, her tears like scattered blossoms in the rain. Do not grieve. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are the inevitable journey of all souls. As long as you are not forgotten, grandfather shall forever endure. Wang Lin extended his hand, revealing an ice silkworm resting in his palm. This is my fated Gu, the ice silkworm, which has bestowed upon me great fortune, enabling me to ascend to the third transfer Gu master realm. After so many years, it is on the verge of metamorphosis. I shall let it consume my heart in one final gambit. Upon my passing, open my chest, retrieve the ice silkworm, and deliver it to Li Yuan. The ice silkworm will then undergo a second transformation, becoming a fourth transfer profound Gu. Wang Lin understood well that such a profound Gu was far beyond the control of little Zhao, but for Li Yuan, it would be an immense favor. This was the solitary path he could pave for his granddaughter. Chapter 20. The departure of old Wat. As night fell, mournful cries echoed from within the house. Old Wang had indeed departed. Li Yuan felt a profound sense of desolation. Upon exiting the dilapidated building, he found Xiao had already shouldered old Wang's lifeless body from the chamber. Brother Yuan, grandfather has left us, she wept uncontrollably. Let us bury old Wang on the back mountain, Li Yuan solemnly suggested. My grandfather rests there as well. Thus, the elder shall have a companion in the afterlife, sparing him from solitude. This had been old Wang's preordained arrangement for his own funeral, in the vicinity of the Jiogong mountain range. Customary funerals for ordinary families are typically understated, emphasizing simplicity and a return to nature. Following her grandfather's wishes, Wang Zhao ventured to the back mountain, dug a grave, placed the coffin within, and erected a tombstone. Thus, old Wang's life came to a close. Farewell, grandfather, Wang Zhao sobbed at the gravesite for an extended period. Until deep into the night, Li Yuan stood by her side, burning paper money alongside some spirit paper bugs, a peculiar custom of the Jiogong mountain area, considered quite elaborate by their standards. Old Wang, you once claimed to see in me the embodiment of your youthful aspirations. Today, I have burned these strange bugs for you. So may you dwell as a bug immortal in the netherworld, Li Yuan murmured, pouring 3 cups of yellow wine as a final farewell to old Wang. 7 days later, as Li Yuan slumbered, a knock at the door roused him from his sleep. Brother Yuan, I have something for you, came the voice of Wang Zhao. Dressing hastily, he opened the door to find the young girl holding a jade box. Zhao, why have you come so early? Did you not sleep at all? I wish to keep my grandfather company. Throughout the week, Wang Zhao had vigilantly remained by her grandfather's grave, her form visibly gaunt. Had it not been for the resilience bestowed upon her by her profession as a bug master, she might have collapsed from exhaustion. Brother Yuan, this is what grandfather entrusted me to give you, she said, extending the jade box toward him. What is this? Li Yuan inquired as he received it and opened it. Inside lay a cocoon, substantial yet not perfectly round, resembling a heart woven from white silk. A chilling aura emanated from within, strikingly familiar to Li Yuan. Reminiscent of old Wang's innate bug, the ice silkworm, albeit with some distinctions. Before his passing, grandfather had commanded the ice silkworm to consume his heart, intending to facilitate the final transformation of the bug that had accompanied him for decades. I am uncertain if it has successfully transformed, but I have adhered to grandfather's wishes and entrusted it to you, Brother Yuan. Wang Zhao spoke, her grief overwhelming her once more. Old Wang, oh old Wang. Li Yuan sighed, reflecting, in comparison to you, I am still too young. Even in death, you remain concerned for me, fearing I might neglect your beloved granddaughter? This final gift bore a weighty significance. He sensed that the ice silkworm had indeed completed its transformation, fulfilling old Wang's lifelong aspiration. The successful metamorphosis of the ice silkworm signified the emergence of the 4th-tier mystical bug, the ice heart bug, which Xiao Zhao could not possibly wield. It would fall to him to tame it. Old Wang, was this also part of your design? Li Yuan mused bitterly, recognizing that had it been merely a 3rd-tier bug, he would have entrusted its care to Xiao Zhao. Very well, I shall accept it. Li Yuan carefully closed the jade box and tucked it away. If he hadn't done so, it was likely that old Wang would have been restless in his sleep, perhaps even coming to him in a dream that night. Wang Zhao let out a sigh of relief. Brother Yuan, I must make a trip to the Baishir Hall to return my grandfather's disciple token. With a passing, one's identity must be erased, and such trivial matters were the responsibility of the Baishir Hall. I'll be on my way. Li Yuan gently patted the young girl's head, saying, You haven't slept in several days. Now that old Wang's 7th day has passed, and he is resting peacefully below, you must take care of yourself. Well, if you say so, Wang Zhao replied, feeling somewhat shy. Her grandfather used to handle the monthly matters at the Baishir Hall for her, leaving her unfamiliar with the place. Thank you, Brother Yuan. After expressing her gratitude, she returned to her room and fell asleep immediately. Li Yuan, on the other hand, departed from the Kanga building with the token in hand. As he walked along the path, he suddenly realized that it was indeed his first time leaving the small bamboo grove outside the Kanga building, and he had no idea where to go, not even knowing the location of the Baishir Hall. I've been spoiled by old Wang, he thought to himself. Eventually, he managed to find his way by following a disciple who was headed to the Baishir Hall. Upon arriving at the hall, he saw Qi Xian, the head of the Baishir Hall, handling various affairs. When Qi Xian caught sight of a familiar figure, his eyes widened in surprise. Li Yuan? What on earth? In Qi Xian's memory, Li Yuan had joined the 12 Ks for over a year and had never set foot in the Baishir Hall. All matters had been handled by old Wang. After the incident with Shi Wuli's madness and the resulting chaos, he had specifically inquired about Li Yuan with old Wang, who described him as a reserved individual, uninterested in socializing, preferring the company of Gu worms, and rarely venturing beyond his home. Qi Xian hurried down the stairs. This young prodigy certainly deserved his personal attention. Li Yuan, what brings you here? Master Xian, Li Yuan replied with a slight bow. Old Wang has passed, and I am here to return the identity token. Old Wang has passed? Qi Xian paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon composed himself, feeling no particular sentiment. Please hand over the token. As he accepted the token from Li Yuan's hand, he continued, Li Yuan, the affairs of the Baishir Hall are quite busy. Forgive me for not being able to mourn old Wang in person. Please raise a cup in his honor for me. Of course. Li Yuan understood this to be mere polite formality. Few genuinely mourn the deceased. By the way, Li Yuan, there is something else I must inform you. Qi Xian added. In due time, King Kanglin will be visiting the 12 caves. He will tour each hall, and since old Wang has passed, you must represent the Kanga building during his visit and ensure you do not commit any faux pas. In Qi Xian's eyes, Li Yuan was merely a naive youth. And should he speak out of turn to King Kanglin, he would face dire consequences. King Kanglin? Li Yuan recalled only a fragment of information. Knowing that he was a prince of a different surname from the dynasty, ruling over the Kanglin region near the southern borders before its collapse. It seems you are quite uninformed about the outside world, Qi Xian remarked. Allow me to enlighten you, so you are not caught off guard. After the dynasty fell apart, 5 kings began to jointly govern the various regions beyond the central plains of Dian. King Qian, King Han, King Yu, King Ying, and King Kanglin. Apart from the king of Kanglin, the other 4 kings subtly harbored intentions to establish their own dynasties. The king of Kanglin remained steadfast in his loyalty to the Dacian imperial family, still searching for direct descendants of the royal bloodline in hopes of crowning a new emperor. As he spoke, Qi Xian let out a helpless smile. The direct lineage of the Dian imperial family had long been extinguished, even if any survived. They could never ascend the throne again. They would merely become keys for various factions to unlock the treasures of the martial god. These matters stirred memories buried deep within Li Yuan's heart. He had never forgotten the vengeance owed to the imperial physician who had been like a grandfather to him, nor the blood debt of his clan. But in his current state of weakness, revealing his identity would be tantamount to suicide. Time was his most potent weapon for retribution. Seizing the moment, Li Yuan inquired, Elder Xian, you mentioned the 5 kings have seized territories beyond the central plains, but who now rules the heartland itself? Chapter 21. The curtain rises. I thought you were truly indifferent to everything, Qi Xian remarked with a smile as Li Yuan took the initiative to inquire. In today's world, no one can remain untouched. Gaining a deeper understanding of the prevailing circumstances may prove beneficial, for we might find ourselves ensnared one day. Even the 9 Palaces mountain could be embroiled. A sense of urgency washed over Li Yuan. He was reluctant to see this place disturbed. Should the conflict merely be a struggle for power among various lords, it would not directly impact the 9 Palaces mountain. The gravest threat lies in the demons that invade. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos, these malevolent beings grow stronger, preying upon the unsuspecting, inevitably becoming an unsolvable scourge. As Qixian expounded on the affairs beyond their mountain, Li Yuan realized the severity of the situation. Otherwise, even the secluded 12 caves would not be so well informed. Qixian sighed. Currently, an organization known as Night Owl is upholding the order of the Central Plains. Night Owl? Li Yuan had never heard of it before. Night Owl is a creation of the martial god who founded Dian, established by the founding emperor. It operates solely under the edicts of successive emperors, composed entirely of formidable martial artists. The rulers of Night Owl have always been martial emperors. What is the rank of a martial emperor? Li Yuan's knowledge of martial artists was scant. The Gu master has 9 transformations, while the martial artist has 9 ranks. A martial artist who ascends to the 9th rank is deemed a martial emperor, and beyond that lies the martial god, corresponding to the Gu immortal, Qixian elucidated. I see. Li Yuan acknowledged, having long abandoned any illusions regarding martial arts. It is the existence of the Night Owl organization that has tenuously stabilized the order of the Central Plains, preventing Dian from collapsing rapidly amidst the power vacuum. Enough of this chatter. It serves little purpose. Those matters and individuals are far removed from us. The state of the world is beyond our control, and if it were to reach us, it would be a long time coming. Let us savor this tranquil moment. Qixian said, patting Li Yuan's shoulder. Remember what I said. When King Kanglin arrives, be mindful of etiquette. You need not bow excessively, but do not appear negligent either. 2 days later, Li Yuan sat on the 4th floor of the residual Gu Tower, a data panel materializing before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 4th Transformation 0800, Realm, 4th Transformation, Destined Gu, Qi Blood Gu, Revitalization Gu. Tricolor Strange Fire Python, Gu House. None. Characteristic. Decomposition function unlocked. You may decompose high-tier Gu insects into lower-tier ones, rearranging and recombining them for new syntheses. Today, he officially stepped into the realm of a 4th Transformation Gu Master. Li Yuan also noticed an additional line of data on the panel. What is a Gu house? He had never seen one, nor had he heard it mentioned. Even the Gu Master Manual made no record of it. However, the decomposition function proved useful. Previously, he could not synthesize high-tier residual Gu, but with this function, he could decompose high-tier Gu insects and then use the rare materials derived from the decomposition to synthesize new forms. Thus, the probability of producing rare or exotic Gu would significantly increase. With a thought, Li Yuan retrieved a few residual Gu of the 5th transformation from the 5th floor. Selected raw materials. 5-turn residual Gu colorful garment to Onzi 2, beginning decomposition. The black jar shook incessantly, emanating a kaleidoscope of colors. The colorful garment to Onzi is a particularly unique mystical Gu, resembling a mass of colorful slime, capable of absorbing the powers of the 5 elements. Once refined into a life-bound Gu, it enhances the affinity between the Gu master and the elemental forces. Decomposition complete. You have obtained 6 3-turn ordinary Gu colorful silkworms 6. 1 colorful treasure liquid 1. Can treasures also be decomposed? Li Yuan felt a surge of joy. He recalled the previous synthesis of the exotic Gu revival Gu, where the key factor was the 1,000-live centipede that had inadvertently consumed longevity grass. Had he possessed the decomposition function earlier, he could have extracted the longevity grass from within the centipede, thereby expanding his choices. Once more, selected raw materials. 5-turn residual Gu corpse control Gu 1. Decomposition complete. You have obtained 3-turn ordinary Gu enslavement Gu 3. 1 bewitching water 1. Indeed. This item is of the underworld. Li Yuan had a profound impression of the corpse control Gu, which was Huang Fu Nan's life-bound mystical Gu, capable of controlling dozens of corpse puppets simultaneously in his hands. Once more, Li Yuan activated the frenzied decomposition mode. You have obtained 3-turn ordinary Gu youth-preserving Gu 3. 1 rejuvenation liquid 1. You have obtained 3-turn ordinary Gu Yang Qi Gu 3. 1 gold gunpowder 1. You have obtained 3-turn ordinary Gu pursuing wind butterfly 3. 1 divine movement grass 1. You have obtained. After an entire day, Li Yuan had decomposed more than half of the 5-turn residual Gu, retaining a portion to deal with the sect inspection. It was time to synthesize. The array of dazzling treasures and new Gu insects filled Li Yuan with delight. The more bizarre the materials, the more miraculous the outcome. Let us combine. Selected raw materials. Youth-preserving Gu, pursuing wind butterfly, enslavement Gu, adding colorful treasure liquid. Divine movement grass. Beginning synthesis, you have obtained the stunning butterfly, a 4-turn mystical Gu, when refined into a life-bound Gu. can gradually enhance the Gu master's appearance and demeanor, rendering them fair and beautiful, particularly suited for women. As a subordinate Gu, it serves only ornamental purposes, evoking a sense of compassion, devoid of combat capability. Li Yuan wore a perplexed expression. Is this merely a beautiful trinket? Primarily. He felt he was already handsome enough, deeming further enhancement unnecessary. It would be better to leave opportunities for others. Continue synthesizing. This synthesis would take 7 days. After 7 days and nights of relentless effort, a delightful and uplifting voice echoed in his ears. You have obtained the 4-turn rare Gu illusory robe. Illusory robe. A 4-turn rare Gu enables the Gu master to conceal their aura and form, alter their appearance, and this function can also apply to other targets. It cannot be refined into a subordinate Gu. Regrettably, it is not a combat-type rare Gu, Li Yuan lamented. However, the illusory robe aligns well with my needs. Facilitating tasks and gathering intelligence, acquiring a rare Gu is no easy feat. Let us refine it. The illusory robe resembles a plump slug, white and chubby. It crawled onto Li Yuan, its color gradually shifting, blending seamlessly into its surroundings like a chameleon. Quite intriguing. Slug, transform that flower pot into a black jar, commanded Li Yuan. With a soft coo, the slug leaped into action, swiftly landing atop the flower pot. In an instant, the flower pot succumbed to the slug's influence, morphing into a pitch-black jar. Indistinguishable from an authentic black jar by both scent and touch, the camouflage was remarkably potent. Subsequently, he instructed the slug to shape a tree into the likeness of a human, achieving the same level of deceptive realism. This truly justified the esteemed title of Rare Gu. Li Yuan stretched languidly, satisfied with the completion of yet another phase of his objectives. The next task would be to gradually cultivate the remaining innate Gu to the 4th transformation. There was ample time ahead. 5 days later, Li Yuan received news from Baishir Hall. The king of Kanglan had confirmed his visit to the 12 caves, with Li Yuan designated as the representative of the Canggu Tower to host the reception. Chapter 22. The king of Kanglan Li Yuan was not fond of entertaining guests. However, with the departure of old Wang and Xiao Zhao being even more socially anxious than he was, it fell upon him to undertake this task. If the esteemed hall master's words held any truth, then the king of Kanglan could indeed be regarded as a virtuous minister of his time. While other princes of different surnames chose to abandon the Yin royal family and sought to establish their own dominions, the king of Kanglan remained resolute in his support for Yin, a commendable stance amidst adversity. Alas, Yin had long since become a mere shadow of its former self. Even if I were to step forward now, I could not alter this reality. Only by vanquishing the demons could the true calamity be resolved. Li Yuan was determined to avoid any missteps that could lead to total loss. Furthermore, his lineage had been severed from birth. Whether he could still be considered a direct descendant of the Yin royal bloodline was not a matter that could be settled by his mere assertion. Brother Yuan, do you think the king of Kanglan has come here to court the Jiugonggu nest? Is war about to spread to the mountains? Xiao Zhao asked anxiously. She harbored a deep aversion to war, for it had snatched away her parents' lives and left her adrift. With her parents gone and her grandfather also departed, the only person she felt familiar with was Brother Yuan. The thought of war returning was unbearable to her. Do not worry, Li Yuan replied with a smile. What is destined to happen cannot be avoided. All we can do is focus on our cultivation and strengthen ourselves. As they conversed, a group of individuals approached along the mountain path beneath the bamboo grove, chatting and laughing. Upon closer inspection, Li Yuan noticed that at the forefront was a man accompanied by 2 children, twins of about 7 or 8 years of age. The man wore a blue python robe adorned with 9 5-clawed pythons, exuding an innate authority and a commanding presence without any need for anger. The 9 5-clawed pythons represented the highest rank of nobility, on par with princes of royal blood, thereby affirming the king of Kanglan's status and strength. What a formidable aura! Li Yuan's expression turned grave. This was undeniably the strongest individual he had encountered thus far, far surpassing the strength of the 12 Caves leader, Huang Funan. In terms of essence and spirit, Gu masters were inherently inferior to martial artists, let alone the fact that the king of Kanglan belonged to the most elite echelon of martial practitioners. Even from a distance, Li Yuan felt an instinctive pressure emanating from him. In this world, prowess in martial arts ultimately reigned supreme. To many outsiders, the Gu master lineage was perceived as a niche path of cultivation, even less esteemed than the 3 teachings, regarded as a diversion reliant on external aids. Before long, the king of Kanglan and his entourage arrived at the small bamboo grove in front of the remnant Gu Tower. Greetings to the King of Kanglan, Li Yuan said, cupping his hands in salute. No need for such formalities. The King of Kanglan, Xiao Yuan, replied with a smile, eyeing Li Yuan. It seems your 12 caves still possess a few remarkable talents. Your Highness is too kind, replied Qi Xian, the Hall Master of Baishir Hall, with a smile. This disciple here is named Li Yuan, the steward of the remnant Gu Tower, and his talent is indeed commendable. Li Yuan, please proceed to introduce the remnant Gu Tower to His Highness, Qi Xian instructed. Your Highness, please, Li Yuan said, maintaining an air of dignified humility. Very well. Xiao Yuan nodded, stepping into the bamboo grove. Qi Xian followed closely behind, his heart racing with trepidation, fearing that Li Yuan might misstep and offend the King of Kanglan. Wow, a butterfly! What a beautiful butterfly! Suddenly, the young princess exclaimed, joyfully darting ahead to chase a beautiful butterfly flitting through the bamboo. Princess, be careful. Qi Xian, in a state of urgency, quickly called out. This place, known as the 12 Caves, was teeming with Gu insects. The young princess, being of tender age and untrained in the ways of cultivation, could face dire consequences should anything go awry. It's fine, let her play, Xiao Yuan remarked nonchalantly. The lowly Gu insects posed no threat to his daughter. How naive. The young prince of Kanglan, however, scoffed with an air of maturity. Though both were descendants of Xiao Yuan, the princess and the young prince exhibited starkly contrasting temperaments. Li Yuan paid no heed to the children's antics. He guided Xiao Yuan and his companions through the residual Gu Tower, succinctly explaining the process of cultivating and metamorphosing the residual Gu. It indeed seemed troublesome. No wonder others deemed the path of the Gu master trivial. Xiao Shizi expressed his disdain. Lear, do not be rude, Xiao Yuan admonished. With a dismissive wave, Xiao Shizi, not daring to overtly defy the young prince of Kanglan, made a face and dashed out of the tower. Li Yuan remained unfazed by the children's words. They hailed from entirely different worlds, and thus their manners of speaking diverged greatly. Xiao Shizi possessed the privilege to voice his thoughts freely. Xiang Tangzhu, I apologize for the impudence of my child. I hope you will forgive us, Li Yuan said, taken aback when Xiao Yuan unexpectedly offered an apology. Qi Xian complimented. The young prince speaks with innocent candor, we understand him. Moreover, he has not spoken amiss. The path of the Gu master is indeed a lesser one. I, however, believe that the lineage of Gu masters holds significant potential, Xiao Yuan sighed softly. Lear and Qin'er's mother was indeed a Gu master. Qi Xian was taken aback. Why didn't you mention this sooner? He thought, feeling profoundly awkward. How could one possibly know that the long-deceased princess of Kanglan was a Gu master? Li Yuan, maintaining his composure, speculated internally. The late princess of Kanglan was likely no ordinary Gu master. It was no wonder that the 9-palace Gu nest consented to Xiao Yuan's visit, hinting at a potential alliance. This could very well be closely tied to the princess of Kanglan. Thus, I harbor a considerable interest in the lineage of Gu masters. Many of their abilities are irreplaceable by martial artists, Xiao Yuan remarked with a smile. Half an hour later, the group exited the residual Gu Tower. Upon stepping outside, they encountered the young prince and the princess engaged in a heated argument amidst the bamboo grove, their faces flushed and voices raised. Martial artists are the strongest. Gu masters are the mightiest. Martial artists are super invincible. Gu masters are the absolute best. I shall become a martial god and compel all Gu masters to practice martial arts. I shall become a Gu immortal and command all martial artists to feast on coriander. The young princess and prince stood firm, each on their respective side, shouting back and forth, each striving to outdo the other in volume and length of statements. Observing this amusing duo, Li Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. It had been ages since the once tranquil residual Gu Tower had witnessed such liveliness. Enough, you two, Xiao Yuan exclaimed in exasperation. Regardless of whether you wish to be Gu masters or martial artists, you must first lay a solid foundation and strive for knowledge. In the future, let your abilities speak for themselves. Arguing verbally is futile. Humph. The young princess and the young heir each huffed softly, turning their heads away. Let us proceed. It is time to move to the next hall. Xiao Yuan stepped forward, grasping one of them with each hand. Your Highness, please take your time. Li Yuan exhaled in relief, finally seeing them off, silently wishing that this prince would not return. However, the group had scarcely taken a few steps before they halted once more. The young princess, Xiao Qiner, turned back repeatedly, her little legs seemingly frozen in place, leaving 2 long trails in the earth beneath her tiny feet. Qiner, do you have something to say? The worries of a child are hardly concealed. Her large, Shimmering eyes remained fixed intently on a certain spot in the bamboo grove. Xiao Qiner pouted with determination. Father, I wish to have that butterfly. Chapter 23. The role of beautiful waist. Xiao Qiner raised her delicate, fair hand, pointing at a bamboo stalk. The onlookers followed the direction indicated by the young princess and beheld a colorful butterfly perched upon the bamboo. Such a beautiful butterfly! Xiao Yuan, somewhat astonished, instantly grasped his daughter's feelings. The butterfly resting on the bamboo measured approximately half a foot in length, its wings unfurling like a painted scroll, seemingly encompassing all the splendor and wonder of the world. The underside of its wings boasted a deep, enigmatic blue reminiscent of the midnight sea, interwoven with ethereal threads of purple radiance. A fleeting glimpse, and it was impossible to forget, especially for a little girl brimming with childlike wonder. It held an unparalleled allure. Master Qian, is this butterfly also a Gu insect from the residual Gu tower? Xiao Yuan inquired. Ah, Qi Xian faltered. Judging by its aura, it indeed appeared to be a Gu insect, yet the 12 caves should not cultivate such creatures. It must be a residual Gu that underwent erroneous evolution during cultivation. Professional matters require professional insight. Discerning Qi Xian's lack of understanding, Xiao Yuan decided to escort his daughter back. Li Yuan, is that butterfly yours? Yes, Li Yuan nodded. This butterfly was the one he referred to as the beautiful waist, the Jinghong butterfly. Exquisite, yet utterly devoid of utility. Brother, could you sell it to me? Before Xiao Yuan could respond, the young princess Xiao Qiner spoke up. If the princess likes it, take it, Li Yuan generously offered. After all, it was merely a beautiful waist, of no use to him. Mother said that one must not take others' belongings without compensation, Xiao Qiner stated earnestly. Name your price. Xiao Yuan chuckled. Qiner is right. This butterfly is evidently extraordinary. It must have required considerable effort and resources to cultivate, and we cannot accept it without due recompense. Li Yuan, I merely put it together casually. Do not hesitate. If you wish to exchange for something, just speak your mind. Xiao Yuan assumed that Li Yuan refrained from making demands due to his status. The prince misunderstood. Li Yuan lacked only time. Very well, Xiao Yuan declared, retrieving a token from his waist. Whenever you have made your decision, you may present this token to me or to others in the Kanglan domain. They will assist you. All right, Li Yuan conceded, no longer deferring. The Kanglan king was eager to exchange, and he would let things unfold naturally. Taking the token, Li Yuan beckoned, and the Jinghong butterfly flitted over, landing gracefully on the young princess's shoulder. Truly beautiful, Xiao Qiner exclaimed, her joy manifesting in an exuberant dance. Thank you, big brother. You are a good person, and may you live a long life. May the princess's good wishes come true, Li Yuan chuckled, amused. Goodbye, big brother. With the Jinghong butterfly in hand, Xiao Qiner departed, her heart brimming with satisfaction. Li Yuan watched the group disappear into the depths of the bamboo grove, exhaling a long breath. Let us hope we do not meet again. If we do, it will likely be amidst the flames of war. Time flowed like a river. In the blink of an eye, another year had passed. The Kanglan king had not returned to the 12 caves, and Li Yuan's concerns had not yet materialized. Life within the residual Gu tower remained tranquil. Li Yuan relished his tranquil existence, glancing at the panel each day. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Pot, 4th Transformation 381-800, Realm, 4th Transformation, Destined Gu, Blood Chi Gu, Revival Gu, Tricolored Strange Fire Python. Illusory Robe, Gu House, None. I have been refining Gu in the southern wilderness for nearly 2.5 years. With Xiao Zhao by my side, engaging in conversation, sharing meals, occasionally chatting, and discussing the path of Gu Masters, my solitude is alleviated. Seasons change, and life continues as usual. Brother Yuan. One day, while Li Yuan was refining Gu, Wang Zhao Zhao excitedly rushed over. Have you broken through to the 3rd transformation of Gu Master? Li Yuan instantly discerned the truth. What is that? Wang Zhao Zhao pouted. Couldn't you pretend not to know and take a guess? I forgot. I promise to do better next time. Li Yuan chuckled. As he gazed at the gradually maturing young woman, he couldn't help but reminisce about old Wang. The precious Gu, Ice Heart Gu, gifted to him by old Wang before his passing, was still being nurtured, intended for Xiao Zhao in the future. Poor old Wang had spent his life confined to the 3rd transformation of Gu Master. At just 18, Xiao Zhao had already achieved the 3rd transformation, a stark contrast indeed. Brother Yuan, thank you. Wang Zhao Zhao was acutely aware that her current accomplishments were a direct result of his guidance. Had it not been for Brother Yuan teaching her to cultivate the blood Gu, directing her practice, and providing resources, she would not have reached such heights. Thank you again? Li Yuan teased. Then I must express my gratitude to you as well. Wang Zhaozhao was taken aback. For what? Thank you for doing my laundry, cooking for me, keeping me company, and enjoying the scenery together, Li Yuan stated with utmost seriousness. But those are just trivial matters. Indeed, merely trifles. The young woman stood in the wind, momentarily lost in thought, then smiled. Li Yuan shifted the conversation. Focus on your cultivation. The fourth transformation of Gu Master is a threshold, and crossing the divide between the extraordinary and the mundane is no simple feat. Wang Zhaozhao remained humble. Her grandfather had spent his life trapped in the third transformation, never crossing the threshold of the extraordinary. She was determined to surpass it. Brother Yuan, what is your realm? This was the first time Wang Zhaozhao had actively inquired about Li Yuan's cultivation level. Since her first day in the Remnant Gu Tower, Li Yuan had been a figure of mystique and strength to her, a Gu master who never flaunted his prowess. She admired him, viewing him as an aspiration, a deity. We are both climbers in this journey. Li Yuan did not explicitly state his realm. Wang Zhaozhao ceased to press further, silently vowing to keep pace with Brother Yuan. Another night passed. After a long period of silence, the reconnaissance Gu once again emitted a warning signal. Li Yuan, lying in bed, opened his eyes. He was not particularly surprised. He had anticipated this day and had long been prepared for its arrival. Even in the midst of a tranquil life, one must envision the most perilous situations. To remain vigilant in peace and prepare for adversity, this was the principle of survival Li Yuan had set for himself. Outside the small bamboo grove, 6 shadows stealthily approached from various directions. It appears that Huang Funan's injuries are grave, leaving him at a dead end. Over a year has passed without recovery, and he can only control 6 corpse puppets. Previously, Li Yuan had witnessed Huang Funan effortlessly commanding over a dozen corpse puppets to engage in battle against Shi Wuli. However, I have now mastered the art of my innate Xin Duan technique, and even in the face of the peak Huang Funan, I harbor no fear. Li Yuan contemplated within himself. Nevertheless, he chose to express his respect for Huang Funan, deciding to adopt the guise of the 6th, opting for stealth rather than a direct confrontation. Sluggishly, he transformed into the beloved yet loathed flying snake Gu of Huang Funan. Li Yuan concealed himself by the bedside, utilizing the illusionary Luo garb to completely obscure his presence and that of the 3-colored. Simultaneously, he shaped the quilt on the bed into the form of the flying snake Gu. Before long, a pair of emerald green eyes appeared outside the window, catching sight of the flying snake in the moonlight. Shi Wuli, indeed, you are still alive. Huang Funan's murderous intent surged. So, you have usurped the life of a disciple from the Remnant Gu Tower to survive. He recalled the name of the disciple, seemingly called Li Yuan, who possessed considerable talent. Li Yuan, today, this master of the cave seeks vengeance for you. May you rest in peace. And allow me to successfully refine Shi Wuli and the Blood Gu. Chapter 24. The Deadly Ambush of Huang Funan. The life-ending corpse puppet formation, Huang Funan ceased concealing himself and roared fiercely. 6 corpse puppets simultaneously burst through the wall, each brandishing a chain smeared with black corpse oil. Shi Wuli, you cannot escape, he bellowed. In an instant, the 6 chains encircled the entire bed. Huang Funan surged forward with lethal swiftness, his hands like sharp blades, violently stabbing towards the serpent's head lying upon the bed. Uft! The serpent's head was pierced and exploded with a bang. Huang Funan's expression shifted dramatically, realizing something was amiss. It was impossible for Shi Wuli to be defenseless enough for him to kill so easily. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, hundreds of sharp spikes shot forth from all directions. Paralysis. Paralysis Gu. Caught off guard, Huang Funan was struck by the paralysis toxin, his limbs numbing instantly. Hastily, he commanded his life-linked corpse Gu to inject corpse oil into his body, dispelling the numbness. At that precise moment, sensing imminent peril, he abruptly raised his head and saw a small snake. The dangerous yet enchanting little serpent opened its mouth, a crystalline blue flame brewing within. A precious Gu. The tricolored flame python. Huang Funan recognized the variety instantly, his soul shuddering with dread. Shi Wuli, you have truly undergone metamorphosis? He exclaimed, both shocked and despairing. Whoosh. The crystalline blue flame descended upon Huang Funan, accompanied by a surge of emerald green fire, intensifying the blaze. It seared his skin while simultaneously freezing his internal organs. Ah! Huang Funan emitted a pitiful, agonized scream. From his concealment, Li Yuan was astonished. truly worthy of being the cave lord, despite such torment. Huang Fu-nin could still cry out instead of immediately turning into an ice sculpture. I'm doomed. If I perish, you shall not survive either. Life-linked Gu merge. Execute the final command. Kill Shiwuli. Huang Fu-nin unleashed his last resort, fusing with his life-linked Gu to become a colossal corpse puppet. This desperate measure would cost him his life afterward, but he cared little anymore. The moment he witnessed Shiwuli's resurgence, he knew defeat was certain. Boom. In the next instant, multiple parts of his body exploded. His skin, brain matter, eyeballs, lungs, intestines, and flesh disintegrated into fine dust, with only fragments of organs still hanging onto his jagged bones. Unbelievable. He is still alive? Li Yuan was dumbfounded. A fifth-stage Gu master indeed possessed formidable skills. His fusion of man and Gu was no mere boast. Only half an eyeball remained suspended in Huang Fu-nin's socket, rolling wildly. Suddenly, it fixed upon the bed, and the eyeball trembled violently. The serpent that had been beheaded on the bed had vanished, leaving only a quilt riddled with a hole and a white, plump slug slinking beneath the bed. A precious Gu. Illusory ropes. Huang Fu-nin uttered faint, fragmented, nearly unintelligible words. His scant remaining consciousness forbade him from further contemplation, and he frantically crawled toward the illusory robes. Kai, fire again. Li Yuan silently commanded. Once more. The little serpent expelled flames, this time crimson red, scorching Huang Fu-nin's body. Pain. It burned so much. Huang Fu-nin's mind blurred, abandoning his pursuit of the illusory ropes. He turned and lunged toward the little serpent. Li Yuan was compelled to reveal himself, supporting Shao Kai as they retreated. He regarded Huang Fu-nin with serene composure. There was no need for further action. The crimson flames would soon consume Huang Fu-nin entirely, leaving nothing behind. You are not she. The dying Huang Fu-nin finally grasped the truth. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. I am not Shiwuli. I am the Deathbringer, summoned by an old friend to exact your due. If you harbor any regrets, repent in the netherworld. You crack. Huang Fu-nin's spine was incinerated. His head tumbled to the ground. His memories failed him. Who was this man? Who was his old friend? Was he kin to some puppet corpse? The crimson fire devoured his final thoughts. Huang Fu-nin. Perish. Li Yuan's expression was void of emotion. Shao Kai, cleanse the scene thoroughly. Leave no trace. With deliberate intent masquerading as accident, Li Yuan, in his prime, inflicted a grievous wound with ease, aided by the perfect convergence of time, place, and circumstance. The victory was effortless, far superior to killing Ao Shuang. What troubled Li Yuan was that with the sect leader dead, the Ninth Palace's members would surely investigate. Would they trace it back to him? Probably not. He glanced at Shao Kai, who was diligently eradicating all evidence. Without proof, it could not be pinned on him. It would be attributed to Shiwuli. A plausible explanation. Li Yuan stepped out and approached Xiao Zhao's chamber, casting a glance inside. The young maiden slept soundly. He had preemptively deployed a silence charm to suppress any noise, intending to keep Xiao Zhao oblivious to these events. Now it was only a matter of time before the sect discovered the leader's demise and appointed a successor. To this day, Li Yuan remained ignorant of the exact location of the Ninth Palace's inner gate within the southern frontier's vast mountains, only aware that the region was rife with the Ninth Palace's influence. He recalled Qi Lin telling him upon his induction that each palace governed 72 caves. Thus, across the vast southern frontier's 10,000 mountain range, there existed no fewer than 648 factions akin to the Ninth Palace 12 caves. This perhaps explained the Ninth Palace's unyielding confidence in seclusion. Feigned seclusion hides in shadows. True seclusion proclaims invincibility, indifferent to others' interference. No wonder, despite dynasties rising and falling, martial heroes emerging, and turbulent underworld affairs, the Ninth Palace had endured unshaken for millennia. Li Yuan pondered, if war reached the 12 caves, should he retreat further into the mountains to maintain stability and avoid unnecessary conflict? If given a choice, he preferred to stay. Having spent 2.5 years refining his craft in the remnant insect tower, it was the longest he had dwelled anywhere in this lifetime. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, the sonorous tolling of bells echoed from the main peak. Could it be a death knell? Li Yuan nearly forgot that on the Tianyuan continent, there might be devices akin to soul lamps or life tokens that could reveal the death of a sect leader. Sect leader fallen. All brethren of the 12 caves, be vigilant. Sect leader fallen. All brethren of the 12 caves, be vigilant. A murmuration of birds circling high above conveyed the message to each peak of the 12 caves. These birds, called yuk, were insect beasts capable of communication. Bang! The door of the adjoining chamber was suddenly flung open. Li Yuan had just removed the ceiling curse when Wang Zhaozhao, startled by the sound of a voice, rushed out of the room. The cave master is dead? Her delicate form trembled, disbelief etched on her face. Brother Yuan, did you hear that? The cave master is indeed dead. Strangely, she felt no sorrow. Instead, joy bubbled within her. If grandfather knew, he would surely be delighted, wouldn't he? Li Yuan chuckled. Old Wang is on the back mountain. He must have heard it and is likely applauding. Suddenly, Wang Zhaozhao sensed a flicker of warmth emanating from Li Yuan's room. Brother Yuan, is there a fire in the house? Not to worry, Li Yuan replied nonchalantly. It's just Xiao Kai practicing her fire breathing. There's no need for concern. Oh, Wang Zhaozhao realized, Xiao Kai is truly diligent. How can I possibly sleep when even the insect is working so hard? Chapter 25. The Elder of the Ninth Palace on the 10th day after Huang Fu Nan's demise. Envoys from the inner sect of the Ninth Palace arrived. Among them was an elder of the 8th Transformation Realm, accompanied by 2 disciples of the 5th Transformation Realm, all determined to investigate Huang Fu Nan's death thoroughly. Their routine inspection swiftly led them to the remnants of the Bamboo Grove's Poison Pavilion. The overseer of the Poison Pavilion was a 3rd Transformation Gu master named Li Yuan. Assisted by a 2nd Transformation Gu master, Wang Zhaozhao, the very disciple who had refined the rare blood-eyed Gu. The enforcement team had already conducted their inquiries, finding nothing amiss. Accompanying the 9th Palace Elder in gathering clues was Qi Xian, the master of the 100 Affairs Hall. Li Yuan was known for his diligence. Steadfast in his duties and meticulous in refining Gu, never one to defy the sect's rules. Qi Xian held him in high regard. The young man's competence spared him the trouble of requesting additional personnel from the 9th Palace, thus avoiding the dreaded reduction in monthly allowances. A 3rd Transformation Gu master? The 9th Palace Elder frowned. Hall Master Xian, it seems the disciples of the 12 Caves are rather lax in their reports. Qi Xian was taken aback. Elder, what do you mean? With a faint, enigmatic smile, the elder replied, from what I observe. The Poison Pavilion houses a 4th Transformation Gu master and a 3rd Transformation Gu master. What? Qi Xian was stunned. They've both advanced. And didn't inform me? There's no need for alarm, the elder chuckled. A mere 4th and 3rd Transformation Gu master could never eliminate Huang Fu Nan without leaving a trace. Qi Xian surmised that Huang Fu Nan must have been slain by a high-ranking Gu master or martial artist. Otherwise, given Huang Fu Nan's prowess, he would have at least resisted. Their meticulous examination of his residence revealed not a single sign of struggle, a testament to the assassin's extraordinary skill. Still, these 2 disciples show promising talent. They're worth nurturing. The elder cared little for Huang Fu Nan's death. His investigation was merely procedural. Discovering 2 promising disciples, however, made the trip worthwhile. Summon them, the elder commanded. As you wish. Qi Xian's heart swelled with delight. If Li Yuan and Wang Zhaozhao caught the elder's eye and were admitted into the 9th Palace's inner sect, his role as Hall Master would earn him no small merit and no meager rewards. He hastened to the Poison Pavilion. Li Yuan, when did you break through to the 4th Transformation? You didn't even mention it. Qi Xian greeted him with unusual warmth. Only recently, Li Yuan replied, his heart sinking. He hadn't expected the elder to see through his cultivation at a glance. Thankfully, he hadn't used the phantom silk garment, or his secret might have been exposed. Elder Yuheng Chuan of the 9th Palace has requested your presence, along with Wang Zhaozhao's, Qi Xian said, clapping Li Yuan on the shoulder. Seize this opportunity. If the elder takes a liking to you, joining the inner sect would secure you a boundless future. My thanks, Hall Master Xian. Li Yuan cupped his hands in salute before summoning Xiaozhao. Together, they followed Qi Xian into the bamboo grove to meet Elder Yuheng Chuan of the 9th Palace. Yuheng Chuan studied Li Yuan intently, his brow gradually furrowing. How long have you been with the 12 Caves? 2.5 years. Your innate talent is commendable, qualifying you to enter the inner sanctum of the 9th Palace. What is your destined Gu? The Blood Qi Gu. What? Yuheng Chuan exclaimed, bewildered. Why did you not opt for a more promising Gu before ascending to the 4th tier as a Gu master? Such a prodigious talent paired with a Blood Qi Gu is akin to a divine general riding a mere dog, effectively crippling oneself. The destined Gu serves as a second life to a Gu master. The potential of a Gu master largely hinges upon the strength of their destined Gu. I believe the Blood Qi Gu has its merits, Li Yuan replied. Merits my foot, Yuheng Chuan retorted vehemently. Surely, you do not subscribe to the foolish notion that only inept Gu masters possess inferior destined Gus? Observing Yu Hengchuan's fury, Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he here to investigate? How had the atmosphere shifted so drastically? Enough. Yu Hengchuan sighed, realizing that now that you have entered the fourth tier, barring extraordinary circumstances, it is futile to consider replacing your destined Gu. Your potential now hinges upon whether the blood Qi Gu can undergo further evolution. Should the blood Qi Gu fail to evolve, your career as a Gu master shall cease before you reach the sixth tier. After saying this, he turned his gaze to Wang Zhaozhao. How long have you been part of the 12 caves? 2 years. Your talent is passable, and your destined blood Gu is rather commendable. If you wish, I can grant you an opportunity to study in the inner sanctum of the ninth palace. The elder said nonchalantly. Qi Xian, standing nearby, gestured wildly, recalling that Wang Zhaozhao is blind, and felt a pang of disappointment. How could this foolish girl still be hesitating? I wish to remain in the 12 caves. In the remnant Gu pavilion, Wang Zhaozhao ultimately declined after a brief contemplation. If she were to leave, only brother Yuan would be left alone in the remnant Gu pavilion. Her presence at least provided companionship for meals and conversation. Oh, Yu Hengchuan was somewhat taken aback. He discerned that this young lady was infatuated with Li Yuan and thus reluctant to depart. He reminisced about his own past. Once, he emerged from the mountains, joining the 36 caves of the ninth palace, utterly alone and without guidance, taking many wrong turns along the way. It was through countless trials and tribulations that he achieved his current status. This was also why he wished to offer opportunities to those at the grassroots level. Yet, he understood that a person's temporary stubbornness is difficult to alter. In their youthful folly, they often believe they will have no regrets in the future. So be it. Everyone has their own path. Yu Hengchuan had extended his opportunity and would no longer impose. You too, alas. Qi Xian was nearly exasperated. Was the reward they had nearly earned slipping away? Elder Yu, please take your leave. Li Yuan remained undisturbed. After walking a few paces, Yu Hengchuan paused, extending his hand to toss several scrolls, which landed steadily in Li Yuan's grasp. These are my insights on nurturing Gu. Consider them a gift. Should you manage to evolve the blood Qi Gu, you may return to seek me out. I shall recognize you as my direct disciple. The disciple expressed his gratitude to Elder Yu, bowing respectfully. Regardless of the circumstances, this was a fortuitous bond. Soon, the figures of Yu Hengchuan and his entourage vanished at the edge of the small bamboo grove, having traveled a considerable distance. A disciple of Yu Hengchuan suddenly spoke. Elder, the residual Gu tower appears suspicious. The buildings bear marks of having been repaired after a fierce battle, suggesting that a violent confrontation likely transpired here. Yu Hengchuan maintained an expression of calm. What are you implying? The disciple hesitated momentarily before whispering. Could it be that Huang Funan was harmed by Li Yuan and Wang Zhaozhao? Yu Hengchuan let out a cold chuckle. Your imagination is quite vivid. Even if what you say holds truth, it would still be Huang Funan's own fault. If he cannot even defeat a disciple, what claim does he have to be a cave master? His demise would be deserved. Yu Hengchuan was not a rigid individual. As long as Li Yuan did not rely on Shi Wuli's parasitism, but rather employed his genuine prowess to kill Huang Funan, he would choose to remain oblivious. Rather than seeking accountability, he believed Li Yuan to be a person of potential. The two disciples ceased their discourse, recognizing that the elder's actions were driven by his own reasoning. Chapter 26. The evolutionary direction of the Vitality Gu. After leaving the small bamboo grove, Yu Hengchuan never returned. Li Yuan diligently studied the insights on raising Gu that Yu Hengchuan had bestowed upon him. The scroll contained Yu Hengchuan's unique perspectives and cultivation strategies, offering an analysis of the metamorphosis and evolution of Gu, which starkly contrasted with the sect's issued Gu Master Manual. The former represented the understanding of a master, while the latter merely encompassed basic knowledge. Indeed, raising Gu is a skillful endeavor. As Li Yuan perused the densely packed notes, a sense of admiration welled within him. In the Gu Master Manual, there was only a simplistic outline concerning the evolution of Gu, with scant details on the intricacies of nurturing and transformation. Conversely, Yu Hengchuan's notes were meticulously detailed to an almost obsessive extent. This was precisely what Li Yuan required. Other Gu masters imposed stringent demands on various factors such as environment, time, and materials, with conditions that were exceedingly harsh. For Li Yuan, however, possessing a correct direction was sufficient. What he lacked were experience and raw materials. Everything else he could navigate through shortcuts. Life occasionally presents unforeseen opportunities, and Yu Hengchuan's arrival turned out to be a fortuitous stroke of luck for Li Yuan. To his surprise, a close reading of Yu Hongchuan's insights revealed a mention of the evolutionary direction for the Vitality Gu. The Vitality Gu, one of the most common first-tier Gu, was characterized by its ease of cultivation and lack of rarity, which also implied a dismal potential for evolution, rendering the chances of metamorphosis nearly non-existent. Yu Hongchuan had conducted numerous experiments, all of which had ended in failure. Yet he had documented a general direction that held the highest potential for evolution. According to Yu Hongchuan's theory, the Vitality Gu could evolve into the Giant Gu, or even the Celestial Immortal Gu, a notion that seemed fantastical. While there had been Gu masters who had succeeded in evolving to the Giant Gu, the Celestial Immortal Gu remained purely theoretical. It was worth a try. After thoroughly digesting the insights, Yuan sought out Qi Xian, asking for assistance in procuring some medicinal herbs and spiritual grasses. Qi Xian expressed great regret over Yu Hongchuan's previous visit, but exhibited boundless enthusiasm towards Yuan, no longer viewing him merely as a junior disciple, but rather with a touch of deference. Within less than a week, Qi Xian personally arrived at the small bamboo grove, carrying a sack full of materials. Yuan, I have gathered all the materials you requested. As an outstanding disciple of the sect, I shall offer them to you at cost price. Thank you, Home Master Xian, Yuan replied with a respectful gesture of gratitude. Life continued with its usual tranquility. Yet the elevation in status brought about by his growing strength was becoming increasingly apparent. With such an abundance of materials, I presume that Elder Yu's insights have inspired you to cultivate your Vitality Gu for evolution? Qi Xian inquired, sensing Yu Hongchuan's particular admiration for Yuan. It was widely known that Yu Hongchuan had promised that should Yuan succeed in evolving the Vitality Gu, he would take him as a direct disciple. It was important to note that Yu Hongchuan was in the prime of his career, with prospects for further advancement and the potential to ascend to the position of Palace Master. Becoming a disciple of Yu Hongchuan represented an extraordinary opportunity for ascension. Indeed, Yuan nodded affirmatively. He has become somewhat conspicuous now. If he continues to use the fundamental Blood Qi Gu as his life Gu, it is bound to arouse suspicion. Therefore, evolving the Blood Qi Gu aligns perfectly with his intentions. Keep at it. Qi Xian smiled and said, I believe you can do it. I await your good news. After providing the materials, Qi Xian wisely refrained from further intrusion. Yuan, carrying a sack full of materials, entered the Gu Remnant's tower and closed the door. The data panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Yuan, Black Jar, 4 turns 452-800, Realm. For turns, Life Gu, Blood Qi Gu, Resurrection Gu, Tricolor Exotic Fire Python. Illusionary Luo Garment, Gu House. None. Upon unveiling the sack, a dazzling array of precious materials spilled forth, which Yuan meticulously sorted. Select raw materials, Life, Blood Qi Gu. Add young strength grass, blood oysters, begin synthesis. Your Life Blood Qi Gu has received a slight enhancement. A mere slight enhancement? Yuan realized the arduous nature of his endeavor. Once more, add sea oysters, add fire tiger gallbladder. Add blood elephant flesh, begin synthesis. Your Life Blood Qi Gu has received a modest enhancement. Only a trivial improvement, entirely failing to meet Yuan's expectations. Not enough. Again, Black Jar, reveal to me your limits. Synthesize for me. 3 months later, Yuan had exhausted his fortune. A new storm had arisen. He was in dire need of funds. Theory, after all, remains mere theory, while reality delivers a crushing blow. It was exceedingly difficult. In that moment, Yuan profoundly understood why Gu masters chose to switch to a promising life Gu before stepping into the 4 turns realm. The evolution of ordinary Gu was far too challenging. He had circumvented countless nurturing, cultivating, and feeding steps, yet after 3 months, he had achieved nothing. What of the other Gu masters? 3 years, or even 30, might not suffice. Yuan temporarily surrendered, planning to save some money and gather essential materials before embarking on further synthesis experiments. Money flowed like water, while saving required a struggle for survival. In the blink of an eye, another 6 months had quietly slipped away. While Yuan was dismantling a 5-turn remnant Gu, he heard a youthful voice calling from downstairs. Big brother, are you there? Yuan paused, the voice sounding vaguely familiar, yet he could not recall its owner at that moment. It was not until he opened the door and beheld a girl in a pale yellow dress that he suddenly remembered. It was Xiao Qin'er, the little princess of Kanglin Domain. He glanced around. Kanglin Wang Xiao Yuan was absent, as was the heir Xiao Lai. Only Xiao Qin'er and a formidable female guard accompanied her. Big brother. Upon seeing Yuan, Xiao Qin'er waved energetically, calling out loudly. Greetings, little princess. Li Yuan clasped his hands in respect. What brings you here unexpectedly? Jing Hong is on the verge of death. Please, big brother, save it. Xiao Qiner held a flower basket filled with exotic blooms, within which the Jing Hong butterfly lay, barely clinging to life. Let me see. Li Yuan accepted the flower basket. Astonished within, he assumed that Xiao Qiner had merely taken a fleeting fancy to the stunning butterfly, believing that she would soon grow weary of it. To his surprise, the young girl seemed quite attached to the butterfly. Big brother, is Jing Hong sick? Xiao Qiner inquired, her large, watery eyes filled with concern. Li Yuan assessed the situation and gently extracted the butterfly from the flower basket, bemused. The butterfly was not seriously ill. It simply found the flowers in the basket unsuitable. He advised the young princess not to include so many exotic blooms in the future. So that's how it is, Xiao Qiner murmured. It's all father's fault for plucking such wretched flowers, nearly causing Jing Hong's demise. In her frustration, she tossed the flower basket to the ground. Li Yuan thought to himself that this incident truly could not be blamed on King Kanglin. The flowers in the basket were exquisite treasures, worth a considerable sum, however. The butterfly, being a beautiful yet fragile creature, could not withstand such an abundance of fortune. Li Yuan infused the butterfly with his mystical energy for a brief moment. Soon, the butterfly regained its vitality and settled upon Xiao Qiner's shoulder. Wow, big brother, you are truly amazing, Xiao Qiner exclaimed, her face brimming with admiration. I want to become a powerful sorcerer like you. You certainly can, young princess, Li Yuan replied with a smile. Princess, we should not linger here. It is time for us to return, the female guard advised. All right, Xiao Qiner said reluctantly. Big brother, I must leave now, but thank you for healing Jing Hong. She then turned to the female guard. Sisterly, please pay big brother for the consultation. There is no need, Li Yuan interjected, waving his hand. If the princess no longer desires this flower basket, consider it as payment for the service rendered. The guard, Li Ruoqian, hesitated, her hand poised to retrieve money. She thought to herself that this fellow had an eye for value. That basket of rare and exotic flora far surpassed the worth of the currency. If big brother likes it, then take it, Xiao Qiner declared with a flourish of her small hand, revealing her affluent demeanor, entirely unbothered by the exchange. I have one more request, Li Yuan suddenly proposed, a brilliant idea forming in his mind. He turned his gaze towards the female guard. This matter will require the assistance of Miss Li. Chapter 27, Transformation. The Giant Spirit Gu. Li Ruoqian wore a frosty expression, her delicate brows slightly knitted. Could this person be afflicted by some grave illness? Are we so intimately acquainted? Just as she was about to rebuke him, Li Yuan produced from his waist an object that rendered her speechless. Lady Li, previously, the king of Kanglin bestowed upon me this token, stating that in times of difficulty, I could seek your assistance. Does it hold any weight? The item Li Yuan presented was none other than the token exchanged for the phoenix butterfly over a year ago. It had indeed found its purpose today. The king's word is as solid as gold. It certainly carries weight, Li Ruoqian acknowledged with a nod. Li Yuan then expressed, I seek certain medicinal herbs and spiritual treasures, yet my avenues are blocked, and I am without recourse. I humbly request your aid, Lady Li. At this point, Li Yuan had come to realize that cultivating rare gu and extraordinary gu could not solely rely on the synthesis of residual gu. It was imperative to incorporate rare and precious materials to have a chance of success. That is no issue, Li Ruoqian replied calmly. Simply provide me with the list. Very well, Li Yuan had prepared the list in advance and handed it to her. Once the items on the list are located, the royal mansion will dispatch someone to deliver them. Given the current pressing nature of the war, we are short-staffed, so it may take some time, Li Ruoqian elaborated. Is the situation truly that dire? Li Yuan had not kept up with the external circumstances for some time. Most of the southern border has been affected. If the rebel forces and demons breach the cities of the various counties, chaos will undoubtedly ensue in the Jiugong mountain range, Li Ruoqian expressed with evident dissatisfaction. As for the matter of collaboration, the upper echelons of the Jiugong Gu nest have yet to provide His Highness with a definitive response. Even at this juncture, they still wish to remain aloof, unaware of the impending threat from the demons. Having said this, she realized it was inappropriate to share such sentiments with Li Yuan and chose to remain silent, departing with the young princess in tow. It seems I cannot evade this fate. From mere fragments of conversation, Li Yuan sensed the urgency of the war. It would not be long before the Jiugong mountain range felt the repercussions. Surely, they would not allow the demons to rampage unchecked. Thus, It would be essential to assist the King of Kanglan or the stationed troops of the southern border in combating these fiends, no matter the storms that may arise. Fortifying one's strength is paramount. Li Yuan picked up the flower basket discarded by the young princess. The wealth of affluent families is indeed remarkable. He could not identify all the flowers, recognizing only 2 or 3, each worth more than his entire fortune. It reminded him of his previous life, where the earnings of a lifetime of labor paled in comparison to the daily interest accrued on the balance of a wealthy individual's card. After much effort, he had been reborn as a prince, only to find himself reduced to a mere beast of burden. Yet, it was merely a matter of enduring a little hardship. Selected raw materials. The system also possessed the advantage of recognizing materials. Li Yuan deposited the rare flowers and herbs into the black pot, and a virtual frame materialized before him. Dragon's bloodgrass, a rare treasure said to grow in the burial grounds of true dragons, Tian Shuang flower. A blossom that flourishes atop the snow-capped peaks of the far north, star moon vine, nourished solely by the celestial light of stars and moon. Growing in the secluded depths of ancient forests, it appears the young princess truly adores the phoenix butterfly. Were it not for her profound affection, the King of Kanglan would not have dispatched someone to craft such a priceless flower basket. Could it be that I have become somewhat morally ambiguous? Such a thought fleetingly crossed Li Yuan's mind. What a jest! As a mere novice, how could I dare to feel pity for a formidable sovereign? That would be tantamount to courting disaster. Instead, it would be far wiser to contemplate how to enhance my strength and ensure my survival in the impending great conflict. Perhaps, for them, crafting this ornate offering is merely a trivial task. Black Cauldron, commence synthesis. Select original materials. My lifeblood Gu, add dragon bloodgrass. Star moon vine. Li Yuan refrained from indiscriminately adding all sorts of rare herbs, for a mixture of disparate properties could render the evolution of the blood Gu unpredictable, potentially leading to a phenomenon of positive and negative cancellation. This was a lesson he had previously learned. Currently synthesizing, your lifeblood Gu has metamorphosed, evolving into the 4th turn rare Gu, Giant Spirit Gu. Giant Spirit Gu, bearing the divine name Giant Spirit, possesses vitality akin to mountains and blood flowing like rivers. This Gu allows the Gu master to temporarily elevate their vitality and strength to unprecedented levels, resembling a mighty giant. Has it truly transformed? Li Yuan was astounded. It had succeeded in one attempt. The ample herbs he had previously fed to the blood Gu, combined with the precisely suitable rare treasure, facilitated this seamless transformation. Yet, why is it the Giant Spirit Gu? According to the insights recorded in Yuan, the evolution of the blood Gu was supposed to lead to the Giant Gu. While the distinction between Giant Spirit and Giant is merely a single character, the former evidently surpasses the latter, suggesting a superior variant. Li Yuan's vitality was already abundant. Following the metamorphosis of the blood Gu, he felt fundamentally different. Time to test it. From the Black Cauldron, a blood-red Gu insect emerged, the Giant Spirit Gu being the size of a palm, with sturdy wings and sharp antennae. Giant Spirit, activate, Li Yuan commanded. The Giant Spirit Gu resonated with him, infusing its vitality into his being. Li Yuan's muscles began to swell dramatically, rising prominently. Boom. In the next instant, even his robe could not contain the transformation and burst apart with a resounding crack. His hair stood on end. His vitality surged like a torrent, enveloping him in a blazing crimson aura, roaring and crackling with intensity. This was exhilarating. Li Yuan felt as though he could fell 100 bulls with a single blow. He unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! A violent wave of energy surged forth, resembling a dragon, leaving a long trail upon the ground, shattering walls, and crashing into the distant bamboo grove. Crash! The bamboo fell in droves, reduced to splinters. Had he possessed such power during his confrontation with Huang Funan, there would have been no need for cunning. A single strike could have reduced him to mere rubble. The overflowing vitality evidently influenced Li Yuan's mindset, making him increasingly inclined towards the supremacy of strength. As Li Yuan reveled in the euphoria of his burgeoning power, the door of the cursed Gu Tower suddenly swung open. Brother Yuan. Wang Zhao rushed in. Are you all right? She was about to dash toward him. Wait. Li Yuan's body stiffened, his expression awkward. This was his first application, and he had lost control. His clothes were completely torn apart, leaving him in a state of undress. Fortunately, Xiao Zhao was blind. Otherwise, the spectacle of his raging vitality would have been laid bare. I am fine. Li Yuan gradually steadied his breathing as his bulging muscles subsided, returning to their defined, yet not overly exaggerated state. There was a slight mishap while cultivating the blood Qi Gu just now. lost control for a moment. It's fine now, he explained. Wang Zhaozhao took a few steps forward before abruptly stopping. I thought enemies had attacked. Scared me half to death. As long as you're all right, brother Yuan. With that, her face flushed crimson as she hurried away. Li Yuan? Wait, why on earth is she blushing? Hold on. A sudden realization struck him. Could it be? This girl actually perceives certain things? Chapter 28. Rising Storm. Due to the matter concerning the blood-eye Gu, Li Yuan had perused medical texts. There are various types of blindness. Some blind individuals experience mere visual obscurity, perceiving the world not as entirely dark. Enough of this contemplation, Li Yuan decided, for it was not of great significance. He awaited the arrival of the medicinal herbs from the Kanglan royal manor. His innate blood Qi Gu had evolved into a 4-turn giant spirit Gu. Yet he was not content with merely this. He sought to continuously promote the evolution of all his innate Gu, except for the resuscitation Gu, which did not require immediate evolution. Both the 3-colored fire python and the illusory slug robe still possessed potential for further advancement. The wait was interminable. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed. Instead of the anticipated arrival of Lady Pear, Li Yuan received an unwelcome piece of news. Qi Xian, the master of the Baishir Hall, hastened up the mountain to inform him that preparations for war were imminent. Has the upper echelon of the 9 palaces Gu Nest agreed to collaborate with the Kanglan king? Li Yuan inquired. Not yet, but it is drawing near. Qi Xian replied gravely. Just now, the 9th palace dispatched a new cave master, ceasing the temporary appointment of the battle guard hall master. The new cave master brought news that last night, all members of the 16th cave of the 9th palace were slaughtered, with no survivors. Qi Xian's words cast a heavy pall over Li Yuan's spirit. The implications were starkly clear. The flames of war had reached the 9 palaces mountains, and the enemy displayed utter disregard for a sacred ground of Gu masters that had endured for millennia, deliberately provoking them. Was it the work of demons? Li Yuan questioned. Not entirely, Qi Xian elucidated. Following investigations by the elders of the 9th palace, traces of martial artists were also discovered. Is there a coalition with the demons? Li Yuan was taken aback. Indeed, Qi Xian affirmed. Currently, 3 factions vie for control over the southern frontier: Kanglan King Xiao Yuan, the ghost King Ling Yu, and General Yifeng, who serves the royal court. At present, we cannot discern who is friend or foe. The 9th palace has issued orders for the remaining 71 caves to be on high alert. Once war commences, it will be a fight to the death. No one relishes the thought of war, yet when faced with aggression at their doorstep, the 9 palaces Gu Nest must retaliate. I understand, Li Yuan responded, then asked. What is the realm of the newly appointed cave master? A 6-turn profound Gu master, Qi Xian reassured him. There is no need for excessive concern. A 6-turn Gu master can rival a 6-rank martial artist, often referred to as a minor master in the world. At the minor master level, one grasps the essence of mastery, qualifying as a small expert. Li Yuan had yet to engage in combat with a martial artist. He was uncertain whether he could transcend ranks to defeat one, but he possessed confidence in his invincibility at his current level. Very well, I came solely to convey this. Exercise caution in the coming days, Qi Xian advised. It would be prudent for you and Xiao Zhao to take turns on night watch. Should you hear the alarm? Swiftly assemble at the main peak, understood? Understood, Li Yuan nodded. After Qi Xian departed, he relayed the news to Wang Zhaozhao. Having endured the trials of a fugitive's life, Wang Zhaozhao exhibited little fear, instead immersing herself even more diligently in her training. Li Yuan was uncertain how long such tranquility would endure. A data panel emerged before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan. Black Pot, 4th Transformation 784-800. Realm, 4th Transformation, Faded Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Resurrection Gu, Tricolor. Illusory Luo Garment, Gu House, none. In half a month, he would be able to step into the realm of 5th Transformation Gu Master. Time. I require time. As his realm ascended, the raw materials needed by Li Yuan increased significantly. Merely synthesizing with low-grade residual Gu was insufficient to meet his demands. High-grade residual Gu were exceedingly rare, and to concoct more formidable and elusive Gu, he needed to engage in continuous trial and error, requiring a plethora of precious and exotic materials to compensate. On the very day Li Yuan was to enter the 5th Transformation realm, an unexpected visitor arrived at the small bamboo grove. The visitor was the newly appointed leader of the 12 caves, named Pei Luoqing, junior brother Li Yuan. I should have visited you sooner, but recent tumultuous events kept me preoccupied until today, the new leader stated, surprising Li Yuan with his familiarity. "Why are you addressing me as junior brother?" he inquired, bewildered. Pei Luoqing chuckled. "Yuheng Chuan is my mentor. But I am not Elder Yu's disciple," Li Yuan replied, puzzled. He had only met Yuheng Chuan once, receiving a few compliments and some insights into nurturing Gu, with no deeper connection. "Do you not comprehend?" Pei Luoqing countered. "The teacher holds you in high regard. He merely feigns aloofness. That is just his nature." "Ah?" Li Yuan was a bit dazed. Pei Luoqing continued. "Do you think he is being selective with you? In reality, he praises you endlessly. Initially, I was skeptical, but after coming here, I concede. The teacher was right." "You are indeed an extraordinary genius," Li Yuan responded. "You flatter me, leader. But why do you consider me an extraordinary genius?" This made him anxious. Had Yuheng Chuan and Pei Luoqing discerned something? "Not at all," Pei Luoqing stated. "If I am not mistaken, junior brother, your Gu controlling heart technique has reached the level of controlling Gu with thought, has it not? Upon entering the bamboo grove, I sensed the throngs of reconnaissance Gu observing us. So young, yet capable of commanding such a multitude of subordinate Gu, your mental prowess must have already attained the sea realm." Upon hearing this, Li Yuan suddenly understood and felt a twinge of fear. No wonder Yuheng Chuan had been overly friendly that day. He must have already perceived that Li Yuan had mastered countless reconnaissance Gu. Fortunately, the Gu he had deployed outside were solely of the reconnaissance variety. Had Yuheng Chuan discovered that he controlled over 100 types of subordinate Gu, it would this also implies that similar reconnaissance methods become ineffective against more formidable opponents, necessitating a simultaneous upgrade of the subordinate Gu. "Master Dong, how is the realm of mental prowess classified?" Given the circumstances, Li Yuan inquired directly. "You may simply address me as senior brother." Pei Luoqing responded with enthusiasm, stating that mental prowess falls within the realm of intent, and in various cultivation systems. One must attain the 6th tier to perceive clearly. For us Gu masters, mental prowess holds particular significance. It directly determines the quantity of subordinate Gu one can control and the upper limit of one's innate Gu strength. The realms are categorized into river, sea, domain, and abyss. To my embarrassment, although I am a 6th turn Gu master, my mental realm is merely at the river stage, inferior to that of my junior brother. Chapter 29. Comprehensive upgrade of the bamboo grove. After engaging in extensive discussions with Pei Luoqing, Li Yuan experienced a sudden epiphany. Although he possessed the capability to control Gu with unrestrained mental power through the black jar, this did not diminish the significance of cultivating spiritual strength. In summary, my junior brother, your innate talent in the spiritual realm is extraordinary, and your aptitude for refining Gu is commendable. This indicates that the path to the pinnacle of Gu masters has been largely paved for you. Pei Luoqing sincerely admired him. "The teacher has appointed me as the master of the 12 caves, partly to shield you from the chaos wrought by demons and to ensure your well-being." "Thank you, Brother Pei." Li Yuan expressed his gratitude. This was genuine care, and he felt thankful, vowing to remember this bond. "Would you consider staying at my residence?" Pei Luoqing invited. "I appreciate your kindness, but I have grown accustomed to living here, and I do not wish to intrude upon your tranquil cultivation," Li Yuan declined. What a jest! This is indeed his stronghold. Even the heavens could not compel him to vacate. "Very well then," Pei Luoqing did not press the matter. "Should you encounter any uncertainties in the realm of Gu, feel free to approach me without hesitation. I shall not be averse to it," Li Yuan responded with a smile. Since his strength had increased and his talents had manifested, it seemed as though the entire world had become more welcoming. Once Pei Luoqing departed, Li Yuan returned to the ruined Gu Tower. The data panel appeared. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 5th Transformation 0-1500, Realm, 5th Transformation, Innate Gu, Giant Spirit Gu. Resurrection Gu, Tricolor Strange Fire Python, Illusionary Robe, Gu House, None. Upon seeing the Gu House entry, Li Yuan smacked his forehead. "I completely overlooked this. I should have inquired with Brother Pei about it. Never mind, there will be ample opportunities later. For now, I shall focus on synthesizing 5th Transformation Gu." Li Yuan's objective was clear. The current cultivation should prioritize concealed aura and reconnaissance Gu suited for combat. Select raw materials. 4th Transformation Reconnaissance Gu, 4th Transformation Sealing Gu, 4th Transformation Tracking Gu. Begin synthesis. Typically, Reconnaissance Gu, Sealing Gu, and Tracking Gu fall under the category of ordinary Gu, with most Gu masters only able to cultivate them to the 3rd transformation. To reach the 4th transformation, a metamorphosis and evolution are essential. Li Yuan shattered this limitation through the black jar, enabling ordinary Gu to attain the fourth transformation, yet without a qualitative change, rendering the overall effect minimal. Essentially, they remained low-tier ordinary Gu, easily detectable by Gu masters or martial artists with formidable mental prowess. Thus, Li Yuan needed to ensure that the reconnaissance Gu, sealing Gu, and tracking Gu underwent evolution to a level capable of evading mental perception. You have obtained fifth transformation mysterious Gu reconnaissance Gu, as anticipated. The outcome of the initial synthesis aligned with Li Yuan's expectations. Merely fusing low-tier ordinary Gu to ascend in rank would not alter their essence. Select raw materials. Fourth transformation reconnaissance Gu 3, add 7 color flower, add moonshadow leaf. Utilizing rare treasures for synthesis indicated a need for substantial resources. Li Yuan had been subsisting in the mountains daily, and his finances were indeed limited. Commence synthesis. You have acquired the 5-turn moonlight worm. The moonlight worm, when refined into a personal Gu, enhances the Gu master's combat prowess under the moonlit sky. If transformed into a subordinate Gu, it can conceal itself in the moonlight. Surveying activities within a designated area. Note: all abilities of the moonlight worm are contingent upon moonlight. Shall it be refined into a personal Gu? It has been achieved? Fortune smiles upon me. The likelihood of synthesizing a profound Gu from rare treasures is quite favorable. Tonight, the full moon shines brilliantly. Li Yuan released the moonlight worm, attuning his mind to gather focus. In his mind's eye, a hazy scene emerged, a miniature reflection of the bamboo grove and the dilapidated Gu tower. His consciousness seemingly extending along the moonlight, perceiving all. One moonlight worm is equivalent to dozens of reconnaissance Gu, indeed a qualitative leap, akin to placing a small celestial eye over the bamboo grove. It could monitor the surroundings beyond the grove, rendering all things visible. The limitation lies in its use only during moonlit nights. Further refinement is necessary. One moonlight worm alone is far from sufficient to provide the sense of security Li Yuan desires. Select raw materials. 4-turn sealing Gu 2, 4-turn tracking Gu 1. Add antenna vine, add spirit gathering stone, commence synthesis. You have acquired the 5-turn ant nest Gu. The ant nest Gu, a reconnaissance type Gu insect. When refined into a personal Gu, grants an endlessly proliferating ant nest, with quantity based on the Gu master's mental strength. If transformed into a subordinate Gu, it can monitor activities within a designated area, though feedback is weaker. Intriguing. Li Yuan retrieved the ant nest from the black jar. Inside the nest was a single ant, the queen, approximately the size of a fingertip. He ventured into the bamboo grove, setting the nest in place, and provided the queen with some sustenance. Before long, the queen had proliferated a swarm of little ants, scurrying in all directions. These ants do not belong to the Gu insects. Li Yuan realized he could only control the queen. To perceive movements, he could only obtain information about the ant colony through the queen. The feedback mechanism is indeed more complex, with communication being weaker. However, there exists a brilliant advantage. The little ants are not classified as Gu insects, lacking the Gu master's aura, thus evading detection by enemies. This is precisely what Li Yuan requires. Onward. Select raw materials. Commence synthesis. In the blink of an eye, another month has passed. Li Yuan, ever prepared, has developed 5 types of reconnaissance Gu that evade mental perception, saturating the bamboo grove inside and out. They can operate in both day and night, in various weather conditions. Of course, evasion of detection is relative. Against Gu masters or warriors of higher ranks, their effectiveness remains uncertain. Outside the 10,000 Great Mountains, Kanglan Army's encampment, a guard hurriedly entered the command tent. My lord, the 9th Palace has responded, indicating willingness to cooperate, but with one condition. What condition? Asked Prince Xiao Yuan of Kanglan. You may read it for yourself. The guard hesitated momentarily before handing over the letter. Xiao Yuan took it, glanced swiftly, and suddenly, a surge of fury welled within him. This is outrageous. The demands of the 9th Palace dictate that he must send his daughter to the mountains as a hostage. The guard smiled bitterly, remarking that the 9th Palace still harbors lingering grievances regarding the tragic demise of the former princess. Indeed, Xiao Yuan sighed deeply. His wife was originally the holy maiden of the 9th Palace, the rightful heir to the next palace lord. Their fateful encounter had sparked an immediate and profound affection. Subsequently, she grew discontent with the 9th Palace's seclusion and indifference towards the suffering of the southern people. Resolutely, she renounced her identity as the holy maiden, choosing instead to fight alongside him in battles against demons and monsters. 10 years prior, she bore him a pair of children. 7 years ago, in a bid to protect a city of common folk during an evacuation, she led her troops against the demons, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion in the fierce battle. My lord, how shall we respond to this matter? The guard inquired softly. Allow me a moment to ponder, Xiao Yuan replied, seated in his chair, his expression weary. Before her passing, his wife had left behind a blood-inked letter, beseeching him for two promises. First, to expel the demons and rescue the people of the southern territories. Second, to safeguard their children. Yet, at this moment, fate compelled him to make an impossible choice. Chapter 30. The Deal with the Kanglan Royal Resident's Father. Father. Just as Xiao Yuan was lost in contemplation, his two children burst in. Father, I am indignant. Little Princess Xiaoqiner puffed her cheeks in frustration. Why do you only teach Xiao Lai martial arts and not let me learn the art of Gu? Young Master Xiao Lai, brimming with pride, retorted. The teacher has said that Gu masters are merely practitioners of a minor path. Who told you not to study martial arts? Xiaoqiner stamped her feet in protest. You won't let me learn, so how can you speak so recklessly? Once I master the art of Gu, I will undoubtedly surpass you, a mere martial artist. The bickering over the superiority of the Gu path versus martial arts was a daily occurrence for the young heir and the little princess. Usually, Xiao Yuan would merely smile and let it pass. Yet, at this moment, he felt an unusual sense of vexation. Qiner, do you truly wish to study the art of Gu? He asked, his voice trembling. Of course. Xiaoqiner raised her chin defiantly. I want to become a formidable Gu master like brotherly Yuan. I aspire to be as powerful as mother. I aim to be the greatest Gu immortal in the world. Bah! Xiao Lai scoffed, except for mother. All Gu masters are cowards who hide away in the mountains. Only martial artists and soldiers can traverse the battlefield and save the world. That's nonsense. Xiaoqiner retorted, as a Gu master. I too can vanquish demons and rescue the common people. The two continued their spirited debate. Qiner, I ask you this. If I were to send you to the 9 Palaces Gu Nest to learn the art of Gu, and you could not stay by my side, would you resent your father? Xiao Yuan inquired. Would it be for a long time? Xiaoqiner asked earnestly. Yes, Xiao Yuan nodded. Uncertain of how long this turmoil would endure. Would it last until the direct bloodline of the Dian royal family returned? Until a new martial god emerged? Or until this land was irrevocably turned into hell, a paradise for monsters? Who could foresee such things? I. Xiaoqiner hesitated. She was reluctant to part from her father, but yearned to learn the art of Gu, desiring to one day become a heroine like her mother. Father. Once I become powerful, I will definitely come back to find you. She thought that as long as she became a formidable Gu master, she would be able to see her father again. Surely, it would not take too long. Xiao Yuan's expression was complex, his heart aching. So, have you made up your mind, Qina? Yes, Xiaoqiner affirmed with a nod. Then let me test you. If you pass the test, I shall allow you to truly learn the art of Gu. How does that sound? The thoughts of a child are often so naive and straightforward. Xiao Yuan could not simply acquiesce. He needed to ascertain that Qiner genuinely cherished this path before sending her to the 9 Palaces Gu Nest. Otherwise, he would be endangering her. What test? Xiaoqiner inquired. I will send you to the 9 Palaces mountain for 2 months. During this time, no one will attend to you. You will have no servants to cater to your needs, and there will be no luxuries to indulge in. After 2 months, if you do not regret your decision, then I shall grant you your wish. As the princess of Kanglan Domain, Xiaoqiner had grown up in comfort, surrounded by adoration, and could not help but envision the world as an idyllic place, much like the young nobleman Xiao Lai, who boasts of vanquishing demons and saving the world. His fervor stems from a profound ignorance of the world's harsh realities and the formidable challenges it harbors. Xiao Yuan, however, must think with great consideration. Should Qiner possess an iron will and unwavering resolve, then permitting her to enter the 9th palace under the guise of a hostage to study the art of Gu would not be an unwise decision. Splendid. Xiaoqiner felt invigorated, her small frame brimming with ambition. Father, please send me to the 12 caves, she suggested eagerly. The 12 caves? Xiao Yuan was momentarily at a loss. It is where brother Li Yuan resides, Xiaoqiner clarified. The name Li Yuan rang a bell for Xiao Yuan, as his daughter often mentioned him, the young Gu master who had gifted her the stunning butterfly. Very well, Xiao Yuan acquiesced, having a familiar face around mighty Qiner as transition. An entirely unfamiliar environment would indeed be too harsh. Hooray! Xiaoqiner rejoiced, dancing with glee, and made a playful face at Xiao Lai. I'm going to become a Gu master. Humph! Xiao Lai scoffed. It's merely a petty path. Only cowards pursue it. Xiaoqiner retorted, just wait. When I emerge from the mountains, We shall see who is truly formidable. The two resumed their playful banter. 3 days later, Li Yuan was inspecting his newly constructed Gu master fortress, thoroughly satisfied with the comprehensive surveillance and defense he had established. Suddenly, a warning from the Gu worms echoed in his mind. A foreign visitor was hastening toward the small bamboo grove. Within 3 breaths, the visitor arrived at the remnants of the Gu tower, shattering Li Yuan's previously buoyant mood. It proved that mere reconnaissance was ineffective. In the face of absolute power, direct combat capability is paramount. Fortunately, the visitor was not an adversary. Miss Li, Li Yuan greeted with a smile. Li Yuan, I have brought what you requested. Li Ruoqian replied, placing a large wooden chest on the ground, filled with the rare treasures Li Yuan had asked the Kanglan royal court to procure. Thank you. Li Yuan bowed slightly, offering a pouch of coins. This served as his remuneration. The royal token from the Kanglan king was merely a means to facilitate the transaction. The principal payment was his responsibility. No need for that. Li Ruoqian waved her hand dismissively. Our royal court happens to have a request, which we can use to offset your payment. What sort of request? Li Yuan inquired, his guard instinctively raised. Could it be that the Kanglan royal court could not manage this task and sought his assistance? Do not be alarmed, Li Ruoqian chuckled. The king wishes to place the young princess under your care for 2 months, allowing her to experience the life of a Gu master in the mountains. Li Yuan was taken aback, recalling a variety show from his past life. Why would a perfectly fine young princess abandon her status to experience life in the mountains? You will likely seek rare treasures frequently, and with the Kanglan royal court's assistance, your endeavors will be much easier. This trade is certainly in your favor. Li Ruoqian remarked. Haha, Miss Li speaks wisely. Li Yuan conceded this point with a nod. In the future, he may often need to rely on Li Ruoqian for assistance, with the only cost being the presence of the young princess for 2 months, which is quite a bargain. It was thus settled. Li Ruoqian remarked. In a little while, the young princess will ascend the mountain on her own. You need not concern yourself too much with her. Let her act freely. No problem, Li Yuan nodded in agreement. With a swift motion, Li Ruoqian vanished from sight. What extraordinary speed, Li Yuan mused, feeling a greater sense of pressure than he did from senior brother Pei Luoqing. She might well be on the cusp of becoming a 7th-tier martial artist. He had gained some understanding of the martial arts cultivation system. A 6th-tier martial artist is referred to as a minor master, while a 7th-tier martial artist is a grand master, capable of condensing the indestructible blood of a master and achieving regeneration from severed limbs. This indicates that the Kanglan royal mansion harbors numerous formidable individuals. Before long, Li Yuan spotted a petite figure emerging at the end of the small bamboo grove, laden with burdens and panting heavily. Li Yuan, Gidge, are you there? Chapter 31. The golden journey of the young princess. A steep path up the mountain left Xiao Qiner gasping for breath. Yet, she remained undaunted, hands on her hips, wearing an expression of self-importance. Little princess, Li Yuan greeted her with a smile, exuding the joy typically reserved for welcoming the god of wealth. Huff, huff, brother Li Yuan. I'm not a child anymore. Here, I am not a princess. You may call me Qiner. Children grow swiftly. Li Yuan vaguely recalled that when he first met Xiao Qiner, her height barely reached his thigh, yet now she had surpassed his waist. Her features had matured, no longer bearing the innocence of youth, but instead radiating the charm of a blossoming young lady. I shall carry your luggage, Li Yuan offered with a grin. Absolutely not. Xiao Qiner firmly refused. My father instructed me to be independent and not trouble others, for only in this way can I become an exceptional Gu master. Li Yuan thought to himself, your father is merely a martial artist. He knows nothing of Gu mastery. Then let us proceed, he said, opting not to meddle further. He allowed Xiao Qiner to carry her own belongings as they traversed the bamboo grove, arriving at the quarters beside the residual Gu tower. Brother Yuan, who has arrived? Upon hearing the commotion, Wang Zhizhao rushed over. This is the young princess from the Kanglan domain, Xiao Qiner, Li Yuan introduced. Qiner, this is my junior sister, Xiao Zhao. You will share a room with her from now on. Hello, Sister Xiao Zhao, Xiao Qiner greeted sweetly, exuding warmth and humility. Greetings, young princess, Wang Zhizhao responded, somewhat flustered. This was her first encounter with someone of such high status, causing her to feel a tinge of nervousness. Just call me Qiner, Xiao Qiner insisted, resolutely determined to hone her skills and demonstrate her resolve to her father. The following day, Xiao Qiner awoke with dark circles under her eyes. Her smile vanished. Good morning, Brother Li Yuan. Good morning, Sister Xiao Zhao. She greeted weakly, having had a restless night before her journey had even begun. feeling the weight of her first major setback in her quest to become a Gu master. Not going to sleep a little longer? Li Yuan inquired with a chuckle. I shall not sleep. I want to observe your Gu refining. Xiao Qiner stifled her drowsiness, yawning repeatedly. Watch Sister Xiao refine. For my Gu techniques are too profound and not suitable for your learning, Li Yuan said earnestly. Both Wang Zhaozhao and Xiao Qiner took him seriously, revering him as a master of the Gu arts. Refining Gu is an intricate process that demands patience, meticulousness, and courage. One must not be reckless during ordinary times, but must dare to take risks at critical moments. With enough effort, even a residual Gu can transform into a rare treasure. Wang Zhaozhao explained as she refined the Gu, sharing the incantations that Brother Yuan had previously imparted to her. Xiao Qiner squatted beside them, struggling to comprehend but nodding earnestly as if she understood. Sister Xiaoxiao, how long does it take to refine a Gu? Typically, it takes a few days at the fastest, a few months at the slowest, and there are cases that extend to 10 or 20 years. What? It takes that long? Xiao Qiner's expression fell instantly, as this was far removed from her expectations. Was it not supposed to be that with a blow on a flute, countless Gu would soar into the air, and with a shake of a bell, an army would be formed? This was the image of a Gu master that Xiao Qiner had envisioned in her fantasies. Wang Zhaozhao chuckled. What you're describing is a Gu immortal, not a mere Gu master. One must not aim too high when refining Gu. Start with mastering the first one. However, you're still too young. For now, focus on cultivation rather than refining your life-bound Gu. Familiarize yourself with the steps, seek inspiration, and absorb the knowledge from the texts. It will be many years before you truly become a Gu master. A young girl's bones and meridians are not yet fully developed, and her spirit remains unsteady. Attempting to refine a life-bound Gu prematurely could easily lead to backlash. But I want to become a Gu master as soon as possible, Xiao Qiner pouted. Sister Zhaozhao, is there any way to break this limitation? There is, Wang Zhaozhao replied. But such methods are known only to the inner disciples of the Ninth Palace. And the conditions are exceedingly stringent. So that's how it is. Xiao Qiner's eyes brightened. Father said that if I stay here for 2 months, he will send me to the Ninth Palace to study. That means I'll become a Gu master very soon. Yay! Wang Zhaozhao froze for a moment. Despite the young princess's down-to-earth demeanor, her words erected an invisible chasm between them, so close, yet worlds apart. What Wang Zhaozhao had spent her life striving for, Xiao Qiner had been born into, and in abundance. Li Yuan, sitting nearby, felt little surprise. To him, this was only natural. From the very beginning, Xiao Qiner had come here merely to embellish her status. Yet now, it had turned into a true metamorphosis, casting a stark contrast against Wang Zhaozhao's humble origins. A month later, Xiao Qiner had adapted to mountain life, much to Li Yuan's astonishment. The young princess had not once lost her temper or uttered a word of regret. Instead, her attitude grew increasingly earnest, shedding all traces of impatience. Even without refining a life-bound Gu, she diligently studied the cultivation of basic Gu insects and recorded her insights, earning Li Yuan's newfound respect. He recalled the words of the Kanglan king. Xiao Qiner's mother had been a Gu master. Perhaps this inherited passion for the Gu Dao ran deep in the princess's blood. Her presence on the mountain also allowed Li Yuan to observe subtle details, shaping his predictions for the coming events. It seemed inevitable that the Kanglan king and the 9 palaces Gu nest would soon forge an alliance. The former was a steadfast vassal of the great Yuan imperial family, while the latter was an ancient force in the southern border, a sacred land for Gu masters with millennia of legacy. Once united, stabilizing the southern border would not be difficult, but whether they could expel the demonic scourge and quell the chaos depended on the broader state of the world, far beyond the influence of a single region. Late at night, Li Yuan awoke abruptly, startled by a premonition from his ant nest Gu. He sat up sharply. Has it finally come? Ever since the massacre of the 16th cave of the 9th palace, he had known the calamity would eventually reach these lands. Months of apprehension had now materialized. It had arrived at last. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuan focused his spirit, channeling the feedback from the ants scattered across the 12 caves through the Ant Queen. The impressions in his mind were vague, yet even these fragmented clues were enough for him to piece together countless revelations. Thousands of demons and warriors are gradually converging upon the 12 caves. Is it truly a coalition between humans and demons? Li Yuan is astonished. This undoubtedly complicates and exacerbates the situation across the realm. Contemplating this, he cannot help but let out a derisive snicker. Regardless of the time or place, there will always be individuals who betray their homeland for personal gain, even committing treachery against their own kind. Surely they can withstand this. Li Yuan senses that among the uninvited guests, there are two remarkably powerful presences, one emanating from the demon faction and the other from a human warrior. Outside a small bamboo grove, upon a towering tree, Li Ruoqian, who had been resting against the trunk while cradling her sword, suddenly perceives something. With a swift motion, she opens her eyes, her sharp gaze directed towards the distance. Demons? Have they actually found this place, intent on assassinating the county princess? Chapter 32. The onslaught of demons. The leader of the crocodiles, the most formidable among the 12 caves, is a 6th transformation Gu master. Together, we can eliminate him in 3 swift moves. In the shadows beyond the mountains, a young man draped in a dark robe converses with a demon possessing the body of a man and the head of a crocodile. Very well, the crocodile demon chuckles. As per our usual agreement, the corpses shall belong to me, while the Gu insects are yours. My brethren will ensure the area is sealed off. We shall strive to complete this within half an hour. Let us proceed. At the moment the crocodile demon finished speaking, a vast white canopy began to manifest in the skies above the 12 caves. It was a multitude of white spider silk, impenetrable and completely enclosing the space. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, a deep tolling of bells resonated throughout the mountains of the 12 caves. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The demons are here! The demons are here! The frenzied warning from the sky was abruptly silenced as a silk thread pierced through its body. The demons surged into the mountains of the 12 caves. Li Yuan had anticipated this and was prepared. Through the moonlit Gu, he observed the scene unfolding outside the small bamboo grove. This was not Li Yuan's first encounter with demons. He had seen them several times while fleeing, and after arriving at Jiugong Mountain, he had gradually begun to forget. These invading demons were far more ferocious than he remembered, humanoid in shape, yet distinctly bestial, exuding a bloodthirsty and violent aura. Rumbling. A tremendous commotion erupted from the main mountain. Li Yuan focused his gaze and beheld a colossal figure, enveloped in white mist, resembling a gigantic infant, towering at least 10 zhang high. Brother Li Yuan, what is that? At that moment, Wang Zhaozhao and Xiao Qinair also emerged. The young princess staring at the enormous infant with wide eyes filled with astonishment. Gu. Li Yuan recalled a passage from a book that described the type of Gu. It was an exceedingly rare plant Gu, known as the ginseng infant Gu. The primary material for crafting this Gu was the millennium ginseng fruit, which required nurturing with ginseng trees for 6 years to succeed in its refinement. Its name derived from its infant-like appearance, though the book lacked illustrations. Its simple description, resembling a giant infant, standing 10 zhang tall, perfectly matched what Li Yuan beheld at that moment. It seems I need not worry. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the ginseng infant Gu, Li Yuan exhaled in relief, coupled with Li Ruoqian's formation. The enemy would find it difficult to penetrate the 12 caves. However, Li Yuan turned his gaze towards the end of the bamboo grove. There were still minor troubles ahead. The demons were advancing towards the small bamboo grove. Qinair, demons are approaching. The ensuing scene may be rather bloody. Would you like to take refuge inside? Li Yuan inquired. No, Xiao Qinair replied, her small hands trembling. I am not afraid. And you, Zhao Zhao? Li Yuan asked again. Even if it means death, I wish to be with Brother Yuan. Wang Zhaozhao said solemnly, displaying a brave yet somber resolve. Not to that extent, Li Yuan chuckled in bemusement, contemplating the girl as thoughts. All 16 caves have fallen, with no survivors. Brother Yuan, can we truly evade this calamity? Wang Zhaozhao spoke with a bitter tone. The circumstances are different. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow, gazing ahead. In what way are they different? Wang Zhaozhao inquired. The roar of a tiger echoed through the bamboo grove, drowning out Li Yuan's voice. How frustrating. After all the effort to prepare, his spell was interrupted. Xiao Kai. Deal with him. After much anticipation, Xiao Kai opened her mouth and unleashed a torrent of crimson flames. The tiger demon, intending to evade, suddenly found its feet ensnared. Before the demon ascended the mountain, this place was a tranquil bamboo grove. Now, it had transformed into a perilous trap. Various kinds of cursed insects were present, binding curses, soul-stealing curses, lethal sword curses, self-destructive chaotic bugs, shadowless death menaces, and the poisonous dream butterflies, an array of sinister creatures. Cursed, the tiger demon, caught in the binding curse, had no chance to escape and let out a desperate roar, attempting to shatter Xiao Kai's fiery attack. In the next moment, the crimson flames pierced through the sound wave and surged into the demon's mouth. The 3 accompanying wolf demons were left dumbfounded, witnessing the tiger demon's belly being incinerated, leading to its immediate demise. A fourth-tier beast met its end so easily? This sorcerer possesses remarkable skills. Let us strike together and swiftly eliminate him," commanded a human warrior nearby. Cloaked in a hat and mask, his features were obscured. The three wolf demons obeyed, immediately splitting into three directions to assault Li Yuan. Standing still, Li Yuan wore a serene smile. Boom. 2 breaths later, one wolf demon was pierced through the head by a sword curse, its brain shredded to pieces, collapsing lifelessly. 3 breaths later, the second wolf demon met its end at the hands of a mantis. After 5 breaths, the last remaining wolf demon fled the bamboo grove, only to collapse on the ground moments later, its body decaying and lifeless. The human warrior, shielded by the 3 wolf demons, advanced closer. "Divine Windblade!" he bellowed. "Die!" The shadow of his long blade, nearly invisible, swiftly sliced through Li Yuan's head, causing a severed head to roll on the ground. A 5th-tier sorcerer? Merely a trickster relying on underhanded tactics. In a direct confrontation, he could not withstand my blade. The South had long needed a change. Then came pft. His words were abruptly cut off as the warrior's pupils constricted, staring in disbelief at the fist that had pierced through his chest, along with the head that had inexplicably transformed into wood. An illusion? No, it was a genuine curse technique. A detached voice emerged from behind. Li Yuan withdrew his bloodied arm, convinced he could have crushed this 5th-tier warrior in a single blow, yet he opted for caution. He adhered to the principle of if one can defeat with subterfuge, they shall never grant a chance for a direct encounter. It was more in line with Li Yuan's philosophy to treat his enemies with a heartless approach from behind. Thud. The corpse fell to the ground. Shaoqiner, having retreated to a distance, stared in shock at the scene, unable to suppress her nausea any longer, clutching the wall and violently vomiting. "I told you to keep your distance." Li Yuan was unperturbed by the sight, understanding that being born into a royal family would inevitably lead to bloodshed. This level of combat was merely a trivial affair. "Brother Li Yuan, this is too ugh." Shaoqiner spoke a few words before succumbing to another bout of nausea. Wang Zhaozhao, momentarily lost in thought, suddenly burst into tears and threw herself into Li Yuan's embrace, fully prepared for a battle of life and death. Yet, nothing transpired. All manner of demons and traitorous warriors were effortlessly dispatched by her brother Yuan. It felt as though she had steeled herself for the loss of everything, only to awaken and discover it was but a dream. "You should keep one to practice with," Li Yuan remarked with a smile. Although he occasionally acted as a sparring partner for Xiao Zhao, it was vastly different from actual combat. He hoped that she could confront danger on her own when the time came. SSSS on his shoulder, Xiao Kai continuously flicked her tongue. Li Yuan paused, comprehending Xiao Kai's intention. "You wish to eat the demons?" Chapter 33. The blood and qi drive me to madness. The flesh and blood of the demons appeared to possess a powerful allure for Xiao Kai. A sudden spark of inspiration ignited in Li Yuan's mind. The primal materials he had long sought were right before him, as demons regarded humanity as mere sustenance. Many of the treasures born of their bodies could be deemed rare and invaluable to humans. With a mere thought, the ants concealed within the bamboo grove converged like a dark river, transporting several demon corpses. His Xiao Kai leapt from Li Yuan's shoulder, landing atop the corpse of the tiger demon, eagerly devouring it. Just as Li Yuan prepared to dissect the demon carcass, the Zhaoyue Gu sent another warning. More demons were ascending the mountain. Could there be more surprises? Li Yuan rarely felt such elation. Tonight, he had truly uncovered a treasure. Had it not been for the demon incursion, he would not have contemplated this direction. Moments later, 2 demons emerged from the small bamboo grove, one a serpent demon, the other a spider demon, both radiating a more formidable presence than the deceased tiger demon, overshadowing even the 5th-grade martial artist from earlier. He had not anticipated such a formidable encounter hidden here. The serpent demon bore a human upper body and a massive snake tail stretching several feet. "We must act swiftly," she urged. "Given the unexpected circumstances tonight, we may need to retreat sooner than planned. Under normal circumstances, our strength would allow us to cleanse the 12 Ks within half an hour, leaving none alive, yet it seems reinforcements are on the way," remarked the spider demon. "You control the field. I shall eliminate him within 30 breaths," the serpent demon declared, her gaze piercing through the bamboo, landing on Li Yuan. She and her spider sister had thrived in their partnership, having recently slain countless Gu masters. "Agreed," the spider demon nodded. "Sister, fight with all your might. Leave the Gu worms to me. My webs thrive on those little creatures." With a swift motion, the serpent demon sprang into action, her form remarkably agile as she navigated through the bamboo thicket. The spider demon, brimming with confidence, stood her ground, manipulating vast quantities of silk that surged like white tides, intercepting many Gu insects alongside her sister. However, within 3 breaths, her expression shifted. "Sister Serpent, we must act quickly. This Gu master is not as he seems." "What do you mean?" the serpent demon inquired. "The quantity and variety of Gu insects here are overwhelming. There may be several, no, dozens, no. It's. The spider demon's tone grew increasingly frantic. Suddenly, she was silenced. A large and hardened bamboo insect Gu forcefully stuffed into her mouth, rendering her unable to speak but capable of whimpering softly. "You talk too much," the serpent demon remarked. Realizing the impending danger, the serpent demon unleashed her full power, bursting forth from the bamboo grove like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling towards Li Yuan. Li Yuan's gaze burned with intensity. He sank his body, adopting a horse stance, white vapor rising from him as his skin gradually reddened. Resembling a boiler heating to its limits, his internal organs roaring with energy. Great spirit. At the moment the serpent demon approached, Li Yuan unleashed a straightforward uppercut. "Let us take flight." Clang. With impeccable precision, the fist struck the serpent demon's jaw, sending it soaring into the sky like a straight arrow. How could a mere human Gu master possess such terrifying divine strength? Was he truly a Gu master or a martial artist? Panic-stricken, the serpent demon lost all control as it ascended uncontrollably. Li Yuan leaped into the air, seizing its tail mid-flight. Suspended for a fleeting moment, he channeled his entire strength into his arm before hurling the demon downward with brutal force. Crash! Like a whip, the serpent demon was slammed into the ground, carving a massive crater and splattering blood in all directions. Not enough. Still gripping the tail, Li Yuan swung the demon in wide, relentless arcs, painting the air crimson with its gore. After countless rotations, he finally released his hold. The serpent demon lay on the brink of death, its once alluring face now a mangled, unrecognizable mess. Li Yuan remained unsatisfied. He had yet to unleash even half of the giant spirit Gu's power. By his estimation, at 70%, his muscles would swell to the point of bursting his garments. At full strength, flames of vital energy would wreathe his body. His hair standing on end in a state of unbridled fury, his very combat instincts warped by the overwhelming force. 50% was just right, enough to overwhelm his foes without clouding his judgment. You're not human." The serpent demon rasped in terror. "Indeed, I am not," Li Yuan replied coldly. "I am the father of all demons." With that, he took a single step forward and crushed the demon's skull beneath his heel. From the bamboo grove, the spider demon witnessed everything, its terror surpassing even that of the serpent. It thrashed desperately, but the relentless tide of Gu insects held it immobile. Li Yuan approached, pointing at the white canopy of silk woven above the 12 caverns. "Did you create that?" The spider demon could only whimper, its mouth gagged beyond speech. "Never mind. Freeing your mouth would be too risky. I'll find out myself." His fist shot forward. Scalding with vital energy, his arm pierced straight through the spider demon's chest, seizing its pounding heart, and crushed it without hesitation. Thud! Organs ruptured. The spider demon perished instantly, dispelling the giant spirit fusion. Li Yuan observed the gaping hole in the spider demon's torso, immediately engaging in deep post-battle reflection. The giant spirit Gu's overwhelming offensive prowess had been proven, but its flaws were equally evident. Perhaps the surging vital energy had clouded his mind. Mid-combat, he had found himself uttering brutish words, his fighting style growing reckless, no longer cautious and measured. Not quite arrogance, but certainly a touch of hubris. In a one-sided battle, the giant spirit Gu's merits far outweighed its shortcomings. But against evenly matched or superior foes, those flaws would be magnified tenfold. Best to use it sparingly. Having seized this rare opportunity for experimentation, Li Yuan reached his conclusion. Another observation weighed on him: the nature of demonic forms. Unlike monstrous beasts, demons bore distinctly humanoid traits. Their resemblance to mankind undeniable. He had scrutinized them carefully. The viscera of the spider demon bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a human's, sharing nearly 70% similarity. What exactly are these demonic entities? This question warrants profound contemplation. The battle in the bamboo grove had reached its conclusion. Li Yuan turned his gaze toward the main peak, where the skirmish was also drawing to a close as the demons began their retreat. Incredible. Standing before the dormitory, Xiao Qiner had witnessed the entire spectacle. Though she could not fully comprehend the intricacies of the battle, she was utterly awestruck. In that moment, the bloodstained figure of Li Yuan seemed to embody the most perfect image of a Gu master she had ever envisioned, etching itself deeply into her mind, both terrifying and mesmerizing. Wang Zhaozhao stood in bewildered silence. Merely the aura of the battle had left her feeling powerless, let alone participating in it. You and I are like both climbers of the same mountain. She recalled Li Yuan's words, once spoken to encourage her. But now, she realized that brother Yuan had long ascended to a realm she could only gaze upon in reverence, a god among mortals. Half an hour later, two figures arrived at the bamboo grove together. At the sight of the demon corpses strewn across the ground, Pei Luoqing and Li Ruoqian both drew a sharp, shuddering breath. Chapter 34. The Fifth Life Gu Jr. Junior brother, you've reached the 5th rank Gu Master realm? Pei Luoqing exclaimed in astonishment. Yes. Li Yuan nodded without concealment. There was no need to hide his cultivation level. Displaying reasonable talent was also a means of self-protection. However, the secret of multiple life Gus was something he absolutely could not reveal. TSK, junior brother, your talent is extraordinary. The master truly has a discerning eye. Pei Luoqing chuckled. Li Ruoqian had long since seen through this, which was why she dared to place the young princess by Li Yuan's side to intercept the strongest among the demonic forces. However, Li Yuan's strength still exceeded her expectations. Judging by the aftermath of the battle, the fight in the bamboo grove had been a one-sided massacre. Li Yuan alone overwhelming an entire group of demons. The demons were all annihilated, while Li Yuan's robes were only slightly dirted. The two sides were simply not on the same level. Senior brother Pei, Miss Li, have you uncovered which faction these traitorous martial artists belong to? This was Li Yuan's greatest concern. He had a premonition that someone was trying to muddy the waters, dragging the 12 caves into the conflict, which would inevitably force him into the fray as well. There are some leads, but nothing certain. Pei Luoqing shook his head. Li Ruoqian added, due to the massacre at the 9th Palace's 16th cave, the 9th Palace once suspected our prince, and relations deteriorated for a time. The Kanglan Prince's estate has been investigating this matter ever since. We hope to seize this opportunity to uncover the true culprit. It wasn't just the 9th Palace that suspected the Kanglan Prince. Even Li Yuan had harbored doubts. He always assumed the worst of others. Though the Kanglan Prince enjoyed high prestige and was deeply revered by many in the southern border, who truly knew his character. At the very least, Li Yuan hadn't interacted with him enough to place blind trust in him. We'll find out soon enough. Pei Luoqing clasped his hands in gratitude. Many thanks to Miss Li this time. Were it not for your presence, the 12 caves would likely have suffered greatly. I merely added the finishing touch. Li Ruoqian smiled faintly. With Cave Master Pei's strength, holding out until reinforcements arrived wouldn't have been a problem. This assessment surprised Li Yuan. It seemed his senior brother Pei's strength far surpassed that of an ordinary 6th rank Gu Master, a testament to Yehengchuan's high regard for him. After exchanging a few more words, Li Ruoqian went to comfort the young princess. Pei Luoqing glanced at the demon corpses on the ground. Junior brother, do you need my help disposing of these demons? No need, Li Yuan smiled. Senior brother Pei, can materials from these demons be used to refine Gus? Yes, Pei Luoqing nodded, but be cautious. The energy within demons is extremely volatile and difficult to control. Understood, I'll be careful. Li Yuan wasn't the least bit afraid, no matter how fierce these demons were. Once tossed into the black jar, they would all be suppressed. I'll report this to the 9th Palace. The master will likely come again. Prepare yourself, Pei Luoqing reminded him. The master will surely be delighted. Perhaps this time, he'll officially take you as a personal disciple. Li Yuan wasn't particularly moved by the prospect of becoming a personal disciple, but if the benefits were substantial enough, he wouldn't mind. As Pei Luoqing and Li Ruoqian departed, Li Yuan commanded the Ant Legion to carry several demon corpses into the residual Gu Tower. The corpse of the martial artist was taken away by Pei Luoqing, who compensated him with the body of a 5th-tier demon, eager to discover whether the demon corpses could be utilized for refining Gu. Li Yuan set about processing the remains with a sharp blade, meticulously sorting the valuable from the worthless. Selected raw materials: 1 4-turn jumping bug, 2 4-turn killing bees. Part of the mountain wind tiger demon, Fong of the bluewood wolf demon. Commencing synthesis, you have acquired the 5-turn mysterious Gu. Tiger sting bee king Gu. The tiger sting bee king Gu, a highly aggressive Gu insect, when refined into a personal Gu, could assist the Gu master in embodying the regal might of the tiger king, instilling fear in all beasts. Transformed into a subordinate Gu, it could unleash a stinging attack. Would you like to refine it into a personal Gu? It was proven that demon corpses could indeed be employed for Gu refinement, which was fortuitous. A single synthesis yielded a 5-turn mysterious Gu of commendable quality. However, as a personal Gu, it fell short of expectations. Adhering to the principle of quality over quantity, Li Yuan mandated that all personal Gu must possess sufficient potential. The tiger sting bee king Gu evidently lacked such potential. Onward. Selected raw materials. 1 4-turn 1,000 threads Gu. 2 4-turn demon spider Gu. Gall of the thread-pulling demon spider. Scales of the enchantress python. Commencing synthesis. You have acquired the 5-turn mysterious Gu. Human-faced demon spider. The human-faced demon spider, a peculiar type of Gu insect, could assist the Gu master in conjuring 8 venomous spider spears for combat when refined into a personal Gu. As a subordinate Gu, it could unleash bizarre sound wave attacks. Would you like to refine it into a personal Gu? While both were 5-turn mysterious Gu, the human-faced demon spider evidently surpassed the tiger sting bee king Gu. Yet Li Yuan remained unsatisfied. The human-faced demon spider bore a resemblance to the weapon of an archvillain. Onward. The synthesis of the tiger sting bee king Gu and the human-faced demon spider instilled confidence in Li Yuan, demonstrating that the chances of synthesizing Gu from demon corpses were promising. He resolved to take a bold gamble, investing the most precious parts of the demon corpses, along with the materials brought by Li Ruoqian, all at once. Brother tiger, brother wolf, sister snake, sister spider, although I have slain you, I implore you to grant me favor and bestow upon me a rare Gu. Li Yuan silently prayed. Selected raw materials. 5-turn mysterious Gu. Human-faced demon spider. Gall of the thread-pulling demon spider. Part of the mountain wind tiger demon. Brain core of the bluewood wolf. King's heartgrass, the spinneret. The most vital organ of the spider, secretes silk and enables adaptation and evolution. The gall of the snake needs no elaboration. The heart of the mountain wind tiger demon and the brain core of the bluewood wolf are both invaluable. While the King's heartgrass is among the most precious of the materials gathered by Miss Li, Li Yuan committed all these components. A bold gamble. Commencing synthesis, you have acquired the 5-turn rare Gu, queen of the silk spiders. Success. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance, indeed. Taking a gamble proved to be a stroke of wisdom. Spider Queen Gu, an all-encompassing Gu insect, capable of poisoning foes in offense, weaving disruptive webs in defense, and manipulating corpse puppets in between. Its innate silk can mimic the properties of any living being, forge prosthetic limbs, and mend internal organs, among other feats. Cannot be refined into a subordinate Gu. All-encompassing. This was the first time Li Yuan had encountered the term all-encompassing on a synthesized Gu insect. The sheer prestige of the Spider Queen Gu spoke for itself. Even the extraordinary resurrection Gu had never earned such distinction. From the black jar emerged a tiny spider. No larger than a thumb, its body crystalline and translucent, shimmering with an enigmatic luster like polished quartz. It crawled gracefully along the jar's edge before alighting upon Li Yuan's hand, each step as delicate as a dancing sprite. Even the silk it spun flowed in iridescent hues, resembling an endless, winding river leading to a realm of fairy tales. Chirp the Spider Queen Gu emitted a faint, nearly imperceptible sound. Only through their mental connection could Li Yuan discern its meaning, something akin to pet me, please, a coy, almost coquettish plea. How can you bear the title of queen yet act like such a sweetheart? Amused, Li Yuan chuckled. Since you're quite intelligent, I suppose you deserve a name. You're the 5th. And you seem fond of acting cute. So, little 5 it is. Chapter 35. The master and his disciple 5th sister, Li Yuan called softly. The queen of silkworms, delighted, nuzzled against his arm. Little Kai, feeling a twinge of jealousy, did not shy away and rubbed against him as well. Alas, it seems I am destined to live my life in the company of insects and beasts. The bond between a Gu master and their innate Gu is akin to that of blood relatives. To outsiders, Gu insects may appear fearsome. Yet in the hearts of Gu masters, the innate Gu is their closest companion, a reflection of their very existence. However, Li Yuan's existence is intertwined with more than just that of an ordinary Gu master. 7 days later, Yu Hangchuan ascended to the small bamboo grove once more. This time alone, without even Pei Luo Qing accompanying him. Li Yuan, we meet again, Yu Hangchuan greeted with a calm demeanor. Greetings, elder, Li Yuan replied, bowing respectfully. Has your innate blood Gu evolved? Yu Hangchuan observed that Li Yuan's vitality had increased exponentially since their last encounter, far surpassing that of ordinary warriors, even formidable beasts. The elder's notes had provided Li Yuan with invaluable insights, guiding him to a shortcut for the evolution of his blood Gu. This was no flattery, indeed. The elder's wisdom had spared Li Yuan much unnecessary toil. Otherwise, even with the synthesis system, he would have wasted numerous materials and time to achieve such an evolution. May I have a look? Yu Hengchuan inquired. Li Yuan beckoned, and the giant spirit Gu crawled out from his clothing. Upon seeing the palm-sized, crimson insect with sharp antennae, Yu Hengchuan's heart raced. Is this not the giant Gu? This is. He could no longer maintain his composure. You have managed to cultivate the giant spirit Gu. Does it bear the name Giant Spirit Gu? Li Yuan thought to himself, impressed by the Ninth Palace elder's extensive knowledge. Remarkable indeed, Li Yuan, Yu Hengchuan praised. The giant spirit Gu has been extinct for a millennium. I never expected you to have brought it back to life. You are truly a prodigy in the art of Gu. Your kindness is overwhelming, elder. My modest achievements are largely thanks to your guidance, Li Yuan smiled. When I last departed, I made a promise, should you succeed in transforming your innate blood Gu, I would take you as my direct disciple. I have come this time to fulfill that promise. Yu Hengchuan felt a surge of excitement, trying to maintain his composure. Li Yuan, do you wish to become my disciple? Li Yuan did not respond immediately. Yu Hengchuan was not displeased. Such a talent certainly had the right to be discerning. Elder, may I inquire if there is a remnant Gu pavilion within the Ninth Palace? Li Yuan asked. There is not. Yu Hengchuan shook his head. In the inner sanctum of the Ninth Palace, remnant Gus are virtually non-existent. Even if there were any, they would be handled by the Gu masters themselves. High-level Gu insects, if they possessed any remnants, would not be released. Li Yuan lamented silently. If only the Ninth Palace had a remnant Gu pavilion, he could have shifted his strategy. If there were no such matters, there would be no need to take such great risks. After all, the Ninth Palace is rife with experts. Should one venture there and be discovered with the secret of the multiple life-sustaining Gu, one might not even know how they met their demise. The 12 caves are far more suitable for him. You enjoy spending time in the residual Gu pavilion? Yu Hengchuan inquired, puzzled. Indeed, I relish the company of Gu, Li Yuan replied earnestly. Yu Hengchuan chuckled. If you have a fondness for Gu insects, you might consider the Gu breeding garden in the Ninth Palace. No, the Gu breeding garden is under strict control by the sect. If I were to recklessly engage in synthesis there, I would likely fail to meet expectations and would lack the freedom that the residual Gu pavilion offers. For me, nurturing residual Gu presents a greater challenge. It is from the flaws of residual Gu that I can discover the true essence of the Gu path, Li Yuan stated earnestly. Ambitious and courageous. Yu Hengchuan admired him further. If you become my direct disciple, you may remain here and enjoy all the privileges that come with being a direct disciple. Like you. I too rose from humble beginnings and understand how rare it is to find a talent such as yourself among the 72 outer caves. In you, I see a reflection of my former self. Yet, you shine even brighter than I did at your age. With a greater potential to ascend to the pinnacle of the Gu path, I do not wish for you to traverse unnecessary detours that would squander your time on the path to greatness. Yu Hengchuan's words were heartfelt. Li Yuan pondered deeply. Sensing his sincerity, while those sentiments were valid, he needed to weigh the pros and cons. Li Yuan, Yu Hengchuan continued. Some truths may be harsh, but they are honest. The path to the pinnacle of the Gu path can only be sought by joining the inner sect of the Ninth Palace. Ultimately, you must join as my direct disciple. I can promise you everything you desire, and I shall never interfere with your freedom. Li Yuan understood that he needed a supportive background, and becoming Yu Hengchuan's disciple was indeed a commendable option. Yu Hengchuan fell silent, allowing Li Yuan to contemplate. After a considerable time, Li Yuan fetched a pot of tea, poured a cup, and presented it to Yu Hengchuan. Master, please enjoy this tea. Ha. The tense expression on Yu Hengchuan's face finally relaxed, bursting into hearty laughter. Excellent. Wonderful. A truly delightful pupil. This joy emanated from the depths of his heart. My teachings, my path, at last, have someone to inherit them. Yu Hengchuan sighed deeply, gazing skyward. Master, you are in your prime and can certainly tread through the snow to the mountain peak, Li Yuan remarked with a smile. No. Yu Hengchuan shook his head. I have wandered too many detours to behold the scenery at the summit, which is precisely why I am so eager to take you as my disciple. As your master, I fear you may be distracted by the flowers halfway up the mountain and lose your way to the peak. To travel 100 miles is to have completed 90 at most. Li Yuan, you have excelled in the 72 outer caves. But the true path of a Gu master has only just begun. Your words resonate with wisdom, master, Li Yuan smiled. If I may inquire, what benefits come with being a direct disciple of the Ninth Palace? Indeed, Yu Hengchuan raised a finger. There are 3 primary benefits for direct disciples. First, the monthly allowance provided by the sect far exceeds that of the 72 outer caves. Secondly, all direct disciples are granted the opportunity to venture into the secret realm of the immortal Gu to select treasures once. Thirdly, Direct disciples are able to comprehend advanced Gu techniques and learn the art of Gu house refinement, knowledge inaccessible to ordinary Gu masters. As Yu Hengchuan extended his fingers one by one, Li Yuan's gaze grew increasingly bright, filled with an intense yearning for progress, particularly the term Gu house, which he had been seeking to understand through various texts, yet found no mention of it in any book. Master, what is a Gu house? Chapter 36. The journey of 100 miles begins with the first step. The long-sought answer lay before Li Yuan, stirring excitement within him. The Gu house was a unique secret art exclusive to advanced Gu masters. Yu Hengchuan remarked, you may envision it as a dwelling constructed from Gu insects, serving as their sanctuary and the final abode for most Gu masters. Please enlighten me further, teacher, Li Yuan requested thoughtfully. Surely you are aware that are exceedingly rare. A Gu master without Un as their life Gu finds themselves at a disadvantage compared to equally ranked martial practitioners as they ascend in rank. The techniques of formidable warriors are diverse and numerous, augmented by divine weapons. How can a Gu master rely solely on a single life Gu to contend with them? The answer lies in the Gu house. By forming a legion of Gu insects that respond to your will, centered around your life Gu, you create a Gu house. Just as the Ant King commands the entire ant army, so too can you command your legion. Of course, the construction of a Gu house is far more intricate than that of an ant colony. For each Gu within the house provides the Gu master with feedback akin to that of their life Gu, enhancing their own power. Yu Hengchuan explained with great patience. Li Yuan gradually comprehended. Yu Hengchuan continued, consider your life Gu, the giant spirit Gu. By using it as the core of your Gu house, you can command hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of subordinate Gu. Each subordinate Gu will offer you feedback, and this enhancement rivals the celestial phenomena of martial arts, delivering devastating blows to lesser Gu masters and martial practitioners. It is akin to the difference between a frog in a well and the moon in the sky. Without reaching that level, one cannot fathom such power. Li Yuan was overwhelmed with emotion. Although he could command countless subordinate Gu, the feedback from them was non-existent, providing no growth to his own strength. Even if he could rally an army alone, he remained vulnerable to being decapitated by a stronger opponent. Teacher, what are the requirements for refining a Gu house? Li Yuan inquired. Generally, only an 8th-tier Gu master possesses the potential to refine a Gu house. Much like how only an 8th-rank martial saint can summon celestial phenomena, a select few exceptionally gifted 7th-tier Gu masters may have the chance to create miracles. 3 conditions must be simultaneously met. First, one's mental strength must reach the domain of the river, sea, realm, and abyss. Second, the life Gu must not be a foundational Gu insect, but possess numerous subordinate Gu, such as the giant spirit Gu, which has giant Gu and blood chi Gu as subordinates. Third, the heart's Gu command must reach the level of resonance with the heart. Yu Hengchuan outlined the stringent conditions for refining a Gu house, noting that those who could meet all 3 were predominantly 8th-tier Gu masters. Teacher, what does resonance with the heart entail? Li Yuan realized how much he still had to learn. If he were to rely solely on his own exploration without joining the 9th Palace's inner sect, he would likely encounter significant setbacks. You, who know so little, have nonetheless achieved your current standing through sheer effort and talent. Truly remarkable, Yu Hengchuan reflected. The golden-scaled fish is no mere creature of the pool. Once it encounters the winds and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. Li Yuan is a piece of raw jade, destined to shine with extraordinary brilliance. Your disciple has been fortunate, Li Yuan replied, feeling a bit bashful at the praise. There is no need for modesty, Yu Hengchuan remarked with a smile. I have heard from the master of the 100 Affairs Hall that since you entered the sect, you have not stepped out of the residual Gu Tower, only emerging once during the passing of the old predecessor to return the token. The sweat you have shed and the dedication you have shown are well understood by me. Accepting Li Yuan as my disciple was not a hasty decision. I had conducted thorough investigations beforehand. You came here fleeing from a distant land, bearing your grandfather's corpse upon your back, and have devoted yourself over the years with unwavering focus. Your exceptional talent is evident. But what I value most are your character and diligence. The disciple felt a profound sense of shame. Li Yuan was genuinely humbled. Enough of this modesty. A young man should possess vigor and not be overly mature for his age. Yu Hengchuan's admiration grew as he presented 2 ancient tomes with gilded edges and several thick volumes to Li Yuan. These 2 ancient texts contain a high-level Gu control manual and the secret methods for crafting Gu houses. You may peruse them at your leisure. The other books are my notes and reflections, which may provide you with insights and direction in cultivating advanced Gu insects. Thank you, Master, for your generosity, Li Yuan said, bowing his head respectfully. For him, this was the key to unlocking a new world, a matter of great significance. I have 2 direct disciples already. You will be the third. Pei Luoqing is the second, and you also have a senior sister whom you shall meet in due time, Yu Hingchuan continued. Yes, Li Yuan replied promptly. Due to the turmoil in the southern frontier, the affairs of the Ninth Palace have multiplied, and I cannot linger here for long. Should you have any questions regarding Gu cultivation, you may first consult your senior brother Pei, Yu Hingchuan advised. Understood, Li Yuan nodded. Master, have the true culprits behind the massacre of the 12 caves been identified? Almost, Yu Hingchuan replied calmly. Once confirmed, the elders of the Ninth Palace will personally take action to eradicate their entire clan, as an offering to our fallen brethren in the afterlife. He rose, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and sighed deeply. The Gu nest of the Ninth Palace has remained dormant in the mountains for far too long, allowing some to forget the years when the Gu masters once ruled over the southern frontier. It is time to remind them. The Gu nest of the Ninth Palace has never been a force to be trifled with. Residing deep in the mountains is not out of fear of worldly disputes, but rather because this environment is more conducive to the cultivation and survival of Gu masters. The methods of Gu masters in silencing their foes are indeed far more terrifying than those of martial artists. As the master and disciple conversed, they reached the end of the bamboo grove. Take care, Master, Li Yuan waved goodbye. Yu Hingchuan chuckled helplessly. You truly seem reluctant to step beyond this bamboo grove, even accompanying me only to this point. That is because I am eager to return and study your insights on nurturing Gu, Li Yuan replied with a smile. Indeed. You are more articulate than your senior sister, Yu Hingchuan remarked, taking his leave with deliberate steps, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Upon returning to the residual Gu tower, Li Yuan eagerly grasped the ancient tomes adorned with gilded edges. His desire for progress was palpable. Wu Mei and Xiao Kai, feeling cooped up, crawled out from the black jar, one on each of Li Yuan's shoulders, nuzzling against him. Li Yuan could sense that Wu Mei genuinely enjoyed clinging to him. Xiao Kai was consumed by jealousy and rivalry with Wu Mei, driven more by possessiveness. Contemplating this, Li Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly as he perused the first volume of the ancient text, The Advanced Art of Controlling Insects. Within this esteemed tome, it elucidated the principles of enticing insects with flavor, commanding them with objects, and controlling them through thought, leading to the 4th realm of resonance of the heart, and the 5th realm of selflessness and liberation from insects. What constitutes resonance of the heart? Li Yuan read intently. The text described it as the ability to perceive the emotions of one's life-bound insect, its joys, sorrows, and anxieties, embracing the creature as an intimate companion, cherishing it as one's own life. Communication transcending words, a mutual understanding of intentions within the mind, seamlessly executing every action in perfect harmony. Is this what resonance of the heart truly means? Li Yuan tilted his head to glance at Xiao Kai, then at Wu Mei, both radiating joy towards him. Teacher, the realm of heart resonance does not seem so unattainable after all. Chapter 37, the realm of spiritual power, perhaps due to their extraordinary sensitivity. Both Xiao Kai and Wu Mei elicited a remarkably clear emotional response from Li Yuan Kai, allowing him to perceive their joys, sorrows, and sentiments with great clarity. In contrast, the feedback from the giant spirit Gu and the revival Gu was considerably feebler. It was only during battle that the giant spirit Gu conveyed emotions to him, incessantly repeating the phrase, fight. We must fight. This encapsulated its essence. The revival Gu, on the other hand, stirred only when he sustained injuries, silently channeling vitality to mend his wounds and absorb damage. The slug illusion robe occupied a middle ground between the two. One might describe it as an ultimate slacker, reluctant to labor yet compelled to do so, perpetually languid. Li Yuankai pondered. If he wished to construct a Gu dwelling, he could only center it around the 3-colored fire python and the silk queen Gu. As for the highest realm of the heart method, no self, no Gu. It was not explicitly documented, leaving him to glean insights on his own. Even a 9th transformation Gu master might not attain the state of no self, no Gu. For the time being, he chose not to dwell on it. The second prerequisite for constructing a Gu dwelling was to possess the domain realm of spiritual power, enabling one to endure the boundless feedback from the Gu house. Without reaching the domain realm of spiritual power, he could not command multiple Gu with a single thought. Nor could he synchronize their intentions, thus rendering the construction of a Gu dwelling impossible. This should not pose a significant challenge for him. Li Yuankai practiced refining Gu daily, managing numerous subordinate Gu, which itself served as a rigorous exercise for his spiritual power. He commenced his training in accordance with the methods documented in the advanced Gu control heart method, gradually seeking to comprehend the spiritual world. The sensation of his consciousness entering this realm was exceedingly wondrous. It felt as though he had arrived in an isolated celestial garden where a gentle breeze caressed him. And his body and mind felt ethereal, immersed in an essence of freedom. Li Yuankai beheld that his spiritual world resembled a vast ocean, perpetually expanding. At the horizon of his consciousness lay an unbroken expanse of mountains and rivers. The advanced Gu control heart method elucidated that traversing the sea and mountains signifies the formation of a domain, when the sea of consciousness encompasses the endless landscape. It indicates that one's spiritual power has entered the domain realm. It seemed that his spiritual realm still had a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the domain realm. However, he anticipated achieving this before ascending to the sixth transformation. Li Yuankai willed his thoughts, and a data panel materialized. Gu Master, Li Yuankai, Black Jar, 5th Transformation 73-1500, Realm, 5th Transformation, Mental Power, Mid-Sea Realm, Destined Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Revival Gu, 3-Colored Fire Python, Slug Illusion Rope. Silk Queen Gu, Gu Dwelling. None. To step into the 6th Transformation Realm would require over 4 years of diligent honing. A lengthy period of maturation for the still youthful Li Yuankai. Fortunately, he had acclimated to such a lifestyle, and his heart remained undisturbed. Time flew by. And half a month passed once more. Li Ruo, Xian reappeared in the small bamboo grove, seeking out Li Yuankai. The princess's 2-month training period in the mountains had come to an end, and the prince had instructed her to return. Preparing for entry into the 9th Palace's inner sanctum, Xiaoqino had never truly belonged to Li Yuan's world, and her departure came as no surprise. Li Yuan held a favorable impression of the young princess, who genuinely cherished the art of Gu and dedicated both sweat and passion to it. Brother Li Yuan, when we meet again, I shall be a true Gu master. Xiaoqino expressed her enthusiasm. She cherished her life in the small bamboo grove, feeling a tinge of reluctance. Yet her anticipation for entering the inner sanctum of the 9th Palace and breaking the age barrier with secret techniques to become a true Gu master was overwhelming. When we meet again, the princess will undoubtedly be an exceptional Gu master, Li Yuan encouraged. My goal is to be as formidable as Brother Li Yuan. Since the night of the demon invasion, having witnessed Li Yuan's battle against the fiends, Xiaoqino's admiration for him grew to towering heights, indelibly etched in her memory. You must surpass me, Li Yuan chuckled. All right, I shall surpass Brother Li Yuan, Xiaoqino declared, clenching her small fist in determination. Princess, we must take our leave, Li Ruoqian remarked, her feelings rather indifferent. The innocence and purity of children belonged to a different world, and it remained uncertain whether they would meet again. In a lifetime, how many first encounters end in eternal farewells? Miss Li, I have one more request, Li Yuan called out to her. What is it? Li Ruoqian raised an eyebrow. I would like to inquire about the disposal of demon corpses slain during the Kanglan army's battles against the fiends, Li Yuan asked. Those of value are preserved, either for medicinal use or as sustenance, Li Ruoqian replied. Might I purchase some of the useless demon corpses? For Li Yuan, the demon corpses were treasures. If the Kanglan royal mansion were willing to cooperate with him, it would be an inexhaustible source of riches. Certainly. But what do you offer in exchange? Li Ruoqian inquired. Gu, Li Yuan replied, as it was the only asset he could provide. The vast majority of the Kanglan army consists of warriors, with only a handful of Gu masters. Your Gu is of no use to us. Li Ruoqian dismissed him without hesitation. It's different, Li Yuan smiled. The applications of Gu are boundless and could also benefit you. As he spoke, he opened his palm to reveal a small crimson insect. This is the Qi blood Gu, capable of replenishing vitality to a certain extent. Vitality is crucial for warriors, is it not? Can it be utilized by non-Gu masters? Li Ruoqian's interest was piqued. Once tamed by a Gu master, even ordinary citizens can use it. How many can you provide? As long as the Kanglan royal mansion continuously supplies demon corpses to me, I can offer an infinite number of Qi blood Gu. Is that true? Absolutely. I speak with utmost sincerity. Li Ruoqian's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. This matter cannot be decided by me alone. I will consult the prince upon my return. I appreciate your efforts, Miss Li, Li Yuan said, clasping his hands in gratitude as he handed her a jade vial. Here are some tamed Qi blood Gu, usable by anyone, capable of rapidly replenishing vitality for the soldiers on the battlefield. The Kanglan prince may verify its efficacy. Understood, Li Ruoqian nodded. I shall respond to you promptly. Half a day later, Li Ruoqian returned to the Kanglan army camp with Shaoqiner. "Father, I have returned." Shaoqiner danced with joy, exclaiming, "Father, I have completed the trial. You shall send me to the ninth palace, shall you not?" Sighing, Xiao Yuan gazed at his innocent daughter, his heart a tumult of emotions. "Father, why do you sigh? Are you having second thoughts?" Shaoqiner retorted, her cheeks puffed in indignation. "No, no." Xiao Yuan shook his head repeatedly. "It is merely that I am reluctant to see you embark on this journey. Do not worry, father. Once I become the most formidable Gu master and can rally an army single-handedly, I shall return to assist you in conquering the world and vanquishing all demons." Shaoqiner proclaimed with pride. "Indeed, Qiner will undoubtedly become the most exceptional Gu master." With that, Xiao Yuan retrieved a gourd, crouched down, and solemnly placed it in his daughter's hands. "Qiner, this is the treasured gourd left by your mother. Keep it close to you, and remember, it may only be revealed upon reaching the ninth palace." Chapter 38. The Awakening of the Southern Lion. What treasures does this gourd left by mother hold? Shaoqiner asked. Astonished. "I too am in the dark," Xiao Yuan replied, shaking his head. "Years ago, after my wife perished in battle, she left behind this precious gourd. In her blood-written letter, she instructed me to burn her remains and place the ashes within this gourd, to be buried in the scorching sands. Should the day arise that either Liar or Qiner wishes to embark on the path of a Gu master, I am to present this gourd to them. Today, my wife's final wishes are fulfilled." A profound melancholy enveloped Xiao Yuan. He firmly believed that his wife would never harm Qiner. As the former holy maiden of the ninth palace, she was esteemed by the sect and cherished by her elders. The legacy she left would undoubtedly benefit their daughter. Perhaps this is fate. The following day, after the midday feast, the king of Kanglan personally bid farewell to his daughter, escorting Shaoqiner deep into the Nine Palaces mountain range. Their parting left an uncertain void. Upon returning to the military camp, Li Ruoqian finally spoke. "Your Highness, I have a matter to report." "Speak," Xiao Yuan replied, feeling a profound sense of loss and guilt at his daughter's departure. Although he understood that the ninth palace would not mistreat her out of respect for his late wife, Qiner's entry into the mountain meant she would be regarded as a hostage. Li Ruoqian continued, "Li Yuan from the 12 Caves has proposed a collaboration with the Kanglan royal house, seeking our assistance in providing him with demon corpses. Concerning my daughter, I shall remember the name Li Yuan, but that is all," Xiao Yuan remarked. "Isn't Li Yuan merely a minor steward of the 12 Caves? Does he overreach in seeking collaboration with us?" Li Ruoqian wasted no time, presenting a jade vial that belonged to Li Yuan. "Your Highness, this contains the blood Gu he has tamed, capable of supplying our soldiers with vitality at any moment." And then? Xiao Yuan was well aware of the blood Gu's function, yet it hardly qualified as a basis for collaboration with the Kanglan royal house. Li Yuan claims that as long as the Kanglan royal house provides him with an unending supply of demon corpses, he will repay us with an inexhaustible supply of blood Gu, Li Ruoqian explained. Such capability from a mere steward? Xiao Yuan frowned, skepticism etched on his face. Li Yuan possesses remarkable talent. At just 20, he has already become a 5th-rank Gu master and has recently been accepted as a direct disciple by Elder Yu Hengchuan of the Ninth Palace. Even Yu Hengchuan has expressed admiration for his abilities. He appears to have an innate mental strength, capable of controlling a vast multitude of subordinate Gu, and has nurtured rare Gu that have not emerged for a millennium. He may very well ascend to the higher echelons of the Ninth Palace in the future. Not long ago, demons and a faction of traitorous warriors launched an assault on the 12 Caves. 2 5th-rank demons and a 5th-rank warrior simultaneously attacked the small bamboo grove where Li Yuan was stationed. The outcome was that all the demons fell. While Li Yuan emerged with merely a soiled garment, Li Ruoqian reported, detailing the intelligence on Li Yuan. "Is Li Yuan truly that formidable?" Xiao Yuan's eyes gleamed with newfound respect, no longer underestimating him. With such potential as a Gu master and a mentor like Yu Hengchuan, he now indeed had the qualifications for collaboration with the Kanglan royal house. Initially, let us embark on a tentative collaboration, providing him with a portion of the demon corpses. Should it prove beneficial to the Kanglan army, we shall deepen our partnership in due course. Xiao Yuan nodded in agreement, stating, "If it is merely superficial, then this matter shall be entrusted to you, Qian." "Understood," Li Ruoqian replied with a respectful gesture. "There is another matter that requires your investigation, concerning the direct bloodline of the Dian royal family. Recently, some leads have emerged," Xiao Yuan continued. Li Ruoqian was taken aback. "Is it true that a direct descendant of the royal family still exists? I had believed it was merely a ruse orchestrated by the Night Owl Guard to stabilize the situation." In this world of uncertainty, who can discern truth from falsehood? Xiao Yuan sighed softly. Even if it is a fabrication regarding the martial god's treasure and the unification of the realm, it undoubtedly has the power to influence the dynamics across the lands. Li Ruo, Qian inquired. Your Highness, do the rumors specify which prince or princess has survived? It is said to be the young prince, born of the noble concubine from the tribe of the extreme northern ice plains, Xiao Yuan responded, furrowing his brow. During the tumultuous bloodbath that engulfed the Dian royal family, the Night Owl operatives arrived too late and managed to rescue only the young prince. However, they were subsequently ambushed by demons, resulting in the demise of the Night Owl guards who were escorting him. The young prince was then concealed and has since wandered among the common folk, his whereabouts unknown. In the depths of the mountains, at the 12 caves. In the residual Gu Tower, 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Li Yuan reclined in a rocking chair, basking in the sunlight, relishing the rare tranquility. On his shoulders, Shao Kai and Wu Mei nestled against him with remarkable human-like affection. Li Yuan referred to this process as cultivating an understanding with his innate Gu, preparing for the construction of the Gu house that lay ahead. He recalled a film from his previous life, where a gambling sage would sleep with Mahjong to foster a bond with it. Were Shao Kai and Wu Mei not far more sentient than mere Mahjong? Indeed. It seemed quite reasonable. Nowadays, even in slumber, Shao Kai and Wu Mei insisted on sharing his pillow, each claiming a side. Suddenly, Li Yuan's brow furrowed, sensing an approaching presence. Senior brother Pei is here. Shao Kai, Wu Mei, quickly hide. Whoosh, whoosh. The three-colored flame python and the Queen of Weaving Gu swiftly dove into a black jar, concealing their presence. Li Yuan found the situation somewhat amusing. Why did it feel akin to a clandestine operation? Ultimately, it was a matter of insufficient strength. Even nurturing a rapport with his innate Gu felt somewhat dubious. Moments later, Pei Luoqing's figure materialized in the small bamboo grove. Junior brother, he called. Within moments, he had approached, adding, I bear good news. We have identified the traitorous forces colluding with the demons to attack the various caves. Have you uncovered the details? Li Yuan was eager to know. Indeed. Pei Luoqing replied, the traitors are the 3 largest martial factions in the southern frontier, the Snowstorm Sword Manor, the Heavenly Blade Cliff, and the Star Moon Palace. Li Yuan was astonished. Why would they conspire with demons? These 3 factions appear to be the strongest in the southern frontier. Yet they remain suppressed by the 9 Palace Gu nest. Perhaps they seek to seize this opportunity to challenge the 9 Palaces' authority, or have been tempted by the demons with conditions compelling enough to risk annihilation for a chance at power. Yet, they have forgotten that the 9 Palace Gu nest harbors a vengeful spirit, and from the moment the truth is revealed, there shall be no peace. Pei Luoqing's voice turned icy. Li Yuanming. So the 9 Palaces Gu nest is preparing to launch its vengeance campaign? Pei Luoqing nodded solemnly. All 9 palaces have issued orders. Every disciple will hunt down and slaughter all members of the 3 major sects, obliterating every last trace of their influence. Not until those sects are utterly annihilated, not even a single intact earthworm left, will we cease. Strike not at all, but when we do, we leave no survivors. Why did you have to provoke them? Li Yuanming understood. This concerned the entire 9 Palaces Gu nest. There was no way he could remain uninvolved. Senior brother, what are your instructions? Pei Luoqing straightened, his expression grave. According to the ancestral decree of the 9 Palaces Gu nest, when disciples are maliciously slaughtered by external forces, every member, from the highest palace lord to the lowest disciple, from the 9th palace to the 72 subordinate caves, must participate in the vengeance campaign. No exceptions. This operation will be assigned by lottery. Those chosen must take part. If victorious, their monthly stipend will be doubled, and they shall receive commendations. If they fall in battle, their lineage shall be recorded separately in the clan registry, and their descendants shall forever be under the protection of the 9 palaces. Chapter 39. Drawing the life and death lots. Li Yuan, though an outsider, had acquainted himself with many customs of the Jiugong mountain range. The Jiugong Gu nest originated from a prominent clan bearing the surname Qi. Generations had resided within caves, placing immense importance on the concept of blood ties and kinship. Within such an environment, the allure of a family lineage was inexpressibly potent, rendering many unable to resist its call, even to the point of glorifying sacrifices made for the clan. It is precisely for this reason that the Jiugong Gu nest has endured for millennia. Resilient through the rise and fall of dynasties, standing unwaveringly strong in the world. Li Yuan felt little depth of sentiment towards this. Yet he could envision the terrifying power and unwavering resolve of such a cohesive group when they acted in unison. Pei Luoqing chuckled. We are both outsiders. According to tradition, if there are not enough willing participants from the clan, we too must draw lots. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. He was not entirely devoid of empathy. Having received the blessings of the 12 caves, he held a certain affection for this land. When the time came to act, he would not hesitate. The drawing of lots will take place tomorrow at Bide Hall. Remember to bring Xiao Zhao, Pei Luoqing reminded him. The following day, Li Yuan and Wang Zhaozhao rose early. This marked Li Yuan's second departure from the remnants of the bamboo grove. The first was for old Wang, and this time was for his fellow disciples who had met tragic ends at the hands of demons and traitors. Upon arriving at the mountain where Bide Hall was located, he found the area outside the hall teeming with people. Li Yuan silently queued amidst the crowd. Few in the 12 caves recognized him. Only a handful of disciples who frequently visited the remnants of the Gu Tower were aware of his presence. Before long, Pei Luoqing appeared, personally overseeing the drawing ceremony. Esteemed fellow disciples of the 12 caves, I thank you for gathering here at Bide Hall to honor our departed brothers and sisters, Pei Luoqing said, his arm wrapped in white mourning cloth as he bowed deeply. Today's drawing consists of two types, the life lot, which remains with the sect, and the death lot, which calls for a departure from the sect to avenge our lost brothers and sisters, to bring back their heroic spirits. He continued, now, I invite the heads and stewards of each hall to lead their disciples forward to commence the drawing. The first to draw was the Battle Guard Hall. As the primary combat hall of the 12 caves, they naturally had to take the lead. A palpable tension filled the air. The first to draw was the hall master of the Battle Guard Hall. He reached into the wooden box and retrieved a slip of paper, presenting it to Pei Luoqing. Qi Huan, death lot, Pei Luoqing announced. Ha ha ha, it seems I cannot escape it. Qi Huan laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed by the outcome. Subsequently, 3 vice hall masters stepped forward. 2 drew death lots, while 1 drew a life lot, visibly relieved. After half an hour, all 300 members of the Battle Guard Hall had drawn their lots, 100 death lots and 200 life lots. Once the drawing concluded, the members of the Battle Guard Hall moved to the back, where some greeted Li Yuan. Li Yuan, long time no see. Turning to the voice, Li Yuan recognized the speaker, Qi Lin. Indeed, it has been a while. When he first arrived at Jiogong Mountain, it was Qi Lin who had guided him through the Gu Master trials. In his eyes, Qi Lin had once appeared mysterious and formidable, but now seemed rather unremarkable. I have drawn a death lottery ticket. I wonder how your fortune will fare, Qi Lin remarked casually. I am fine, Li Yuan replied nonchalantly. Are you still working at the residual Gu Tower? Qi Lin inquired once more. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. Qi Lin chuckled. You seem to endure solitude well. Your vitality appears quite robust. Have you not yet changed your life Gu? You must have entered the realm of the 3rd tier Gu Master by now, right? The vitality Gu is quite commendable. Li Yuan smiled in agreement, suddenly overcome by a poignant sense of nostalgia. After conversing for a while, Qi Lin departed with the Battle Guard Hall, and during their farewell, Li Yuan wished him good fortune. The lottery ceremony continued, with various halls completing their draws, resulting in approximately a 70% success rate and a 30% failure rate. Next up was the residual Gu Tower. After a lengthy wait, it was finally Li Yuan's turn. Compared to the other halls, the residual Gu Tower felt woefully sparse with only Li Yuan and Wang Zhaozhao present. Li Yuan reached into the wooden box, casually feeling around before extracting a slip of paper. Wang Zhaozhao waited anxiously behind him, her tension palpable. Pei Luoqing announced, Li Yuan, you have drawn a life ticket. With that, the head of the 100 Affairs Hall made a mark on the 12-chambered roster, drawing a check. Next was Wang Zhaozhao's turn. Her heart raced, and her small hands trembled slightly as she retrieved a slip from the box, handing it to Pei Luoqing. Wang Zhaozhao, you have drawn a death ticket. A death ticket? Wang Zhaozhao murmured, not out of fear of death itself, but because it signified a long separation from Brother Yuan. A wave of melancholy swept over her. Ever since she entered the mountain, she had never left the small bamboo grove, never spent a night elsewhere, always by Brother Yuan's side. The prospect of parting today was filled with reluctance and an indescribable heaviness. It's all right, little Zhao, Li Yuan gently patted the girl's back. The tasks assigned by the outer sect's 72 chambers are not overly complex. The opponents are merely the industries and affiliated forces of the 3 major sections. With your strength, you will be just fine. Yes, Wang Zhaozhao nodded. I will return soon. If Brother Yuan finds it difficult to cook or do laundry, He can hire a capable young lady to help in the bamboo grove. Throughout the long years, she had remained by Brother Yuan's side. How could she not be aware of his charm? Every senior and junior sister who came to deliver residual Gu cast him lingering glances, yet Brother Yuan, engrossed in the path of Gu, paid them no mind. If she were to leave, would another girl truly come to take her place? To accompany Brother Yuan, sharing the seasons together? The thought brought her sorrow. Li Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. He could easily discern the young lady's hidden worries, her grievances nearly spilling over. Oh, and you still expect me to invite other girls up the mountain? He chuckled. I am rather nostalgic. The food prepared by others may not suit my palate. Having strangers around feels quite uncomfortable. You should return soon. All right, all right. Wang Zhaozhao's heart blossomed with joy, as it was rare for Li Yuan to express such warm sentiments. There's one more thing, Li Yuan pondered, deciding to prepare some self-defense measures for Wang Zhaozhao. Although she possessed commendable strength, her lack of practical experience could lead to misfortune. Zhaozhao, this evening I wish to present you with a gift. What gift? Wang Zhaozhao's mind wandered. It's a secret. What else could Li Yuan possibly offer? But of course, it's the Gu worms. After the drawing ceremony concluded, twilight had already descended. Upon returning to the small bamboo grove, Li Yuan immediately delved into the remnants of the Gu building, diligently preparing to tame some extraordinary Gu worms for Wang Zhaozhao. In her chamber, Wang Zhaozhao sat before the mirror, cautiously unwrapping the black satin that covered her eyes and carefully retrieving a wooden box hidden in the cabinet. Inside the box lay no extraordinary artifact, but rather the rouge and powder that every woman employs. At this moment, she harbored a singular thought: to present her finest self in receiving the gift from Brother Yuan. Chapter 40. Who am I? As night descended, Li Yuan emerged from the remnants of the Gu Tower after several hours of diligent work. The luminous moonlight worm gathered the moonlight, casting a gentle and bright glow upon the small bamboo grove beside the bedroom, resembling a grand lantern. Beneath this illumination lay a table adorned with sumptuous dishes and exquisite wines, accompanied by a graceful maiden with lowered gaze, akin to a bashful flower on the verge of blooming. In this splendid hour, with the enchanting scenery and the beauty under the moonlight, Li Yuan found himself momentarily lost in thought. Did this young lady perhaps misunderstand the situation? Xiao, when did you acquire this attire? I have never seen you wear it before. For countless years, Li Yuan and Wang Zhaozhao had donned the unremarkable, standardized attire of the 12 caves. Exchanging them back and forth, Li Yuan seldom paid heed to such superficialities. However, upon this unexpected sight, he was suddenly struck by the realization that Zhaozhao had transformed into a charming young lady, no longer the naive girl who first ascended the mountain 4 years ago. With her features now more defined, she had blossomed into a small beauty. As their living conditions improved, her physique developed rapidly, shedding the pallor of malnourishment for a more radiant and robust appearance. The only drawback lay in her eyes, which could only open fully in the heat of battle, lending her a slightly less spirited demeanor. Brother Yuan, Wang Zhaozhao sensed Li Yuan's gaze upon her and blushed deeper. I bought this dress long ago, but never had the chance to wear it. It is quite beautiful, Li Yuan complimented. Really? Wang Zhaozhao exclaimed, her delight evident. Does Brother Yuan like it? Who wouldn't admire such a lovely sister? Li Yuan replied with a smile, producing 3 jade vials from his bosom and handing them to Wang Zhaozhao. As the mission approaches, these are 3 types of Gu I have concocted for you. They will only recognize your essence and serve your needs. The first vial contained 3 rejuvenating Gu, each capable of healing wounds and dispelling toxins upon use. The second vial housed 3 shadow sword Gu, which, if employed at the right moment, could fell any martial artist below the 6th rank in a single strike. The third vial contained the winged Gu and the golden armor Gu, intended to aid in your escape at critical junctures. As the vials settled in her hands, a wave of emotion washed over the young maiden, her heart swelling with an indescribable fervor that brought forth tears, which cascaded down her cheeks as she suddenly embraced Li Yuan. Brother Yuan, thank you. Though the gifts were not what Wang Zhaozhao had yearned for, they were a testament to the affection and concern of the one she admired. What more could she possibly desire? Thank you for what? Li Yuan teased. When I first ascended the mountain, I was destitute, without even a coffin or gravestone for my grandfather. Old Wang unhesitatingly provided me with the funds for the coffin. At that time, I did not hesitate to accept. When you venture outside, be resolute and forthright. The honest are often taken advantage of. Yes, Wang Zhaozhao nodded earnestly, committing Brother Yuan's words to memory. That's good. Li Yuan gently helped the maiden settle onto a stool. We must not waste this feast after tonight. It may be 2 or 3 months before I can enjoy your cooking again. The following morning, Wang Zhaozhao, after bowing 3 times before the grave of the old Wang on the back mountain, tearfully bid farewell to Li Yuan and embarked on a journey beyond the Jiugong mountain range. Those who sought refuge from the ravages of war were once again compelled to depart due to the very conflict that had driven them here. This realization struck Li Yuan profoundly. Amidst the tumult of the world, there exists no everlasting sanctuary. The only unchanging truth lies in the continuous enhancement of one's own strength. Half a month later, Qi Xian, the leader of the Baishir Hall, ascended the mountain to deliver a list into Li Yuan's hands. It was a roster of disciples who had perished during missions outside the 12 caves. A wave of emotion surged within Li Yuan as he regarded the list. Feeling its weight, over the past weeks, he had grown unaccustomed to the absence of a companion who shared meals, washed his clothes, and alleviated his boredom. The emptiness gnawed at his heart. He opened the roster and scrutinized each name. After a long pause, he exhaled in relief. Fortunately, Xiao Zhao's name was not among them. However, he did encounter another familiar name. Qi Lin, the individual who had once guided him into the mountains and introduced him to the trials of a Gu master. Qi Lin had fallen during a mission to eradicate a faction of the Fengshui sword manor. There was no sorrow, merely a sense of reflection. Another half-month passed, and the second list of the deceased arrived. Once again, Xiao Zhao's name was absent, filling Li Yuan with joy. If all went as expected, the skills he had imparted to Xiao Zhao would suffice for any tasks befitting an outer disciple. On this day, a distinguished guest visited the small bamboo grove. A considerable number of demon corpses, over 100, were transported to the grove. Li Yuan, the blood Gu you cultivated is remarkably effective. The prince has agreed to collaborate with you. Here are 120 demon corpses, in exchange for 600 blood Gu. Is this acceptable? Li Ruoqian personally led the escort of demon corpses to discuss terms with Li Yuan. Absolutely, Li Yuan replied with enthusiasm. With just 1 demon corpse and a few inconsequential blood insects, he could produce a substantial quantity of blood Gu, rendering the remainder pure profit. For him, aside from time, it was an utterly risk-free venture. Are you not going to negotiate? Li Ruoqian asked, astonished. Producing such high-quality blood Gu must be challenging. Li Yuan had miscalculated. It seemed the Kanglin Prince's residents also felt they had struck a lucrative deal. Had he known, he would have haggled. The Kanglin army's efforts against the demons serve to protect the southern borders, and I too have benefited. If the prince sets this price, then it stands. Such resolve. Li Ruoqian rarely displayed a smile, but when she did, a delicate dimple appeared, and her spirited visage gained a touch of femininity. In the future, I will ensure that the Kanglin army's logistics team selects high-quality, well-preserved demon corpses for you. Thank you. Miss Li, Li Yuan clasped his fists in gratitude. There's no need for thanks, she replied. This is merely business. If you treat us sincerely, the Kanglin Prince's residence will certainly not shortchange you. Ah, yes, yes. Li Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed. Prepare yourself, she continued. Recent conflicts have intensified, and the situation is escalating. We expect a substantial number of demon corpses to arrive, and we hope you can continuously supply us with blood Gu. Has the conflict escalated again? Li Yuan asked in astonishment. What happened? Because of one person. Li Ruoqian replied with a grave expression. Who? Li Yuan inquired curiously. Chaos spreads across the land. The Demon King, feudal lords, and martial artists are all involved. Yet none dare claim supremacy. Who possesses such immense influence that a single individual could intensify the war? The sole surviving direct descendant of the Dayan imperial bloodline. Lost to legend. His lineage is the key to unlocking the martial god's treasure, the stabilizing force that could pacify the realm. Everyone seeks to possess him, Li Ruoqian declared solemnly. A direct descendant of the Dayan imperial family still lives? Li Yuan felt his heart stir. Yes, Li Ruoqian nodded. This person is the young prince born to consort enduring the imperial calamity over 20 years ago. Li Yuan. No. The young prince born to consort and pursued by heroes across the land. Then who am I? Chapter 41. This is the Queen's Gu. Li Yuan never anticipated that he would become embroiled in the unfolding drama. The dispute had commenced. And the little prince spoken of by Li Ruoqian was evidently not him. Was there truly a false little prince? Li Yuan pondered deeply. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. Over 20 years ago, in order to shield him from the royal blood calamity, his mother, consort In, had entrusted the court physician with sending him out of the palace. To save him, the venerable physician had gone so far as to strip away his own bloodline, bestowing it upon his own grandson, allowing the latter to perish in his stead. Thus, to the outside world, the physician's grandson was regarded as the true little prince. Yet now, he alone bore the knowledge of the truth. Could it be that the physician's grandson had not perished but had instead been saved? Li Yuan speculated. He turned to Li Ruoqian and calmly inquired, "Miss Li, was it not said that all the direct descendants of the Dian royal family had perished? The sudden emergence of another little prince, could he be a counterfeit?" "Most likely, he is genuine," Li Ruoqian replied. "The various factions are not fools. They would not engage in a bloody conflict over a mere impostor without substantial evidence. It is rumored that during the blood calamity, the night owls arrived too late. Yet they managed to rescue that little prince at a critical moment. However, those night owl guards were subsequently hunted down by demons and ultimately perished, while the little prince was concealed in an unknown location. Following the calamity, the demon lords shamelessly proclaimed that they had eradicated the Dian royal bloodline, a claim that even the Night Owl King accepted as truth. It was only recently, when the Night Owl King vanquished a demon lord and accessed his memories, that he discovered the possibility of the little prince's survival. Li Yuan inhaled sharply. Could it truly be that the physician's grandson might still be alive? The memory of the jade pendant left to him by the physician during his final moments echoed in his mind, the aged and hoarse voice resonating still. "Yuan, remember, you are not my grandson. Your true identity is that of the Dian prince. Your mother is the shaman of the extreme North Ice Plains, consortant of 16 years past. You must survive. This jade pendant contains a drop of the blood of our founding emperor, when combined with a potent elixir. It holds the promise of restoring your divine martial roots. Yuan, you must eradicate the demons, restore the Dian, and avenge your mother." After joining the 12 caves, Li Yuan had immersed himself in the art of Gu, never contemplating the activation of the jade pendant, nor did he consider refining the blood of the founding emperor. He wondered, after exchanging blood with the physician's grandson, was his bloodline still of any use? Could the physician's grandson, who had been forced to accept the royal bloodline, unlock the treasures of the divine martial arts? The situation had suddenly become shrouded in mystery, compelling Li Yuan to ponder many questions he had never considered before. The inheritance of royal bloodlines is an intricate affair. Not all descendants of the founding emperor are considered direct royal blood. Only the children born after a reigning emperor has undergone the ancestral blood baptism are deemed true heirs. Only they possess the power to access the treasures of divine martial arts. This implies that offspring born before the emperor's ascension or those born to other princes are ineligible to inherit the royal legitimacy. It seemed imperative to devise a meticulous plan. The imperial physician had saved his life. Even the physician's own grandson was considered his savior, and this was intertwined with a blood feud. Li Yuan could not remain indifferent. Time was of the essence, so he refrained from further discourse. The soft voice of Li Ruoqian pulled Li Yuan from his reverie. "Let us depart. I hope that upon our return, we shall receive the promised 600 vital energy Gu. Farewell, Miss Li," he replied, watching her recede into the distance amidst a field strewn with the corpses of demons. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuan reflected, "At present, I am powerless to alter the course of events. To interfere amidst the lords and demon overlords would be a path to certain death. I must remain composed. I possess the sole means to turn the tide, but it requires time to mature. Rash actions would be fatal." Having regained his composure, Li Yuan began to sort the demon carcasses. Most of the bodies delivered by the Kanglan army were of demons below the 3rd rank. Only 6 were 4th rank, and 2 were 5th rank. The most prized was the remains of a 6th rank demon, its heart having been extracted. After directing the Ant Legion to categorize and store the demon bodies, Li Yuan turned his attention to the most valuable 6th rank remains. Hissing sounds heralded the emergence of Xiaokai and 5th sister. "Do you desire to eat?" Li Yuan inquired. The 3-color Inferno Python and the Queen of Coiling Silk Gu were rare and possessed immense evolutionary potential, requiring continuous nourishment of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to foster their metamorphosis. "Choose for yourselves," Li Yuan said generously, never stingy when it came to feeding Xiaokai and 5th sister, granting them a buffet. With his permission, the 2 little creatures leapt from his shoulders onto the demon corpses, each selecting their preferred parts. Xiaokai chose the demon's gallbladder, while 5th sister carefully peeled away the demon's brain matter with her silk threads. "Very well, eat aside. I shall commence the Gu refinement," Li Yuan smiled. Xiaokai shook its head, carrying the demon's gallbladder to a nearby clearing before exhaling crimson flames that sizzled against the gallbladder, causing the bile within to boil. Curious, Li Yuan watched as the scarlet fire dwindled, leaving the gallbladder's outer skin consumed and the bile condensed into a golden, thumb-sized stone. A gallstone? A thought crossed his mind. This was evidently no ordinary gallstone. It was most likely a treasured artifact. Xiaokai, clutching the golden stone, hopped back onto Li Yuan's shoulder, circling as if seeking praise or perhaps provoking fifth sister. Li Yuan examined the stone closely, sensing the immense energy contained within. It evoked a term he had encountered in a past life's novel, the Golden Core. Cultivators refined the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, condensing it into a golden core within their dantian. Perhaps demons practiced a similar form of cultivation, but how to utilize it? Should it be combined? Li Yuan attempted to stimulate the golden stone with the profound energy of the Gu Dao, but to no avail. At that moment, he observed fifth sister carefully replacing the extracted brain matter back into the demon's skull. Her 8 spider legs manipulated the silk threads with extraordinary speed, as though performing a delicate surgical procedure. Wu Mei first meticulously stitched together the demon's brain with spider silk, and then crafted a bionic heart using the same delicate threads, ultimately mending the demon's lifeless body. Indeed, the queen of silk spiders is a versatile type of Gu worm. Due to Wu Mei's overwhelming attachment, Li Yuan nearly overlooked the true nature of the queen of silk spiders. Her silk possesses the remarkable ability to replicate any life characteristic. Boom. Once mended and restored, the demon rose to its feet. It was a black bear demon, towering over Tu Zhang, standing like a small mountain, its eyes ablaze like burning copper, filled with intensity. At first glance, it bore no resemblance to a corpse. Under Li Yuan's watchful gaze, the black bear demon slowly knelt down, prostrating itself in reverence, emitting a deep, thunderous voice from its abdomen. The black bear pays homage to its master. Chapter 42. The versatile fifth sister. A groundbreaking revelation unfolded in Li Yuan's mind as he grasped the true essence of the silk-spinning Queen Gu. Hiss. Little Kai flickered her tongue, sensing she had been overshadowed. The fifth sister swiftly retreated onto Li Yuan's shoulder, even weaving a mocking bleh expression midair with her silk. Taunting little Kai. Li Yuan sighed in amusement. Where had she learned such antics? Enough bickering, he chided. Fortunately, neither little Kai nor the fifth sister harbored complex thoughts. Their occasional rivalry posed no real threat, sparing him unnecessary headaches. Fifth sister, how many demonic corpses can you control, and what is your range? He inquired. After expending copious silk to repair the black bear demon, she had weakened considerably, suggesting clear limitations. Chirp. Li Yuan deciphered her response. She could dominate up to 2 corpses 1 tier above her own, 10 of equal rank, and countless lower-tiered ones. With fifth sister, I could command an army alone, he mused. She could be both his sweet companion and the queen of a demonic legion. Hiss, little Kai protested indignantly. Peace. Li Yuan soothed. Both of you are invaluable, my most cherished life-hound Gu. As he spoke, another strand of silk lashed out, binding the golden stone extracted from the black bear demon and embedding it into its forehead. The demon's aura surged instantly. Li Yuan beamed. See, little Kai? This is your brilliance. Together, you and fifth sister will forge the mightiest demonic army. He delegated tasks. Little Kai, your keen senses will refine treasures from the corpses. Fifth sister, focus on controlling the strongest remains for puppetry. I shall continue refining Gu. A month slipped by. The Hall of Affairs delivered 2 more death registers, neither listing Xiao Zhao. The mission dragged on longer than anticipated, perhaps months more. Then came pivotal news. The 9 Palaces Gu nest had formally allied with the Kanglan king, abandoning seclusion to confront demons head-on. Li Yuan's window for quiet growth was narrowing. Soon after, the Snowblade Manor, foremost among the southern border's 3 great sects, fell. From its lord, the Sword Saint, to the lowliest disciples and livestock, none were spared. All assets were liquidated. The assault was led by the 3rd and 6th palace masters of the 9 Palaces Gu nest. The next day, the Star Moon Palace, another of the 3 great sects, abandoned its stronghold, relocating to the impregnable Skyblade Precipice. Not long after, the 1st palace master slew a demon monarch, stunning the realm and heralding the 9 Palaces Gu nest's official return to prominence. The relentless tide of events left Li Yuan contemplative. In tumultuous times, even the leaders of the great factions have fallen one after another. What significance do I hold in comparison? The martial sage ranks at the 8th tier of martial arts, a title that only the 8th tier demon lords can attain, a formidable existence that has met its demise, invoking a sense of melancholy. It is no wonder that all covet the treasures of the martial god. Li Yuan has once again grasped the seductive allure of the martial god as treasure. Should the formidable beings manage to seize the martial god's bounty, it is not merely the aspiration of becoming a martial god that drives them. Even stepping into the 9th tier and achieving the status of martial emperor would suffice to secure their invincibility. I wonder if the master of the first palace has entered the 9th transformation realm, in the realm of martial arts. The Night King is likely at the pinnacle of contemporary strength. Although the demon lords appear to lack a common ruler, there surely exist 9th tier demons. For it was they who ensnared the Night King and took the opportunity to massacre the royal family. The paths of Gu, martial arts, and demons each have their zeniths. As Li Yuan gazes upward from the foot of the mountain, he reflects that, by the principle of walking 100 miles and only having covered 90, he has truly only just begun. 3 months later, Li Yuan received news from the 100 Affairs Hall, announcing the conclusion of the campaign against Tiandao Cliff and the various industries of the Xingyue Palace, marking the end of the external mission of the 72 Caves. The intersect of the 9 palaces will now launch a full-scale assault on Tiandao Cliff and the Xingyue Palace. It seems that Xiao Zhao shall soon return. During this time, Li Yuan has forged his own army of demon corpses, commanded by 2 6th-tier demons, 10 5th-tier demons, and 300 4th-tier demons, a truly extravagant assembly. Li Yuan personally tested the combat strength of his corpse army. The battle prowess of the corpses is approximately 70% of that of their original forms. They are not particularly agile, lack adaptability, and act solely on instinct, yet they do not fear pain or death. However, there are simply too many demon corpses, and the small bamboo grove feels quite constrained. Li Yuan pondered whether to request Brother Pei to expand the bamboo grove. After much deliberation, he decided to wait until the disciples returning from their missions were back before making his request, lest he appear overly inconsiderate. As Li Yuan anticipated, 3 days later, he received further intelligence from the 100 Affairs Hall. The 12 cave disciples who had been away in battle would return the following day, and all hall masters and managers were required to descend the mountain to welcome the returning disciples and conduct a cleansing ceremony, as well as to receive the last batch of fallen disciples' remains for a proper burial. Junior brother, I have succeeded the position of cave master for quite some time now. Yet aside from the last time we drew the life and death lot, I have not seen you leave the bamboo grove. You truly endure solitude well. I thought that with Xiao Zhao absent these past few months, you might seek some amusement outside, but it seems I have underestimated you. Pei Luo Qing teased Li Yuan on the descent. With Xiao Zhao gone, there are still Gu insects to keep you company, right? Initially, Li Yuan found it quite difficult to adjust, particularly during the first few days after Xiao Zhao's departure, feeling an unsettling emptiness within. However, he eventually acclimated. Pei Luo Qing laughed. Junior brother, your words remind me of the master of the 7th palace. Why is that? He, like you, is a solitary figure who spends his days in the company of Gu insects. One day, however, he undertook an earth-shattering deed. What deed? He wed his life-bound Gu. My goodness, is it truly so shocking? Li Yuan was taken aback. Such matters were indeed unprecedented. Pei Luo Qing laughed heartily, remarking that had there not been a little Zhao by your side, I would genuinely fear that you might one day engage in such antics yourself. Li Yuan, intrigued, inquired about the master worm of the 7th palace master. Is it a corpse worm in human form? If so, that would be somewhat understandable. Pei Luo Qing replied softly. Regrettably, his master worm is a snake. Li Yuan blinked, asking whether the palace master's surname is Su or Xiao. Pei Luo Qing paused, realizing that you must have seen it in the notes provided by your teacher. Indeed, the surname of the 7th palace master is Su. Chapter 43. The past of the princess of Kanglan. Li Yuan did not derive his knowledge from the notes of his mentor, Yu Hengchuan. The tale of the serpent, as told by Su, resonated profoundly in his former life, leaving an indelible mark on the hearts of many. Brother, do you think it is conceivable that a personal Gu could evolve to a certain state and, under the influence of a Gu master, assume human form? Li Yuan inquired. Hiss. Pei Luo Qing narrowed his eyes, casting a significant glance at Li Yuan. Junior brother, your thoughts are perilous. Do not misinterpret my words, brother, Li Yuan teased lightly. I am merely curious about the story of the 7th palace master. It is theoretically possible, Pei Luo Qing replied with a smile. When the second Gu immortal appears in the Tianyuan continent, this theory may indeed be validated. Li Yuan found himself at a loss for words. The conversation flowed effortlessly, and soon they arrived at the foot of the mountain. Gazing into the distance, they noticed not a single figure in sight. It seemed they would need to wait for some time. Pei Luo Qing sat down on the ground and remarked, by the way, junior brother, Have you heard about the matter concerning the Kanglan little princess? No, Li Yuan shook his head. Wasn't the little princess sent to the ninth palace to study Gu arts? Did something happen? Indeed, an incident occurred, Pei Luoqing explained. The collaboration between the Kanglan king and the ninth palace Gu nest was significantly aided by that little princess. Is the little princess truly so capable? Li Yuan questioned. Xiaoqin is merely a girl of about 10 years, while she possesses some talent in Gu arts. She is still too young to refine a personal Gu. What impact could she possibly have on the ninth palace Gu nest? This tale came to my ears only recently. Revealed by my senior sister, Pei Luoqing responded. It appears that my yet-to-be-met senior sister has extensive connections and is well-informed, Li Yuan mused. Having never encountered her until now. Indeed, Pei Luoqing chuckled. My senior sister divulged to me some hidden secrets of the past. It turns out that the previous holy maiden of the ninth palace was the Kanglan princess. Li Yuan was taken aback. Upon hearing the Kanglan king mention that Qin'er's mother was a Gu master, he had suspected that the princess had a profound connection with the ninth palace Gu nest. He never anticipated that the Kanglan princess was the holy maiden of the ninth palace. What does it mean to be a holy maiden? Only those confirmed to inherit the title of palace master would be bestowed with such an honor. It is said that the previous holy maiden was extraordinarily talented, a prodigy of Gu arts who emerged once in a millennium, yet she fell in love at first sight with the Kanglan king, pledging her life to him. During her time with the Kanglan king, she witnessed the sufferings of the people in the southern wilderness and vowed to eradicate the monsters, to save the populace from peril. She petitioned for the ninth palace Gu nest to intervene, but to no avail, ultimately parting ways due to ideological differences. In hindsight, it appears that the Kanglan princess was indeed correct. Had the ninth palace Gu nest acted sooner, perhaps the situation in the southern wilderness would not have deteriorated to such an extent. It was only when disaster struck personally that they began to rally for action. Pei Luoqing sighed repeatedly. Li Yuan suddenly comprehended and asked, what does all this have to do with the little princess? Because the little princess recently inherited the personal Gu of the Kanglan princess, which is ranked third on the list of, Pei Luoqing elaborated. The third ranked is the heart-questioning Gu, Li Yuan recalled. The conditions for refining the heart-questioning Gu are exceedingly stringent, setting aside the realm of cultivation. The most crucial aspect is that the Gu master must lead a life devoid of guilt or remorse. Perhaps it is precisely this principle that has given rise to the fearless and passionate princess of Kanglan, one who despises evil and bravely fights, living her life without regret. Indeed, Pei Luoqing's eyes glimmered with admiration. Perhaps the moment the princess of Kanglan refined the heart-questioning Gu, her fate was sealed. She would not allow anyone or anything to tarnish her true essence. Li Yuan remarked gravely, are you suggesting that the young princess has embarked on the same path as the former holy maiden? If that were not the case, the nine-palace Gu nest would hardly loosen its grip, and the collaboration with the Kanglan king might be significantly delayed. Pei Luoqing sighed. Senior brother, I have another question. Li Yuan, puzzled, inquired, why does the heart-questioning Gu persist? Should it not have vanished alongside the princess of Kanglan? That remains a mystery. Pei Luoqing replied, shaking her head. While the combat power granted by the heart-questioning Gu is rather mediocre, it ranks third among the extraordinary Gu for perhaps unique reasons. That may be true, Li Yuan acknowledged, his knowledge of the applications of extraordinary Gu from books flowing from his lips. The heart-questioning Gu, while lacking in combat prowess, not only falls short when compared to other primary combat Gu, but is also inferior to some rare Gu. Yet, it possesses an exceptionally formidable and mystical utility. The heart-questioning Gu enables the Gu master to attain clarity of mind. At the moment of refinement, it allows them to leap past the first three stages of the heart-controlled Gu technique, arriving directly at the level of resonance of the heart. It further bestows upon the Gu master an extraordinary mental fortitude. Due to this clarity of mind and exceptional spirit, communication between the Gu master and other Gu becomes remarkably effortless, allowing for rapid ascension in realms and the capability to command numerous subordinate Gu in battle. Thus, the bearer of the heart-questioning Gu is heralded as the most promising candidate to step into the realm of Gu immortal. Junior brother, you need not dwell on it. Pei Luoqing laughed. Individuals like us, should we refine the heart-questioning Gu, would only be met with backlash leading to our demise. Such opportunities are generally beyond the grasp of ordinary folk. Li Yuan chuckled in response. He had to concede that he could not achieve a state of guiltlessness, but were the opportunity to arise, he would seize it without hesitation and refine it at once, for he would not suffer backlash. After conversing for quite some time, The sky had grown late, the sun dipped below the horizon, and the silhouettes of the 12 cave disciples had yet to return. Could something have happened? Pei Luoqing furrowed her brow. She promptly instructed the disciples patrolling the mountains to investigate further. Before long, a returning scout hurriedly reported, his expression fraught with anxiety. Cave Master, we have a grave situation. The roads nearby have been blocked. Have you discerned which faction is behind this? Pei Luoqing inquired. It seems to be the army of Prince Yu, the scout replied. Prince Yu? Pei Luoqing narrowed her eyes. That old wretch has indeed taken action. She knew he would not stand idly by while the Kanglan King and the 9-palace Gu nest collaborated. Li Yuan was somewhat familiar with the situation in the southern frontier. Several years prior, he had heard of the ongoing struggle for control between the Kanglan King and Prince Yu, characterized by constant friction. Now, were they prepared to completely sever ties? Pei Luo spoke coldly, suggesting that perhaps the collusion between the three major forces of the southern border and the demons was indeed orchestrated by King Yu. What shall we do now? Li Yuan inquired. We must hold our ground until reinforcements arrive, Pei Luo replied. Recently, both the 9 palaces Gu nest and the Kanglan army have focused their efforts on the battlefield against the demons in the 3 factions. It is unexpected that King Yu's forces would seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Most of the entrances outside the 9 palace mountains are jointly guarded by the Kanglan army in the inner gate of the 9th palace, making it impossible for King Yu's main forces to infiltrate. They must have stealthily sent a portion of their soldiers through certain gaps. We can hold them, Pei Luo declared decisively as the cave master. She commanded, all members of the 12 caves, heed my orders. Return to the mountain immediately and prepare for Arrigo Chapter 44, the lone battle with the minor master upon returning to the small bamboo forest. Li Yuan promptly mobilized all his Gu insects, laying down an intricate web of defenses. With his current strength, he could contend with a 6th-tier martial artist. 7th-tier warriors were not as common as cabbage, and he presumed there would not be many. In a position of passivity, lacking vital intelligence, Li Yuan was uncertain of the strength of the ambushing forces sent by King Yu. He could only respond to threats as they arose. If he were to be overwhelmed, he could utilize the disguising abilities of the slug phantom robe to make an escape. SSS Chit, even Fifth Sister and Shao Kai had assumed a serious demeanor. Fifth Sister commanded the core of demon corpses to lie in ambush underground or in the trees. Li Yuan controlled the ceiling Gu to conceal the presence of the corpses, while he himself, aided by the slug phantom robe, remained hidden in the shadows. The onslaught from King Yu's forces had come too suddenly, and he could only prepare so much. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, the deep tolling of bells resonated across the 12 mountains. He wondered how Xiao Zhao was faring. Li Yuan's heart was heavy with concern, fearing that Xiao Zhao might encounter King Yu's forces. Should she meet a 6th-tier martial artist, her life could be in grave danger. He could only pray, as he was currently unable to venture outside the mountain to search for her. At that moment, a talking bird flew in, delivering a message. Li Yuan, the cave master, has decided to abandon the outposts on the mountains. Should the outer defenses fall, all disciples will retreat to the main peak. You are to go to the main peak for protection. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan instantly realized the gravity of the situation. King Yu's forces had exerted immense pressure on Brother Pei, prompting the abandonment of the mountain enterprises. You tell the cave master that I must hold the remnant Gu tower. I cannot leave. This is my base. If I cannot defend it, the main peak will likely fall as well, yielding the same disastrous results. Understood. The bird, adhering strictly to its orders, departed without hesitation. Half an hour later, violent commotion erupted from the 2 outer defense lines, marking the commencement of battle. Li Yuan, through the moonlight bug, observed the scene at the mountain gate. At the same time, he dispatched a swarm of killer bees, sword Gu, and bewilderment insects to launch a surprise attack on King Yu's forces. Alas, their opponents were too formidable. A group of martial artists radiated with vitality, and the ordinary Gu insects were obliterated before they could even approach. Each adversary was a seasoned veteran, well-trained, far beyond the capabilities of the forces led by the 12 caves regards. The defenses crumbled within mere moments, but Li Yuan at least managed to gather crucial intelligence. The situation was dire. The strongest among King Yu's forces was perilously close to the 7th tier, possibly already on the threshold of becoming a Grand Master. Accompanying them were 3 6th-tier minor masters. This was truly an elite force, explaining how they had circumvented the defenses of the Kanglan army and penetrated this area. Kill. The battle was about to erupt, the sounds of slaughter resonating from the main peak. Li Yuan once again caught sight of Pei Luoqing's signature Gu, an enormous entity shrouded in white mist, resembling a colossal infant. The ginseng infant Gu. He longed to admire such a wondrous plant Gu from up close, but reality did not permit it. A small detachment from King Yu's army was already advancing towards the small bamboo forest. I shall do my utmost to draw their fire for my brother. The principle of mutual dependence, illustrated by the saying when the lips are gone, the teeth feel cold, was firmly etched in Li Yuan's mind. Should the peak be breached, he would have no choice but to flee the small bamboo grove like a lost dog. As the hunt commenced, a thought flickered in Li Yuan's mind. The hidden Gu worms lying in ambush along the mountain path erupted into a sudden assault, the first to appear being the self-destructive 5 poisons Gu. A multitude of these explosive Gu detonated, forcing the soldiers ascending the mountain to cover their noses and shield their eyes. What on earth? How could there be so many toxic insects detonating at once? There must be a plethora of Gu masters hidden within this mountain. Quickly summon Lord Baihu. The soldiers immediately sensed the gravity of the situation, but it was too late. With Li Yuan's current capabilities, slaughtering a squad devoid of 6th-grade warriors was akin to butchering chickens and ducks. A minor distraction was insufficient. He needed to attract 1 or 2 6th-grade warriors to genuinely alleviate some pressure from the main peak. Given the total number of subordinate Gu I have arranged in the small bamboo grove, combined with the corpse puppet army, without the leadership of a 6th-grade or higher warrior, even a force of 1 or 2,000 could be wiped out cleanly. This was Li Yuan's confidence. And it was also the reason he was reluctant to abandon the small bamboo grove. If he left, he could not transport many of the Gu worms with him, effectively severing a limb. Soon, another small team arrived at the foot of the small bamboo grove, featuring 2 6th-grade warriors. This underscored the dire circumstances at the main peak, which had not exerted significant pressure on the Yuan army, allowing for the rapid deployment of 2 6th-grade minor masters. This would mark my first direct confrontation with martial arts minor masters, thought Li Yuan, his heart racing. Faced with opponents who had comprehended the essence of a master, the sneak attacks from lower-tier subordinate Gu appeared feeble and unlikely to succeed. He could only hope to delay the other soldiers. The 2 6th-grade minor masters joined forces, advancing with unstoppable momentum and murderous intent, effortlessly making their way up to the small bamboo grove. Indeed, Li Yuan was not overly surprised. After all, he was merely a 5th-turn Gu master with limited power in subordinate Gu. To challenge a 6th-grade minor master, he would need to rely on his life Gu, which truly showcased the Gu master's formidable strength. He concealed himself in the shadows, enveloped by the slug's illusionary robe, rendering him undetectable even to the 6th-grade minor masters. What is happening? The 2 6th-grade minor masters were bewildered. Scanning the mountain, they found not a single figure, yet the ascent was rife with Gu insects. Even 5th-grade warriors had been ambushed and slain. Be cautious, De Chue. The 2 minor masters stood back to back, adopting a defensive stance. These Gu masters were adept at deception. A direct confrontation would shatter them. The minor master known as De Chue, Ding Taizhan, scoffed, "Old Qin. Cover me while I use my sonic wave technique to break through their illusions." Understood. The one known as Old Qin, whose real name was Qin Shu, had encountered numerous battles and was seldom faced with such peculiar circumstances. He dared not underestimate his opponents, feeling a twinge of fear. How had so many Gu masters concealed their presence, evading his detection? Judging by the quantity of Gu insects below, there must be at least 100 Gu masters lurking here. Why, then, was there not a single person in sight upon ascending the mountain? Lions roar hammer. In contrast, De Chue Ding Taizhan was much more rugged, wielding a pair of enormous hammers weighing thousands of pounds. He leaped high into the air, then brought them crashing down to the ground. Bang! Invisible waves of air stirred up dust and swept away fallen leaves, creating ripples upon the ground. At that moment, a colossal black bear demon descended from the sky, raising its hand to deliver a crushing blow to Ding Tiashan's head. Qin Shu, intent on providing aid, was thwarted by a large stone that struck him back. The assailant was a monkey demon. Black Bear Commander, Brother Monkey, Ding Taizhan exclaimed in shock. Had they not been slain by the Kanglan army? How could they possibly manifest here? They must have been transformed into corpse puppets. Qin Shu's expression darkened. Our intelligence has suffered a grave miscalculation. There are certainly more than 1 6th-turn Gu master in the 12 caves. We must prepare to fight with all our might. Chapter 45. The Corpse Puppet Legion. Li Yuan seemed to have stumbled upon a remarkable secret. The Black Bear leader? Brother Ape? It appears that the true puppeteer behind the scenes is none other than King Yu, with the 3 major sects merely serving as scapegoats. In the fierce struggle for control over the southern territories, they are resorting to every conceivable tactic. Perhaps King Yu had meticulously crafted this scheme long ago. initially instigating the three sects to unite with the demons to massacre the disciples of the 72 external caves, and subsequently framing King Kanglan to incite a rift with the 9 palaces Gu nest. Should this frame-up fail, he could still join forces with the demons to maintain competitiveness. Li Yuan felt that his conjectures were highly plausible. It stands to reason that a person like King Yu would not care for the immediate outcome. Victors write history. And as long as victory is achieved, that suffices. Is it not preferable to unite against the demons? Li Yuan could not fathom this. Or perhaps in King Yu's eyes, the chaos wrought by the demons has become irreparable, and the prevailing trend is for each to carve out their own territory and establish a coexistence between humans and demons? Suddenly, Fifth Sister sensed the fury within Li Yuan. The attacks from the Black Bear Demon and the Ape Demon intensified, momentarily suppressing the 2 minor masters, Qin Shu and Ding Taizhan, who were at a disadvantage. Li Yuan understood that this was merely a fleeting advantage. Once the enemy familiarized themselves with the attack patterns of the demon puppets, the threat would diminish significantly. Ultimately, to secure a kill, it would depend on him. He had but one chance for a surprise attack. He must first eliminate one of them. His gaze fell upon the hulking figure wielding a massive hammer. The brute's vigilance was evidently inferior to that of the other, making the likelihood of a successful ambush greater. Concealed beneath the cloak of the slug, Li Yuan held his breath, concentrating intently as he stealthily approached. The small color palette on his shoulder, attuned to his intentions, began to gather strength. Simultaneously, Fifth Sister exerted her power, deliberately feigning an opening for the Black Bear Demon. Leader Black Bear, your corpse is being desecrated. I am here to grant you release. Ding Tieshan's eyes brightened as he seized the opportunity, swinging his twin hammers with mastery. From the moment Li Yuan made his move until Ding Taizhan met his demise, it transpired in an instant. Qin Shu realized that it was too late for rescue, especially with a 6th-tier ape demon-esque corpse puppet entangling him. The hammer. Qin Shu's countenance turned pallid. It is your turn now. Li Yuan's gaze was icy. Qin Shu understood that his fate was dire. A bitter smile escaping his lips. To think there are 2 transformation Gu masters lying in ambush here. Did you anticipate King Yu's maneuvers all along? 2. Li Yuan paused, then comprehended. In the eyes of the adversary, it was likely believed that another Gu master controlling the corpse puppet lurked in the shadows. You guessed correctly, but you shall still perish. Li Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, exerting psychological pressure on his opponent, rendering him passive, thus facilitating the act of killing. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Qin Shu's body collapsed with a resounding thud, his head crushed to a pulp beneath the ape demon's foot. With a sigh of relief, Li Yuan finally relaxed. A 6th-grade minor master was indeed formidable. Had he not possessed the advantage of terrain and launched a surprise attack, today would have likely culminated in a fierce battle. At the main peak, Pei Luoqin was engaged in a fierce struggle with the commander of King Yu's forces, utilizing the Ginseng Infant Gu. The towering Ginseng Infant Gu, exceeding 10 zhang in height, continually absorbed the forest's energy to replenish itself, effectively withstanding the assault of a half-step major master. Truly, it was tougher than a turtle's shell. Have Ding Taizhan and Qin Shu not yet returned? Why is it taking so long to clear out some insignificant hills? Growing impatient, Zhao Ting, the 1,000-house commander of King Yu's army, remarked. After all, this was the outer perimeter of the 9 palaces Gu nest, and prolonged engagement could easily lead to unforeseen troubles. They must have encountered a formidable adversary, a subordinate suggested. Are you implying that the intelligence was erroneous? Zhao Ting furrowed his brow. Even if there were another 6 transformation Gu master, their combined strength should have sufficed. Could it be that a mere 12th cave concealed an army of thousands? Report. At that moment, a soldier rushed in, visibly flustered. Commander Zhao, it is dire news. Both Lord Qin and Lord Ding have perished in battle. How could this be? Zhao Ting's expression altered drastically. What transpired? We encountered an obstruction while searching for a bamboo peak. A small flag officer leading the ascent was besieged and killed by a swarm of Gu insects. Upon receiving the distress signal, Lords Qin and Ding rushed to the small bamboo grove. Shortly after, the fighting ceased, yet the 2 lords did not descend. They have likely fallen victim to an ambush. The soldier elucidated the unfolding events. The intelligence was indeed flawed. Zhao Ting's face darkened significantly. The 12th cave must still harbor 2 transformation Gu masters, deliberately stalling our main force to pick us off one by one. A traitor has emerged among us. The 9 palaces Gu nest has long been privy to our intelligence, intentionally leading us into a trap. We must retreat at once. A sense of trepidation gripped Zhao Ting. He dared not linger any longer and ordered an immediate withdrawal. Pei Luoqing's eyes sparkled with intensity as he bellowed, "The 12th cave is not a place you can enter and exit at your whim." He had already surmised that Li Yuan was the orchestrator behind this scheme. "Ah, junior brother, how deeply do you conceal your true intentions?" Two minor masters, nearly of the 6th rank, were so effortlessly dispatched by you? The other Gu masters of the 12 caves were expressions of utter bewilderment, aside from the cave lord. Who possessed such formidable prowess to casually eliminate two minor masters? Could it be that the inner sect of the 9 palaces had long devised a scheme? Contemplating this, the morale of the 12 caves surged. Attack! Under the leadership of Pei Luoqing, the clarion call for counteroffensive was sounded. Though the ginseng baby Gu lacked offensive capabilities, its defensive and entangling prowess was unparalleled. The flora of heaven and earth, at my command, the essence of sun and moon, infused into my being. The verdant vegetation of the surrounding mountains transformed into a flowing emerald tide, ceaselessly pouring into the ginseng baby Gu. The colossal ginseng baby took its position, effectively blocking the main route down the mountain and leaving only a narrow path. This maneuver was intended to prevent the forces of King Yu from severing their resolve and mounting a desperate counterattack. "Lu Baihu, you and your brothers retreat first. I shall hold the rear." Zhao Ting was compelled to intervene and obstruct Pei Luoqing. Unbeknownst to him, an old 6th had stealthily approached the foot of the main peak. Chapter 46. Defeating the enemy and seeking Zhao Li Yuan concealed himself within the shadows, guarding the descent from the mountain. The Yuan army, a contingent of 1,000, had only a half-step grandmaster and a minor grandmaster remaining. The rest posed little threat to him. Naturally, Li Yuan could not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. It was a pity that they were all humans, not demons. Otherwise, he would have truly struck gold. Before long, he observed a group of approximately 400 descending the mountain. His gaze fixated on one individual within the crowd, a 100 household leader, the only remaining 6th-tier minor grandmaster. This man was quite cunning, hiding amidst the throng, denying Li Yuan the chance for a surprise attack. Thus, he could only send his demonic puppet army to disrupt their formation. Li Yuan did not deploy the entire puppet army. He only dispatched 2 6th-tier puppets, a black bear and a monkey demon. "Fifth sister, act," he commanded. With a roar, the seal on the insect poison was lifted, and the 2 demonic puppets surged forth from the ground. The black bear demon, with its massive claws, swept across and instantly claimed the lives of 7 or 8 men. The monkey demon lunged directly at the remaining minor grandmaster. "Black bear commander? Brother monkey?" Lu Baihu's eyes widened in disbelief. You have been transformed into puppets?" Ultimately, as a minor grandmaster, he possessed keen insight and quickly discerned the truth. It appeared that Ding Taizhan and Qin Shu had also perished at their hands. Autumn wind intent, Lu Baihu bellowed, swinging his blade, attempting to uncover the hidden puppet master controlling the undead, yet he felt nothing. His anxiety grew. An unsettling sensation that eyes were fixated upon him from the shadows. The other soldiers of the Yuan army were being mercilessly swept aside by the black bear demon. Consumed by the countless insect poisons, their wails echoing in despair. "Hiding in the dark is no skill. Come forth and parley," Lu Baihu shouted. Yet no response met his call. Li Yuan remained silently poised, observing the enemy's performance. He would not act unless he possessed absolute certainty. What if he were to be countered? After all, he had often relied on feigning weakness to turn the tide against his adversaries. Being a cunning rogue himself, he certainly regarded his opponents as even more devious. As time trickled by, more and more soldiers of the Yuan army fell victim to the black bear demon and the multitude of insect poisons. Lu Baihu's psychological defenses were steadily eroded. After lying in wait for an extended period, Li Yuan finally seized his opportunity. Whoosh, whoosh. The coordination between Shao Kai and Li Yuan was seamless. Akin to twin souls intertwined, no words were needed as they launched their assault simultaneously. With a decisive strike, the crimson fire forged a path, an unstoppable force. As a fist imbued with the flames of vitality penetrated Lu Baihu's chest. Lu Baihu gasped in shock. The 100 household leader is dead. The remaining soldiers of the Yuan army, witnessing the scene, discarded their armor and fled in a frenzy. "Leave none alive," Li Yuan commanded. His insect poisons had already permeated the vicinity. None who had witnessed his prowess would escape. They were destined to perish here. After a considerable time, the forest fell silent. Li Yuan looked up at the towering mountains. He had not yet ascended to the main peak. A half-step grandmaster was not easily dispatched, and there was a high probability that he would suffer losses in the attempt. Moreover, the enemy was likely to escape if they chose to flee. An hour later, Pei Luoqing arrived at the small bamboo grove. The others from the 12 caves believed that the ninth palace had long made arrangements, which had led to their victory. However, as the cave master, he understood that this was a genuine and lethal assault. Without Li Yuan, the 12 caves would likely have been annihilated. Junior brother. You truly hide your strength well, he thought, gazing at the relatively undamaged bamboo grove, astonished by the true prowess of his disciple. Could it be that slaying martial artists was as effortless for him as reaching into a pouch? You flatter me, senior brother. I simply fear death and enjoy setting a few traps in the bamboo grove. I never expected them to come in handy. Li Yuan did not deny this. Nor could he. Pei Luoqing couldn't help but smirk. Are you certain it was only a few? Let us not dwell on such details, Li Yuan countered. Did we manage to capture the commander leading the Yuan army? No, Pei Luoqing shook his head. I could not stop a half-step grandmaster from leaving. Li Yuan frowned. Surely, this is not an ordinary army? Indeed, Pei Luoqing nodded. It is the elite force known as the Qing Yue, under the command of Yuan. I failed to recognize it at first, nearly causing a grave mistake. No wonder, Li Yuan understood. He had pondered why a mere 1,000-man troop was led by a half-step grandmaster. It made sense that they were the direct personal guard of Yuan. Pei Luoqing sighed. With your presence, we were fortunate to escape calamity, but the brothers in the other caves are likely facing dire straits and may suffer significant losses. Thus, the rift between Wang Conglan and Yuan had become irrevocable, a battle to the death. Junior brother, I must attend to sect affairs. Please rest well. Noticing Li Yuan was unharmed, Pei Luoqing refrained from further inquiries. Safe travels, senior brother. Li Yuan appreciated the boundaries Pei Luoqing maintained. Incessant questioning could be intrusive and discourteous. The following day, the prohibitions were lifted. Li Yuan was summoned to the Baishir Hall to mourn for his fallen comrades. Even the hall master, Qi Xian, had perished in the recent battle. They are all gone, Li Yuan reflected, feeling a pang of sorrow. The few he had befriended in the 12 caves, Qi Lin, Qi Xian, and Old Wang were all dead. Upon his arrival, he had believed life in the mountains was tranquil. Yet he had not anticipated the ever-changing nature of the world. What was destined to occur could not be avoided. In the afternoon, following the morning, Li Yuan chose not to return to the small bamboo grove, but instead headed towards the outer defenses of the 12 caves. As of today, Xiao Zhao had yet to return, suggesting she had encountered some insurmountable force. If she had been slain by the Qing Yue, there ought to be a corpse left behind. Thousands of reconnaissance worms flew in all directions under Li Yuan's mental command. He sat atop a mountain, gazing into the distance. What is the world outside like? I feel as though I am on the verge of forgetting. A data panel appeared before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 5th level 257 1500, Realm, 5th level, Spiritual Power, Late Ocean Realm, Life Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Revival Gu, Tricolor Flame Python. Illusion Silk Robe, Queen of Silkworm Gu, Gu House, None. His spiritual power has now reached the Late Ocean Realm, rivaling that of the majority of 7th level Gu Masters, enabling him to manipulate reconnaissance Gu to probe vast distances. Until dusk, Li Yuan, somewhat fatigued, finally made a discovery. He sensed the presence of Gu insects. Specifically the rejuvenation Gu he had specially reserved for Xiao Zhao's wound treatment. Following the guiding aura, the reconnaissance Gu traversed through the shadowy thickets and ultimately found Xiao Zhao in a damp pit. At this moment, Xiao Zhao lay on the brink of death. Her body drenched in blood, missing an arm, and unconscious. The rejuvenation Gu was tenuously sustaining the girl's life with its faint power. Chapter 47. 2 years am I dead? It seems that only after death can I return to the little cabin, to be by Brother Yuan's side once more. Upon awakening, the familiar and warm sensation enveloped Wang Zhaozhao, leaving her momentarily dazed. But why does it feel so vivid? Perhaps Brother Yuan has rescued me? She pondered, lifting her arm to pinch herself tightly. Oh, that stings a bit. Isn't this supposed to be a dying dream? Yet, she was soon struck dumb. Wasn't my arm broken? Why has it healed? The girl chuckled at herself. Indeed, it is just a dream. I never knew dreams could hurt. Creak. At that moment, the sound of a door opening echoed. Wang Zhaozhao caught a whiff of a familiar scent and was about to open her blood-red eyes to take a look when a voice interrupted her. You haven't fully recovered yet. Refrain from using the blood eye's ability to spy. Just rest well. Brother Yuan? Wang Zhaozhao was momentarily stunned, then suddenly elated. Am I not dreaming? I'm not dead. I found you in a pit. Fortunately, your willpower held strong. Or else I would have been playing cards with my grandfather and yours. Li Yuan chuckled. What is playing cards? Wang Zhao inquired. A 3-player game from my hometown. Li Yuan replied earnestly. I don't think I've ever heard Brother Yuan speak of his hometown, Wang Zhao suddenly realized. There's nothing much to say. If the opportunity arises, I shall take you to visit, Li Yuan said as he approached the bedside. Upon hearing that Brother Yuan would take her back to his hometown, Wang Zhao's heart soared, and she obediently opened her mouth. A few drops of a metallic-tasting liquid fell into her mouth, coursing down her throat and gradually warming her previously chilled body. Brother Yuan, what did you feed me? A secret elixir, Li Yuan replied. He had fed her blood, enriched with restorative properties from the refined revival Gu. Oh, Wang Zhao asked again. Brother Yuan, wasn't my arm broken? Who mended it? A distant cousin of mine. Li Yuan answered. A cousin? Where is she? Wang Zhao exclaimed. Speak less and rest more, Li Yuan stated, offering no further explanation. All right, the girl conceded, closing her mouth in acquiescence. Life continued as usual. Wang Zhao's return merely restored the status quo, bringing companionship to Li Yuan during meals, conversations, and moments of reprieve. Since the sudden assault by the Qingyu guards, the Zhougonggu nest, and the Kanglan army had intensified their patrols, leaving no opportunity for demons and the King of Ghosts to infiltrate. Time flowed gently. Many new faces appeared in the 12 caves. Li Yuan, in collaboration with the Kanglan royal mansion, expanded their business significantly, acquiring numerous high-quality demon corpses and entering a frenzy of synthesis. By incorporating the Toad Demon SI, you have synthesized the 5th-level bloodthirsty Toad Gu. By adding the Dog Demon S Gallbladder, you have synthesized the 5th-level Sky Dog Gall Gu. By including the Stone Demon S Crystal Core, you have synthesized the 5th-level Mountain Rock Gu. By adding the relentless pursuit of synthesis day after day has led Li Yuan to explore the path of Gu insect evolution and transformation. Gradually, he has replaced all his subordinates low-tier Gu insects with high-tier alternatives, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. During this period, he sought permission from Pei Luoqing to remodel and expand his small bamboo growth. Pei Luoqing readily agreed to his request. Seizing this opportunity, Li Yuan constructed a dedicated breeding ground for Gu insects, focusing on cultivating higher-tier Gu insects and gathering more synthesis materials for the future. Under Li Yuan's guidance, Wang Zhao also ascended to the 4th-level Gu Master Realm, mastering the Blood Gu with unparalleled finesse. This tranquil and beautiful life continued until 2 years later when Yu Hengchuan paid another visit. Upon seeing this esteemed mentor again, Li Yuan noticed how much older he appeared. Master, he greeted, holding profound respect despite their limited encounters, recognizing the invaluable lessons imparted upon him. I have been exceedingly busy these past few years and have not had the opportunity to teach you. I hope you harbor no grievances towards me, Yu Hengchuan sighed. The gratitude I owe to my master is ever etched in my heart, and I bear no resentment, Li Yuan replied earnestly. Have you thoroughly examined the notes I bestowed upon you? Yu Hengchuan inquired. I have indeed, Li Yuan confirmed. Not only have I read them, but I also conducted cultivation experiments based on your proposed directions for evolution, achieving an accuracy rate of over 70%. Yu Hengchuan was taken aback. You experimented with all of them? Yes, Li Yuan nodded. Excellent. I knew I had not misjudged you. With your innate talent and your ability to immerse yourself in the path of Gu, undistracted by external influences, you are destined to stand at the pinnacle of Gu mastery. It is my utmost fortune to accept you as my disciple. Yu Hengchuan exclaimed with great enthusiasm. You overstate my abilities, master. It is only by standing upon your shoulders that I am able to see further, Li Yuan humbly responded. Could you present the Gu insects you cultivated according to the notes? Yu Hengchuan asked, his hands trembling with anticipation. Please wait a moment, Li Yuan replied. Shortly thereafter, he brought forth numerous black jars. Each jar contained Gu insects he had synthesized following Yu Hengchuan's insights, remaining unrefined to avoid revealing any clues. Yu Hengchuan opened each black jar one by one. As he beheld the cultivated Gu insects, it was as though he glimpsed a pathway leading to the summit of his dreams. Once, he had laid the groundwork, yearning to witness the wonders on the exotic Gu ranking, only to be blinded by a single leaf, losing himself and tumbling down that path, forever left to sigh at the mountains from afar. Li Yuan, have you ever contemplated cultivating an exotic Gu? Yu Hengchuan suddenly posed the question. Certainly, Li Yuan smiled. Cultivating an exotic Gu is the dream of every Gu master. Even though I possess one such exotic Gu, the rebirth Gu, I still yearn for all my innate Gu to evolve into exotic Gu. Once, I endeavored to cultivate a unique Gu, nearly achieving success. yet ultimately lost my way due to various circumstances, resulting in failure. Yu Hengchuan sighed deeply. In truth, the notes he provided to Li Yuan had been deliberately altered, subtly guiding him in a different direction. Should Li Yuan lack the capacity for reflection, adaptability, and perseverance, merely adhering to the written notes for cultivating Gu would lead to inevitable failure. If that were the case, he would not possess the qualifications to cultivate a unique Gu, nor would he express the words he did today. However, Li Yuan proved otherwise. He diligently studied all of Yu Hengchuan's notes, infused them with his own understanding, and achieved results far exceeding Yu's expectations, shining brighter than he ever had. Li Yuan, from this moment forth, I shall impart to you the true knowledge, the cultivation of a unique Gu. This day has been long anticipated, and Yu Hengchuan found himself more eager than Li Yuan. Do you know? There is a saying in the realm of Gu masters, to aspire to the 9 transformations, one must possess a unique Gu. To become a Gu immortal, one must rank among the top 3 of the unique Gu list. Yu Hengchuan's spirit had heightened significantly, his words resonating with conviction. This stirred a sense of unease in Li Yuan, evoking the feeling of an elder entrusting his legacy. Master, are you in good health? Li Yuan inquired with concern. Yu Hengchuan's body trembled slightly, taken aback. He had not anticipated that Li Yuan would observe so keenly at such a moment. Most ordinary Gu masters, upon hearing the term unique Gu, would be too consumed with their own desires to notice anything else. Yet here was Li Yuan, concerned for his well-being. Such a disposition, combined with exceptional talent, is a rarity that he may never encounter again in his lifetime. Chapter 48. The secret method of cultivating exotic Gu. My health is unblemished, remarked Yu Hengchuan with a smile. It was merely an injury sustained during a recent conflict with demons, requiring me to recuperate for a time. Master, what is the current situation in the southern frontier? Li Yuan inquired, having not kept abreast of external affairs for quite some time. Ever since the tragic confrontation with King Yu, which irrevocably severed ties with King Kanglan, the conflict has reached a stalemate, with neither side able to gain the upper hand. There have been no reports of significant defeats or victories, indicating that the war is destined to endure for an extended period until a pivotal event unfolds. Thus, dwelling on it serves little purpose. The battles have been fierce, yet after the initial bloodshed, large-scale confrontations have ceased. Instead, there are only minor skirmishes along the borders of both territories. In the grand scheme of this struggle, even a master Gu practitioner like myself, at the 8th transformation, lacks the capacity to sway the tide of war. Ultimately, the fate of the world is governed by a select few at the 9th realm. Enough of external matters. Yu Hengchuan stated, such concerns are not for you to bear. It is not yet your time, young prodigy, to engage in the front lines. In his heart, he had already designated Li Yuan as the future pillar of the 9 Palace Gu nest. Yes, master. Now tell me, what is the Gu ranked 9th on the exotic Gu list, and what abilities does it possess? Yu Hengchuan queried. It is the Dreamweaver Silkworm, Li Yuan replied fluently. Once refined into a practitioner's destiny Gu, one can manipulate dreams and alter the memories of others through its silken cocoon. Indeed, Yu Hengchuan nodded. The very Gu I intend to teach you to refine is the Dreamweaver Silkworm. Typically, once a Gu practitioner steps into the 4th transformation of the mysterious realm, changing their destiny Gu becomes exceptionally challenging. However, this limitation does not apply to exotic Gu. Exotic Gu is not only the lifelong aspiration of countless practitioners, but also exerts an unimaginable suppressive force over all Gu insects. The gratitude for your teachings I shall forever cherish, master. To synthesize an exotic Gu independently is akin to scaling the heavens. Years of arduous training have allowed Li Yuan to grasp this reality. Without extraordinary fortune, even with the boundless capacity for synthesis provided by the black jar, he would remain incapable of acquiring an exotic Gu. The birth of the regenerative Gu was purely serendipitous, exhausting all his luck. The circumstances change with guidance, he mused. With the ability to bypass the lengthy process and achieve immediate results, he could significantly diminish the time that ordinary practitioners waste on cultivation. Some Gu require months, years, or even decades of nurturing. After all, how many years does one have in a lifetime? The vast majority of practitioners are denied the opportunity to experiment and make mistakes. Yet, Li Yuan possesses countless opportunities. Cultivating any exotic Gu demands immense patience, extraordinary resilience, and an indispensable talent. Even so, there can be no room for error. A single misstep may lead to total collapse and utter defeat. Yu Hengchuan's tone turned grave. I shall heed your words, master, Li Yuan affirmed, adjusting his demeanor to listen intently. My failure in nurturing the Dreamweaver silkworm during a critical phase stemmed from youthful arrogance, leaving behind an indelible mark of calamity. This has doomed me to forever remain distanced from the realm of the ninth transformation, Yu Hengchuan lamented bitterly. He recounted this experience to Li Yuan, explaining that during a cultivation attempt, he was overly eager for results and hastily employed a secret technique to stimulate the silkworm pupa, which ultimately backfired. The unformed silken threads of the dreamlike silkworm infiltrated his mind, injuring his consciousness and forever hindering his spiritual advancement, thus severing his path to the ninth transformation realm. How regrettable, sighed Li Yuan. Had his master been able to exercise a bit more patience, perhaps success would have been within reach. Indeed, in his youthful arrogance, he had believed himself invincible, ultimately paying the price for his hubris and ignorance. Yu Hengchuan felt a deep sense of remorse, as the mistakes of his youth had crystallized into an obsession within his heart. It was precisely for this reason that he recognized how rare it was for someone as young as Li Yuan to exhibit such remarkable composure, a true prodigy born for the art of Gu. The art of Gu differs fundamentally from martial arts. The latter emphasizes an indomitable spirit, requiring one to be vigorous and daring enough to confront formidable foes, while the former demands a more methodical approach. Bring me paper and ink. I shall impart to you all my insights on cultivating the dreamlike silkworm. Initially, Yu Hengchuan had intended to observe Li Yuan for a longer period, but this recent injury made him realize that if he did not convey his true teachings, his lifelong efforts would be in vain. He would die with regret. Li Yuan had already performed admirably, surpassing his expectations time and again. He was the only one among his 3 disciples with the potential to cultivate a dreamlike silkworm. Please, master, share your knowledge. At this moment, Li Yuan was resolute. Fetching paper and ink to listen intently, Yu Hengchuan sat upright, beginning his discourse. The methods for cultivating the dreamlike silkworm had long been lost to history. His master had searched through countless ancient texts, piecing together fragments of knowledge, and after 30 years of practice, had finally gleaned a few true insights. Firstly, the foundational Gu insect for cultivating the dreamlike silkworm is the illusory soul bug. The Gu master must prepare a vast number of illusory soul bugs and nourish them with herbs such as cloud lotus seeds, purple hands, and red mushrooms, among others. One must feed a batch with a single herb, while simultaneously nurturing another batch with a mixture of herbs. Building upon this foundation, one must cultivate the following mysterious Gu, which are: after the mysterious Gu are developed, a separate black jar must be opened to nurture 3 categories of rare Gu, which are: the most crucial step, which I refer to as the 9 transformations of illusion and dream, requires the unformed dreamlike silkworm to transform into a pupa, then into a moth, lay eggs, and finally hatch into silkworms. This process must be repeated at least 9 times. One complete cycle takes 3 years. Thus, this step alone spans 27 years, after which the dreamlike silkworm can truly take form, qualifying as an extraordinary Gu. Yu Hengchuan spent an entire day and night elucidating the entire process, and Li Yuan listened enraptured, for the first time truly grasping the arduousness of cultivating an extraordinary Gu. To say it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens would not be an exaggeration. It is no wonder that throughout the extensive history of the Gu master lineage, only 33 types of extraordinary Gu have emerged, most of which have left behind only their names, with no known methods of cultivation. Perhaps some extraordinary Gu only briefly flickered through history, never to be recreated by another Gu master. In the past, his master had also been too eager for success, unaware of the necessity of repeating the transformations, and had, during the 6th transformation, succumbed to the temptation to refine the unformed dreamlike silkworm. It was only when I truly took action that I realized how far I still had to go. I speculated that it would require at least 9 transformations to connect the dream silkworm with the innate essence of the Gu master. Yu Hengchuan imparted his lifelong teachings to Li Yuan without reservation, holding nothing back. The disciple must not disappoint the expectations of his master. Li Yuan felt the weight of this responsibility. It was a heavy legacy. You have the potential to achieve greatness, Yu Hengchuan said with a sense of relief, a smile breaking across his face. This is merely our 3rd meeting. There is little bond between us as teacher and student. I have not given you much, nor do I seek repayment. What I desire is not to see my life's work fade into obscurity, so you need not feel overly burdened. Human endeavor is but a part of the equation. Ultimately, destiny plays its own role. Should you succeed in the future, I would be content if you bring the dream silkworm to my grave to pay your respects, and I would harbor no regrets in either realm. There is no need for such pessimism, Master, Li Yuan replied with a smile. Before your departure from this world, I shall ensure the dream silkworm is nurtured. Just point me in the direction of the extraordinary Gu, and the rest will be paved with effort and sweat, supplemented with a touch of strategy to achieve success. Chapter 49. The Reappearance of the Little Prince's Clue. Your intentions are appreciated, and that is enough for me. Yu Hengchuan regarded Li Yuan's words as mere jest, paying them little mind. Master, do you have any remaining materials for cultivating the dream silkworm? Li Yuan inquired. None, Yu Hengchuan replied, shaking his head. After his previous failure, he had been so distraught that he destroyed all materials related to the dream silkworm and had not dared to touch them since. It took him a long time to emerge from the shadows of despair, unwilling to let his lifelong efforts be buried, and thus he began to take on disciples, hoping that his lifelong aspirations might blossom in the youth. Collecting materials can be a gradual process. We have ample time, Yu Hengchuan remarked with a smile. Indeed, Li Yuan conceded, not wishing to press further. It is time for me to depart, Yu Hengchuan sighed softly. Should I not return from this battle? Remember to seek your senior sister at the 9th Palace's inner gate once you step into the 6th Transitions realm. She will guide you into the immortal Gu secret realm, which presents a rare opportunity for Gu masters to alter their fate. Seize it wisely. Li Yuan had always remembered the matter of the immortal Gu secret realm, yet he refrained from mentioning it, as he was not yet inclined to visit the 9th Palace's inner gate. This matter required utmost caution. Venturing there might reveal that he had refined the multiple life Gu. He planned to wait until his mental prowess reached the domain realm before proceeding to the 9th Palace's inner gate and entering the immortal Gu secret realm. Master, are there any extraordinary Gu within the immortal Gu secret realm? Li Yuan asked. Indeed, Yu Hengchuan replied with a smile. A millennium ago, a Gu master obtained an extraordinary Gu in the immortal Gu secret realm, which propelled him to great heights. Li Yuan sighed. Once every few thousand years? What difference does that make from zero? Extraordinary Gu are inherently difficult to manifest naturally. The immortal Gu secret realm, being the place where that Gu immortal attained enlightenment, is capable of nurturing extraordinary Gu and countless rare Gu, Yu Hengchuan elucidated. A bold idea emerged in Li Yuan's mind. What if he were to synthesize a large number of rare Gu from the immortal Gu secret realm? He had long contemplated the notion of using entirely rare Gu as the foundational material for synthesis, yet had lacked the necessary conditions. I understand, Master, Li Yuan said, refraining from further inquiries, choosing instead to harbor his expectations within, preparing to pour his heart and soul into the immortal Gu secret realm. A few days after Yu Hengchuan's departure, the people from the Kanglan prince's residence delivered another batch of demon corpses. However, Li Yuan did not see Li Ruoqian. He approached the centurion escorting the demon corpses. Brother, may I ask why Miss Li did not come today? General Li has accompanied the prince into battle, the centurion replied. Is there some significant event occurring recently? Li Yuan queried. Days prior, Master Yu Hengchuan had arrived injured, imparting to him the secret methods for cultivating extraordinary Gu like the dream silkworm, which bore the essence of a last will. At that moment, Li Yuan had sensed that something monumental was on the horizon. Li Ruoqian's absence only solidified his suspicions. In the past, every time the demon corpses were escorted up the mountain, it was Li Ruoqian who personally led the team. Now that she had been reassigned, it seemed that the situation had become exceedingly urgent. Rumors spread that the sole surviving young prince of Dian has left subtle traces concerning the treasure of the martial god, stirring ambitions among heroes across the land to vie for it. Has the young prince truly appeared? This was undoubtedly one of the few matters capable of stirring Li Yuan's heart. Who knows? The centurion shrugged. That's far beyond our concern. Frankly, it might be better if the prince emerges sooner. Whether someone claims the martial god's treasure or ascends the throne, ending this war is what the people truly desire. Prosperity or ruin, the common folk suffer all the same. Let this land of Tianyuan perish. The soldiers, weary and disillusioned, voiced their grievances. Seeing this, Li Yuan refrained from further comment. He knew he could not alter the present circumstances. Even if the martial god's treasure were unveiled, it might not birth a new martial god to restore order. Instead, it could escalate the conflict into greater chaos. After a brief exchange, Li Yuan handed the centurion a list and several black jars. Brother, these are the materials I need for refining Gu next. Please procure them swiftly. They are crucial to me. The Gu insects for this transaction are all within the jars. Your efforts are deeply appreciated. The list contained ingredients necessary for cultivating the rare Gu, the dreamlike silkworm. Once the squad transporting demon corpses departed, a data panel materialized before Li Yuan's eyes. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jars, 5th rank, 1031-1500, Realm, 5th rank, Spiritual Power, Ocean Realm, Peak, Lifebound Gu, Titan Gu, Revive Gu, Tricolored Flame Serpent, Illusion Robe Gu, Silk Weaver Queen Gu, Gu Abode, none. Time slipped away unnoticed. His spiritual power was now a mere step away from the domain realm. He estimated breaking through before advancing to the 6th rank, the perfect moment to enter the 9 palaces intersect and explore the immortal Gu secret realm. Yet as chaos deepened, an increasing sense of urgency weighed upon him. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. One evening, Pei Luoqing arrived in haste. "Senior brother, what troubles you?" Li Yuan inquired. "Oh, our master, he's been gravely injured." Even when facing the siege of the Qingyu guards, Pei Luoqing had never been this distraught. A demon wounded him and devoured his lifebound Gu. Only the 9th Palace Lord's intervention barely sustained his flickering life. So severe? Li Yuan's heart clenched. His worst fears had come to pass. In this state, even if he survives, he will be crippled, forever severed from the path of Gu. Pei Luoqing sighed. For one who once stood so close to the summit, such a fall is worse than death. Where is Master now? Taken to the inner sect of the 9 palaces. Eldest senior sister sent word. We must await further news and can only visit once he regains consciousness. With battles raging so fiercely, has there been any progress regarding the young prince's emergence? Li Yuan had kept a vigilant watch on the matter. None. Pei Luoqing shook his head. Now I wonder if the rumors half a year ago of the prince triggering the Kunlun Void's dragon vein anomaly were mere fabrications. Perhaps someone is deliberately orchestrating this situation. Otherwise, with so many formidable figures converging in that region, including the Night Owl King himself, how could the whereabouts of the young prince remain elusive? As he spoke, a self-deprecating smile crossed his lips. Yet, when it comes to the treasure of the martial god, even if it were a mere illusion, none would willingly withdraw. They would fight to the bitter end. Indeed, Li Yuan sighed. Pei Luoqing cursed vehemently, expressing her disdain for these greedy scoundrels. Oblivious to the fact that such treasures belonged to their ancestors. Could they truly possess them? If I were the young Prince of Dian, I would choose to hide away for a lifetime, secretly honing my skills until I became invincible, and then seek the treasure of the martial god. Chapter 50. The Evolution of Little Kai Jr. Brother, do you think my words hold truth? Absolutely, Li Yuan replied earnestly. I too believe the young prince shares this sentiment. I have a premonition that it won't be long before the younger generation is thrust onto the battlefield to hone their skills. Pei Luoqing reflected solemnly. Once warfare escalates to a certain degree, the method of engagement will no longer rely on drawing lots for life and death. Instead, every individual will be a soldier. Junior brother, dedicate yourself to your training, Pei Luoqing urged, patting Li Yuan's shoulder. Strive to reach the 6th transformation before the impending great battle begins. Only then may you possess the means to safeguard yourself in these tumultuous times. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded, sharing the same thoughts. The 6th transformation would signify elite status among the foremost factions, rather than being mere cannon fodder. Time passed swiftly, and after 3 months, the Kanglan army delivered another batch of demon corpses, along with the materials Li Yuan required to cultivate the dream silkworm. Little Kai, 5th sister. It is time to get to work. During this period, Little Kai had successfully extracted numerous treasures from the demon corpses. 5th sister utilized spider silk to bind certain demon remains with formidable combat capabilities, sealing them within an underground storage facility. Once Li Yuan attained the 6th transformation, 5th sister's potential would also be enhanced, allowing these preserved demons to be unleashed to form a more formidable legion of corpses. His Little Kai leaped onto the largest demon corpse. It was a serpent demon with 3 heads, all of which had been punctured by sharp instruments. And its most precious crystal core had been extracted. In this precarious situation, Li Yuan realized that to obtain treasures, he had no choice but to extract value from waste. Little Kai swiftly burrowed into the serpent demon's body, and after a flurry of activity, emerged with a gallbladder. Another gallbladder? Li Yuan chuckled. Is there truly such an abundance of treasures in the demon's gallstones? This gallbladder was tricolored, dripping with murky bile, exuding a strong corrosive and toxic quality, capable of eroding the very ground it touched. Little Kai opened her mouth and spat, refining the tricolored gallbladder. As the flames subsided, a stone the size of an egg was revealed. His Little Kai circled the stone eagerly, her eyes wide, yet she hesitated to touch it. Do you wish to consume it? Li Yuan discerned little Kai's intention, though he instinctively sensed her trepidation. His little Kai nodded fervently. "This is straightforward," Li Yuan smiled. Grasping little Kai and tossing her into the black jar, along with the refined stone. Original material selected. Your innate Gu, the tricolor fire python, has absorbed the hell tricolor stone, commencing synthesis. Typically, Li Yuan preferred allowing little Kai to ingest rare treasures for her evolution, though this bore certain risks. Utilizing the black jar was a more secure alternative, bypassing the potential dangers. After a considerable time, your innate Gu, the tricolor fire python, has completed an evolution and has transformed into the 5-color fire python. Li Yuan observed intently as little Kai emerged from the black jar. Externally, she appeared largely unchanged, save for a few additional iridescent scales and her 2 small horns which had become more pronounced, previously akin to a bud yet to break the ground. It has now emerged, sprouting a tiny portion that resembles a diminutive dragon. Indeed, evolution has taken place. The years have not been in vain. The transformation of Shao Kai was not instantaneous. Prior to this, it had consumed numerous treasures, and this evolution was thus a natural progression. His Shao Kai crawled back onto Li Yuan's shoulder and opened its mouth, expelling a ball of black flame. The fire landed upon a distant tree, and one could observe the leaves with the naked eye transforming into a desolate yellow, as if it were late autumn, before falling off in an instant, with the trunk soon following suit in its desiccation. Could it infuse death energy into living beings? Li Yuan grasped the essence of the black fire. His Shao Kai proudly lifted its head and unleashed another breath, this time a white flame that struck a flying insect. Moments later, the insect emitted a buzzing sound, frantically colliding with the tree, and within a few breaths, it perished. To instill madness in living beings, plunging them into frenzy? Li Yuan comprehended instantly. Shao Kai truly exemplified the prowess of an offensive beast spirit, aside from its limited feedback to the Gu master and the necessity for charge before attacking. Its other offensive capabilities were nothing short of exceptional. Indeed, Li Yuan felt a profound satisfaction, particularly given that Shao Kai still possessed potential for further evolution, promising continuous formidable support. During Shao Kai's display, Fifth Sister diligently worked on crafting a demon mummy. It appeared he needed to seek an opportunity to acquire some 7th-tier demon corpses. Li Yuan pondered within, envisioning the moment he would step into the 6th transformation realm, where the Spider Queen Gu could then control 7th-tier demon corpses, marking a significant enhancement in combat strength. Yet, obtaining 7th-tier demon corpses proved exceedingly challenging. He had previously broached the subject with Li Ruoqian, only to be met with a stern refusal. Demons inherently placed immense importance on the evolution of their physical forms, and upon reaching the 7th tier, they would evolve to an entirely new level. It would not be an exaggeration to say they were treasures in their own right. A 7th-tier demon equates to a 7th-grade Grandmaster warrior. Such Grandmasters can condense indomitable blood essence, enabling them to regenerate lost limbs and fight endlessly. 7th-tier demons possess similar capabilities. The flesh and blood of such beings are considered strategic resources, and even a single bite would be immensely nourishing for an ordinary warrior. Purchasing such resources seemed futile, for high-tier Gu insects held no value for warriors, and he had no other treasures to exchange for demon corpses. Li Yuan felt a sense of despair. Unable to buy or fight for them, he could only hope for a miracle. He suppressed his distractions, choosing to focus on cultivating materials for the dream silkworm. Come forth, teacher, your 30 years of dedication. Let us see when your disciple can assimilate it. Select original materials. Common Phantom Worm 10086. Begin synthesis. You have obtained a 1st-tier Common Gu Phantom Gu 3362 again. Select original materials Phantom Gu. Add purple essence. Add red mushroom. Begin synthesis. You have obtained a 4th-tier Mysterious Gu Great Milk Gu. Great Milk Gu. Upon refining into a Lifebound Gu, can assist the Gu Master in enhancing mental strength. As a subordinate Gu, it can induce a hallucinogenic explosion, sending enemies to meet their great milk. Such a Gu exists? Li Yuan was astonished. The naming of any insect used in sorcery carries a unique history, and the sorcerer who designated the name for the great nanny Gu must have undergone a thrilling tale. Furthermore, merely possessing the Xian Gu is far from sufficient. To cultivate the dream silkworm, one must first nurture 3 essential preliminary rare Gu. Without meeting these prerequisites, one cannot advance to the stage of Phantom Dream 9 transformations. Select raw materials. Commence synthesis. The location of the Dian Dragon Vein. Kunlun Void. The mountains stretch endlessly, shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. On the borders of Kunlun Void, various factions are entrenched: the Night Owl Guard, the Kanglan king, the Yu king, the Qin king, the Han king, the Ying kings, and the grand general of a nation. Today, nearly all the prominent figures of the realm have converged here, united by a singular goal, to locate the long-missing Dayan prince. Chapter 51. Kunlun Void. Half a year ago, the dragon veins of Kunlun Void manifested extraordinary omens, heralding the reappearance of the true dragon in the mortal realm. Coupled with the news of the Night Owl King slaying a demon lord, whispers spread about the survival of a young prince, born of the late concubine from many years past. Consequently, various factions concluded that the sole direct bloodline of the Dayan royal family, that young prince, resided within Kunlun Void. However, the vast expanse of Kunlun Void spanned 6 counties and intersected numerous territorial borders, rendering it a domain belonging to no single entity. None possessed the capacity to monopolize this coveted prize. Thus, the factions agreed to refrain from sending armies into Kunlun Void, maintaining vigilance at the borders, permitting only those of the 8th rank or higher to enter and seek out the young prince. As for who would ultimately locate him, it was left to each individual's capability. In a small village nestled within the mountains, a robust young man with dark skin hurried along a muddy path, burdened with several bundles of firewood. "Dog Egg, you've helped your mother gather so much firewood again. What a diligent child you are." Villagers praised him as they encountered him along the way, enviously admiring Widow Chin for having such a good son. "Uncle, Aunt, good morning." The youth, known as Dog Egg, greeted the villagers warmly, his agile steps swiftly carrying him around the bend of the muddy path. "Mother, I'm back," he called out from a distance of over 100 meters. Strangely, there was no response today. Usually, when he returned with firewood, his mother would be waiting for him at the courtyard gate. "Mother, I'm home," Dog Egg shouted again, but still, there was silence. How odd, he mused, furrowing his brow. Could Mother be asleep? He placed the firewood down and quickly entered the house, only to be met with a horrifying sight. A pool of blood trailed from the main room into the bedroom. "Mother!" Dog Egg's heart raced as he dashed into the inner room, where he found a headless woman's corpse lying in a pool of blood, and on the bed, a grotesque demon. The creature stood 9 feet tall with the body of a man and the head of a dog, a gleaming knife hanging from its waist. "Monster! Demon!" Dog Egg was struck with terror, instinctively wanting to flee. "Mother! No! Mother, I will avenge you." In an instant, rage consumed him. Eclipsing all rational thug, his mind plunged into utter chaos, a void of thought and reason, driven solely by a relentless desire to cleave the canine demon into countless fragments, reducing it to mere shreds of flesh. Yes, that was his only thought. Be angrier still. The canine demon let out a sinister laugh. A sudden burst, puff, and the young man was flung backward again. "Come on," the demon beckoned with a teasing curl of its lips, deliberately placing a foot atop the severed corpse of a headless woman, taunting the youth. The young man struggled to rise, only to collapse once more. He clawed his way up again, then fell again, repeating this brutal cycle countless times, like a wild beast fighting against exhaustion, yet seemingly unyielding in his fury. After a long while, the demon finally frowned. "You're quite the wicked one," it murmured. From his experience, a mere mortal in such a situation would have been immobilized long ago, helplessly watching as their loved ones' bodies were devoured. To the demon, that was a delicious feast. But enough. Drawing the blade from his waist, the demon decided to cease playing games, better to deliver a swift end. With a step forward, his figure flickered and materialized before the young man, who was suddenly struck by a fierce slash aimed at his neck. The blade sliced through, revealing a headless corpse. The corpse was not that of the young man, but his own. Me? How did I die? The last thing that entered his gaze was a tall man entering the room, cloaked in black and wearing a bronze mask. Thud! The young man collapsed, as if deflated, onto the ground. His eyes were vacant, staring blankly at the imposing figure before him. A single glance from that man was enough to cause the demon's severed head to disintegrate. It was as if a divine presence had descended. A god, could such a being save his mother? This absurd thought was the first to emerge in his mind. He was about to kneel and beg for divine aid, but he saw the man, seemingly divine himself, kneel first. "Your servant, Yi Shao, pays homage to his highness." Yi Shao? His highness? What do those words mean? The young man was utterly bewildered, unable to kneel or stand, as an invisible force supported him. "What are you saying?" The tall man bowed his head deeply. 23 years ago, during the great Dayan royal family's blood catastrophe, the direct lineage was slaughtered by demons. Yishaowei was deceived by the demon's treachery and arrived too late to save the emperor. The royal family was annihilated, and Yu only managed to save your newborn self. Later, the man who rescued you was pursued by demons and had to hide you away, sacrificing himself to lure the enemy. He perished in battle, and you vanished without a trace. We have searched tirelessly ever since. Fortunately, divine providence guided Yi Wei to find you here in Kunlun Su. The sin of Yi Wei is worth 1,000 deaths. He lowered his head again, voice grave. I humbly beseech your highness to return to Dragon Capital, ascend the throne, and stabilize Diane. When the realm is at peace, I am willing to perish in atonement for my sins and to repay the divine grace bestowed upon Diane. The tall man remained silent, his head bowed, his tone deep and resonant. The young man could not see the expression beneath his mask. Living amidst the mountains, he understood the tumult of a chaotic era. He had long thought that the Diane dynasty was already a mere shadow of its former glory, never imagining that he himself was one of the root causes of this chaos, and heir to the only direct bloodline of the great Diane. Yet he had no desire to rule as emperor. All he wished for was to bring his mother back to life. Can you save my mother? The young man asked with cautious hope. I am powerless. Night Owl shook his head. In truth, on the very first day the dragon veins anomaly manifested, he had discovered this place and sealed it off completely, observing from the shadows all along. Had he wished to intervene, he could have acted long ago. But he understood, unless the prince's distracting attachments were severed and his fury ignited, he would never become the sovereign capable of shaking the heavens. He would remain but an ordinary man shackled by his vulnerabilities. Only by severing all ties here could the prince be unburdened, truly capable of restoring Great Yan's glory, pacifying the realm, and bringing peace to this troubled world. The young man let out a bitter, self-mocking laugh. Trembling, he rose to his feet, approached the woman's lifeless form, and draped a blanket over her before lifting her body and carrying her outside. 7 days later, the young man had completed his mother's funeral rites. Seated before her grave, he felt as though his heart had been hollowed out entirely, adrift, directionless, his soul lost in the abyss of grief. Your Highness, it is time we departed, Night Owl urged. For every day you delay ascending the throne, the realm remains divided. Demons roam unchecked, and tragedies like this will continue to unfold. No. The young man shook his head. I am powerless. I couldn't even protect my own mother. What right do I have to bring peace to the world? Chapter 52. The young princely Qingshu, you are the sole direct descendant of the Dian royal lineage. Night Owl spoke in a deep voice. Only your ascension to the throne can be deemed rightful, compelling all lords to submit. I am unworthy. The young man shook his head. Your claim to the throne is far more legitimate than mine, or you could simply find someone to declare themselves the rightful heir. Why cling to a mere insignificant figure like me? Ascend to the throne? How laughable. How presumptuous. What makes me a sovereign? A puppet emperor? Ha ha ha. He dismissed the notion, not wishing to indulge in such an unattainable daydream. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged forth. The young man's complexion changed drastically, as if two colossal mountains pressed upon his shoulders. In years past, the founding emperor, in humble attire, wielded a 3-foot green blade, rising amidst chaos to establish the dragon vein in Kunlun, laying the foundation of the Dian dynasty for a millennium. The second emperor, through both civil and military prowess, implemented benevolent governance, ensuring the populace's peace and prosperity, leading the dynasty to flourish. Every preceding emperor toiled ceaselessly to secure the stability of the realm. Yet, your Highness is mired in personal entanglements, disregarding the stability of the world and the welfare of the common people. What face do you have to meet the ancestors of Dian? Night Owl admonished coldly. Ha ha. The young man shrugged and scoffed. You see, this is the plight of the powerless. You insist on fealty and honor me as your Highness, and then what? If even you do not acknowledge my authority, what right does anyone else have to do so? Absurd. What of royal ancestors? What of peace in the realm? The young man was indifferent, having never enjoyed even a fraction of royal privilege. All he knew was the helplessness of witnessing his mother perish tragically. If he were to ascend, it would only bring suffering to the world. I shall instruct your Highness in martial arts. You possess the blood of a martial deity. Even if you have missed the prime age for cultivation, you can still shatter your shackles and ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess, Night Owl proposed. You merely wish to make me a puppet, do you not? The young man never believed that an ordinary individual could command the willing submission of celestial martial saints. The request for his ascension was merely a veiled pursuit of ulterior motives. Your Highness, Night Owl has been loyal to the royal family for generations, upholding the will of the founding emperor without any treachery, Night Owl declared earnestly. The young man fell silent, and Night Owl chose to remain quiet as well, keeping him company. Perched atop the mountain, the young man gazed at the sparsely populated village below, his place of upbringing, his true homeland. Here resided his beloved mother, the girl he cherished, the kind neighbor who frequently lent him a hand, and many delightful children. He did not wish to safeguard the world, but yearned to preserve this remaining beauty. After a long pause, the young man suddenly inquired, "If I refuse you, will the village run red with blood? Not just here will blood flow, but across all of Dian, every inch of territory established by the Li ancestors," Night Owl replied. The young man asked again, "What was my original name?" "Li Qingxiu," Night Owl responded. The young man murmured softly, "Can you tell me the meaning behind this name?" The Night Owl spoke, "With the inheritance comes the weight of responsibility. You are the warm sun of spring. I hope your highness will inherit the throne, govern with benevolence, and bring warmth and prosperity to the people. Yet, I feel I have accomplished nothing." The youth's expression bore a tinge of bitterness. To achieve greatness is to act in the present. As long as your highness raises your voice, it is not too late. The Night Owl's tone softened. "If you grant me one request, I will accompany you." The youth turned his head, gazing at the figure cloaked in shadows, the face obscured by a bronze mask. In that moment, he felt no fear, perceiving the deity as nothing extraordinary. "Please, your highness, speak." The Night Owl maintained his calm demeanor. From the moment the young prince was born, fate was sealed. He was destined to bear the burden of restoring the Yuan dynasty. There is no escape from it. Please protect this village, ensuring that none of its inhabitants suffer harm. My mother has endured too much in her life. My only wish is for her to have a peaceful sleep. Can you do this?" The youth implored. The Night Owl nodded. "I assure you, from this moment forth, no one in this village shall fall victim to demons or the chaos of the times. While it is easy to safeguard a village, only you can protect this world." Upon finishing, both rose to their feet. "Good." The youth inhaled deeply. "From today onward, I am no longer Qin Godin of Svaofeng village, but Li Qingxiu, the one needed by this realm." The Night Owl knelt on one knee, bowing his head in reverence, his voice resonating like a great bell. "I, Night Owl, humbly welcome your highness's return. Where do we go next?" Li Qingxiu inquired. "To meet the various lords and nobles." The Night Owl rose, positioning himself behind Li Qingxiu, whose robust stature was dwarfed by the imposing figure of the Night Owl, akin to an invincible overlord. The duo exited Xiaofeng village, side by side. Thunder rumbled. In the Kunlun void, the sky darkened, winds and clouds converged, and strange phenomena re-emerged. The various heroes searching for the young prince changed countenance, sensing impending doom, and hastened to retreat. By the time they arrived, a previously unfamiliar figure had appeared before the Night Owl's army, which bore the Yin banner, a weary young man from the countryside. Seated atop a dragon steed clad in armor, personally led by the Night Owl, recognized as the pinnacle of martial prowess in the current age. Thus, the youth's identity became evident, the sole bloodline of the Yin royal family. The little prince born 23 years ago to the beloved concubine in Li Qingxiu. Had he truly been found? At that moment, the lords and nobles wore expressions of complex emotions, uncertain whether to rejoice or lament. The rightful royal lineage had returned, symbolizing the hope for unification and the potential end of turmoil, a restoration of order against the demons. Yet, they would once again be subservient, bowing their heads in submission. How could the carefree life of a prince compare to such constraints? The chaos posed little threat to them. They could even thrive amidst it, enjoying greater freedoms. Now, all of this would be shattered. "You there, greet his highness. Why do you not bow?" The Night Owl King surveyed the feudal lords, his voice cold as he addressed them. "Your highness." Under the formidable pressure of the Night Owl King, the lords dared not defy him. Compliance was their only option, for none wished to be the one who stood out. "Your highness, now that you have returned, we implore you to manifest the wondrous phenomena of the Kunlun Su dragon vein to proclaim your presence to the world and instill fear in the demons." At this moment, the Grand General Bai Chun spoke up. "Indeed, we beseech your highness to unveil the Kunlun Su dragon vein, to unite the national fortune and soothe the hearts of the people." The other lords echoed their pleas. Li Qingxiu was utterly bewildered, unsure of how to respond. The Night Owl King spoke again. "The matter of revealing the dragon vein is no trivial affair. It cannot be approached so recklessly. Your highness has just returned and has yet to partake in the welcoming ceremonies and ancestral rites. This matter requires further deliberation to choose an auspicious day for its execution." With this declaration, the feudal lords, each with their own thoughts, could only lower their banners in acquiescence. In the southern frontier, within the Jiogong mountain range, among the 12 caverns and the small bamboo grove, Li Yuan reveled in the joy of nurturing the dream silkworm. fervently synthesizing in hopes of catching up to his teacher's 30-year journey, a daunting task indeed. Suddenly, the Zerikong sent forth a warning. Li Yuan furrowed his brow. Is senior brother Pei here? He seems to be in a hurry to find me. Could it be that the teacher has awakened? Chapter 53. Turmoil of the Heart. A new breakthrough, junior brother. A change is imminent. Pei Luoqing arrived in haste. Li Yuan immediately surmised, the young prince has been found? Indeed, Pei Luoqing affirmed. Recently, all the mighty heroes have gathered at Kunlun Su, and at last, there is news. The Night Owl King has located the young prince. Li Yuan echoed, so? Does this mean the royal family will soon have a leader, and peace will reign across the realm? Not so simple. Pei Luoqing shook his head. Whether the young prince can ascend as the sovereign of the world is not solely determined by the Night Owl King. What would constitute such an ascendance? Li Yuan inquired. The Kunlun Foshan ceremony, a right to honor heaven and earth, resonate with the dragon vein, and ascertain one's true identity. Pei Luoqing articulated solemnly. Only with the recognition of the great Yin dragon vein can one be deemed legitimate. Otherwise, who can attest that the young prince is not merely an impostor arranged by the Night Owl King? That makes sense, Li Yuan nodded, though a sense of concern gnawed at him. Even if the imperial physician's grandson were to undergo a change in bloodline and roots, it is unlikely he would gain the acceptance of the great Yin dragon vein. If the bloodline of a millennium-old dynasty, a legacy of martial deities, could be so easily supplanted, it would have been extinguished long ago. The essence of the royal bloodline is likely preserved by the imperial physician, encapsulated in a drop of the ancestral blood held within a jade pendant. This implies that the true identity of the imperial physician's grandson will inevitably be revealed, and he may face the wrath of the Night Owl King upon that revelation. Brother Pei, do you have knowledge of when the Foshan ceremony will take place? Li Yuan asked once more. Nothing has been decided yet. I have heard that the Night Owl King has returned to the imperial capital with the young prince to host a welcoming ceremony while selecting an auspicious date. Once the date for the Foshan ceremony is confirmed, it will be publicly announced. All factions within the Great Yin will be in attendance, including the 9 Palaces Gu nest. Pei Luoqing was well informed. Brother, how long do you anticipate until the Foshan ceremony will occur? Li Yuan maintained a calm demeanor as they conversed. At least 6 months. Perhaps even longer, Pei Luoqing speculated. Why so? Li Yuan sought clarification. There are numerous reasons. Firstly, the Foshan ceremony is traditionally reserved for newly enthroned emperors. The young princely Qingxiu is an exception and will face greater opposition. Secondly, the ceremony is intricate and requires extensive preparation, particularly in these tumultuous times, where one must remain vigilant against potential threats. However, these are not the most critical reasons. The paramount concern is that prior to his retrieval, the young prince was merely an ordinary individual. He would be unable to withstand the immense force of the Foshan ceremony and must first undergo a period of cultivation. Pei Luoqing elucidated. Ah, I see. Li Yuan sighed inwardly, realizing the imperial physician's grandson had endured considerable hardship over the years, struggling through the mire of the mortal realm, much like himself. Pei Luoqing chuckled. If the young prince truly possesses the bloodline of a martial deity and is under the protection of true dragon fortune, his cultivation will progress swiftly. By the way, I just remembered, once the Foshan ceremony is held, all those who journey to Kunlun Su to pay their respects and show support will receive a blessing of fortune. This is a grand celebration, a time for all nations to come together, a rare opportunity indeed. Regardless of the dynasty, every emperor upon ascension would invite the 9 Palace Gu nest to participate, and perhaps you and I might secure a place. If the teacher had not encountered misfortune, he would undoubtedly have advocated for their inclusion. Now, the situation remains uncertain. After spending such an extended period in the mountains, it was for the first time that Li Yuan felt an urge to venture outside. He yearned to meet the benefactor who had been cast aside by the royal physician, the one who had saved his life. The truth was undeniably harsh. As the sole bearer of this knowledge, Li Yuan found his emotions tumultuous and difficult to articulate. From an ordinary mortal in the countryside to the sovereign of the realm, only to be unmasked and realize he was merely a discarded pawn. What an overwhelming rise and fall. Could the other truly endure such torment? Upon introspection, Li Yuan dared not claim he was capable of withstanding it. If the opportunity arose, he would seek to observe him. A true man knows what to pursue and what to forsake. There were certain matters Li Yuan felt compelled to address. After Pei Luoqing departed, he made his way to the back mountain, arriving at the grave of the royal physician. Grandfather, may heaven bless you. Your beloved grandson yet lives. All these years, every night and day spent fleeing must have weighed heavily on your heart. Both my mother and I owe you a debt of gratitude. Please rest in peace. I vow to protect your grandson, my brother, from any harm." Li Yuan knelt before the grave, bowing earnestly. It had been long since his heart had experienced such intense fluctuations. At that moment, an ineffable sensation surged within him, as if tumultuous waves were crashing against the barriers of his consciousness. The sea of awareness traversed mountains and rivers, embodying a domain of its own. A deafening roar echoed as Li Yuan focused his mind, sitting cross-legged in meditation, turning his gaze inward. In the realm of his consciousness, the ocean of spirit surged with colossal waves, breaching the mountain's defenses, merging the land with the sea, transforming into an entirely new domain. After a prolonged period, Li Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, a virtual panel materializing before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 5th turn 1233-1500, Realm, 5th turn, Mental Power, Initial Domain Stage, Innate Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Rebirth Gu, Colorful Strange Fire Python. Illusory Rope, Silk Queen Gu, Gu House, None, a breakthrough. Li Yuan had not anticipated achieving a breakthrough in his mental realm under such circumstances. Transitioning from the perfect state of the sea realm to the initial stage of the domain realm, far quicker than he had envisioned. Was this the significance of a clear mind? In this instant, he began to comprehend the profound utility of the questioning heart Gu, ranked 3rd on the strange Gu list. The young mistress of Kanglan, Shaoqiner, fortified by the questioning heart Gu, would likely experience rapid advancement and ascend swiftly. With a sigh, Li Yuan expelled a breath of turbid air, bowing once more to the royal physician's gravestone. "Grandfather, thank you for guiding me from the depths of despair." This unexpected breakthrough bolstered his confidence with the mental power of the domain realm. Even formidable adversaries in the 8th or 9th realms would find it challenging to discern his true essence. Some matters would become easier to accomplish. Upon returning to the remnant Gu Tower, Li Yuan immediately retrieved the texts bestowed upon him by his mentor, Yu Hengchuan, which contained the secret methods for crafting Gu houses. The conditions for refining a Gu house are threefold. One must possess a mental strength that reaches the domain realm, achieve resonance with one's life Gu through the heart, and have a sufficient number of subordinate Gu. Presently, he fulfills all three criteria. According to his mentor, a 7th transformation Gu master is deemed a prodigy in the realm of Gu, and here I am, having reached this stage at merely the 5th transformation. Does this not seem exceedingly extraordinary? Chapter 54. Constructing the Gu house. Li Yuan held the book closely, engrossed in the intricate details. He had met all the prerequisites for crafting a Gu house, yet the endeavor of constructing a complete Gu house remained a monumental task. The time required for its construction was considerable. The higher the quality, the longer it took, much like his mentor's Gu house, which took a staggering 12 years to complete. There were many precedents of similar duration spanning 2 to 3 decades, although I could significantly reduce the time needed for the construction. Completing it before the commencement of the Fengshan ceremony posed a considerable challenge. Li Yuan, undeterred by the pressing circumstances, understood that even a slight enhancement would bolster his confidence. If I were to construct the Gu house, I would center it around the colorful exotic fire python and the Ponzi Queen Gu, hoping for a delightful surprise. In addition to greatly amplifying the feedback to the Gu master, the construction of a Gu house possessed another remarkable benefit: the ability to cultivate spiritual substances. These so-called spiritual substances equate to rare treasures of nature. However, as they are not birthed by the heavens and earth, the predecessors of the Gu path aptly named them spiritual substances. Different Gu houses yield vastly different types of spiritual substances. Li Yuan scoured the text for an extended period, but found no mention of the spiritual substances produced by a Gu house centered on the Ponzi Queen Gu and the colorful exotic fire python. Records concerning rare Gu were already scarce, and those pertaining to Gu houses were even fewer. He hoped to produce some valuable spiritual substances that could be sold for higher-tier demon corpses. The lack of funds had evidently become Li Yuan's lifelong adversary. The generation of spiritual substances is profoundly linked to the quality of the Gu house and the type of the Master Gu. For instance, the Master Gu of Yu Hengchuan is the butterfly mirage, which primarily serves to create illusions and bewilder opponents. Constructing a Gu house around this core yields a spiritual substance known as awakening water, which, when consumed, enhances mental acuity and temporarily boosts comprehension. Awakening water is not only beneficial to Gu masters, but is also regarded as a treasure by martial artists, commanding a handsome price in the market. Yet, I remain uncertain of what my Gu house will produce. Li Yuan felt a mixture of trepidation and anticipation. If I could generate a spiritual substance akin to awakening water, it would liberate me from poverty and enable me to embark on a grand venture. Disregarding the uncertainties, I shall attempt to construct the Gu house. Shao Kai, Wu Mei, come here. With a gentle call, Shao Kai and Wu Mei swiftly flew to land on Li Yuan's shoulders. Which of you two wishes to be the core for the Gu house construction first? Hiss chirp, both little creatures were eager, brimming with enthusiasm. As expected, Li Yuan sighed. It would not do for both to participate simultaneously, or their master would be drained of energy. He had only just entered the initial stage of the domain realm, and constructing a Gu house was already pushing his limits. How about this? Let us play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins goes first. Agreed? No cheating, and definitely no sulking. Li Yuan had to coax the two little ones as if soothing children. His chirp Shao Kai and Wu Mei readily consented. I will count to 3, and you may begin. 1, 2, 3. Start. At the moment the words fell, Shao Kai's serpentine tail twisted, morphing into a fist-like shape, while Wu Mei similarly expelled a fist-sized ball of silk. A draw, Li Yuan reluctantly announced. The two little creatures launched their moves once again, and this time both presented cloth. Again. For the third time, the two little ones revealed scissors. This cycle continued for well over 10 rounds, with both consistently producing identical outcomes. Suddenly, Li Yuan realized the reason behind this stalemate. They were both raised by the same master, rendering their moves indistinguishable. Whether it was Shao Kai or Wu Mei, their bond with him had reached a level of synchronization of hearts, sharing a singular essence. How could one break this? It seemed they could only be drained of energy. Unable to declare a victor, Li Yuan certainly could not allow Shao Kai and Wu Mei to engage in combat, as that would risk discord and damage their intimate relationship. Was it truly so difficult to maintain balance? Li Yuan chuckled to himself. They were all his cherished companions, and he had no choice but to accept the situation, viewing it merely as a means of mental fortitude, acknowledging that a slower pace was of no consequence. He quickly found clarity. Selecting original materials, common item, Little Red Snake 99, commence synthesis. You have obtained a first-order common Gu, Little Fire Python 33, although the resplendent, multicolored fire python was cultivated by Li Yuan through the dragon pattern egg combined with various treasures. The creature most closely related to its bloodline among the lower-order Gu was indeed the Little Fire Python. The success rate for constructing a Gu house is significantly heightened when the bloodline affinity between the lower-order Gu and the primary Gu is sufficiently strong. Once more, selecting original materials, common item, Little Spider 99. At Spring Grass, commence synthesis. You have obtained a first-order common Gu, Spirit Breath Spider 33. The Spirit Breath Spider is also among the lower-order Gu of the Silk Queen, possessing a relatively high bloodline affinity. Let us begin. Li Yuan led Shao Kai and Wu Mei to a newly developed area following the expansion of the bamboo grove, a location he had concealed, accessible only to him. It was fortuitously suitable for temporarily placing the Gu house. Sitting cross-legged, eyes gently closed, he concentrated, channeling his mental energy to resonate with both the resplendent fire python and the Silk Queen Gu. Before long, he felt as if he had entered a wondrous realm of spirit. More precisely, it was a dual wondrous spiritual realm, as his mind worked in tandem, consuming his mental strength at an alarming rate and proving quite taxing. The first step in constructing the Gu house was to strengthen the connection between the primary Gu and the lower-order Gu. To unify all Gu hearts and thoughts was essential for the formation of the house. The concept of a house originates from the notion of home in ancient times. When Gu masters were still struggling through their early days, all Gu creatures were regarded as family. Only family could reside under the same roof. After a considerable duration, the marvelous spiritual realm exhibited a subtle transformation, as the consciousness of a little fire python began to coalesce and manifest within this ethereal space. Simultaneously, in the physical world, a little fire python commenced the construction of its nest. It expelled a mystical substance, akin to drifting dust, nearly invisible to the naked eye, until more and more little fire pythons emerged to join in the building process. The dust gradually coalesced into earth, revealing tangible results. On the other side, the spirit weaver spider was also constructing its nest, both nests taking the form of burrows that continually delved deeper into the earth. Li Yuan gradually became engrossed in the task. Time slipped away unnoticed. Eventually, Li Yuan regained his senses, only to find his spiritual reservoir diminished, leaving him overcome with fatigue, his entire being feeling considerably weightless, as if on the verge of collapse. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the Gu houses on either side had only been expanded by a mere foot, with approximately 80 Gu insects involved in the construction on each side. He cast a glance at the hourglass nearby, astonished to discover that 3 days had elapsed. Thus, in a span of 3 full days and nights, he had managed to establish just a foot of Gu house and assimilated merely a handful of Gu insects. Indeed, the endeavor was arduous. The critical issue was that as the construction progressed, the number of Gu insects increased, resulting in an even greater depletion of mental energy. Even Fifth Sister and Little Kai had grown weary, succumbing to slumber upon his shoulders. It was undeniably a monumental undertaking, necessitating a gradual approach. Chapter 55, The Young God of Death. In Muyao, in the grand capital of Dian, Tianan City, after enduring the bloodshed of previous years, King Night Owl rallied his forces, leading the Night Owl guards and various station troops to reclaim the land, driving out the demons. Within the royal palace, a youthful figure draped in a python robe was vigorously practicing martial arts, sweat cascading down his brow. Nearby, the imposing and tall King Night Owl, adorned with a bronze mask, stood still like a statue, observing silently. After a considerable time, the young man withdrew his fists, waves of energy erupting from his body, stirring the trees in the courtyard. This young man, the python-robed figure, was none other than Chen Godin, a rustic villager brought back by King Night Owl from Kunlun Void, and the sole bloodline of the current Dian royal family, the young Prince Li Qingxiu. Indeed, the young prince possessed extraordinary talent and innate abilities, having advanced to the second rank of Qi induction within a mere 7 days, mastering the first layer of the shattering Heaven Divine Fist. King Night Owl praised. "I have fulfilled my promise. Now, shall you teach me the true essence of martial arts?" Li Qingxiu inquired calmly. Having returned from Kunlun Void, he harbored no other thoughts, solely yearning to eradicate the demons, liberating the world from suffering, and avenging his mother. All of this required formidable strength. "It is my duty as a subject." King Night Owl responded, his tone tinged with amusement. In the Tianyuan continent, martial prowess reigned supreme, regardless of the cultivation systems of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. The evolution pathways of demons, or the lesser arts of Gu, talismans, and formations, none rival the path of martial arts. The martial arts hierarchy comprises 9 ranks. First rank, body refinement. Second rank, Qi induction. Third rank, spirit gathering. Fourth rank, cocoon breaking. Fifth rank, freedom. Sixth rank, lesser grandmaster. Seventh rank, grandmaster. Eighth rank, martial sage. And ninth rank, martial emperor. Above the 9th rank lies the realm of the martial god. In bygone years, the founding emperor ascended to the status of martial god, sweeping across the realms, commanding the allegiance of myriad nations and expelling demons beyond the borders, rendering the land free from their menace for a millennium. King Night Owl patiently elucidated the historical foundations of martial arts to Li Qingxiu. The founding emperor established 3 divine martial arts: the shattering Heaven Divine Fist, the heavenly transformation sword, and the celestial dragon luck technique. The shattering Heaven Divine Fist is the most accessible of the 3, with a lineage preserved within the Night Owl guards for unforeseen circumstances. The heavenly transformation sword, however, is reserved solely for emperors, requiring the young prince to venture deep into the ancestral grounds post-coronation to receive its legacy. As for the celestial dragon luck technique, it is an ethereal art that gathers and stabilizes the imperial fortune beyond the comprehension of ordinary martial artists, yet it remains fundamental to the resurgence of Dian. King Night Owl elaborated extensively, demonstrating the shattering Heaven Divine Fist multiple times for Li Qingxiu. "I comprehend now," Li Qingxiu remarked thoughtfully. King Night Owl chuckled. "Your intelligence is remarkable. My prince, you shall soon step into the 4th rank of cocoon breaking. At that time, you can return to Kunlun Void to perform the Foshan ceremony and manifest the dragon vein." "Indeed," Li Qingxiu nodded, his expression solemn. Every time he recalled the despair of his mother being devoured by demons, and the countless others suffering similar fates, his heart ached profoundly. His mindset transformed from initial resentment and despair into a resolute determination to take action. At times, he found his situation almost laughable. He could not even protect a small mountain village, nor save his own mother, yet after merely a few days of martial training, he harbored the delusion of safeguarding vast territories, the realm, and countless lives. Such absurdity was laughable, with confusion gnawing at his heart. The youth's fists and feet did not cease their relentless movement, his mind racing with the evolution of combat techniques. The Night Owl King departed quietly. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at a tower, where in an elegant chamber sat a veiled woman clad in a blue robe, her skin as delicate as jade and her aura chillingly serene. "Have you discerned clearly, little fate?" the Night Owl inquired as he settled down, gazing into the distance, where he could see the young man, Li Qingxiu, practicing martial arts in the courtyard. "I cannot see clearly," she replied, shaking her head. She was an Amuyao, the little fate of the extreme North Ice Plains tribe, summoned by the Night Owl King to assist in locating the only offspring left by her sister, who perished in the royal blood calamity many years ago. Is there any of his blood? Amuyao asked. Years ago. Her sister had entered the royal family through a politically motivated marriage, a sacrifice made to save the tribe, leaving their father burdened with guilt and sorrow. Had her sister not made that sacrifice, the extreme North Ice Plains tribe would have been annihilated long ago. Now, having reclaimed their totem and grown powerful, the tribe mourned the absence of her sister, who could never return home, and her only bloodline was lost to the world. Thus, when the Night Owl King sought her out, Amuyao, as the newly appointed Little Fate, did not hesitate to agree. Little Linner, you must still be alive, she thought. As Linner was the affectionate term the people of the extreme North Ice Plains tribe used for their children. However, as she gazed at the distant young Prince Li Qingxiu, Amuyao felt no sense of kinship. Her intuition told her that he was not her sister's child. Yet she had to proceed with caution and verify the bloodline. Even if he were not her sister's offspring, he was undoubtedly the sole clue in her quest to find Little Linner, and she could not afford to overlook it. This is his blood. Extracting the blood of an ordinary man was a trivial task for the Night Owl King, yet he too had to exercise caution. The grand ceremony was of utmost importance, with lords and demons alike awaiting that day. If he returned with anything less than the true dragon son, it would spell disaster for the dying imperial family. Amuyao accepted the transparent jade vial containing the blood and examined it meticulously. Qilin treasure technique. Manifest. She formed intricate hand seals rapidly, and an ice blue Qilin pattern emerged on her forehead, radiating with luminous energy that cascaded into the jade vial. Simultaneously, a series of blurred images unfolded in her mind. They depicted two infants whose bloodlines had been exchanged under the cover of night through secret arts. In that instant, understanding dawned upon Amuyao. During the royal blood calamity, in a bid to save Little Linner, her sister had found a substitute, swapping bloodlines to deceive the demons. This meant that although the young prince before her was a false heir, Little Linner had escaped that calamity and must still be alive. Fate had been unkind, and Little Linner had suffered greatly. Linner, your aunt will surely find you. The knowledge that her sister's child still lived was the greatest solace for Amuyao. Little Fate. What is the matter? A cool, deep voice pulled Amuyao back from her reverie. The gaze of the Night Owl King pierced like the scorching sun, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure that left Amuyao in a state of distress, compelling her to instinctively reveal the truth. Yet, just as the thought was on the verge of escaping her lips, she forcibly suppressed it. If I were to disclose the truth, the young prince who had usurped Lin Er's identity would undoubtedly meet his demise. He is far too innocent, cast aside by his own parents, coerced into a change of fate, entirely unaware of the circumstances. Moreover, he had saved Lin Er's life. To now subject him to the bitter consequences would be utterly cruel. Fate plays its tricks. This was meant to be a tale of sacrifice. No one could have anticipated that both the true and false princes still walked the earth, rendering certain matters excruciatingly complex. And Muyao steadied her thoughts and spoke with composure. Night Owl King, this matter is fraught with intricacies and requires careful deliberation. Chapter 56, Spiritual Matter After Long Contemplation. Even the lesser deity of fate could not discern the truth. The Night Owl King furrowed his brow. He was aware that the deity of fate from the tribes of the far north possessed the art of bloodline tracing and had specifically summoned Muyao from the extreme north. Yet, she was unable to ascertain the authenticity of the situation. The young prince's bloodline was unusual. I dare not draw conclusions yet. Let us allow him some time to mature. And Muyao deliberately spoke ambiguously, unwilling to directly affirm or deny. Since the Night Owl King had summoned her, he must have sensed something amiss and suspected that the young prince was not the true heir, but lacked means to verify it. With the impending grand ceremony, which held the fate of the realm, time was of the essence. The Night Owl King spoke solemnly. As for the grand ceremony, I possess a method that may alleviate our immediate concerns. And Muyao was resolute in her determination to save the unfortunate substitute prince, considering it a merit for her sister's child. What do you propose? Inquired the Night Owl King. To create a diversion, we must first deceive the lords and various supernatural beings, stabilizing the current situation, responded Muyao. Impossible. The grand ceremony is of utmost importance. How could we mislead those above and below? Should he be a false prince, yet ascend to the throne, it would irrevocably sever the bloodline of the Li family. Ascending the throne is simple, but abdicating is fraught with difficulty. The Night Owl King vehemently opposed such an unfaithful and outrageous act. These times are different from the past. Stabilizing the situation is crucial for the survival of Yuan's fortune. Otherwise, the people's hearts will scatter, and the dragon vein will dissipate. And Mu Yao could not fathom the Night Owl King's true intentions. This acknowledged peak of martial prowess. Did he genuinely wish to restore the Yuan royal family? Or was he merely acting for the sake of the divine treasure? She leaned towards the latter. I implore the Night Owl King to reconsider. And Mu Yu lacked the power to sway his actions. Having said her piece, she turned to depart. As she disappeared from view, the Night Owl King fell into deep contemplation. It seemed increasingly likely that this young prince was indeed an impostor. Was there a prior ruse akin to the tale of the cat swapping places with the prince? With the true heir having been smuggled out of the palace long ago, this was not an impossibility. The late concubine and was no ordinary figure. The one who ascended to the role of deity of fate in the far north was far removed from the frivolous characters of the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Perhaps, during the blood disaster, concubine and had sensed something amiss and replaced the young PR submitted within 7 days. After all these years, the demons have ravaged many ancient texts and secret scrolls of the imperial capital. It is exceedingly difficult to trace back the origins of past events. Only the Night Owl Guard possesses such capabilities. It appears that the Fengshan ceremony must be postponed, unless absolutely necessary. The Night Owl King is reluctant to allow an unidentified substitute prince to ascend the throne, as this could potentially lead to irreparable calamities and even cause the already precarious Yuan to completely disintegrate. Time flies. Li Yuan immerses himself daily in the profound intricacies of constructing the Gu house, tirelessly dedicated to his research. At long last, it has come to fruition. In the stillness of the night, Li Yuan emerges from his tense mental state. Before him, 2 diminutive nests have been forged. The former is slender and elongated, while the latter is spacious, filled with spider silk. They are the Gu houses built around the core of the colorful exotic fire python and the silk queen Gu. A data panel materializes before his eyes. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 5th level 1490-1500, Realm. 5th level, Mental Strength, Mid-Domain Realm, Destined Gu, Giant Spirit Gu. Revitalization Gu, Colorful Exotic Fire Python, Illusionary Robe, Silk Queen Gu, Gu Houses, Colorful Exotic Fire Cave, 1000 Gu House. Silk Profound Realm, 1000 Gu House. Gu Houses can produce heavenly fire, revitalization essence. My relentless efforts have not been in vain. The rewards from the Gu Houses are indeed invaluable. The creation of the Gu Houses has not only significantly enhanced Li Yuan's own power, but has also elevated his mental realm to the mid-domain stage. In terms of the expanse of his consciousness, he is no weaker than some seasoned 8th realm experts. Thus, he no longer needs to fear having his secrets discovered. More importantly, the output from the Gu Houses is remarkable. Li Yuan meticulously studies the treasures produced by the 2 Gu Houses. Heavenly fire, a flame condensed from the energy of the great sun in the heavens, usable for forging treasures, capable of attacking foes, and reminiscent of a sun that burns eternally once unleashed. Revitalization essence, a fusion of heavenly and earthly spiritual energy combined with the vitality of insects and beasts, possessing the ability to resurrect the deceased. The treasures yielded by the 2 Gu Houses are far from ordinary. Their only drawback is the meager output. It requires a full month to produce a wisp of heavenly fire and a drop of revitalization essence. This is already the utmost limit Li Yuan can achieve. To enhance production, he must elevate the grade of the Gu Houses, a process that necessitates sustained effort over time. The grades of Gu Houses are classified as 1000 Gu House, 10,000 Gu House, 100,000 Gu House, and Million Gu House. The difficulty of refinement escalates sharply with each level. According to the records in the book gifted by his master, Yuan, several well-experienced palace masters have barely reached the 100,000 Gu House tier. A Million Gu House? Perhaps it exists solely in legends. That is far beyond my reach. Li Yuan does not dwell on this for long. For him, the most pressing matter at hand is to accumulate wealth, gather raw materials, and enhance his combat prowess. He can seek opportunities to sell the heavenly fire. If fortune smiles upon him, he might fetch a high price, perhaps even exchange it for a 7th-tier demon corpse. He intends to reserve the revitalization essence for his master, Yuan. The teacher, whom he had only met thrice, treated him kindly and bestowed upon him numerous opportunities. He would not neglect any assistance within his capabilities. In just 10 days, he would be able to step into the 6th transformation realm. At that time, he could venture into the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces. Li Yuan had long been anticipating the mystical realm of immortal worms. The endless array of precious worms, how splendid it would be if he could combine them all. he would awaken from dreams with laughter. Failing to produce an extraordinary worm would be a disservice to such an opportunity. Chapter 57. The sixth transformation in the blink of an eye. 10 days had elapsed. Li Yuan awoke, invigorated and refreshed. A data panel materialized before him. Gu Master, Li Yuan. Black Jar, 6th transformation 1-3000. Realm, 6th transformation, mental power, mid-stage domain, destined Gu. Giant spirit Gu, revitalization Gu, tricolor fire python, illusory robe. Silk queen Gu, Gu house, colorful fire cave, 1000 Gu house, silk mysterious realm, 1000 Gu house. Time certainly flies. It has been over 7 years since he joined the 12 caves. This is a remarkable duration. Even between couples, there exists the notion of a 7-year itch. However, Li Yuan had remained in the 12 caves for a full 7 years without venturing outside even once. And his excursions beyond the small bamboo forest could be counted on one hand. It was time for him to step outside. Yet this journey would not lead him into chaos, but rather deeper into the mountains. After a brief tidying up, Li Yuan left the small bamboo grove and ascended to the peak of the 12 caves. Senior brother? Pei Luoqing exclaimed upon seeing Li Yuan, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is that really you? Have you finally come down from the mountain? He had never encountered such a composed young man, without a wife or children. He had remained in one place for 7 years, truly remarkable in his ability to endure solitude. Senior brother, I have attained the 6th transformation, Li Yuan said with a calm smile. Ah? Pei Luoqing was taken aback. The 6th transformation? So soon? Not particularly quick, Li Yuan chuckled. Pei Luoqing teased. Compared to the most illustrious prodigies in history, it is indeed not fast, but it surpasses what your senior brother achieved. You flatter me, Li Yuan replied. His strength lay not in the speed of his breakthroughs, but in his multiple destined Gu. You seek me out to prepare for entering the inner door of the 9 palaces and to venture into the secret realm of immortal Gu? Pei Luoqing inquired. Indeed. Li Yuan nodded. This matter should not be delayed. I have long cherished this aspiration. Ha ha ha. I understand. Pei Luoqing laughed. In my time, I too was eager to dive into the secret realm of immortal Gu the moment I achieved a breakthrough. It is a splendid place, though one can only visit once. His ginseng infant Gu reached such formidable strength because he discovered suitable materials in the secret realm, completing an evolution. Senior brother, when shall we depart? Li Yuan asked, filled with anticipation. Today will suffice, Pei Luoqing replied with a nod. I will arrange matters within the sect, and we shall set off in the afternoon. Very well. The two brothers reached a harmonious agreement. Upon returning to the small bamboo grove, Li Yuan shared a meal with Wang Zhaozhao. Zhaozhao, I must step out for a while. After years of close companionship, they had only been apart once during the turmoil in the southern border when the 12 caves drew life and death lots. This marked their second separation. Li Yuan spoke calmly. I am going to the inner door of the 9 palaces. Brother Yuan, you have entered the 6th transformation? Wang Zhaozhao exclaimed in delight. She had been mentally prepared for this, having previously discussed it with him. Given Brother Yuan's talent, a breakthrough was inevitable. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded, instructing her to take care of herself during this time. In times of crisis, she must not venture out. Staying in the small bamboo grove would ensure her safety. I understand, Wang Zhaozhao replied, always obedient. I shall take my leave now. In the afternoon, Li Yuan shouldered his pack and hurriedly departed, meeting up with Pei Luoqing. For the first time in 7 years, he was leaving the 12 caves. The Jiogong mountain range stretched for thousands of miles, serene and untouched by the chaos of the world. At this moment of departure, Li Yuan felt little sentiment. The landscape was filled with verdant hills, appearing no different from what he had known all along. He had long since grown accustomed to it. The mountain path was rugged and arduous. As night approached, Li Yuan followed Pei Luoqing to a mountain gate. Where's this? Li Yuan queried, puzzled, as the inner gate of Jiogong was evidently not so close. 13 caves, Pei Luoqing replied. If we continue on foot, it may take an eternity to reach the inner gate. If we encounter a thick fog in the mountains, we could easily lose our way. I will borrow a travel artifact. With that, he inhaled deeply, cupping his hands around his mouth, and shouted, Brother Yang, come forth for a chat. Soon, a large black eagle descended from the sky, landing gracefully before them. A one-armed man dismounted from the eagle, his sharp brows and bright eyes complemented by flowing hair, exuding an air of carefree elegance. Brother Pei, what brings you here? The one-armed man, Yang Chong, inquired warmly. Let me introduce you. This is my teacher's newly accepted disciple, Li Yuan. He has just broken through to the 6th transformation, and I am taking him to the inner gate of Jogo. Pei Luoqing smiled. Thus, I seek to borrow your magnificent eagle. No problem at all. Yang Chong replied amiably. Junior brotherly, you appear quite youthful. I did not expect you to already be a 6th transformation Gu master. Truly enviable. Thanks to my esteemed master's guidance, I have managed to make this breakthrough, Li Yuan humbly responded. It is somewhat late today. Why not rest at the 13 caves tonight and set out for the inner gate of Jogong tomorrow? Yang Chong suggested, also wishing to forge a connection with Li Yuan. No, thank you, Li Yuan politely declined. My master is gravely injured, and I wish to see him first. Very well, Yang Chong conceded, seeing no reason to insist further. I wish you both a smooth journey, and may you find rare Gu in the secret realm. Thank you, Brother Yang, Li Yuan replied courteously. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Li Yuan and Pei Luoqing mounted the eagle and took flight, soaring through the night sky. They traveled much faster than they could have on the winding mountain paths. Finally able to catch their breath, they began to chat while seated on the eagle's back. Brother Pei, do you know anything about our senior sister? Li Yuan inquired, having heard of her but never having met her. He sensed that their teacher held great trust in her, often delegating many responsibilities to her. I cannot say I know her well, though we are somewhat familiar. Pei Luoqing replied with a smile. Rest assured, she is quite warm-hearted and not the icy type who keeps others at a distance. What is her level of mastery? Li Yuan pressed on. She is a 7th transformation Gu master. To speak frankly, she is among the most talented in the inner gate of the 9th palace. A prominent figure among our younger generation. She once had the potential to become the next palace master. However, upon the arrival of the young princess of Kanglan, all hopes were extinguished. Pei Luoqing lamented that perhaps their lineage was simply not destined to assume the role of palace master. The heart-seeking Gu, ranked 3rd on the list of extraordinary Gu, held the greatest potential for achieving the status of Gu immortal, rendering any Gu master in competition utterly ineffectual. It was only then that Li Yuan recalled that the young princess, Shaoqiner, was also within the inner sanctum of the 9th palace. After many years apart, he wondered how far Shaoqiner had progressed after refining the heart-seeking Gu. Nevertheless, being a palace master wasn't particularly enviable. Even the position of cave master was exhausting, and the meager monthly allowances afforded little opportunity for grand endeavors. Pei Luoqing preferred a life of leisure and ease. His assumption of the role of cave master for the 12 caves was due to the lack of personnel during wartime, as well as a directive from his master to safeguard the still developing junior disciple. Now that his disciple had entered the 6th transformation realm, he could seek an opportune moment to resign. 7 days later, after traversing formidable mountains, the great eagle descended upon a peak. Pei Luoqing inhaled deeply. Ahead lay the inner sanctum of the 9th palace, where a maze had been established, requiring a token for guidance to enter. Follow me, he instructed. Chapter 58. The inner gate of the 9 palaces nestled deep within the mountains. The 9 palaces Gu nest is ensconced within layers of intricate illusions. As long as there are no internal issues, its legacy can endure indefinitely. Li Yuan followed Pei Luoqing into the thick fog, occasionally catching glimpses of flying beasts and rare plants, the curling smoke of cooking fires, and the bustling crowd. Countless scenes intertwined and shifted unpredictably, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. A profound sense of awe filled his heart before such an ancient power that had persevered for thousands of years. One felt as insignificant as a mere mayfly. His previously restless emotions were instantly quelled. What is a 6th-turn Gu master in the face of such a superpower that dominates the Tianyuan continent? It is essential to note that the 9 palaces Gu nest is merely a behemoth in the southern border. Similar dominant forces exist in the northern lands, the eastern wasteland, and the western regions, not to mention the ancient and mysterious powers in the central plains. Survival. One must continue to endure. After a considerable time, having traversed a labyrinth of confusion, the two finally emerged from the dense mist. Here it was. Pei Luoqing pointed to a narrow valley crevice and stepped inside, with the Yuan following closely. The passage was initially constricted, just wide enough for a person to pass, but after walking several dozen steps, it opened up to a breathtaking vista. Rows of quaint houses came into view, with the warm aroma of human life wafting through the air. Li Yuan's eyes sparkled, for he had witnessed a true paradise beyond the world. The inner gate of the 9th palace was entirely different from his preconceived notions, yet it was precisely to his liking. You should find this place appealing, Pei Luoqing surmised, sensing Li Yuan's thoughts. Indeed. However, the abundance of formidable individuals here makes it conspicuous. I cannot remain for long, otherwise, I would have moved here with my master years ago. Let us go meet the senior sister and master. They strolled along a pastoral path, enjoying the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrant blossoms until they arrived at a quaint farmhouse, where Pei Luo Qing halted. Master, senior sister. Pei Luo Qing called out loudly from outside. I have returned. There was no response from within. Is senior sister not home? Li Yuan murmured. She is. Pei Luo Qing chuckled and shouted again. Junior brother has also returned. Bang. In the next instant, the door swung open. Li Yuan was greeted by a flash of red as a figure darted out, swiftly grasping his arm and pulling him inside. Hey, senior sister. I haven't. Puff. The wind lifted the hem of her red dress, revealing a long, snow-white leg that kicked Pei Luo Qing out. Slamming, Li Yuan recalled that senior brother Pei once mentioned that senior sister Ning Hongyu was quite warm-hearted. However, this warmth differed somewhat from his expectations. You are rather handsome. Junior brother, Ning Hongyu remarked, her eyes sparkling with delight as she appraised Li Yuan. Senior sister, is senior brother Pei all right? Li Yuan inquired awkwardly, momentarily perplexed by Ning Hongyu's intentions. He is not dead, Ning Hongyu chuckled. The life-bound insect that Pei Luo Qing nurtured runs amok like a wild boar every time it is released, wreaking havoc on the exquisite flowers and plants in my courtyard. I see, Li Yuan said, suddenly enlightened, feeling both amused and exasperated. It appeared that senior brother Pei was not as serious as he seemed. Junior brother, do you have someone special in your heart? Ning Hongyu asked again. Li Yuan was taken aback, thinking that compared to senior brother Pei, senior sister seemed even less restrained. No, he answered candidly. No. Ning Hongyu's eyes brightened. That is quite good. Senior sister, what about our teacher? Li Yuan, unable to withstand her piercing gaze, hastily redirected the conversation. Inside the room, still in a state of unconsciousness, with only a faint trace of life, Ning Hongyu replied, turning to him, come with me. All right. Following senior sister into the room, Li Yuan beheld Yu Hengchuan lying on the bed. Upon seeing him again, Li Yuan noted that Yu Hengchuan's hair had turned completely gray, resembling the withered tendrils of a tree, and his face bore no hint of color. Teacher, Li Yuan called softly as he approached the bedside. Yu Hengchuan's fingers twitched slightly, indicating that though he could not control his body, he retained some self-awareness. Ning Hongyu explained, after being brought back, our teacher took some treasures to heal his injuries. But to no avail. The more precious healing elixirs are exceedingly rare, especially in these tumultuous times when resources are scarce. Even if Yu Hengchuan were to recover, he would have no connection to the path of Gu, destined to live out his days as an ordinary mortal. Senior sister, I have brought a medicinal liquid that may aid in our teacher's recovery. Li Yuan produced a small green vial, containing the precious revitalizing essence produced by the Gu House silken web mystery. Ning Hongyu's eyes lit up as she uncorked the vial and inhaled the rich vitality emanating from it, recognizing it as a rare treasure. You are quite thoughtful, junior brother. She did not question the origin of the elixir, but diluted it before gradually administering it to Yu Hengchuan. Before long, Yu Hengchuan's parched skin began to regain its supple glow, and some of his hair darkened visibly, a clear sign of revival. A miraculous medicine, Ning Hongyu exclaimed, astonished at the elixir's efficacy exceeding her expectations. Indeed, you are worthy of the praises our teacher has often sung about you. Before the onset of the Great War, Yu Hengchuan had repeatedly urged her to support junior brother Li Yuan, even arranging for his entry into the immortal Gu secret realm, securing a spot for him in the upcoming Fo-Shan ceremony. It won't be long before our teacher awakens, Ning Hongyu sighed in relief. That is wonderful news, she added. Li Yuandao had long been unable to ascend to the sixth transformation realm and had not had the opportunity to visit his master in a timely manner. If this medicine proves effective, it shall serve as a token of his devotion as a disciple. Junior brother, do you intend to wait until the master awakens? Or shall we venture into the immortal Gu secret realm first? Ning Hongyu inquired. Let us proceed to the immortal Gu secret realm, Li Yuandao replied. I possess only a single drop of the resurrecting saliva, which has already been used. Lingering here serves no substantial purpose. It is better to resolve my concerns at once. Very well, Ning Hongyu nodded. I shall promptly petition the palace lord. You should rest here for 3 days and prepare to enter the immortal Gu secret realm. Li Yuandao cast a glance at his senior sister, recalling the peculiar questions she had posed earlier, which stirred unease within him. Why so nervous? Afraid that your senior sister might devour you? Ning Hongyu teased with a radiant smile. A little, Li Yuandao admitted. Among Gu masters, there are many aberrations. Who can say what true form lies beneath such a beautiful visage? Fear not. I am no fiend or demon, Ning Hongyu assured him brightly. Junior brother, tonight we shall converse by candlelight. Once you come to understand the depths of your senior sister's heart, you will no longer be afraid. Chapter 59. The true emotion Gu. As night fell, Pei Luo Qing, having vowed not to disturb the extraordinary flora within the courtyard, was finally permitted to enter the house and savor a warm meal. Senior sister, your preferential treatment is rather conspicuous, Pei Luo Qing teased. You serve Li Yuan dishes and pour him wine, leaving me in a rather awkward position. Then keep your distance, Ning Hongyu retorted sharply. Your shamelessness is akin to that of a pig. It is a miracle I haven't struck you yet. Senior sister, you can't possibly have taken a liking to your junior brother, can you? Pei Luo Qing exclaimed in surprise. Pfft. Senior brother, do not speak carelessly, Li Yuan interjected, as a mouthful of wine splattered across Pei Luo Qing's face. Why must this conversation revolve around me? Indeed, Ning Hongyu responded, raising her alabaster neck with pride. Your junior brother possesses striking looks and exceptional talent. Who wouldn't be fond of him? Ah, Pei Luo Qing, momentarily taken aback, nodded in agreement. It is indeed reasonable. One should not let the good fortune flow to outsiders. I support this marriage. Li Yuan was baffled. What is this? Is my lifelong affair being settled in mere moments? Senior sister, second senior brother, please do not jest, Li Yuan protested. He had no thoughts of marriage or children, burdened as he was with blood feuds and entanglements. It was far too early to discuss matters of love. We are not joking, Pei Luo Qing replied, fluttering her eyelashes. Do you see master sister as one who trifles? Li Yuan was utterly bewildered. Could they truly be serious? All right, I shall cease the jest, Ning Hongyu said. In truth, this pertains to my lifebound Gu. What is your lifebound Gu, senior sister? Li Yuan's mind raced through countless names of Gu insects, yet he could not recall which would correspond to master sister's current affliction. True emotion Gu, Ning Hongyu revealed. The name of true emotion Gu resonated in Li Yuan's mind. He was well aware that it was considered one of the most extraordinary and rare Gu, renowned for its dual evolutionary paths. It could evolve into the third-ranked Ask Heart Gu or the 11th-ranked Red Dust Gu on the list of. True emotion Gu grants the Gu master unparalleled focus. Although it does not enhance mental prowess as rapidly as Ask Heart Gu, it possesses a unique trait. It can receive feedback from a partner to enhance oneself. I understand now, Li Yuan finally comprehended. Ning Hongyu sighed. Finding someone who truly loves you is no easy feat. Moreover, human hearts are fickle. Should my beloved change, my life is forfeit. This was the fatal flaw of true emotion Gu. To transform true emotion Gu into its complete form, the Gu master must find a true love, uniting their essences to refine the Gu. Once refined, the Gu master must also submit to the partner's control. If the partner betrays, the Gu master may suffer some injury. But should true emotion Gu perish, the fate of its master would be infinitely more tragic. This signifies that while Ning Hongyu gains power, she simultaneously relinquishes the control over life and death to her partner. It is indeed a formidable challenge, Li Yuan concurred, expressing his deep agreement. Were he in her position, he would never dare to refine such a lifebound Gu. Ning Hongyu smiled gracefully. I often hear our mentor praising you, junior brother, with compliments that could fill an entire day. Truth be told, I've entertained certain thoughts, she admitted boldly. This senior sister wouldn't presume to call it love at first sight. But your qualities align perfectly with my ideals, the first man to stir my heart. Should you be willing, perhaps we might explore this connection? The sudden confession nearly caused Li Yuan to stumble. Not that he minded such directness, but his heart simply wasn't in such matters. As fellow disciples, we'll have ample opportunities to interact. I'm someone who believes in destiny and follows his heart, Li Yuan replied. Ha, well said. Ning Hongyu showed no trace of embarrassment. To her, expressing interest in someone compatible was no cause for shame. Li Yuan took no offense either. As a Gu master, he understood profoundly how one's life Gu could influence its wielder. That his senior sister had maintained clarity of mind, discerning judgment, and remained unwed without succumbing to the lust for power was remarkable indeed. Even he, when employing the Titan Gu, found his thoughts clouded by surging vitality, spouting arrogant boasts. Thus, he held genuine admiration for her. Now, back to our main discussion. Ning Hongyu straightened her posture. Let me explain crucial matters regarding the immortal Gu secret realm. Understood. Li Yuan sat attentively, all ears. Securing another exotic Gu hinged on this very opportunity. 3 millennia ago, Ning Hongyu began narrating. The unparalleled Gu immortal of Tianyuan continent attained enlightenment deep within the Jiugong Mountains. using the Gu path to open the heavenly gate. Divine radiance descended upon the site of ascension, materializing into what we now call the immortal Gu secret realm, the only place in this world capable of producing precious Gu in abundance, even exotic ones. This is the foundational legacy of Jiogong Gu Nest. Li Yuan listened raptly, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Though called a secret realm, it's essentially an isolated island at the center of a vast mountain lake. The Gu immortals will still linger there. Ordinary people cannot remain long. With your current spiritual strength, you may stay no more than 7 days. Beyond that, the Gu immortals' pressure will crush your mind, leaving you to perish miserably. How much fortune you can gather in those 7 days depends entirely on your destiny. My gratitude for the warning, senior sister. I shall remember. 7 days would suffice for much. Senior sister, one more question. If I discover numerous treasures in the secret realm, would the sect hold it against me? Ning Hongyu laughed. What fantasies! Finding even a few rare treasures would be remarkable. The immortal Gu secret realm isn't some vegetable patch for random harvesting. Pei Luoqing added cautiously, Junior brother, guard against greed. None who entered before ever returned with more than 5 treasures, while many came back empty-handed. If everyone could plunder freely, the secret realm would have been exhausted long ago. How could it have sustained continuous production for 3 millennia? Understood. Li Yuan committed this to heart. At the same time, his gains undoubtedly far surpass those of an ordinary sorcerer. It is all profit. Here is a map for you. Ning Hongyu produced a parchment, inscribed with the general topography of the isolated island, locations abundant with treasures, and several areas deemed off-limits. Will there be companions on this journey? Li Yuan inquired once more. It is possible. The other 8 major palaces possess routes onto the island and may send individuals in. Should we encounter others, we must remain vigilant. After all, what transpires within the realm of celestial sorcery is entirely unknown to the outside world. One must not lower their guard, Ning Hongyu cautioned. Understood. Li Yuan, brimming with excitement, had overlooked much of the preceding discourse, fixating solely on the phrase, the outside world is entirely unaware. Chapter 60. Entering the secret realm of immortal Gu in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this time, Yu Hingchuan's condition visibly improved. The range of motion in his limbs had notably increased, indicating that his consciousness was gradually awakening and he would soon fully regain consciousness. It seemed the effects of the revitalizing spirit nectar were remarkable, and in this era of turmoil, it would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price, Li Yuan contemplated. After visiting his mentor, senior sister Ning Hongyu led him away from the 9th Palace region. The secret realm of immortal Gu was situated within the jointly governed territory of the 9 palaces. Li Yuan had roughly discerned the layout of the Gu nest. The 2nd to 9th palaces were established around the secret realm, effectively sealing off all 8 directions. The 1st palace, however, was centrally located, perched on the shores of a vast lake. This arrangement ensured that the secret realm, a sacred place for Gu masters, remained undisturbed by external forces. After 6 hours, the two arrived at the border of a mist-laden lake. Thick fog obscured visibility, rendering the reality within the lake indistinct as far as the eye could see. Aside from the land behind them, all was a vast expanse of white. The sound of rolling waves echoed continuously. It could easily be described as a sea rather than merely a lake. Junior brother, does it not feel magnificent, awe-inspiring? Ning Hongyu inquired with a smile. Li Yuan marveled at the breathtaking sight hidden within the heart of the 10,000 great mountains in the southern frontier, where the mountains concealed a vast sea. Leaving him in wonder. Are you prepared? Ning Hongyu asked solemnly. Remember, the spirit turtle Gu will take you to the island and will wait for you for a maximum of 10 days. If you do not return after 10 days, it signifies your demise, and the spirit turtle Gu will return here to convey the final message. Do not forget, on the island, only take what you can reach. Do not let greed mislead you from your path home. Both I and the master will be here waiting for your return. With that, she stepped forward and embraced Li Yuan. Senior sister, I will remember. Li Yuan nodded earnestly, vowing to return safely. Indeed, Ning Hongyu affirmed, igniting the token in her hand. Shortly thereafter, a great turtle, measuring 2 zhang in length, emerged from the waters. The tokens that summoned the spirit turtle Gu were jointly controlled by the 9 palaces, serving as the sole means to enter the secret realm of immortal Gu. Go forth, Ning Hongyu waved. Farewell, senior sister. Li Yuan said as he climbed onto the turtle's back, and with the spirit turtle Gu, he disappeared into the mist. Junior brother, you must return safely, Ning Hongyu prayed. This young disciple was quite to her liking. He possessed great talent and a commendable character, and she did not mind pursuing a connection with him. After all, to ascend to greater heights, finding a sincere partner was essential, otherwise she would be forever stagnant. As he traversed the mist, the roaring waves and the biting cold wind enveloped him. Seated on the turtle's back, Yuan could no longer discern the cardinal directions. Simultaneously, he felt an increasingly potent sense of pressure. Was the lingering will of the Gu immortal truly so formidable, persisting for 3,000 years? Yuan was astonished. This only heightened his anticipation as he retrieved the map gifted to him by his senior sister. The map detailed 3 forbidden zones on the isolated island, as well as 5 regions abundant with rare treasures. Before long, the speed of the spirit turtle slowed, and through the dense, white mist, the vague contours of a solitary island emerged, indicating the arrival at the secret realm of immortal Gu. A powerful surge of spiritual energy enveloped him. Yuan spread his arms wide, inhaling deeply, feeling invigorated, and leaped down from the turtle's back. As his feet touched the rich soil, the oppressive will of the Gu immortal descended upon him, incessantly draining his vitality and spirit. He pondered for a moment. With my strength, staying for 10 days should pose no challenge. Unlike an ordinary 6th-tier Gu master, his mid-domain mental power could rival that of an 8th-tier Gu master, making a 10-day stay feasible. However, even if he could endure for those 10 days, he must eventually depart. Otherwise, should the spirit turtle leave, he would be trapped on the island, and prolonged isolation would lead to dire consequences. Time is precious. It was time to take action. Yuan expanded his mental awareness, only to find that the dense white mist restricted his perception range to about 100 meters. In the event of an unforeseen incident, he might not be able to react in time. The obscuring mist significantly diminished the utility of maps, compelling him to rely on his instincts and key landmarks to seek opportunities. His search lasted well into the afternoon. As night approached, Yuan spotted a colossal tree, so immense that it would require dozens of people to encircle it. This was one of the 5 regions known for yielding rare treasures. This place was referred to as Giant Tree Ridge, historically noted for producing 6 types of precious Gu and 11 varieties of treasures suitable for nurturing Gu insects. Yuan had long since memorized every detail. Beyond Giant Tree Ridge lay the perilous realm known as the Grave of Living Dead. Little Kai, 5th sister, you may come out now, Yuan gently called, and from within his garments emerged the colorful fire python and the spider queen Gu, both peeking out curiously. His chirp, the 2 little creatures appeared quite excited, their expressions enraptured, seemingly enamored with the surroundings. Little Kai, can you sense any treasures? The colorful fire python was exceptionally attuned to treasures, a fact he had verified during the refining of the Corpse Puppet Legion. His Little Kai nodded, tilting her head and indicating a direction. Following her guidance, Yuan discovered a cluster of a dozen bright red wild fruits nestled among the bushes. Selecting raw materials, a thought locked in, and a system prompt immediately appeared. Dream Raspberry, a fruit growing beneath the dream tree, contains potent toxins but offers excellent nourishment for serpentine creatures. A splendid find. Yuan instructed Little Kai to gather all the raspberries. Selecting raw materials, Destined Gu, colorful fire python, incorporating Dream Raspberry. To save time, Yuan opted to use the black jar to expedite Little Kai's evolution. Your Destined Gu. The colorful fire python has undergone a significant mental transformation, becoming more sentient. His Little Kai was still unable to speak human words, but communication with Yuan had become simpler, allowing him to easily comprehend her thoughts. She expressed, Master, I am so happy. Please feel free to command me. Given the extraordinary properties of the Dream Raspberry, Yuan wondered if he could also refine the dream tree itself. He lifted his gaze, following the towering trunk that stretched skyward. Even at a height of 100 meters, its branches and leaves remained out of sight, illustrating the immense stature of the dream tree. If this were refined, it might very well soar to the heavens. With an inexplicable sense of anticipation, he focused his thoughts. Selected original materials. This is a proprietary item, inaccessible for review and synthesis. Yuan was taken aback. Who is the master of the dream tree? The lingering will of the Gu immortal? Never mind. What is not destined cannot be forced. Yuan reassured himself. Little Kai, continue the search. Thus, 1 person and 2 Gu set forth on a thorough exploration of the Giant Tree Ridge area, relentlessly collecting and refining the treasures upon the island. After a full day and night, they unexpectedly sensed the presence of a rare Gu. Is it here? Yuan's eyes sparkled with brightness. This was indeed the purpose of his journey. With 3 rare Gu, along with a plethora of similarly unique treasures, could they be combined to create an extraordinary Gu? The long-awaited mystery was on the verge of revelation. Chapter 61. Encounter in the dark passage. Li Yuan encountered a rare Gu, a golden cicada with 4 wings. This particular Gu exhibited a clear evolutionary trajectory. The common Gu is the day cicada Gu, the Xian Gu is the 2-winged golden cicada Gu, and the rare Gu is the 4-winged golden cicada Gu. It can further evolve into the extraordinary 6-winged golden cicada Gu, indicating a nearly linear evolution path with singular and stringent conditions. Regardless of the circumstances, he decided to capture it. With a sudden burst of speed, Li Yuan seized the 4-winged golden cicada Gu and swiftly subdued it. The wild Gu before him was akin to fish on a chopping board, completely at his mercy. He continued his search, placing the 4-winged golden cicada Gu into a black jar, and proceeded onward with Xiao Kai and Wu Mei. After another night, the trio found the second rare Gu at the edge of the great tree ridge. This peculiar plant Gu is known as the Vitality Gu, originating from the tendrils of the dream tree. After detaching from its host, it transformed under the influence of the immortal Gu secret realm and the will of the Gu immortal, becoming a distinctive plant Gu, named for its resemblance to human meridians. When refined into a life-bound Gu, it enhances the strength of human meridians, allowing the Gu master finer control over their bodily pathways. Without hesitation, Li Yuan placed the Vitality Gu into the black jar, still in search of the final specimen. On the morning of the 4th day, Li Yuan encountered the 3rd rare Gu. This Gu was an Earth-type Gu, taking the form of a pangolin, which, sensing danger, frantically burrowed underground. Where do you think you're going? Time was of the essence, and Li Yuan could not permit the Earth Gu to escape. With a surge of energy, he arrived at the spot where the pangolin had vanished and unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The ground collapsed under the force of his strike. To his surprise, Li Yuan discovered a hidden passage beneath the surface, one he had previously overlooked. He ventured down the dark corridor for a distance, feeling a surge of caution as the atmosphere thickened with danger. Perhaps it was best to retreat. The underground passage was rife with uncertainty, and his mental perception was limited to a mere 10 meters, presenting a perilous situation that compelled him to turn back. At that moment, he glimpsed a flicker of brilliant, multicolored light deep within the darkness. Could it be the aura of the dream tree? The dream tree was undoubtedly a remarkable entity, igniting a sense of intrigue within Li Yuan. Wu Mei, command a few flying insects and bats to investigate inside, he instructed. His cautious nature prevailed even when faced with treasures comparable to extraordinary Gu, as he dared not delve too deeply himself. If it proved too dangerous, he would prefer to forego the risk altogether. With a chirp, the Queen of Silk Spiders Gu revealed its power, sending the flying insects and bats into the dark passage. Soon, the dazzling, vibrant light flickered once more. Through the resonance of thought with Wu Mei, Li Yuan gained clarity on the scene within the passage. It was a labyrinth of intertwined roots, resembling meticulously woven colored lights, shimmering with a dreamlike glow. Even more astonishing to Li Yuan was the sight of a massive coffin nestled among the intricate roots, appearing eerie and sinister under the flickering light, as if something lurked in the shadows, watching this place. To proceed or not to proceed, Li Yuan found himself deeply conflicted. There resonates a peculiar energy within, and the bats and insects controlled by Fifth Sister can no longer delve deeper. To uncover the truth, one must venture forth personally. This is indeed the sacred ground of the Gu Immortal. Could it be that other bodies lie buried here? Are those interred kin of the Gu Immortal? Li Yuan speculated. Entering may very well lead to entanglement with the uncanny, a foreboding omen from years past. Just as he prepared to abandon his quest, a disturbance arose at the entrance of the dark passage. Has another arrived? Li Yuan recalled what his senior sister had mentioned. Disciples from the other 8 palaces occasionally seek fortunes in the immortal Gu secret realm. He never anticipated encountering them in reality. Senior brother, is what the master said credible? Is the corpse of that sword immortal truly interred here? A melodious voice echoed through the passage. Would the master deceive us? Replied another robust voice. Startled, the 2 figures walking ahead suddenly sensed Li Yuan standing at the edge of the passage, nearly reacting with hostility. Are you a disciple of the 9th palace? Upon regaining their composure, the man among them inquired. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. Are you from the 7th or 8th palace? The 7th palace is closest to the giant tree ridge, and disciples from the 8th and 9th palaces typically choose the shortest route to seek their fortunes in this location. This junior disciple hails from the 7th palace, the woman smiled. I am Xiu Lian, and this is my senior brother, Zhao Baidong. I am Li Yuan. Li Yuan held a profound impression of the 7th palace. The leader of the 7th palace, a notable figure from the Su family, was indeed the one who had what is fated Gu. Junior brother Li Yuan, did you overhear our conversation? Zhao Baidong asked. Yes. The mention of the corpse of the sword immortal buried here made Li Yuan ponder if the immense coffin beneath the dreaming tree contained the very sword immortal. Do not be alarmed, junior brother Li Yuan. We harbor no ill will. Xiu Lian smiled gently, hearing it is no great concern. That is reassuring. Li Yuan sighed in relief. Had this brother-sister pair intended to eliminate witnesses, he would have been compelled to defend himself excessively. Junior brother Li Yuan. Have you ventured inside for exploration? Zhao Baidong inquired. I merely glanced from a distance. What did you observe within? Many luminescent tree tendrils and a colossal coffin. Li Yuan concealed the specifics of his exploration, allowing Shao Kai and fifth sister to once again vanish into his garments. Indeed, Zhao Baidong's expression was animated. The corpse of the sword immortal lies within. Junior sister, let us proceed. Senior brother, could there be danger? Su Lian expressed her apprehension. Even junior brother Li Yuan was able to retreat unscathed. What is there for us to fear when we join forces? Moreover, we possess the means bestowed upon us by the master. In Zhao Baidong's perspective, Li Yuan was merely a typical disciple of the Ninth Palace. While he and his junior sister were favored disciples of the palace master, their worth far greater. Very well. After much hesitation, Su Lian ultimately consented. Junior brother Li Yuan, will you accompany us? Zhao Baidong inquired once more. I am also fearful. Li Yuan feigned a timid demeanor, though his trepidation was genuine. You may follow closely behind us. We will ensure your safety. Zhao Baidong believed that, during critical moments, it might be necessary for someone to lift the coffin lid. And Li Yuan was quite suitable for this exploratory task. Very well then. With someone leading the way, Li Yuan felt a surge of confidence and believed he could give it a try. Once their opinions aligned, the three of them proceeded without delay. Sister Yulian, may I inquire about the sword immortal you mentioned? Could you enlighten me? Li Yuan asked, brimming with curiosity. Are you truly unaware, junior brother Li Yuan? Have you not been at the intersect of the 9 palaces for long? Xiu Lian inquired. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. This revelation reassured Zhao Baidong, who was leading ahead, a newly initiated Gu master at the 6th transformation, especially one from outside, could be aptly managed. Allow me to share the tale with you. Su Lian said with a sweet smile. The legend of the sword immortal has endured for 3 millennia. P.S. With the arrival of a new year, I wish everyone a joyous new year, abundant prosperity, and the fulfillment of all your aspirations. Chapter 62, The Legend of the Sword Immortal 3,000 Years? Li Yuan was astonished. Was she a figure from the same era as the Gu Immortal? Indeed. Su Dian replied. The sword immortal we speak of is the daughter of the Gu Immortal, though she perished before her father attained enlightenment. Li Yuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a tale buried within the Gu Immortal's secret realm. Over 3 millennia ago, the Gu Immortal was merely a youth emerging from the mountains, who unexpectedly formed a bond with a woman afflicted by a lustful poison. After a fleeting romance, the woman vanished quietly, yet she irrevocably captured the boy's heart. The young Gu Immortal searched for his beloved for many years, but to no avail. Time flowed like a river, and 20 years passed in a blink. It was only after he attained the 9th transformation as a Gu master that he received an invitation to the Central Plains to partake in a bloody battle against a demonic tyrant. There, he encountered a familiar silhouette, whose features bore a striking resemblance to his lost love. It was then that he learned of her tragic fate. She had been slain by the very demon he sought to vanquish, leaving their daughter as the sole survivor. He yearned to reunite with his daughter, yet was met with harsh rebuke. The Gu Immortal, burdened with unspoken sorrow, could only watch over her from the shadows. As time passed, the continent of Tianyuan erupted into a second cataclysmic war between humanity and demons. The sword immortal fell in battle at the border, and only in her final moments did the misunderstandings dissolve, allowing her to recognize her father. That day, with tears staining her bloodied visage, she called out "Father," summoning the first Gu Immortal of all time in Tianyuan. Su Tian narrated the story with vivid emotion, sharing in the sorrow of its characters. Li Yuan could not help but feel a deep sense of lamentation. A grain of sand from the era can weigh heavily upon an individual, transforming into a mountain. Talents like the sword immortal, possessing the potential of greatness, were tragically stifled by the demons. History is replete with such prodigies, those with the potential to ascend, yet unable to reach the pinnacle. The Gu Immortal, cradling his daughter's lifeless form, retreated into the mountains, his aura rising with intensity until he finally halted, opening the heavenly gate through the path of Gu. Thus, the Gu Immortal's secret realm was born, and the Sword Immortal's remains were interred within. Su Tian concluded the tale. Li Yuan inhaled sharply, terror etched across his features. You cannot intend to refine the Sword Immortal's body into a corpse Gu, can you? Zhao Baidong, walking ahead, suddenly trembled. Junior brother Li, one may jest with food, but not with words. None of the palace masters possess such abilities. We would not dare. Then what do you seek the sword immortal's body for? Li Yuan inquired. We merely assist our teacher in testing a hypothesis, Zhao Baidong replied. A chill ran down Li Yuan's spine as he felt the danger of accompanying this group. His objective was the dream tree, not to disturb the remains of the sword immortal. Do not fear, junior brother, Su Yuan reassured him. We would never dare to offend or desecrate the esteemed sword immortal. All our actions are in accordance with the will of the Gu immortal. Li Yuan furrowed his brow. What is it that you intend to do? This pertains to the subsequent tale, Su Yuan explained. After the sword immortal's demise, the Gu immortal was unwilling to let his daughter rest in eternal slumber. He sought to defy fate and planted the dream tree here to sustain her life. Yet, how can one revive the dead once the cycle of life is fated? Even the most extraordinary resurrection Gu, such as the rebirth Gu, has its limitations when it comes to reviving the dead. The sword fairy had perished in the truest sense, with no possibility of resurrection. Years later, the Gu immortal ascended through the heavenly gate, transcending the mortal realm. Before departing, he forcibly severed a fragment of his will, sealing it within a desolate island, where his lingering obsession guarded the sword fairy's remains. The Gu immortal insisted that the sword fairy would awaken once more. This was the echo of destiny. The echo of destiny? Li Yuan began to grasp the meaning. All is fated, and none can defy it. Su Yuan sighed. The Gu immortal had attained supreme status through the great destiny Gu, ranked second among the extraordinary Gu. Yet his life was marked by tragedy and obsession, a lifetime of longing, searching, and being toyed with by fate. Later generations claimed this was the price of destiny. Perhaps he crossed paths with his beloved countless times in the bustling crowds, only to miss her each time, Zhao Baidong added. The moment he refined the great destiny Gu, fate had already assigned a price to everything in his life. It was precisely because of the great destiny Gu's unfathomable power that later generations of Gu masters believed the sword fairy could still awaken. Successive palace lords had sought a way to achieve this. So, you found it? Li Yuan remained skeptical. To be precise, it was the seventh palace lord, our master, who discovered the method, Zhao Baidong replied. At these words, Li Yuan felt an eerie flicker of possibility. The seventh palace lord was a ruthless figure, one who dared to publicly wed his own life-bound Gu, hosting grand feasts without fear of scorn. Such audacity required both skill and unshakable resolve. Yet Li Yuan still doubted the man could revive a corpse dead for 3,000 years. At best, he might reanimate her through something akin to a corpse Gu, granting her limited movement. But doing so would surely provoke outrage among Gu masters, inviting collective condemnation. As they ventured deeper into the hidden passage, the dense roots of the ancient tree shimmered once more, casting a dreamlike, multicolored glow that briefly illuminated their surroundings. There, they saw it, the massive coffin. Zhao Baidong's breathing grew ragged. There's no mistake. The sword fairy slumbers within. We must awaken her. Su Yuan trembled with excitement. Li Yuan, however, was terrified. The seventh palace is full of lunatics. They're thrilled about reviving a corpse. Do they not fear a millennium-old zombie rising to devour them all? Junior brother Li Yuan, might you lend us your aid? Zhao Baidong asked again. No. Li Yuan answered without hesitation. Zhao Baidong blinked. This man doesn't follow the script at all. Junior brother, this concerns the grand undertaking of the 9 palaces Gu nest. Success would benefit the southern border, and your name would be remembered for ages. I refuse. Li Yuan didn't buy it. If this were truly a matter of the 9 palaces' collective will, why send only 2 insignificant disciples? Clearly, this was the 7th palace lord's personal scheme. Junior brother Li Yuan, now that you know of our plans, you are part of this. I advise you to cooperate willingly. No longer masking his intentions, Zhao Baidong shed all pretense. From the moment Li Yuan heard him speak, he was as good as dead. Su Yuan's smile vanished, her expression growing cold, starkly contrasting with the sweet, gentle demeanor of the sister she had just exhibited. Junior brother Li Yuan. In the realm of the Gu immortal, even the 9 great palace masters cannot interfere. If you were to perish here, it would matter not to anyone. She quietly stepped back, blocking the escape route. If you comply, taking the oath Gu afterward, we may grant you a chance at survival. This is our utmost concession. Zhao Baidong sighed softly. Do you insist on exterminating us completely? Li Yuan appeared enraged, his expression one of terror, his body trembling. We have offered you a path to life. If you choose otherwise, we are left with no recourse. Zhao Baidong stated. Li Yuan had no desire for bloodshed, fearing it would provoke unforeseen consequences. Yet he found himself with no alternative. His countenance faltered. Retreating on Chapter 63 endless as Su Yuan collapsed, the vibrant, multicolored fire serpent manifested upon Li Yuan's shoulder. With a swift motion, the azure and emerald flames intertwined and spiraled towards the suddenly pallid Zhao Baidong. He had never anticipated that the seemingly innocuous and earnest young man would unleash such treachery in an instant. Zhao Baidong reacted swiftly, summoning his life-bound shadowless Gu. Narrowly evading the blue flames, though his arm was grazed. To his dismay, an overwhelming chill rapidly engulfed him, freezing his arm in the blink of an eye. How could this be? Zhao Baidong was bewildered, utterly unable to discern the nature of his opponent's life-bound Gu, when Li Yuan, with hair standing on end and blood surging like fire, charged forth. Was this truly an unremarkable foreign sixth-turn Gu master? Regardless of his speed, within the confines of this narrow space, it was difficult to maneuver. After only a few exchanges, Li Yuan seized Zhao Baidong by the throat. As a disciple of the palace lord, it was an honor to have withstood a few strikes from me. He could boast about this for a lifetime in the underworld. At this moment, Li Yuan was overwhelmingly arrogant, his eyes blazing with contempt as he uttered his self-congratulatory remarks. Spare my life, Zhao Baidong gasped, struggling. I can ingest the oath. Oath Gu, I will never divulge a single word about you. I cannot trust the oath Gu. Only the dead can keep silent. With a powerful twist of his hand, Li Yuan snapped Zhao Baidong's neck. His unwilling eyes, now bloodshot, seemed on the verge of rolling from their sockets, extinguishing all traces of life. The giant spirit Gu then relinquished its possession. Who would have thought it would come to this? There were indeed many perverse individuals among the Gu masters. It was terrifying. Li Yuan sighed. Fortunately, he was even more perverse than his opponent. Otherwise, he would not have escaped this calamity today. It was unwise to linger here. He decided to depart. Upon discovering that the slumbering figure within the immense coffin was the daughter of the Gu Immortal, Li Yuan abandoned the notion of further investigation. The Gu Immortal's methods were boundless, and her 3,000 years of renown still lingered. It was not worth the risk to provoke her. Having resolved this in his mind, he turned to leave. At that moment, the ethereal tree tendrils flickered once more, radiating a dazzling array of colors. Li Yuan was suddenly alarmed. The two corpses on the ground vanished amidst the shimmering light. Boom. The entire hidden passage began to tremble violently, rocks crumbled, dust billowed. And the distant exit collapsed. Sword Fairy, I have not wronged you. Do not harm the innocent. Li Yuan lamented, tears welling in his eyes. The giant spirit Gu reactivated, and he pounded his fists, attempting to forge a path through the crumbling earth. Nearby, the tree tendrils flickered again. By a stroke of luck, Li Yuan caught a glimpse of the coffin lid being lifted. Oh no! He instinctively wanted to curse, but restrained himself, quickly changing his tone. Sword Fairy, I never intended to desecrate you. I have slain the wicked for you. Please do not mistakenly harm the good. His explanations felt utterly futile. Buzz. From within the coffin, the sound of a sword echoed. In an instant, the endless underground tendrils illuminated completely, no longer flickering, casting a brilliant light upon the dark passage as they wound towards Li Yuan. Zhao Baidong, Su Yuan, the seventh palace. Li Yuan could no longer contain himself and yelled in anger. Shao Kai, fifth sister, take action. Let us allow the sword fairy to rest in peace. At this moment, Li Yuan could no longer extend his respect to the elder. Fifth sister exhaled, releasing countless strands of spider silk, resembling a torrent of white, clashing continuously with the colorful tendrils that surged forward. Li Yuan, accompanied by Shao Kai, swam against the current. Fleeing was no longer a viable option. They could only sever the source. Under Fifth Sister's protection, Li Yuan and Shao Kai approached the roots, where Shao Kai's long-prepared exotic fireball was ready. With a roar, the crimson fire soared forth. The roots were immobile, yet a mere touch of the crimson flame could incinerate them entirely. Buzz. At that moment, the second sound of the sword echoed. Invisible sword energy pervaded the air, extinguishing the crimson fire in an instant. How terrifying! Li Yuan was taken aback. Even the unconscious sword energy emanating from his opponent could extinguish the fire, underscoring the vast disparity between him and his adversary. According to Zhao Baidong, the sword fairy had achieved the 8th rank of martial saint in life, and if she were to truly resurrect, he would not withstand a single strike. However, if she were merely a corpse, there was still a chance. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Li Yuan felt a void in his right arm. He had lost it to the invisible sword energy that had flown in unbeknownst to him. The force was overwhelming. Li Yuan activated the Revitalization Gu, and a new arm swiftly grew in its place. Swish, swish, swish. More sword energy followed suit. Consequently, Li Yuan lost his legs, his left hand. A gaping hole was torn through his abdomen. He was reduced to a mere shell. How much longer would this continue? Were it not for the regenerative abilities granted by the Revitalization Gu and the immense vitality provided by the giant spirit Gu, Li Yuan would have perished 100 times over. It was merely the unconscious emanation of the sword fairy's sword energy. Were a true sword saint to wield targeted attacks, just a few strikes would obliterate him. Continuing in this manner was untenable. He must seek a way to break the deadlock. Li Yuan suddenly leapt up, charging towards the colossal coffin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sword's aura surged once more. I lay down. Li Yuan once again fell to the ground, concealing his breath, feigning death to evade danger. Once the sword intent subsided, he sprang up again. The sword aura surged forth. Alas, I met my demise once more. Although this was merely a simulation, it was akin to a hellish difficulty level. Had it been another, they would have perished at least 800 times. Li Yuan contemplated. He resolved not to act recklessly again, for even the slightest tinge of greed could prove fatal. Unfortunately, he was but a mortal. After numerous attempts, relying on his ruse of feigned death, Li Yuan finally reached the edge of the coffin, lying atop the lid that had been cast aside. One final time, his heart ceased its rhythm. Yet his mind remained taut. "O esteemed sword immortal, I beg your forgiveness. I, a humble junior, only seek to survive. Should I have caused any offense? I humbly ask for your understanding." Chapter 64. All is fade in a surge of thoughts. The rebirth Gu once again sparked with vitality. Li Yuan suddenly leaped up from the coffin lid. The closer he approached, the denser the sword energy radiated from the sword fairy, almost as if it were washing his face. Get away. Gathering all his strength, Li Yuan desperately evaded the fatal blows, transforming into 4 or 5 pieces that fell into the coffin. It was only at this moment that he beheld the true form of the sword fairy. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, each strand spreading elegantly over her snow-white gown, shimmering with a silvery luster that seemed to encapsulate the moonlight's gentle glow. Her features were exquisite. Her brows arched like distant mountains, elongated and graceful, her eyes tightly closed, adorned with long lashes, her skin fairer than snow, delicate as mutton-fat jade. Beside her floated a treasured sword, its elongated blade emanating a chilling blue light. This very object had struck him in disarray. Li Yuan stared wide-eyed, hesitant to alter his perspective. Something feels amiss. At that moment, it dawned on him, how could the sword fairy's body be warm? Could she truly still be alive? 3,000 years. Under normal circumstances, a 9th-grade martial emperor would hardly live beyond 300 years. As for martial gods, their lifespan was unknown. Yet they could not remain on the continent indefinitely, being summoned by the heavenly gate to shatter the void and ascend. How could anyone possibly live for 3,000 years? Not to mention, the sword fairy had already perished once 3,000 years ago. Could it be? Li Yuan suddenly recalled the directions on the map. Beside Giant Tree Ridge lay one of the desolate islands known as the Grave of the Living Dead. Was this the very place referred to? What should he do? Countless thoughts swirled in Li Yuan's mind. The exit had been sealed, and his time was running short. To escape, he must allow the sword fairy to once again enter eternal slumber. Calm down, Li Yuan pondered. Reflecting once more on Zhao Baidong and Su Yuetian's words, the solution lay within their counsel. Could it be that he truly had to refine the sword fairy? Gazing at the slumbering beauty of the sword fairy, unparalleled in grace, he could no longer afford to hesitate. In Li Yuan's eyes, nothing was more vital than survival. Let alone the sword fairy, even if a true immortal appeared, he would still dare to offend. Sword fairy, please forgive this junior. In the past, you were harmed by demons. If I can escape this time, I shall slay 10,000 demons in vengeance for you. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent. I am about to proceed. After much mental reassurance, Li Yuan focused his thoughts, locking onto the sword fairy's body. Select original material. This item has an owner and cannot be examined or synthesized. It was over. A chill ran through Li Yuan's heart. The sword fairy's body has an owner? Was there truly a faint consciousness that had endured for 3,000 years? Or did the owner refer to the will of the Gu immortal? If he attempted to refine it manually, it would take no less than a decade, time he could not afford to waste. It seemed all paths were blocked. No, he could not give up. Where there is life, there is hope. There must be a way. Li Yuan pondered deeply. After a while, a spark of inspiration flashed in his mind. Since there is a master, I shall seize it. As long as I am the master, the process of refinement will occur in the blink of an eye, and the problem will be effortlessly resolved. Fifth sister, transform the sword fairy into one of our kin. Li Yuan issued a bold command. In the next moment, he leapt fiercely, his frail body rejuvenated, and grasped the sword fairy's treasured sword, while the giant spirit Gu erupted with full force, firmly restraining it. Fifth sister immediately spewed forth a copious amount of silk threads, intending to invade the sword fairy's body. Fate governs all, and we have but limited control. Is this the price of becoming a Gu immortal? Suddenly, a series of soft sighs explosively resonated within Li Yuan's mind. The silken threads released by Fifth Sister fell in a cascade during the sighing. Gu, immortal. Li Yuan seemed to behold an extraordinarily towering figure, seated at the center of his consciousness, perpetually shaking its head in lament. The only Gu immortal throughout history appeared far less spirited than he had imagined. Instead, there was a sense of despondency. My daughter, such is fate. All I can do for you is this. In the secret realm of the eternal sleep immortal Gu, the physical form remains undying for 3 millennia, allowing for a sliver of residual consciousness to gather, enabling the soul to reside and preserve that residual awareness for 300 years of clarity, thus allowing for rebirth. The ethereal voice resonated continuously in his mind. Li Yuan savored the meaning of the words, and in an instant, his will to survive surged, prompting him to shout to the heavens, Gu immortal, this life shall be borne by me, Li Yuan. I am willing to connect my fate with the sword fairy's soul, to protect her across past and present. Gu immortal, I am the destiny of the sword fairy. At this juncture, Li Yuan paid no heed to whether the Gu immortals could comprehend his intentions. He could only assert his stance. If it came to that, he would have to fight to the death. He still possessed one final trump card. A rumbling resounded. The sea of consciousness continued to roar, and Li Yuan instinctively tightened his grip on the precious jade concealed at his heart. This was his last resort. The jade pendant contained the will and blood of the Emperor Taizu, a martial deity. The Gu immortal's will was formidable, surely. The martial deity's will was not to be underestimated. Within the sea of consciousness, the towering, indistinct figure turned. Li Yuan's gaze seemed to transcend time and space, colliding fatefully with the Gu immortal. Yes, I can do it, Li Yuan cried out. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. The Gu immortal's ethereal figure remained still, while Li Yuan's hand clutched the sword fairy's treasured sword tightly, preparing for a life and death struggle. Good. After a lengthy pause, the Gu immortal spoke again. You can. With those words, the Gu immortal's visage grew increasingly clear, and just as Li Yuan was about to discern his features, the sword fairy's treasured sword finally ceased its trembling. Consequently, everything within the realm of consciousness returned to reality. The overwhelming pressure dissipated, and the sword intent and murderous aura vanished. The breathtakingly beautiful sword fairy still lay in slumber within the coffin. Li Yuan was drenched in sweat, his throat parched. It seemed that the Gu immortal had long since devised this plan, but the conditions were too stringent, unattainable by most, and thus, it was only by encountering me that it became possible. The physical body nurtured within the Gu immortal's secret realm for 3 millennia remained undying, allowing for a thread of residual consciousness to indeed be attained by the sword fairy. The first prophecy of the Gu immortal has come to fruition. However, the second point proves to be exceedingly arduous. The concept of soul connection necessitates that a Gu master transform the sword fairy into their life Gu. Yet, the formidable Gu masters can no longer alter their life Gu, while weaker Gu masters venturing here would be tantamount to courting death. With a lifespan barely exceeding 300 years, the prospect of maintaining the sword fairy's consciousness and clarity to achieve her resurrection appears bleak. The Gu immortal's steadfast plan exists almost solely in the realm of theory. Li Yuan, however, stands as the singular solution to this seemingly impossible theory. Is this destiny? Perhaps it is indeed fate, a manifestation of the profound abilities of the illustrious fate Gu, ranked second on the extraordinary Gu list. Forgive me, esteemed sword fairy. Li Yuan chose not to employ the black pot synthesis system to form a life bond with the sword fairy, since the Gu immortal had already devised a plan. Employing the most primal method suffices. He offered a drop of his heart's blood into the sword fairy's mouth, and then sat cross-legged, immersing himself in the essence of life. At this moment, fragments of images began to materialize in his mind. Chapter 65, Reaping a Sword Immortal. The Lingxiao sword sect, born with an innate sword physique. At 3 years old, she wielded a blade. At 5, she mastered martial arts. By 10, she comprehended the essence of sword intent. At 14, she ascended to the 6th rank minor grandmaster realm. At 17, she became a major grandmaster. At 20, she participated in the Second Heavenly Origin War, guarding the borders of humanity, battling demons and monsters. In life and death combat, she transcended realms to slay 2 demon saints in succession, triggering the celestial phenomenon of 10,000 swords returning to the ancestor, breaking through to the 8th rank and becoming a sword saint of her generation, revered by the world as the Sword Immortal. Later, ambushed and slain by the 7 great demon saints in alliance, she perished at the tender age of 22. Fragments of memory, like a meteor shower, blossomed within Li Yuan's mind. Such brilliance, such peerless elegance, none could surpass her. Experiencing the life journey of this unparalleled prodigy left Li Yuan profoundly shaken. The heavenly origin continent's reverence for martial prowess was not without reason. Compared to the martial path, other cultivation systems bore glaring flaws. The path of Gu sorcery, in particular, was truly a grind for the aged. Without extraordinary encounters, even with prodigious talent, one could only refine themselves through the passage of time. At this moment, Li Yuan sensed a peculiar connection with the Sword Immortal. It resembled the blood bond between a Gu master and their life-bound Gu, yet carried an unusual distinction. The data panel manifested: Gu master, Li Yuan, Black Jar, 6th transformation, 17-3000, realm, 6th transformation, spiritual power, domain stage, mid, life-bound Gu, colossal spirit Gu, revitalization Gu. 5-colored exotic flame python, illusory robe, spinning silk queen Gu, sword immortal, Gu abodes. 5-colored exotic flame cavern, 1000 Gu abode, spinning silk mystic realm, 1000 Gu abode. Success? Only when Li Yuan saw the addition of sword immortal under the life-bound Gu column did he finally exhale in relief. This venture was not in vain. He had come for an exotic Gu, yet by a twist of fate, had transformed the sword immortal into his life-bound Gu. The sword immortal's combat prowess was peerless. Li Yuan had already witnessed it firsthand. Even if she could not unleash her full strength from her prime, her utility to him now far surpassed that of any ordinary exotic Gu. Today marks my 5th day in the immortal Gu secret realm. With only 2 days remaining, I must not waste them. Sword Immortal? Li Yuan focused his will and called softly. The white-robed Sword Immortal, slumbering for 3 millennia, trembled faintly, her eyelashes quivering. Under Li Yuan's tense gaze, she slowly sat up. With vacant eyes, she turned her head woodenly toward Li Yuan, silent. Sword Immortal, it's time we departed. Li Yuan rose to his feet. The Sword Immortal stood as well. Harboring only a wisp of residual consciousness, she dwelled within Li Yuan's soul, devoid of higher intellect and incapable of speech. As he climbed out of the coffin, a sudden concern struck Li Yuan. Would the elders of the 9 palaces Gu nest detect her if he brought the Sword Immortal out? Should the 9 palace lords uncover the truth, they would undoubtedly dissect him for study. He wondered if the illusory robe could conceal the Sword Immortal's aura. Lost in thought, Li Yuan stepped forward. Then, a flash of multicolored light streaked past once more. Ah, the Dreamweaver tree. Earlier, he had attempted to refine it, only to find it already claimed, rendering synthesis impossible. The master of the Dreamweaver tree is most likely the Sword Fairy, and now that even the Sword Fairy belongs to me, refining the Dreamweaver tree seems perfectly reasonable, doesn't it? With this thought, Li Yuan immediately focused his will. Selecting primal material, Dreamweaver tree, a miraculous tree nourished by celestial dew during the heavenly gates opening, capable of purifying all things and granting them immortality, a fleeting dream of the mortal realm. It actually worked? Li Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. However, the Dreamweaver tree was far too massive to transport. The only option was to synthesize it on site. Otherwise, how splendid it would be to take it back and plant it in his bamboo grove. Chirp chirp, just as Li Yuan was lost in thought, the slime phantom robe, his life-bound Gu, slithered out. You want to eat it? Each life-bound Gu possessed its own sentience and expressed desires differently. The Titan Gu thrived on battle. The rebirth Gu silently guarded. The slime phantom robe was the epitome of laziness, a true slacker among Gu. The 5-colored serpent of strange flames was possessive, while the silk queen Gu was an affectionate sweetheart. For the slime phantom robe to take initiative was a rare occurrence. Very well, it's yours. Little Rainbow and 5th Sister showed little interest in the Dreamweaver tree, making it the perfect gift for the slime phantom robe. Selecting primal material, life-bound Gu, phantom robe, merging with Dreamweaver tree. Commencing synthesis. Lazy little Gu, you'd better prove yourself. This treasure is no less valuable than some of the lower-ranked exotic Gu. Li Yuan hoped for the phantom robe's evolution. Over the years, in countless battles, the slime phantom robe had played a pivotal role, enabling him to execute his appear and vanish combat style with deadly precision, always striking first. Rumble. In the next moment, the illusory black cauldron before Li Yuan surged upward, piercing the clouds in an instant and enveloping the towering Dreamweaver tree like a celestial pillar. This was the first time Li Yuan had used such an extraordinary material for Gu refinement. Without the Black Cauldron's enhancement, refining the Dreamweaver tree would have taken at least a century. Soon, the Black Cauldron trembled violently. Li Yuan watched with bated breath. 5 full hours passed before the cauldron's tremors gradually subsided. Previous Gu syntheses had never taken longer than the time needed to drink a cup of tea. This was by far the longest. Finally, the system's prompt resounded. Your life found Gu. Phantom Robe has undergone evolution and transformed into the exotic Gu. Myriad Illusions Gu. Myriad Illusions Gu grants the Gu master the ability to alter the celestial phenomena within a designated area. With the heart as a canvas, it encompasses all things, weaving a domain entirely favorable to the user in battle. It can conceal and manipulate the aura of all entities. An exotic Gu? The Myriad Illusions Gu. Ranked 8th among the exotic Gu ranking. The Dreamweaver tree was a divine relic cultivated by a Gu immortal, enduring for 3 millennia. Li Yuan had naturally hoped the Phantom Robe would evolve into an exotic Gu, but when it actually succeeded, he could scarcely contain his elation. Alter the environment. Construct a domain. Conceal auras. The 3 abilities granted by the Myriad Illusions Gu were nothing short of divine, offensive, defensive, and stealth capabilities all in one. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, the earth quaked once more. Oh no. Li Yuan's countenance shifted subtly. Having refined the Dreamweaver tree, the land now lay barren, likely to trigger unforeseen anomalies. The formidable masters of the 9 palaces Gu nest would undoubtedly come to investigate. Time to depart. Manifold Myriad, forge the path. With a mere thought, the nascent power of the Manifold Myriad Gu manifested, carving a stable passage through the collapsing terrain. This was the power to alter environments, to bask in sunlight amidst torrential downpours, to embrace snowstorms beneath scorching sun. Such was the nature of extraordinary Gu, emerging from the shattered earth. Li Yuan then employed the Manifold Myriad Gu's ability to pierce through the mist, hastening toward the island's edge where the spirit turtle resided. The land of Giant Tree Ridge continued its relentless collapse. Li Yuan felt like a child who had committed grave mischief, his heart fluttering with unease. Wait, why should I panic? This was originally the creation of Gu Immortals. Having cared for a Gu Immortal's daughter, was it not reasonable to take modest compensation for my troubles? Thus comforting his conscience. His footsteps never faltered as he darted swiftly through the jungle. Before long, he arrived at the shore. Slug, protect the sword fairy maiden. Let not the mundane world disturb her transcendent grace. Chapter 66, News of the Foshan Grand Ceremony. The myriad of phenomena from the myriad Gu worm settled upon the robes of the sword fairy, continuously shifting until she seamlessly blended into the surrounding air, as if she had never existed at all. Li Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Such a disguise could elude even the keen eyes of an 8th transformation Gu master. It was perfect. The spirit turtle swam ashore, and Li Yuan leapt onto its back, followed closely by the sword fairy, who remained undetected by the spirit turtle Gu in the slightest. At the lakeside, Ning Hongyu was in quiet meditation, awaiting something, when she suddenly sensed an anomaly and abruptly opened her eyes. What was happening? She turned her gaze towards the center of the lake, where colorful lights flickered, piercing through the mist and affecting even the shores. Could there be a disturbance in the immortal Gu secret realm? Would her junior brother be in danger? Ning Hongyu felt a pang of anxiety, but could not reach the island, left only to watch helplessly. The waves in the lake roared with a ferocity far more intense than usual, like a beast in a rage. An elderly man approached swiftly from a distance. Master Uncle. Upon seeing the elder, Ning Hongyu clasped her hands in greeting. This was Qi Yin, the deputy lord of the 9th palace and an 8th transformation Gu master of considerable strength. Master Uncle, has something happened in the immortal Gu secret realm? I do not know, Qi Yin responded, shaking his head. It seems that among the disciples who enter the island for training, someone has triggered a disturbance. Such occurrences have not happened in a long time. It is uncertain whether it is a blessing or a curse. I shall go and take a look. As one of the guardians of the immortal Gu secret realm, he had the authority to enter the isolated island under special circumstances to investigate. Master Uncle, my junior brother Li Yuan is also on the island. If a disturbance truly has occurred, please save him, Ning Hongyu implored. Oh? Qi Yin raised an eyebrow. Is he the disciple of junior sister Yu? Indeed. Ning Hongyu affirmed with a nod. Very well, Qi Yin agreed. If I see him, I shall bring him back. No sooner had he spoken than a commotion arose from the shore, revealing a spirit turtle emerging from the lake, upon whose back stood a tall and handsome young man. Junior brother, Ning Hongyu exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the returning figure, rushing towards him. I am relieved you are safe. What happened on the island? I do not know, Li Yuan replied, shaking his head. I was searching for treasures when suddenly the earth shook violently, scaring me into fleeing towards the shore, calling for the spirit turtle Gu to carry me back. You are quite prudent, showing no hint of greed. It is no wonder that junior brother you praises your excellent character. You are destined for great accomplishments, Qi Yin remarked with a smile. Disciple pays respects to master uncle, Li Yuan said, bowing with a sense of trepidation. The sword fairy stood concealed within the white mist at the shore, hidden by the myriad phenomena Gu. She was a senior of his teacher, Yu Hengchuan, and likely an 8th transformation Gu master. If she were to be discovered, the consequences would be dire. No need for excessive formalities, Qi Yin waved his hand. You two should return. Do not linger here. I will investigate what has transpired on the island. Understood. Ning Hongyu nodded, pulling Li Yuan away swiftly. In that fleeting moment when he was grasped by his senior sister, Li Yuan sensed a rising sword intent, evidently emanating from the sword fairy following closely behind him. Could it be? This possessiveness exceeds even that of Xiaokai. Xiaokai merely contended with the Gu insect and had a disagreement with Wu Mei. Yet, the sword fairy outright forbids him from approaching other women? That seems unlikely. Upon further reflection, Li Yuan surmised that the sword fairy, having withdrawn from the world for 3 millennia, harbors a certain aversion to unfamiliar presences. Once accustomed, such feelings would likely dissipate. It is but a remnant of consciousness, not sufficient to incite jealousy. It is highly probable that this is merely an instinctive reaction. Clearly, aiding the sword fairy in acclimatizing to the world of the past 3,000 years will require considerable effort. As their thoughts wandered, the two gradually distanced themselves. Only when the presence of his master could no longer be sensed did Li Yuan's heart finally ease. This also attested to the formidable disguise capabilities of the myriad forms Forest Gu, facilitating his future endeavors. Junior brother, how was your harvest in the immortal Gu secret realm? Ning Hongyu inquired during their journey. Quite satisfactory, Li Yuan replied, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. His prolonged anticipation was not in vain. The immortal Gu secret realm was indeed his paradise. The precious Gu, illusory Luo Yi, had evolved into the exotic Gu, myriad forms Forest Gu. Moreover, he had acquired a breathtaking sword fairy. He hoped to return again. It is a pity that unforeseen events occurred on the island. Otherwise, you could have stayed a few more days and gained even more. That is unfortunate, Ning Hongyu lamented. Enough, enough, Li Yuan said contentedly, then asked, what of the master? Has he awakened? He has awakened, Ning Hongyu replied with a smile. His recovery is progressing well, and he is already able to move about freely. Ever since he woke, he has been singing his own praises. What is he boasting about? Li Yuan queried, perplexed. What else could it be? He boasts of his keen eye, claiming that discovering a genius like you in such a place as the outer sect S12 caves is heaven-esque compensation for him, Ning Hongyu teased. As they laughed, the two returned to the 9th palace, to the humble courtyard where Ning Hongyu resided. Master, we are back. Upon entering the courtyard, Li Yuan immediately spotted the white-haired figure tending to the plants and hurried over. Master, I hope you have not suffered too much during this time. Not at all, not at all, Yu Hengchuan replied with a wave of his hand. Following his brush with life and death, his mindset had become remarkably open, having lost everything. He had truly let go of his final attachments. With you and Hongyu here, I can enjoy my twilight years in contentment. And what of me? Pei Luo Qing chimed in. You? Yu Hengchuan retorted with some annoyance. You eat like a pig. If it were not for your senior sister, our home would be emptied by your voracious appetite. Pei Luo Qing protested. That is simply the nature of my life, Gu. Can you truly blame me? Besides, I have taken to a vegetarian diet. Ning Hongyu playfully kicked him. So you still desire me? Enough of the bickering, Yu Hengchuan interjected, waving his hand. With the royal sealing ceremony approaching, since you are all here today, let us discuss the allocation of quotas. Li Yuan felt a stir within. Master, when does the sealing ceremony commence? The palace lord recently conveyed to me that the sealing ceremony will be held in 36 days. Originally, each elder was permitted only one recommendation. However, due to my significant contributions, I was granted an additional quota, thus allowing 2 of you 3 to participate in the sealing ceremony, Yu Hengchuan explained. The grand Fengshan ceremony was a moment of universal jubilation, heralding the emergence of the dragon vein and bestowing boundless blessings upon all. Those journeying to Kunlun Su to partake in this sacred rite would receive the baptism of the dragon vein's aura, a rare and coveted opportunity that drew countless eager souls. Yet, I chose to abstain, generously yielding the chance to pay Zhu in the junior apprentice brother. As the senior sister, Ning Hongyu gracefully deferred, acknowledging that among the three of us, my talent was the least distinguished. Thus, it was only fitting that the opportunity favored the senior sister and the junior brother. Pei Luoqing chuckled, while Li Yuan muttered in protest, feeling somewhat foolish in their presence, for he truly wished to attend. This matter was deeply entwined with his lineage and vendetta, connected to the imperial physician grandfather's own grandson and involving his mother, compelling reasons that rendered his attendance imperative. Moreover, having secured the Wanxiang Synluo Gu, he was well protected. As long as he refrained from revealing himself, no one could detect his anomaly. Chapter 67. A mute and a blind man, you are undoubtedly eager to go. Ning Hongyu chuckled as she embraced Li Yuan's shoulder. Junior brother, there's no need to feel bashful. If you wish to go, just say so. We all understand. Li Yuan nodded solemnly. This matter is a debt I owe to senior sister and second senior brother. It's a trivial matter, Pei Luoqing waved dismissively. Senior sister, perhaps you and junior brother should go together. The sealing and sacrificial rites this time are rather turbulent. With your strength, if any mishap occurs, you can also look after junior brother. Ning Hongyu raised an eyebrow. Are you really willing? Blood is thicker than water. Just be straightforward. Don't pretend, she challenged. I won't. Pei Luoqing chuckled mischievously. As long as senior sister allows me to feast openly in the humble abode for 3 days as compensation. Get lost. Ning Hongyu rolled her eyes. Maximum 1 day. 3 days in the heavenly palace, you'll eat it clean like a pig. Deal, Pei Luoqing revealed a sly grin. You're setting a trap. Waiting for me to fall into it. Ning Hongyu's brows furrowed. Ha ha ha. Pei Luoqing's wicked scheme succeeded. As the saying goes, seeking to rise, one must first succeed. Succeeding in the middle, and failing to attain the lowest. This is the art of deception and warfare. Both the master and junior brother bore witness. Let me feast for a day. No regrets, he declared confidently. With that, Pei Luoqing licked his lips. Looking at your pig-like appearance, I won't bother with you this time. Ning Hongyu said helplessly. And then Li Yuan watched as the handsome second senior brother Pei Luoqing transformed into a corpulent, big-eared fellow, diving into the vegetable patch and indulging in a hearty feast. This reminded him of the towering, mountain-like ginseng infant bug, nearly 10 zhang tall. So it was Pei's senior brother who had been eating all along? Master, you should worry about whether your second disciple can find a wife, Ning Hongyu teased. Young women should marry when they come of age. You should also seize the opportunity, she added with a wink. Yuan Chuan glanced at her. Junior brother is quite good. Fits my ideal. Ning Hongyu blinked. Master, fertile waters should not flow outside the fields. Why not bestow marriage upon me and junior brother? Yuan Chuan chuckled. You do have a discerning eye. Li Yuan hurriedly waved his hand. Senior sister, it's too early to discuss this. Once I attain sufficient cultivation, we can talk about love and marriage. Senior sister will wait for you, she teased. Of course, she understood that love was not achieved in a single day. But in the realm of marriage, someone must always take the initiative. Young men like junior brother, handsome and talented, she was willing to pursue actively. If junior brother was unwilling, she wouldn't force him. Let fate decide. Perhaps someday, it will truly come to pass. The next day, the 4 of them shared lunch. Li Yuan prepared to depart. Traveling from the 9 Palaces mountain range in southern Xinjiang to Kunlun Su would take at least 15 days, even by riding a black eagle. After arriving, additional days would be needed for preparations, at least 3 days. Junior brother, I will come to the 12th cave to find you in half a month. Ning Hongyu planned. Li Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, waving farewell. Master, take care. I'll visit you again when I have free time. All my life's efforts are entrusted to you. Her master replied with heartfelt trust. Yu Hangchuan's withered hands clasped Li Yuan's firmly, whispering earnestly, Li Yuan, you must succeed in forging the extraordinary Gu, the dream silkworm. 7 days later, Li Yuan returned to the 12 Caves' small bamboo grove, accompanied by the sword immortal maiden. Brother Yuan, you're back. Before he even entered the grove, a figure suddenly burst from the remnant Gu tower. It was Wang Zhaozhao. Xiao Zhao, your perceptive abilities grow ever keener, Li Yuan remarked with a smile. The blood-eye Gu had stolen the Gu master's eyesight but granted heightened senses elsewhere. With time, Wang Zhaozhao's acuity had sharpened remarkably. Brother Yuan, who is the lady beside you? Wang Zhaozhao noticed a dignified woman standing close to Li Yuan. Li Yuan hesitated briefly. She is my distant cousin, known as the Sword Immortal Maiden. Cousin? Wang Zhaozhao felt embarrassed. Brother Yuan, does she know the distant cousin who once tended to my arm? Ah, yes. We are from the same family. Li Yuan paused, They are both my original Gu spirits. It's fitting to say they belong to the same clan. Oh. Sister Sword Immortal, greetings. Wang Zhaozhao greeted nervously, sensing this lady's formidable aura, far surpassing even Brother Yuan's. She cannot speak. She is mute, Li Yuan explained. Mute? Wang Zhaozhao's heart filled with sympathy. Yet she marveled at Brother Yuan's kindness, taking in a mute sister and caring for her as tenderly as for her own blind little sister. Brother Yuan. I will prepare the meal. You should help Sister Sword Immortal become acquainted with the surroundings. When the Sword Immortal maiden had first lost her sight, her movements were awkward. Though powerful, her muteness suggested she had suffered some cruel, insidious affliction. Thank you, Zhaozhao. You're so considerate. It's no trouble. Having Brother Yuan back home fills me with joy. Wang Zhaozhao swiftly slipped into the kitchen to begin her preparations. Li Yuan led the Sword Immortal maiden to the sleeping chamber. You shall rest here from now on. To awaken even a fragment of her lingering consciousness would require nurturing over 3 centuries. Gradually instilling the nuances of this world, a life touched by mundane humanity's warmth was indispensable. Sister Sword Immortal, this is Zhaozhao. From now on, we are one family. You must harbor no hostility toward her. Li Yuan imparted the concept of friend and foe to the Sword Immortal maiden. Otherwise, she would instinctively perceive everyone but him as adversaries. The Sword Immortal maiden nodded faintly. Do you understand? Li Yuan was delighted by this simple gesture. It signified she had begun to cultivate a rudimentary awareness since merging with his soul. To him, she was now a living entity capable of continual transformation and evolution. Perhaps one day she might wield power exceeding that of 3 millennia past, becoming his unparalleled ally. He then taught her basic commands, to drink, to sleep, to remove and wear garments, and so forth. Brother Yuan, Sister Sword Immortal, dinner is ready. Soon. Zhaozhao's voice echoed outside. Let us go. Li Yuan proceeded outdoors, with the Sword Immortalish trailing behind him. Li Yuan gestured towards a seat, indicating her to sit. The Sword Immortalish, with a dull and awkward demeanor, sat down without knowing how to use chopsticks. Brother Yuan, has Sister Sword Immortalish lost her mind? Wang Zhaozhao inquired. Li Yuan nodded solemnly. She has now lost all her memories, akin to a newborn infant, compelled to relearn everything anew. How pitiable. Wang Zhaozhao fetched a wooden spoon, lifted a bowl, and gently offered to feed her. Open your mouth. Ah, Zhaozhao, with patience and care, attended to the Sword Immortalish. That night, Li Yuan once again instructed Zhaozhao to teach the Sword Immortalish how to bathe and change clothes. Inside the bathhouse, Zhaozhao's exclamations echoed. Wow, Sister Sword Immortalish. Your skin is so smooth and tender. It feels incredibly delightful. Your figure is also exceptional, much more alluring than mine. Wang Zhaozhao, scrubbing her body, felt a deep sense of envy. Even without seeing her true face, she was convinced that this must be an unparalleled beauty, a fallen celestial being descended to mortal realm. Chapter 68. The ethereal cousin time flows like water, and in the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. After this period of adjustment, the Sword Fairy has gained a touch more vitality, now capable of attending to her own meals and bathing. However, in the absence of meticulous guidance, she occasionally finds herself in comical predicaments. For instance, while dining, she may suddenly leap up to catch a bird, or while bathing, she might unexpectedly intrude upon Li Yuan's chamber, and even venture into the bamboo grove at midnight to swing on a swing. Such antics leave Li Yuan both amused and exasperated. There remains a vast distance to traverse before the Sword Fairy fully matures. It has been half a month. It is time for the senior sister to arrive. Zhaozhao, the grand ceremony of Fengshan is about to commence, and I must make a trip to Kunlun-Su. This is the sole unresolved matter in Li Yuan's life, an obligation that cannot be ignored. Isn't it perilous? Wang Zhaozhao expressed her concerns. She had long heard of the Fengshan ceremony, where various factions and feudal lords would gather, and it was likely that demons would seize the opportunity to cause chaos. Even if Brother Yuan were formidable, he would be like a rootless reed in such dire circumstances. Fear not, Li Yuan replied with a smile. With the Night Owl King presiding, there will be no disturbances. I shall return after receiving the blessing of the Dragonvane's fortune. Then, Brother Yuan, take care. Wang Zhaozhao recalled the turbulent days of her past. Her father departed, her mother followed, and she endured hunger, gnawing on putrid rats and tree bark, pursued by wild dogs, until she met her grandfather, who brought her here and introduced her to Brother Yuan. It was then that she discovered the warmth of home. She fervently wished that this would be the final chapter of her tumultuous journey, living a simple life with Brother Yuan in a tranquil mountain abode. Despite her deep reluctance, she understood that this was an opportunity that could not hinder Brother Yuan's future. I shall take my leave now. As Li Yuan turned, he felt a sudden tightening at his back. Brother Yuan. Wang Zhaozhao embraced him from behind, tears streaming like rain on pear blossoms. You must return. Xiao Zhao will always wait for you to come home. Li Yuan chuckled helplessly, gently stroking Xiao Zhao's hair. Silly girl, when I say I will return, I certainly will. Have I ever deceived you? He suspected Xiao Zhao was recalling their days of hardship, and he empathized with her fear of loss and separation, having emerged from his own hellish experiences. Indeed, he was leaving, releasing Xiao Zhao's hand. Li Yuan departed with the sword fairy, swiftly vanishing at the edge of the small bamboo grove. On the descent, Ning Hongyu, donned in a flowing crimson gown, crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. No wonder even the senior sister is uninterested. It appears the golden house conceals a beauty, and there are two of them. Brother, I underestimated you. Senior sister, you jest. This is my cousin, and the one on the mountain is my sister, Li Yuan replied earnestly. Is that so? Ning Hongyu rolled her eyes. A man's words are often deceptive. Let us move on. Li Yuan shifted the topic. Humph. Ning Hongyu pouted, summoning her black eagle familiar. Are you certain you wish to take your little cousin to Kunlun Su? Rest assured, senior sister, I have my own plans. The sword fairy is undoubtedly Li Yuan's strongest asset and must be kept close at hand. Very well, Ning Hongyu said. Do not blame me for not warning you. Kunlun Su is currently under strict guard by various factions. Not even a fly could penetrate its defenses. No worries, Li Yuan replied with an air of ease. With the presence of the Wanchang Saluogu, the so-called defenses appeared utterly futile in his eyes. Were it not for the desire to allow the sword fairy to experience the mundane world, to encounter the myriad facets of life, and to engage with others to stimulate her dormant consciousness, he would not have permitted his senior sister to see her at all. Miss, are you truly her cousin? The sword fairy, clad in flowing white, seemed ethereal and otherworldly, standing apart from the realm of mortals. 3,000 years ago, she was already a mesmerizing beauty of unparalleled grace. Her 3 millennia of seclusion and slumber had only enhanced her transcendent aura, making her resemble a celestial being. Ning Hongyu, who considered herself quite attractive and had garnered the admiration of numerous young heroes, found the comparison stark. The difference in their poise was monumental. The only aspect in which she could hold her own against the sword fairy was in her pride. Reflecting on this, she instinctively straightened her posture. What of the fairy? At least I possess qualities worthy of comparison. One must assert oneself, after all. Li Yuan observed his senior sister's subtle movements with amusement, finding an unexpected charm in her boisterous demeanor. He couldn't help but marvel at her as the esteemed senior sister she was. Miss, why are you silent? Noticing the sword fairy's quiet contemplation as she gazed into the distant sky, Ning Hongyu sensed something amiss. My cousin has lost her memory, her consciousness is impaired, and she cannot speak, Li Yuan explained. Ah? Ning Hongyu gasped, quickly bowing in apology. I did not mean to speak ill of you, dear lady. Please forgive me. So, she really is your cousin? She inquired, her skepticism wavering. Given Li Yuan's appearance and talent, it would be entirely feasible for him to seek a partner of ample curves and grace, rather than feigning interest in an amnesiac sister and a blind sibling. In that case, perhaps I still have a chance, she chuckled gleefully. Please, senior sister, refrain from teasing me, Li Yuan responded with a smile, appreciating her warm and candid nature, which alleviated the need for him to explain further. By the way, there is something I neglected to mention. Ning Hongyu slapped her forehead, recalling an important matter. What is it? Recently, during your training in the immortal Gu secret realm, did not the isolated island undergo a disturbance? The sect has uncovered the cause. What was it? Li Yuan felt a surge of anxiety. After the elders of the 9 palaces collaborated to investigate, they discovered that the towering tree within the immortal Gu secret realm has vanished. It is said to be a wondrous creation planted by the Gu immortal 3,000 years ago. Ning Hongyu lamented. Have they identified the culprits? Li Yuan pressed. It seems to be the work of individuals from the 7th palace, Ning Hongyu revealed. 2 direct disciples of the 7th palace master, one named Su Yuetian and the other Zhao Baidong, recklessly ventured into the tomb of the living dead. Do you know what that place is, junior brother? I do not. Li Yuan shook his head vigorously. The tomb of the living dead serves as the eternal resting place for the daughter of the Gu immortal. After the elder of the 9 palaces visited, he discovered not only the absence of the colossal trees, but also that the coffin of the Gu immortal's daughter had been disturbed, and her remains had vanished without a trace. Those who dwell in eternal slumber are not meant to see the light. Perhaps the remains of the Gu immortal's daughter have completely dissipated, Following a thorough investigation, the elders narrowed down their suspicions to Su Yuan and Zhao Baidong. Yet these two had mysteriously disappeared, leaving the matter shrouded in enigma. Initially, the palace master intended to summon you for questioning, but fortunately, with the testimony of Master Qi Yin, you were spared the unnecessary journey. Ning Hongyu spoke fervently. So it was. Li Yuan felt a sense of gratitude towards Su Yuan and Zhao Baidong. Had it not been for their willingness to shoulder the blame, complications might have arisen. Nonetheless, this case would not be resolved easily. Ning Hongyu sighed, stating that the elder of the 9 palaces had declared that even if the instigators fled to the ends of the earth, they would certainly be brought to justice. Chapter 69. On the mountain and beneath its sister was right. Li Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling aggrieved that scoundrel still owed him 2 days in search of opportunity. When he found it, he must repay him. With the grand ceremony of Fengshan approaching, the 9 palace masters were stretched thin, and there would surely be inquiries afterward. Ning Hongyu also expressed her indignation. At Kunlun Void, atop the summit of the mountains, on the Tianyin platform, Li Qingxiu, clad in a yellow robe, stood with his hands clasped behind his back. After nearly a year of tempering, the once rustic youth had begun to exude a hint of imperial grandeur. It was often said that this place harbored the densest aura of fortune in the realm aside from the imperial capital. Yet he could not shake the feeling of profound solitude. Gazing down upon the vast expanse, he surveyed the diminutive mountains below. Various lords, tyrants of the rivers and lakes, and heroes from across the land awaited at the foot of the mountain, while he stood at the pinnacle. In a moment meant for boundless ambition, Li Qingxiu felt an inexplicable sense that this place did not belong to him. Was it because he felt reluctant to part with Xiaofeng village, to leave his mother behind? Perhaps he was simply not cut out to be an emperor. His thoughts were tumultuous. With matters having reached this point, he found himself without any choice. Whether to embark on the path of a true ruler of the world or to remain merely a puppet, he had no say in the matter. Unbeknownst to him, 2 figures in the distance were watching intently. Is everything prepared on your end, Lesser Death? The Night Owl King, cloaked and wearing a bronze mask, inquired in a low voice. Absolutely without error, replied in Muyao, the Lesser Death from the extreme North Icefield tribe, nodding. With our clan's totemic treasure art to conceal, we can obscure the dragon vein's manifestation and deceive the world. When the demons strike, we shall seize the opportunity to interrupt the grand ceremony, thus misleading everyone. By doing so, we can temporarily stabilize the situation, rally the forces of the realm to expel the demons, and gradually uncover the truth. This was the scheme that Muyao presented to the Night Owl King. Good. With matters having unfolded thus, I am certain that the young prince standing on the Tianyin platform is merely a stand-in. However, the only one capable of verifying the truth is the Lesser Death of the extreme North Icefield, who must protect this substitute. I shall play along with the scheme, using it to find the true prince. Once this thread is severed, it will be entirely cut off. When the true prince is found, we can hold another Fengshan ceremony, attributing the interruption of this one to the chaos wrought by the demons. This is the only viable plan at present. The heroes of the realm had begun to arrive in succession, and the grand play that could alter the course of the world was finally about to commence. And Muyao gazed at the throng at the edge of Kunlun Void, her heart heavy with worry. Little Linner, will you come? She pondered, hoping that if little Linner were still alive, he would surely come. But where could he be? Would they truly meet again? At the outskirts of Kunlun Void, after a 7-day journey, Ning Hongyu and Li Yuan finally arrived at this gathering place of heroes. Despite the clear skies, an inexplicable sense of oppression lingered in the air. Junior brother, we can only go this far. We must proceed on foot from here. Beyond lies the sacred ground. The foremost powers from the Central Plains, Southern Frontier, Eastern Wastes, Northern Lands, and Western regions are not permitted to enter without having undergone the baptism of fortune. Even the foremost powers must tread on foot. The pilgrims are devout and sincere. This is a sign of respect for the dragon vein, or perhaps a reverence for the martial god. Sister, you may go ahead. I will attend to my cousin and join you shortly, Li Yuan said. All right. Ning Hongyu did not inquire why Li Yuan insisted on bringing an amnesiac cousin. Perhaps it was for ease of care? Once Ning Hongyu departed, Li Yuan hurried to a nearby grove. Sword Fairy, follow me and conceal yourself at the back of the group. Do not approach those formidable beings, and refrain from acting recklessly, understood? Li Yuan instructed. The Sword Fairy nodded gently. Li Yuan unleashed the myriad forest Gu, which settled on the Sword Fairy's white dress, swiftly masking her presence and blending her into the air. After ensuring everything was in order, Li Yuan took a deep breath and slowly turned around. His gaze was drawn to the towering mountains, gazing upward at the pinnacle of Kunlun. He felt a peculiar sensation, as if some voice was calling out to him, beckoning him. Even though his bloodline had been severed, transferred to the true grandson of the Grand Physician, and despite not yet assimilating the blood of the founding emperor, an inexplicable bond felt like an unbreakable shackle. It was destined for him to be here, irreplaceable. Ancestors, do not interfere with me. The heavens are not yet dead. When the time is right, the great Yin shall rise again. Li Yuan suppressed the tumult within. He was merely here to take a look, to see the true grandson of the Grand Physician who had sheltered him for 16 years. Nothing more. The treasures of the martial god and the fortunes of the dragon vein were of no concern to him for now. One day, he would tread through the snow to the mountain's peak, reclaim everything, and settle all scores. He stepped forward, emerged from the grove, and entered the throng. Currently, the entire Kunlun void was divided into 4 layers. The outermost layer was guarded by the armies of various powers, all vigilant, prepared to fend off demons and alliances, ready for battle at any moment. The middle layer comprised the elites of these powers, of which Li Yuan was one. The innermost layer was occupied by representatives and rulers of the great factions, such as the Lord of the 9 Palaces and various nobles. At the summit were the members of the Great Yin royal family and the Night Owl Guard. "Junior brother, you have returned," Ning Hongyu said, pointing to the peak. "Do you see that golden platform almost touching the clouds?" "Yes," Li Yuan nodded. "That is the Tianyin platform, the site where emperors of every generation hold the grand ceremony of Foshan, worshipping heaven and earth," Ning Hongyu explained. "It's so lofty," Li Yuan squinted. Even with his mid-stage domain-level spiritual power, surpassing ordinary perception, all he could see through the layers of clouds was a mere black dot. "Is that him? The true grandson of the Grand Physician, my savior." Li Yuan's breathing grew heavy, desperately suppressing the turmoil within. "Junior brother, are you eager to undergo the fortune baptism?" Ning Hongyu smiled. "Yes," Li Yuan nodded. "We must wait. Another 3 days remain." Ning Hongyu remarked. Many warriors and Gu masters trapped in a bottleneck are eagerly awaiting this opportunity, including even some martial saints and 8 transmutation Gu masters. "Brother Li Yuan! Brother Li Yuan!" As they conversed, a series of melodious calls resonated from a distance. Li Yuan turned his head to see a young girl clad in silver-white attire from the southern wilderness rushing towards him. The jingling of her silver ornaments accompanying her every step, her smile radiating sweetness. "Little princess? Brother Li Yuan, I finally found you. I knew you would come." The young princess, Xiaoqiner, dashed forward, her joy palpable upon seeing Li Yuan. "Congratulations, little princess, on realizing your dream of becoming a formidable Gu master." To Li Yuan's perception, Xiaoqiner had already attained the rank of a 5 transmutation Gu master at the tender age of 13, a decade his junior. This exemplified the remarkable prowess of the 3rd-ranked Gu of the exotic Gu list, the heart-questioning Gu. "Yet I still fall short compared to you, brother Li Yuan." Xiaoqiner replied with a sweet smile. "You have always been my aspiration." The memory of that night's battle against the demonic bloodshed was deeply etched in the mind of the young princess. In the days that followed, despite encountering numerous Gu masters, she had yet to witness such an aura of invincibility and supremacy again. Her teacher had once said, "Silly Qiner, that was merely the moonlight of your childhood memories." Chapter 70, Old Dreams. Is she the luminous moonlight from childhood memories? Xiaoqiner did not quite agree with her teacher's words. Upon parting with Li Yuan, she still regarded this elder brother, who had introduced her to the world of Gu, as exceptionally formidable. Even with the 3rd-ranking Wenxin Gu, her perception of him remained unchanged. If anything, it intensified a sense of distant admiration. "Do you know each other?" Ning Hongyu inquired, her expression one of surprise. "Yes," Li Yuan nodded. "The little princess once resided in the 12 caves of the bamboo forest for a time." Ning Hongyu teased, "The teacher said you were solitary and taciturn. I didn't expect you to have quite a few friends, even knowing the little princess of Kanglan domain." "Sister, you know me?" Xiaoqiner gazed at Ning Hongyu for a moment, as she had no recollection of such a strikingly beautiful older sister. "I am Ning Hongyu. You are Sister Hongyu?" Xiaoqiner exclaimed joyfully. "My teacher has told me that you are the strongest among the younger generation of the 9th Palace. From now on, it shall be you." Though Ning Hongyu was not one to be overly competitive, a hint of reluctance lingered as she acknowledged the truth. Before the Wenxin Gu, she had no chance of victory. "I have a long way to go before I can reach Sister Hongyu's level," Xiaoqiner humbly remarked. "Xiaoqiner, enough chatting. We must depart. My father is still waiting for us." A young swordsman approached. Li Yuan turned his head to see Xiao Lai, the heir of Kanglan domain, who had matured over the years into a figure of dignity. Standing tall in armor, he merely glanced at Li Yuan without offering a greeting. Brother Li Yuan, Sister Hongyu. I must take my leave, Shaoqiner said softly. Be cautious. My father mentioned that the Fengshan grand ceremony may not be peaceful, and a bloody battle could ensue. Understood. You take care as well. Li Yuan nodded, watching the little princess depart. The attitude of the Kanglan king clearly indicated his distrust toward the Fengshan grand ceremony. And it was likely that other princes and lords shared his sentiment, unwilling to submit to a higher authority, especially the likes of King Yu, who would dare to conspire with demons, revealing their allegiances. As night deepened, various factions set up their camps. The once tranquil Kunlun Void was now ablaze with lights every night. Due to circumstances, Li Yuan and Ning Hongyu found themselves sharing a tent, separated only by a curtain. Lying on the blanket, Li Yuan cradled his hands behind his head, gazing up at the sky as pure moonlight filtered through the partially closed tent top. Here. Sleep eluded him. He felt an intricate connection to the earth beneath him. Memories of the words spoken by his grandfather, the royal physician, echoed in his mind. Yuana. Remember this. You are not my grandson. Your true identity is that of the Dian prince. Your mother hails from the extreme North Icefield tribe. A lesser deity of 16 years ago, concubine. You must survive. Within this jade pendant lies a drop of the blood of the founding emperor. If paired with potent medicine, there is hope for you to awaken the roots of a martial deity. You must eradicate the demons, restore Dian, and avenge your mother. Li Yuan felt a warmth growing within his chest. He reached out to grasp the jade pendant containing the blood of the founding emperor. And in that moment, the long-sealed blood stirred, as if yearning to merge with him. The vast dragon vein of Kunlun Void might well serve as the ultimate remedy. Patience. It shall come soon, Li Yuan murmured to himself. Everything that belongs to me will be reclaimed, and I shall not allow it to gather dust. But I require the right moment. Chaos is indeed the finest opportunity. While various factions speculated on the current situation, only Li Yuan comprehended that the grand ceremony of Fengshan, 3 days hence, would inevitably descend into turmoil. The dragon vein could not possibly manifest in reality. To what extent the chaos would unfold, Li Yuan could not ascertain. If given the chance, he would intervene to save the imperial physician's grandson. If not, he would have to wait for the passage of time to settle both new grievances and old scores. Thump, thump, thump. Li Yuan's heart thudded heavily. Beneath Kunlun Void, something resonated profoundly with him. The bloodline of the martial deity was indeed wondrous. Even after being drained and reborn, certain elements remained irreplaceable, engraved in the soul and attested by fate. Fortunately, this was the case. Li Yuan reflected that if it could be easily supplanted, the martial treasures of the founding emperor would have long been seized by the ambitious forces vying for power. Lost in thought, the tent's flap fluttered with the wind. And beside him lay a warm figure. Sideways, she slept, her star-like eyes fixed intently upon him, a faint fragrance wafting through the air. How could I have forgotten this? Li Yuan slapped his forehead, bemused. As his thoughts wandered, the remnants of the sword fairy's consciousness could no longer maintain its independent action and instinctively gravitated towards him. Drawn by the power of the vast dragon vein of Kunlun Void, the sword fairy had slipped into the tent. Yet, how beautiful she was! Li Yuan admired the sword fairy's exquisite visage, an ethereal grace cultivated over 3 millennia of seclusion. A celestial presence that was breathtaking no matter how many times one beheld it. Very well, you may sleep here, he conceded, allowing the sword fairy to lean against him, lest his distraction lead to further complications. The mysteries of Kunlun Void were profound for him. He was highly likely to lose focus again, especially on the day of the Fengshan ceremony, when unexpected events would surely occur. The sword fairy nodded, her eyes remaining wide open, still gazing at Li Yuan. Stop staring at me. Just sleep, he communicated telepathically, resuming a reclining position. Only then did the sword fairy mimic his posture, closing her eyes. She was somewhat obedient. A touch foolish, yet undeniably charming, occasionally displaying a hint of rebellion. It felt akin to nurturing a little kitten. That night, Li Yuan dreamt. He envisioned the founding emperor rising amid chaos, wielding a 3-foot azure blade to carve out a realm of clarity, transforming Kunlun Void into the great dragon vein. He dreamt of his mother, the noble consort, and bidding him a tearful farewell. He dreamt of ascending the steps to the dragon throne, with the ancestors of the Li family and emperors of generations past cradling him as an infant, guiding him step by step upward. Morning light broke, and Li Yuan was awakened by a cacophony of sounds. Do you see that? Those are the people of the far North Ice Plains. It is said that the women from the far North Ice Plains possess skin as delicate as jade and beauty that rivals the celestial. The leader, veiled and enigmatic, was none other than Enmuyao, the young mistress of the Northern Ice Plains tribe. In years past, consort and had dazzled the royal court of Dian, eclipsing all other beauties within the palace walls. Surely, her sister possessed equal allure. Whispers of conversation drifted to his ears. The Northern Ice Plains tribe? The young mistress? Enmuyao? These names stirred tumultuous waves within Li Yuanqing's heart. Were those from his maternal side also present? And arriving, no less, was his own aunt? Reflecting upon this, Li Yuanqing abruptly sat upright, swiftly donned his garments, and stepped outside the tent. Ning Hongyu stood there, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she regarded him. Junior brother, it seems you slept soundly last night. Only the passing of a great beauty could rouse you from slumber, she teased softly. Chapter 71 Encounter in the Crowd Senior Sister. I must say, sleeping in Kunlun Su feels distinctly different, Li Yuan replied with a smile. You have a commendable mindset, Ning Hongyu praised. As for me, I am quite fearful, dreading the thought of being attacked in the dead of night. I dare only to take a brief nap. But you have your senior sister watching over you, Li Yuan remarked, glancing towards the distance where a group was approaching from the foot of Tianyan Peak in Kunlun Su. At the forefront was a woman clad in an ice-blue robe, adorned with a hood made from white fox fur. She wore a snow-white shawl draped elegantly over her shoulders, and from the hem of her garment dangled several delicate ice bells, crafted from pristine jade and studded with tiny ice diamonds. Around her alabaster ankles were 2 chains made of ice links and gemstones. This was the distinctive attire of the Shosm from the extreme North Ice Plains tribe. She moved gracefully, exuding an ethereal charm. Even though her face was veiled, it could not conceal the allure of the Ice Plains beauty, captivating all who beheld her in Kunlun Su. Hey, junior brother, don't gawk too much, Ning Hongyu teased, noticing Li Yuan's fascination. That is a woman you cannot possess. You might as well look at your senior sister, who is no less charming. At the very least, your child won't go hungry, Li Yuan retorted. What a predatory remark. Senior sister, please refrain from such talk. I am merely curious. After all, it is quite rare to encounter someone from the extreme North Ice Plains, given our polar separation. I don't believe you. Ning Hongyu rolled her eyes. Under the watchful gaze of various factions, the group from the extreme North Ice Plains arrived at a clearing, where they gathered and began to gesture animatedly while reciting ancient incantations. Ultimately, Shosm and Muya planned to gain peace into the earth. What are they doing? Li Yuan inquired. They are likely performing some sort of ritual, probably related to the dragon vein, Ning Hongyu explained. Speaking of which, this current Shosm is the young prince's maternal aunt, sharing part of the same bloodline. It is no coincidence that the extreme North Ice Plains tribe is skilled in totemic sorcery and bloodline secret arts, which is why the Night Owl King invited her. Few in the world possess the ability to verify the authenticity of the young prince's lineage, and Enmuya is one of them. Being the strongest among the younger generation of the Ninth Palace, Ning Hongyu was well informed. Li Yuan felt a surge of astonishment. If Enmuya could ascertain the truth of the young prince's bloodline, she must already know that the currently Qingxiu is merely a substitute. Then, does the Night Owl King know? He most likely does. If everything unfolds as I suspect, then the grand ceremony is merely a farce. A grand spectacle intended to lure in a big fish. And that big fish is none other than me, Li Yuan. Li Yuan held a deep skepticism towards the Night Owl King. He was equally doubtful of the unfamiliar aunt, even for the young prince. His savior and the beloved grandson of the royal physician, he maintained a cautious demeanor. He must proceed with utmost prudence. The only fate that awaits someone who recklessly reveals their identity is to become a mere pawn, a key manipulated at will. Lost in thought, the group from the Ice Plains completed their ritual and moved towards another clearing to continue their flag planting. Li Yuan stood quietly amidst the crowd, appearing as nothing more than a passerby, his face betraying no trace of the tumult within. After a while, the members of the Icefield tribe shifted their locations, heading towards the encampment of the 9 Palace Gu nest. Li Yuan furrowed his brow and subtly retreated behind Ning Hongyu. Junior brother, why are you hiding further back? Ning Hongyu teased. The beautiful ones from the Icefield have truly arrived. Aren't you curious enough to step forward for a closer look? Such opportunities are rare, you know. After weighing the comparison, Li Yuan replied, I still find my senior sister more captivating. At least you were sensible, she chuckled, as they engaged in light banter. The members of the Icefield tribe approached, and Muyao led the way, her fair feet gracefully treading the ground, leaving behind a trail of icy lotuses, untouched by a speck of dust. She had intentionally waited for all factions to gather before setting up the totem banners, eager to see if Shaoliner would arrive. In that moment, Enmuyu felt a stirring within her heart. The jade pendant at her chest quivered slightly. Shaoliner. The heart of the little deity surged with excitement. She was indeed here. Yet, she dared not act recklessly. Every move she made was under the watchful gaze of the Night Owl King, and revealing Shaoliner's location could lead to dire consequences. Maintaining her composure, Enmuyu continued her advance. Upon reaching a clearing, she planted another flag, deliberately refraining from searching for Shaoliner, her gaze sweeping evenly over the crowd. Southern Frontier. 9 Palace Gu Nest. After the royal blood disaster years ago, did Shaoliner escape to the southern frontier upon being sent out of the palace? Has she forsaken martial arts to learn the art of Gu? Through her connection with her sister's jade pendant, she could clearly sense that Shaoliner was nearby. Unfortunately, she could not identify her among the throng, nor could she acknowledge her presence in person. Once the Fengshan grand ceremony concluded, she would visit the 9 Palace Gu Nest. Enmuyu quelled the stirring within her heart and departed the area, never once displaying an inkling of abnormality. Among the crowd, as he watched the little deity retreat, Yuan gradually set aside the weight in his heart. She must have sensed my presence, at least aware that I am among the crowd. Just moments ago. His jade pendant had also resonated, tightening his nerves with fear that this newly acquainted aunt might seek to recognize him. Fortunately, Enmuyu remained composed throughout, behaving as if she was an uninvolved party. It seemed likely that his aunt stood on his side, fearing to reveal herself lest the Night Owl King discover the truth. Yet, he reflected, I must exercise greater caution. Indeed, he had not anticipated that the jade pendant left by his mother was a twin. The other half adorned his aunt's person. A tempest was on the horizon. Yuan was curious to observe how this unfolding drama would culminate. Upon arriving here, he had come to understand that the Dian dragon vein was destined to manifest solely through him. Even his maternal grandfather could not do so. The Night Owl King was undoubtedly aware of this fact, yet still summoned various lords, gathering heroes from across the land at Kunlun-Su. His motives could either be shrouded in deception or he might not have considered the ceremony would proceed unscathed to its conclusion, using it merely to fulfill a particular design. He leaned toward the latter. Even though the Night Owl King is universally acknowledged as the pinnacle of martial arts in this era, it is unlikely that he possesses the means to unravel the strategies devised by the martial deity, especially considering that he has been nurtured under the will of the great ancestor emperor, thus heavily influenced. The situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. Through the intricate details of various events, Yuan has deduced the general trajectory of the Fengshan grand ceremony. Chaos, indeed, is welcome. The more tumultuous, the safer it becomes for me, offering a chance to untangle the knots within my heart. Another night has passed, leading to the final day before the commencement of the Fengshan grand ceremony. Early in the morning, Ning Hongyu roused Yuan. Junior brother, are you truly confident, or are you simply oblivious? The greater the storm, the more peacefully you sleep. What troubles you, senior sister? In Kunlun-Su, Yuan slept soundly, comforted by the sense of security bestowed by his ancestors. Ning Hongyu's delicate brows furrowed slightly. The palace master and King Kanglin are discussing significant matters and have summoned us. This does not bode well. It seems the Fengshan grand ceremony is indeed on the brink of turmoil. Chapter 72. The grand ceremony of Fengshan commences. Accompanying Ning Hongyu to the command camp of the Kanglin army, Yuan encountered numerous unfamiliar faces, each exuding a remarkable aura. Talented practitioners of Gu Dao and prodigies of martial arts were notably gathered here. A cursory glance revealed a significant presence of elite disciples from the Ninth Palace, though it remained uncertain how many palace masters had arrived. Before long, King Kanglin, Xiao Yuan, emerged from the tent, accompanied by an elderly woman. Salutations to King Kanglin and to the Ninth Palace Master. The crowd respectfully bowed. This marked Yuan's first encounter with the Ninth Palace Master. By virtue of their connection, she was the mentor of the Kanglin Queen, and thus of an older generation than King Xiao Yuan. Esteemed guests, the purpose of your summons today is to entrust you with a vital task, King Kanglin began, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Yesterday, our spies detected traces of demons. Various fiends will undoubtedly launch an assault on Kunlun-Su to disrupt the grand ceremony of Fengshan. This is crucial to the revival of the Dian royal lineage and the peace of the realm. Thus, tomorrow's ceremony must proceed without a hitch. While it would normally be a simple matter for the lords to safeguard Kunlun-Su, disunity among hearts breeds treachery. Therefore, it is inevitable that gaps will appear in our defenses, and your mission is to hold these breaches. The king's meaning was clear, referring specifically to King Yu. Previously, King Yu had nearly brazenly colluded with demons in a bid for control over the southern region, and it was only due to the current chaos that the Night Owl Guard had been unable to hold him accountable. Perhaps those harboring treachery extended beyond King Yu. Understood. The crowd replied with a bow. Subsequently, the king's subordinates unfurled a map, displaying it in the air for all to see. Yuan indicated several strategic points and assigned defense duties. Yuan and Ning Hongyu found themselves stationed together, tasked with guarding a route leading to Tianyan Peak alongside some members of the Kanglan army. Senior sister, did only one palace master from our 9th palace arrive? Yuan inquired with curiosity. I heard that the 6th palace master also came, Ning Hongyu responded. However, the 6th palace master never reveals his true form. His innate Gu is the thousand-faced Gu, allowing him to blend into the mortal realm, making him scarcely recognizable. Is that so? Yuan mused, reflecting on the peculiarities of the divine beings among the 9 palace masters. A sleepless night passed, and Yuan awoke early. As dawn broke, a roaring fire ignited on Tianyan Terrace, illuminating all of Kunlun-Su like a radiant sun. The flags from the extreme northern tribes, previously placed in various locations, began to shine as well. Each regional banner resonated with an invisible force, appearing unified, cascading layers of luminescence across the boundless expanse of Kunlun-Su. Is it finally commencing? As a true descendant of the Dine bloodline, Yuan felt an increasingly profound connection. The hidden dragon vein beneath Kunlun-Su was being stirred by the ancient ritual. Yet, a guiding entity was still absent, rendering it unable to manifest. This guiding entity could only be him. Thus, it seemed destined that this grand ceremony of Foshan would fail. Yuan gazed longingly towards the mountain peak. Beneath the glow of the blazing flames, a figure emerged, gradually ascending the Tianyan platform, their resonant voice echoing between the mountains. Today, the Diyin royal family convened a grand ceremony at Kunlun Void to honor heaven and earth and to manifest the dragon's pulse. From the very first address, Yuan confirmed his suspicions. The Night Owl King was undoubtedly aware that the young prince was but a substitute, not the true dragon, which is why he permitted the ceremony to proceed under the royal name rather than the title of emperor. In that brief statement, he sensed the ominous winds gathering. As he surveyed the scene, he noted that the majority remained hopeful, oblivious to the severity of the situation, their eyes gleaming with desire as they awaited the baptism of the true dragon's fortune. One cannot deceive heaven and expect to traverse the seas, should the ceremony fail. The people's hearts would be lost, and the last vestiges of the Diyin royal authority would crumble. Thus, Yuan surmised that the Night Owl King would not dare to let the ceremony reach its conclusion, likely resorting to the machinations of demons to disrupt all proceedings. The powerful voice still resonated through the heavens and the earth. Kunlun, the spine of the universe, the source of all spirits, the foundation of Diyin. Since the establishment of the dynasty by our founding emperor a millennium ago, the dragon's pulse has resided in Kunlun, safeguarding the people of Diyin. Now, as the nation flourishes and the populace returns to their roots, it is the moment for the dragon's pulse to manifest. I shall uphold the mandate of heaven, align with the will of the people, and join forces with the divine beings of heaven and earth in this grand ceremony, praying for the eternal strength of the dragon's pulse and the perpetual prosperity of our nation. May Diyin endure for 1,000 generations, everlasting and unyielding. With the conclusion of this proclamation, a dragon's roar reverberated throughout the cosmos. A shimmering auspicious light materialized above the boundless Kunlun void, swirling amidst the mountains. In the realm of existence, the dual energies of yin and yang intertwined and clashed, forming a vibrant tapestry of colors upon the mountain peaks. As if the heavenly path had laid out a splendid carpet for this grand ceremony. Towering ancient trees in the mountains rustled in harmony, while ethereal birds soared high, their melodious calls resonating. Like the sound of a dragon's roar, it awakened the spirits of all beings. May Diyin endure for 1,000 generations, everlasting and unyielding. May Diyin endure for 1,000 generations, everlasting and unyielding. At the foot of the mountain, various lords and heroes from across the land were compelled to bow their heads in reverence upon witnessing this spectacle, hoping to partake in even a fragment of the fortune's baptism. Such an opportunity was exceedingly rare. Were it not for their apprehension of the Night Owl King's might, they would have charged up the mountain at once to claim the most magnificent divine blessing for themselves. Upon the Tianyan platform, the altar, crafted from exotic stones, gleamed brilliantly, emanating a blinding radiance, surrounded by an array of rare treasures offered as sacrifices to the divine. At the center of the altar, the Diyin imperial jade seal connected heaven and earth. The royal fortune materialized like a tangible force, forming a celestial pillar 3 feet wide, piercing through the clouds and reaching the heavens. In comparison to the grand ceremony held during the previous emperor's ascension, the disparity in the pillar of fortune was stark. This time, it appeared as slender as a silver needle. Among the crowd, an elderly man reminisced, a figure from the era of the former emperor. He faintly recalled the time of the former emperor's ascension, when the pillar of fortune stood like a mountain, visible across the seas and lands. One could scarcely imagine the splendor when the founding emperor established the Yuan dynasty. Li Yuan heard the murmurs of lamentation, a testament to the fact that the royal fortune of Yuan had indeed waned to a significant extent, to the point where the hearts of the people were fragmented. And should a person ordained by destiny raise their voice, they could easily replace the current authority. The destined individual awaited by the world has yet to emerge. Li Yuan remained passive, merely observing. After a considerable time, the aura of the celestial pillars began to rise, hinting at the ethereal manifestation of a 5-clawed golden dragon. Thunderous roars erupted from beneath Kunlun Mountain, invigorating the spirits of those above and below, who believed the dragon vein was about to reveal itself. And the celestial gates would once again open, scattering fortune into the mortal realm. Yet, only Li Yuan understood the truth. The dragon vein remained in a deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. All that transpired was merely an illusory spectacle. It was not but a deceptive ruse, incapable of sustaining itself for long. If this continued, all would ultimately be unveiled. Chapter 73. The demons invade the Tianyan platform. Li Qingshu stood in a daze, overwhelmed by an intensifying realization that he did not belong here. Nor did this place belong to him. Everything before him was an illusion. All that surrounded him was the domain of another. His true belonging would forever be that small village at the foot of the mountain. He felt no kinship towards the imperial family, the dragon vein, or the ancestors of the Li clan. He had come to a profound understanding of his true nature. The evolving dragon vein was but a fade. The Night Owl King intended to use him as a pawn in a grand performance. Yet, he remained oblivious to whether this spectacle would bring calamity to the world or salvation to the people. His insights were ultimately too shallow to discern the truth. He could only watch helplessly as the manifestation of the 5-clawed golden dragon gradually took shape along the pillar of fortune. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, a resounding commotion erupted from the distance. In the heavens, a colossal black lotus unfurled, releasing boundless dark energy that enveloped the bright expanse of Kunlun Su like layers of ominous clouds. The pillar of fortune was shaken. The coalescing image of the 5-clawed golden dragon began to show signs of dispersing. Black Lotus Demon Emperor, how dare you? A thunderous voice echoed in the sky as the Night Owl King stepped out from Kunlun Su, swiftly appearing above the Black Lotus. He struck with a single palm. The fabric of space shattered like a broken mirror, and the Black Lotus was reduced to ashes. Unexpectedly, the ashes scattered across the heavens once again blossomed, transforming into countless tiny black lotuses that erupted anew. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Kunlun Su trembled under the relentless explosions, shaking the very foundations of the earth. Protect the sacrificial platform, the Night Owl King commanded, simultaneously forcing the Black Lotus Demon Emperor to retreat towards the distant battlefield. Meanwhile, more demons surged forth, pouring out from every direction of Kunlun Su. Indeed, it was a splendid performance. The situation unfolded as Li Yuan had anticipated. The Night Owl King had seized the opportunity to halt the grand ceremony of Foshan. Consequently, even if the various lords began to suspect the truth, the earlier manifestation would still convince the common people that the heir of the Dian imperial family had returned. The world is rife with gullible souls swayed by hearsay. The few who remained clear-headed were compelled to feign ignorance in the face of overwhelming circumstances. This undoubtedly favored the Dian imperial family, ensuring that public sentiment would not waver. With a unifying figure established, it would also bolster the cohesion of the stationed troops across the regions. Kill. At that moment, the unaware forces began to engage in a frenzied battle with the demons. Indeed, chaos had ensued. Ning Hongyu furrowed her brows. Junior brother, we must leave. Their mission was to guard a road adjacent to the area where the Yuan army was stationed. Let us go, just as King Kanglin had predicted. When Li Yuan and Ning Hongyu arrived, a multitude of demons surged from that very road, with the Yuan side entirely unguarded, allowing the demons to flood through. The Kanglin army was embroiled in fierce combat with the demons. Li Yuan spotted a familiar figure, Li Ruoqian, the former personal attendant of the young princess, Shaoqiner. Li Yuan? Upon seeing the approaching figure, Li Ruoqian was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the formidable aura emanating from the individual, whose vitality was as robust as her own. A master of martial arts. Miss Li, it has been quite some time, Li Yuan exclaimed as he rushed forward, intent on negotiating the procurement of a 7th-tier demon's corpse amidst the chaos of battle. Is business all you think about? Let us survive this ordeal first. Li Ruoqian retorted with irritation. Junior brother, you are quite fortunate. Wherever you go, beautiful women seem to accompany you, even on this gruesome battlefield. Ning Hongyu remarked with a hint of melancholy as she followed behind. Sister, do not misinterpret. Miss Li is merely a business associate, and we coincidentally crossed paths today. Li Yuan defended himself. Humph. Ning Hongyu scoffed, then shifted her focus. Speaking of which, I have yet to present you with a welcome gift. You mentioned needing a 7th-tier demon's corpse? I shall procure one for you, and it will certainly be more accommodating than Miss Li. Li Yuan found himself at a loss for words. His relationship with Li Ruoqian was strictly professional, yet his sister seemed intent on stirring trouble. Lost in thought, Ning Hongyu had already engaged in battle. As a Gu master, her combat style favored close quarters. Her martial prowess was exceptional, and the insects she commanded flitted about her, elusive and deadly. The demons she encountered fell victim to her onslaught, either succumbing to decay or collapsing lifelessly. In no time, Ning Hongyu had carved a bloody path, closing in on a 7th-tier tiger demon. Li Yuan was also embroiled in the fray. He refrained from unleashing his full power, as Xiao Kai and Wu Mei were concealed within his garments, and the sword fairy observed from a distance, not yet joining the fray. With a resounding crash, he dispatched a 6th-tier demon with ease, contemplating his own capabilities. With the empowerment of the 2,000 Gu houses, his strength surpassed that of a 6th-tier demon. A direct confrontation with a 7th-tier demon would pose no challenge. Moreover, with various strategies at his disposal, he was confident in his ability to vanquish a 7th-tier demon. However, amidst the chaos of the battlefield, he preferred to maintain a low profile, showcasing only the talents of an average genius. Thunder rumbled ominously as the dragon vein phenomenon above continued to flicker, tenuously holding its form. I must seize an opportunity to resonate with the dragon vein and obtain the royal legacy, he mused, unwilling to relinquish what was rightfully his. The more tumultuous the situation, the better his concealment. As Li Yuan contemplated his next move, a figure suddenly hurtled through the air, crashing heavily against a distant mountainside. It was Li Ruoqian, an 8th-tier demon saint. Li Yuan's eyes narrowed, but upon closer inspection, it was evident she had not yet reached that level. She was at the peak of semi-saint status. The creature before them was an elephant demon, possessing the head of an elephant yet the feet of a beast, its every step causing the earth to tremble. Ordinary blades were ineffective against its form. Li Yuan, step back, Li Ruoqian commanded, gripping her blade as she charged forth once more. As a grandmaster, she could condense indestructible blood, enabling swift recovery. Being one of the young elites of the Kanglan army, she faced the semi-saint without trepidation. The battle resumed. But the situation was glaringly apparent. Li Ruoqian had only recently ascended to the 7th-tier grandmaster realm, rendering her no match for the elephant demon. Such was the reality of human talent. It was ultimately limited. The monstrous beast spoke with the tongue of man, its seemingly clumsy attacks possessing the might to shatter myriad techniques. With a single kick of its formidable legs, it could raise mountains to dust, rendering even the most exquisite swordplay of Li Ruoqian futile against its strength. It was a supreme demon puppet, and Li Yuan looked on with great envy. A half-step demon saint could be classified as a 7th-tier entity, well within the controllable limits of his sister. If he could master one, his combat prowess would surge dramatically. Alas, the prospect seemed bleak. Unless he could involve the sword fairy in the fray, yet he dared not. The sword fairy was ethereal, and her emergence into the public eye would inevitably stir a tempest of troubles. Not to mention, the disciples of the Lingxiao sword sect. Her ancestral clan from 3 millennia past also resided within Kunlun's void. Should they discover that he had transformed their revered ancestor into a life-bound puppet for his own comfort, it would surely spell his doom. At that moment, a shift occurred on another battlefield. Li Yuan turned his gaze to witness Ning Hongyu, draped in a flowing crimson gown, perched upon the neck of a tiger demon. Golden light radiated from her legs as she exerted a forceful twist. With a sickening crack, the tiger demon's neck was brutally severed. The golden garment puppet and the great strength puppet had been wielded by his senior sister to such devastating effect. At that instant, Ning Hongyu cast her eyes upon Li Yuan, brandishing the lifeless form of the tiger demon as she approached, her crimson dress billowing in the wind, her snow-white legs dashing through the sanguine scene. What do you think, junior brother? Are you satisfied with this gift? Chapter 74. The half-saint of the elephant demon Li Yuan was astonished, overwhelmed with gratitude as he expressed his thanks to his senior sister. Master Sister Ning Hongyu surpassed his expectations, demonstrating not only exceptional mastery of the Gu technique, but also formidable personal strength. This was a rare opportunity to hone his skills. Ning Hongyu smiled and declared, "I shall rescue your dear friend, Miss Li." With that, she darted back into the fray, her crimson dress swirling gracefully as she advanced towards the half-saint of the elephant demon. Suddenly, a flurry of sharp arrows emerged from the shadows, forcing Ning Hongyu to retreat momentarily. She activated the golden garment, Gu, once more, successfully deflecting the onslaught of arrows. "Ah, the lady in red possesses a delightful figure. Allow me to entertain you," taunted a figure emerging, laden with quivers. "Jiang Qiufeng, it is you." Li Ruoqian recognized the intruder, her voice laced with fury. "This is Kunlun Su, and you dare to conspire with demons? Are you not afraid that King Night Owl will dispatch you and your master?" "Dear sister, your words are misguided," Jiang Qiufeng chuckled. "I ceased to be human long ago. Demons are my brethren now. Do not cast unfounded accusations. The Yin dynasty is returned. An order will be restored. All demons shall be vanquished, and you shall meet a grim fate," Li Ruoqian retorted. "Restoration?" Jiang Qiufeng scoffed. "This endeavor will falter today. Wake up. The Yin has long perished, and only pitiful souls like you remain ensnared in dreams. Traitor. Disgusting." Li Ruoqian spat in disdain. "Let us see if you can survive to speak such words," Jiang Qiufeng mocked. "I shall hold on a moment. I am off to claim that traitor's head." Ning Hongyu declared, unable to contain herself. "Be cautious. The traitor is not weak. He was the adopted son of King Yu, nearing the strength of a half-saint." Li Ruoqian warned. The battlefield was once again divided. The influx of demons surged, and the casualties among the Kanglan army were grievous. The situation was dire on other fronts as well, with some demons even advancing towards Tianyan Peak. "Is this all a performance?" Li Yuan questioned the unfolding chaos. It was hard to believe that, with so many heroes gathered in the Dayan's strongest organization, the Night Owl Guard, unable to contain the demons, someone was clearly intent on preventing the little prince from ascending the throne, using demons as pawns against the royal family. Perhaps it was only the Kanglan army that truly fought with desperation, and among the nobles, only Kanglan King Sha Yuan genuinely desired to see the royal family re-established. Boom. After hundreds of exchanges, Li Ruoqian was struck by the elephant demon's foot, nearly incapacitated. Her recovery slow, he unleashed a powerful punch, colliding fiercely with the elephant's hoof. The half-saint elephant demon was forced back a step, while Li Yuan staggered back several paces. This scene left the onlooking Li Ruoqian utterly astonished. "Li Yuan, are you even human?" she stammered, bewildered. The elephant demon, endowed with immense strength, was a half-saint, in terms of physical power. It could easily crush 99% of its peers, not to mention the Gu masters, who were not adept in physical prowess. "Stop dawdling. I have my sights set on this demon's corpse. Can you assist me in cutting it down?" Li Yuan stated without further explanation. "All right." Li Ruoqian felt a strange discomfort. Li Yuan seemed transformed, brimming with audacity, shedding his former humility and caution. He dared to describe a living half-saint demon as mere carrion. "You little brat, you'll pay for this." The half-saint elephant demon was thoroughly incensed. He was very much alive, yet he was being eyed as a corpse. Such an affront was unforgivable. "Size alone does not confer strength," declared Li Yuan, his long hair flowing wildly, exuding an air of unrestrained bravado. "If I say you are a corpse, then you are indeed one. Die." The elephant demon's hoof swept toward him. Li Yuan's arms bulged with muscle, his garments tearing apart as he sank into a horse stance, his waist and legs moving in perfect harmony. Both fists propelled forward in unison. The clash of titanic forces sent shockwaves through the air. Rebirth Gu. Li Yuan did not retreat to dissipate the impact. Instead, he held his breath, harnessing the power of Rebirth Gu to mend his injuries, capable of instantaneous recovery even in the face of internal damage. "Li Yuan, have you gone mad? Are you throwing your life away?" Li Ruoqian's heart raced with dread. This man, who once appeared graceful and meticulous, now resembled a reckless fugitive, fighting with utter disregard for his life. Most perplexingly, how could Li Yuan, a mere 6th-tier Gu master, display such ferocity? Surpassing even a 7th-tier martial grandmaster? "Don't concern yourself. Just help me cut him down, and do it with all your might," Li Yuan shouted, driving forward with feverish intensity. The half-saint elephant demon, unnerved by this desperate approach, felt his own internal turmoil as he struggled to mitigate the impact. How could a human endure more than he did? With no other choice, Li Ruoqian joined in the madness, seizing the moment of the elephant demon's disorientation. Li Yuan and Li Ruoqian launched a renewed assault, one attacking from above, the other from below. With a resonant roar, Li Ruoqian's long blade fiercely struck the demon's colossal head, while Li Yuan unleashed a brutal, explosive kick aimed at its groin. The elephant demon, a half-saint, emitted a heart-rending wail as an even more terrifying force erupted within its body. Suddenly, a towering semi-transparent apparition over 10 zhang tall materialized briefly before vanishing. Both Li Yuan and Li Ruoqian were flung backward by the shock. This was the demonic Dao celestial phenomenon, a technique wielded only by demon saints. Even an instant of it was insurmountable for those below the 8th realm. Li Ruoqian crashed heavily to the ground, bones shattering as if disintegrating. The Master's indomitable blood essence coagulated more slowly, unable to recover. Li Yuan's meridians were utterly shattered, hastily mended by the Resurrection Gu. Bloodied and enraged, the half-saint elephant demon charged fiercely, shaking the earth with each step, determined to utterly crush them both. Chapter 75. A legacy passed down. Li Yuan, let's go. The half-saint of the elephant demon, tough-skinned and resilient, continued to fight fiercely despite sustaining heavy injuries, while Li Ruoqian was rapidly depleting her strength. She struck out with her palm, transforming it into a gust of air, hoping to send Li Yuan a distance away. Perhaps the girl in the red dress could still save him. However, she soon found herself in disbelief. Despite the swirling winds, Li Yuan remained utterly unmoved, standing up with a playful grin. Dearly, spare me the melodrama. Remember, you owe me a favor. I expect generous discounts on future business. You can still fight? Li Ruoqian was left speechless, astonished. Could this person truly be human? Was the art of Gu really so profound? His display shattered her previous understanding of the Gu path entirely. Thud, thud, thud. The half-saint of the elephant demon stomped forward, causing the ground to tremble. Completely oblivious to the additional presence of a small spider, resembling glass and flowing with dreamlike colors, resting upon the corpse of the 7th-tier tiger demon. Die. The half-saint kicked towards Li Yuan, but in that fleeting moment, he sensed something amiss. Before he could react, a sharp claw punctured his chest. Tiger! Brother Tiger! His eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to see the headless corpse of a tiger demon. Li Ruoqian was equally stunned. Was this a Gu controlling corpses, turning them into puppets? Bang! The half-saint's heart was crushed by the tiger's claw, yet he did not fall. With remaining strength, he hurled the tiger's corpse away and leaped into the forest, attempting to flee. Still trying to escape? Such tenacity for life. Li Yuan would not let such a fine corpse puppet slip away. He immediately pursued after it. Don't chase a desperate foe. The mountains are fraught with danger. Li Ruoqian shouted. Recover from your injuries. If you're so weak, don't concern yourself with me. Li Yuan laughed raucously, discarding 2 rejuvenation Gu and dashing into the forest, soon vanishing from sight. Rude, and your words are quite unpleasant, Li Ruoqian spat, muttering under her breath. Yet, there's something oddly captivating about him. Far more so than that pretentious, graceful demeanor he once feigned. In contrast to her previous impression of the cautious Li Yuan, she found herself appreciating this rough, unabashed version of him. In the forest, Li Yuan chased after the elephant demon, plunging into a secluded, uninhabited area. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Seizing the opportunity to discreetly separate from the main group, he could attend to his own affairs. He had no interest in mere slaughter. While the lords played their roles, was he not also performing? In truth, Li Yuan, was the true star of the show. Muttering to himself, he withdrew from the state of the giant spirit Gu. Caution was paramount. The blood energy form of the giant spirit Gu was too elevated, easily leading to complications, certainly not his preferred style. Suddenly, the fleeing elephant demon sensed something amiss, halting its steps to turn and face Li Yuan. The blood energy has diminished. Are you also reaching your limit? The wind ceased and the rain stopped, and the elephant demon felt revitalized. You must also be a prodigy from the 9 palaces Gu nest. A 6th-rank Gu master capable of pushing me, Lord Elephant, to this extent. You should take pride in that. Devouring you will be a great tonic. The elephant demon turned its massive frame and charged straight toward Li Yuan. Yet after only a few steps, its body suddenly froze in place. Its fur instantly drenched in cold sweat, its soul nearly fleeing in terror. Before the human Gu master, a figure had abruptly appeared, a woman of transcendent grace. Ethereal as an immortal descending to the mortal realm. Never had the demon encountered such peerless elegance, so breathtaking that even a beast like itself was spellbound, unable to tear its gaze away. Please, sword immortal, slay this demon. Li Yuan murmured softly. Swish. A flash of sword light flickered and vanished. When the sword immortal swung her blade, she stood before Li Yuan. By the time she sheathed it, she was already behind the elephant demon. The demon's face remained frozen in horror. 3 breaths later, its head slid from its towering body, a torrent of blood gushing from its severed neck. The elephant demon. A half-saint, dead. Thud. Li Yuan collapsed to the ground at the same moment, his face deathly pale, as if drained of all vitality. His limbs trembled weakly, his mind swimming in dizziness. The prolonged battle had exhausted him. The repeated use of the Revival Gu and Titan Gu, Little Kai's surprise attack, and the rapid refinement of the tiger demon by Fifth Sister had already consumed 90% of his energy. And now, the sword immortal's single strike had left him in deficit by another 30%. Indeed, the greater the power, the harder it is to control. Li Yuan lay sprawled on the grass. The sword immortal is magnificent, but one must not be greedy with her strikes. 1 slash, 40% of your vitality gone. 2 slashes, your ancestors start calling. 3 slashes, your soul takes flight. After roughly the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he slowly sat up. Having regained a sliver of strength, his gaze lifted to the sky. After relentless assaults by demons, the pillar of destiny atop the heavenly divination platform had dimmed. The 5-clawed golden dragon would never manifest now. This must be the outcome the Night Owl King desired, to shift all blame onto the demons. Will he now hold the Emperor hostage to command the nobles? Or use a substitute's bloodline to hunt my true self? Li Yuan couldn't be certain. Yet this chaos orchestrated by the Night Owl King was precisely what he needed. A smokescreen to conceal his true purpose, resonating with the dragon vein. Ancestors of the Li clan, past emperors and sages of the royal lineage, this junior, Li Yuan, is forced by circumstance and cannot offer you a grand ceremony of worship beneath heaven and earth. But rest assured, what belongs to our family will never be taken by another. One day, I will purge the demons, restore the great Yuan, and uphold the imperial house. If you deem this junior worthy, bestow upon me your legacy. Guide me, and I swear I shall not fail your trust. Prostrating himself, forehead pressed to the earth, Li Yuan closed his eyes and listened for the echo of Kunlun's dragon vein. As the saying goes, sincerity moves the heavens. Having witnessed the might of a Gu immortal's will, he was certain that the martial ancestor emperor's divine will was no weaker. It had to be sentient, capable of communication. Thud, thud, thud. His heartbeat grew heavy once more. A searing heat erupted in his chest. The ancestor's blood sealed within his jade pendant was awakening, seeping through as a crimson mist, merging into his very flesh. Just as Li Yuan had anticipated, the great Yan's dragon vein within Kunlun was the true supreme elixir. And then, golden light began to shimmer across his skin. It felt as though an ethereal dragon robe enveloped him, exuding an air of majesty, while a diminutive 5-clawed golden dragon spiraled gracefully around him. Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that receiving the inheritance would create a tremendous uproar, causing the entire Kunlun void to convulse. With dragons soaring through the wilderness, instilling awe across the 4 seas and 8 wildernesses. Yet, the reality was quite different. Ha ha ha. Li Yuan could not help but burst into laughter. Was it possible that his forebears had foreseen this day? Was the manifested golden dragon truly of such modest size? It seemed that my meticulousness was indeed a legacy passed down through the generations. Chapter 76. The Legacy of the Martial Emperor. A diminutive golden dragon coiled around Li Yuan. Its faint movements concealed amidst the grandeur of the imperial ceremony and the surrounding chaos. Within Li Yuan's consciousness, 4 tiny dragon eggs materialized. So this is a spiritual inheritance? Truly befitting the will of a martial god. Its contingency plans were no less formidable than those of a Gu immortal, perhaps even more abundant. If one were to compare it to a Gu immortal's secret realm, it was evident that the martial god's treasure trove must contain unimaginable wonders, awaiting discovery by a worthy successor, enough to extend the glory of the great Yuan dynasty for another era. Li Yuan manifested an avatar within his consciousness and reached for the first dragon egg. The golden shell dissolved into shimmering light, coalescing into the towering silhouette of a majestic figure, the founding emperor, though they had never met, separated by a millennium. The bond of blood and the overwhelming aura left no doubt as to the identity of this towering presence. The founder of the great Yuan dynasty, the founding emperor, the last martial god of the Tianyuan continent. My descendant. The ethereal voice resonated within Li Yuan's mind. By the time you witness this vision, the great Yuan's dominion must already be in peril. I leave behind this spiritual decree, hoping to guide you forward. This humble descendant shall remember. Li Yuan bowed deeply. In my youth, I rose from the chaos of war as a mere warrior, wielding a simple blade, carving my path through thorns and bloodshed. After countless battles, vanquishing demons and monsters, I finally unified the realm and ascended the imperial throne. In those days, martial artists flourished under the great Yuan's banner, mighty warriors emerged in multitudes, and nations bowed in reverence, our glory knew no bounds. Yet I understood, the Yuan continent is ever-shifting, its perils as deep as the abyss. No dynasty remains eternal. No treasure endures forever. Even as a martial god, I declare, there is no true immortality in this world. Yuan listened solemnly, his heart heavy. I leave behind 4 legacies, 3 supreme techniques and the martial god's treasure. The first inheritance, heaven-shaking divine fist. This fist art was born from my enlightenment amidst the chaos of war. A single strike channels the might of heaven and earth, like a falling star or a crumbling mountain. At its peak, it can annihilate all foes. To master this technique, one must possess unyielding resolve and fearless courage. Only by tempering the body with qi and blood, anchoring the will as its foundation, can one unleash its heaven-shaking power. As the words faded, the towering figure began demonstrating the fist technique. Yuan watched, utterly entranced. Verdict: exceptionally powerful. Yet when he attempted to mimic the movements, the disparity was staggering. Not a shred of the technique's grandeur manifested in his execution. This fist art doesn't suit my normal state. However, it would complement me perfectly when fused with the Titan Gu's possession, compensating for my raw strength's lack of finesse. Lost in contemplation, Yuan only snapped back to attention when the founding emperor's phantom concluded its demonstration. For the first time, he felt his mind was too smooth. The martial knowledge slipped through his grasp like water, leaving behind only emptiness. Martial arts truly aren't my forte. Or perhaps my founding emperor's bloodline hasn't fully merged with me, awakening my latent potential. He approached the second dragon egg and channeled his energy into it. Once more, the majestic silhouette materialized. The second inheritance, heavenly manifestation myriad swords art. This sword technique was forged during my 81-day battle against demons at the borders of humanity. Comprehending the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth, I fused countless sword intents into this single art. When the sword is drawn, it may resemble the thunderous might of a tempest, the gentle caress of a zephyr, the raging fury of ocean waves, or the mournful wail of spectral entities. Its techniques are ever-changing and boundless. To master this sword art, one must cultivate a serene and uncluttered mind, comprehend the profound mysteries of heaven and earth, observe the myriad phenomena of the world, and move with the heart's intent, guided by thought alone. As the words faded, the phantom of the great ancestor emperor demonstrated once more. Compared to the heaven-shaking divine fist, the heavenly manifestation sword art was even more enigmatic and abstruse. A single viewing was akin to seeing nothing at all, for Yuan had never so much as held a sword. His head throbbed with frustration. Yuan understood well that true mastery could not be rushed. It required patient tempering. Next, he activated the third dragon egg. The third inheritance, celestial dragon fortune art. This art was forged by my sovereign hand, merging the collective will of the great Yuan dynasty's countless subjects and harnessing the dragon veins of Kunlun's sacred peaks. Cultivated, and you shall gather the fortune of an imperial dynasty, shielded by a celestial dragon, blessed by heaven and earth. To grasp its essence, one must bear the world in heart and hold the people in mind. This technique, Yuan dismissed outright. It was far beyond his current capability. Approaching the fourth dragon egg, he found it unresponsive. 3 intricate patterns adorned its surface, symbolizing the 3 powers. A silent decree informed him that only after attaining a certain level of mastery in the previous 3 inheritances could it be unlocked. The martial god's treasure was coveted by the mightiest across the land. To recklessly unveil it would be to gift one's labor to others. The great ancestor emperor's barriers were not without reason. Great ancestor, your descendant Yuan shall not fail your legacy. With a reverent bow to the towering figure, Yuan paid his respects. What I leave behind may sustain the great Yuan for another era. But if the dynasty is to endure eternally, its descendants must strive unceasingly. With a sigh, the phantom of the great ancestor emperor dissipated into the void. Yuan stood dazed, as though he had gained something, yet nothing tangible remained. Even a martial god, with all his transcendent power and millennium-spanning schemes, could leave behind only so much. The rest depended on the successor's own strength. Boom. A deafening roar jolted Yuan from his trance, wrenching his consciousness back to reality. His gaze lifted to the heavens, where several 8th-tier demon saints clashed with the Night Owl guards. The shockwaves of battle had shattered the pillar of fortune atop the heavenly altar. The shadow of the five-clawed golden dragon fractured at last, heralding the final act of this grand spectacle. Li Yuan exhaled deeply, pushing the power of the myriad illusions Gu to its limits to mask his presence. With the enthronement ceremony sabotaged by the Night Owl King, the grandson of the royal physician, his own kin, would likely be spared. He is the only thread linking the Night Owl King to me. Surely, the king is not foolish enough to sever his own arm. Farewell, for now. His purpose fulfilled, the journey concluded. This was all Li Yuan could do. To rush forward and reveal himself to the physician's grandson or his aunt would be nothing short of suicidal. Sword Fairy, let us depart. He had no intention of rejoining the main forces. The Night Owl King might order the area sealed, scrutinizing every soul present, no matter how flawless his disguise. Li Yuan dared not gamble on deceiving the king face to face. Fifth sister, you shall command the elephant demon S-Corps to forge a path. The grand Fonchan ceremony was abruptly halted. The Black Lotus Demon Emperor, thoroughly satisfied, led the myriad demons in retreat. The Night Owl King returned to Kunlun Void. Various factions remained within Kunlun Void, awaiting developments. Ning Hongyu and Li Ruoqian pursued the trail of Li Yuan's pursuit of the elephant demon, ultimately discovering only a hastily written letter. Senior sister, I have uncovered a treasure within the elephant demon's corpse. It is imperative to refine it while it is still fresh, for it holds great utility in concocting Gu poisons. I shall return to the 12 caves forthwith. Until we meet again. Chapter 77. The Night Owl King scheme. Did he just slip away? Ning Hongyu couldn't help but chuckle through her tears. Yet, this behavior was indeed characteristic of her junior disciple. After all, their master had always remarked that the young disciple could endure solitude, rarely stepping beyond the threshold. In places fraught with conflict, it was wise to depart early. She thought little of it. I still wish to express my gratitude to him, Li Ruoqian lamented. On Tianyin Peak, the Night Owl King returned, striding with the grace of a dragon and the ferocity of a tiger. No one could discern the expression hidden beneath his bronze mask. The esteemed figures of the great Yin, including the King of Ghosts, the King of Kanglan, the King of Ing, the King of Qian, the King of Han, and the Grand General of the nation, had gathered in the presence of the Night Owl King. They wore solemn expressions and dared not speak lightly. Some bore no guilt, while others harbored secrets within their hearts. Yet, all who stood there understood one undeniable truth. Though the demonic onslaught appeared fierce, it was still far from sufficient to disrupt the grand sacrificial ceremony. Ironically, the ceremony had indeed been interrupted. Even the young prince had suffered grievously at the hands of the demons, falling into a deep unconsciousness. This left them questioning whether the Night Owl King had orchestrated this chaos intentionally. Was the holding of the grand sacrificial ceremony merely a fade to rally the populace and stabilize the situation, while his true aim was to seize power and manipulate the emperor to command the lords? The expressions of the feudal lords varied. Even if they suspected the Night Owl King's intentions, they dared not openly oppose him, for that would merely provide him with a pretext to take action against them. What a bunch of useless fools! The Night Owl King roared. With so many of you, not even the protection of the prince can be assured. What good are you? Although his ire seemed directed at the Night Owl Guard's subordinates, the lords felt a sharp sting of humiliation, sensing that he was covertly mocking them. No one had anticipated that the Black Lotus Demon Emperor would personally intervene, crossing the borders to assault Kunlun Void. Now that the incident had transpired, they felt it prudent to first assess the prince's injuries, as the Grand General of the nation, Baichen, suggested. Indeed, echoed King Lingwen. Let us hope for the prince's swift recovery, so we may choose a propitious day to hold the sacrificial ceremony anew. That is only natural, replied the Night Owl King, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. The ceremony would be conducted only after the prince's ascension. Until then, he urged the lords to refrain from spreading rumors that could disturb the people's hearts. Should anyone dare to speak of Kunlun Void's affairs recklessly, disturbing the public sentiment and jeopardizing the fate of the great Yin, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. His resonant voice echoed across Tianyin Peak, exuding an overwhelming presence. Understood, Your Majesty. King Lingwei immediately bowed in acquiescence. We shall comply with the Night Owl King's decree. The various factions dared not voice further objections, their hearts convinced that the Night Owl King intended to become a treacherous usurper, wielding the emperor's authority to command the lords. The next step would likely involve sweeping reforms to reshape the Central Plains and expel the demons. Whether this heralded the onset of another great war or a quiet change of dynasty remained uncertain. Enough, the Night Owl King said, ascending Tianyin Terrace. Turning his back to the assembly, I request that the shaman of the northern ice plains remain, the rest may withdraw. Yes, the assembly replied, feeling as if they had been granted a reprieve, and they hastily retreated. Shaman and Muyao maintained a calm exterior, yet her heart was taut with tension. Did the Night Owl King intend to reveal the truth to her? Was he casting aside pretense? The prince has already visited. The Night Owl King spoke softly, and his words stirred a tempest within Muyo's heart. What could the Night Owl King mean? Muyo feigned ignorance. Given the circumstances, the Lesser Destiny officer need no longer pretend. The Night Owl King's intent was clear to her. The Night Owl King calmly stated that he understood her thoughts. How could a mere girl presume to fathom the Night Owl King's intentions? Muyo stubbornly refused to acknowledge it. If the true prince were present, do you think the grand ceremony would fail? Mere demons can easily be kept at bay by my means outside Kunlun. This is the domain of Dian, and it is not for demons to run rampant. Having heeded your counsel, I can ascertain that the one lying on the Tianyan platform is but a substitute for the prince. As he spoke, the Night Owl King retrieved the Dian imperial seal from beneath the altar. The tribes of the extreme northern ice plains possess methods to identify the prince's bloodline, naturally. Dian has its own exquisite techniques to rival them. He approached Muyu with the seal in hand. Do you feel it? The imperial seal now radiates a newfound power, which informs me that the true prince has returned, embracing the will of Dian's royal ancestors. Haha. Since the royal blood disaster, the Night Owl King had never laughed with such unrestrained joy. With the protection of our forefather, Dian shall flourish eternally. I should have anticipated that the true prince would never be an ordinary peasant. Even amidst chaos, even when encircled, the prince would still exude the grace of the Li family science. Lesser Destiny officer, do you still not recognize this? He fixed his gaze on Muyao, his eyes behind the mask glowing like ghostly flames. After a long silence, Muyao nodded. Indeed, the young prince had come. Yet I remain unaware of his true identity or his current whereabouts. The Night Owl King's meticulous thoughts and exquisite methods were more terrifying than Muyao had imagined, compelling her to acknowledge the truth. I can understand that the prince does not trust you, nor me, nor any other soul in this world. He seeks to grasp his fate firmly in his own hands. Just as our forefather did a millennium ago, the prince possesses this will, which comforts my heart. The Night Owl King remarked with a smile. Muyu could not fathom the Night Owl King's thoughts. What was this pinnacle of martial prowess truly contemplating? Were his words genuine or deceitful? She dared not gamble on it. Perhaps the Night Owl King was sincerely loyal to the Dian royal family, fulfilling the forefather's legacy to elevate the young prince and uphold the rightful lineage. Yet the ways of the world are unpredictable and human hearts inscrutable. Regardless of the Night Owl King's sincerity, even if it were genuine at this moment, when the martial goddess treasure lay before him, his heart might still waver. Once the young prince reveals himself, he would become a puppet, a key. Now that it has been established that the young prince is an impostor, what shall the Night Owl King do next? Muyo inquired. What do you think, Lesser Destiny officer? The Night Owl King countered. I hope you spare his life. He is innocent and merely a drifting reed caught in the current, and Muyao pleaded. Naturally, I shall spare his life. The prince would surely wish the same, and it shall be left to him to decide his fate in the future. The Night Owl King declared. Henceforth, he could no longer reveal his true self. In the eyes of the world, the young prince would often be frail and unable to participate in governance. Only on the day of the true dragon's return would he awaken. The populace need only be informed that His Highness has returned, and that the Yin dynasty would reclaim its rightful legitimacy. That alone would suffice. This was the Night Owl King's grand design. You act in such a manner, and all the lords and ministers of the Yin will regard you as a treacherous rebel, wielding the emperor's authority to command the feudal lords. Such is not the role of the Night Owl Guard, Muyao stated solemnly. It matters not, replied the Night Owl King, standing tall and proud. For the sake of the Yin realm and the esteemed ancestors of the Li family, what does it matter if I bear all the blame? I am indifferent to the reproaches of the ministers. I am unbothered by the criticisms of the masses. Even if I am misunderstood by His Highness, I remain unfazed. My sole desire is for this world to be at peace, for the hearts of the people to unite, for the common folk to be free from the chaos wrought by malevolent forces, and for the virtues of the Yin to be celebrated. The prosperity of the dynasty is all that matters, as long as I can pave the way for His Highness when the true dragon returns. To uphold the heavenly mandate and secure the throne, then I shall bear the burdens of eternal infamy, even if it means facing execution or bloodshed. Chapter 78. The Sword Fairy's first transformation from the very beginning. The Night Owl King had orchestrated a plan that was merely a pretext for the rightful reclamation of the Central Plains. The discontent of the nobles and the chatter of the courtiers were of little consequence. The tranquility and happiness of the common people were the true foundations of the Yin nation's fortune, and it was what His Highness would require most upon his return. The Night Owl King, with painstaking efforts and unwavering dedication, earned the admiration of the young lady. And Muyu performed a respectful bow and took her leave. After a while, the solitary Night Owl King spoke again. After listening for so long, you should rise. On the Tianyin platform, the gravely injured and unconscious youth slowly sat up. Ha ha ha, he chuckled self-deprecatingly. I knew it. The name Li Qingshu is too burdensome, too noble. I cannot bear it. It's much better to be Qinggoden from my small village. He mused. Speaking of which, I am the stand-in for the true prince, so I suppose I am his savior, in a sense. As he transitioned from Li Qingshu back to Qinggoden, the youth's tone became markedly lighter and more joyous. He was unafraid of death, liberated from all constraints. The true dragon, under the protection of destiny, would not perish. The Night Owl King replied indifferently, to intersect with His Highness's fate is an honor for you. It is a gift bestowed upon you by him. Qinggoden scoffed, your words are quite grandiose, but I am not versed in such matters. What I wish to know now is how you intend to deal with me. Imprisonment? Or perhaps silencing me for good. I have promised in Muyo that I will not kill you. When His Highness returns, he will handle your fate personally. With that, the Night Owl King cast aside a mask and placed it upon him. You are no longer yourself. On the day His Highness returns, your freedom shall be restored. I have a request. Qinggoden held the mask in his hands, tracing its contours, his brows furrowed in contemplation. Speak. The Night Owl King inclined his head. I wish to join the Night Owl Guards and continue my martial training. I want to be stationed at Kunlun-Su, close to my village. Is that possible? Qinggoden inquired. The Night Owl King was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Few could evoke such a reaction from him. After a lengthy pause, he finally asked, Do you harbor hatred towards His Highness? Somewhat, Qinggoden nodded. Upon reflection, my biological parents were likely loyal subjects of the royal family, who, in their efforts to save him, made me a scapegoat. Yet, I also realize he was compelled by circumstance, and both our elders acted voluntarily. So I shall not hold it against him. As long as he can eradicate the demons and restore peace to Kunlun-Su, allowing my parents to rest, I shall forgive him. You are surprisingly magnanimous, the Night Owl King remarked, a hint of amusement in his voice. I hope your words are sincere. It would bode well for you. Human hearts are fickle. I cannot guarantee that, Qinggoden replied, baring his teeth in a grin as he stood, lifting the mask and slowly placing it upon his face. His voice deepened slightly. This mask seems quite fitting for me, albeit not as handsome as yours. If only I had a cloak like yours, I would indeed appear imposing. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from the Night Owl King. Today is the last time I shall tolerate your foolishness. I hope there will not be a next time. Time flies like an arrow. 3 months later, in the majestic Jiugong mountain range, amidst the 12 caves, sunlight filters through the bamboo grove, weaving through the leaves and casting a dappled pattern upon the ground. A sword fairy, clad in a flowing white gown, dances with her sword, as if she has mistakenly wandered from an ethereal realm into the mortal world. As she raises her sword, her form is as light and graceful as a flying swallow, the blade's glimmers resembling morning dew dancing upon the bamboo leaves. The sword techniques unfold like flowing clouds and running water, at times embodying the grandeur of a dragon emerging from the sea, and at others, mimicking the elusive movements of a spirit serpent, unpredictable and mesmerizing. In the throes of her art, the sword fairy radiates a luminous aura. Her being harmoniously intertwined with her blade, the essence of the sword permeating the air around her. Time appears to stand still as myriad sword shadows manifest various postures of the fairy, only to suddenly converge into one, piercing the heavens and transforming into the form of a white dragon soaring into the clouds. The fairy's sword dance is a stunning tableau, ineffably beautiful, akin to a poetic masterpiece that leaves Li Yuan in awe. Since his return from Kunlun-Su, while indulging in the art of refining poison, he has occasionally endeavored to cultivate martial arts, yet his innate talent remains rather mediocre, resulting in slow progress, even with 3 divine-level techniques at his disposal, without guidance. His learning is akin to an elementary student grappling with advanced mathematics, yielding little comprehension. He has managed to grasp a few rudimentary moves of the Shaking Sky Divine Fist, barely crossing the threshold of a novice. However, the Tianyin Wuxiang sword technique remains an enigma to him. It was only through a serendipitous encounter that Li Yuan allowed the sword fairy to peruse the Tianyin Wuxiang sword technique, and to his astonishment, she mastered it almost instantly, advancing to the 7th layer in mere moments. Initially, he felt a pang of frustration, but then a thought struck him. The sword fairy is mine, and her mastery signifies my own learning as well. Through his resonance with the sword fairy's essence, he indeed grasped a few techniques, and given time, he might achieve success. Sword fairy sister, Li Yuan brother, it's time for dinner, called Wang Zhaozhao from the courtyard. Coming, Li Yuan responded. The sword fairy was swifter than a white rainbow, swiftly taking her seat, ready with her bowl and chopsticks, eagerly awaiting the meal. Li Yuan brother, do you not feel that the sword fairy sister seems more spirited? Wang Zhaozhao inquired with a smile. Indeed, Li Yuan had long sensed the change. Perhaps it was influenced by the auspicious dragon vein of Kunlun Su. Or perhaps it was related to her merging with the blood of the ancestor, or possibly due to her practice of the Tianyin Wuxiang sword technique. Regardless, since returning from Kunlun Su, the sword fairy had transformed. Her gaze, once vacant, now sparkled with brilliance, and her peculiar behaviors, such as hugging trees during meals, running amok while bathing, and swinging in the bamboo grove at midnight, had diminished significantly. Li Yuan speculated that his own metamorphosis might have triggered a series of changes in the sword fairy, as they shared a bond of fated connection. Perhaps within 300 years, he could restore her spirit. Even the Gu immortal from 3,000 years ago could not have fathomed that a mere Gu master bore the bloodline of a martial god. Only a martial god could break the dire prophecy of the Gu immortal. Li Yuan felt no inner turmoil. For him, this was a fortuitous development, bringing only benefits and no harm. A few days later, Pei Luoqing hurriedly approached the bamboo grove, her face alight with joy, radiant as a spring breeze. Senior brother Pei, what delightful news brings you such happiness? Li Yuan inquired. I am preparing to resign, she replied. Pei Luoqing smiled and inquired, I wish to seek your counsel, junior brother. Regarding the position of the 12 cave masters, shall it be you who occupies it, or shall we select another? Senior brother, you are aware of my preference for leisure. Li Yuan replied, declining the offer. Pei Luoqing nodded, very well, at the appropriate time. I shall send someone from the inner sect of the 9 palaces to assume the role. However, their capabilities may not be particularly formidable. As your presence here provides ample oversight, the cave master need only manage the affairs. That is acceptable, Li Yuan concurred. Pei Luoqing continued. There is one more piece of news I must share with you, pertaining to the De Yin royal family. As you may have heard, the young prince remains gravely injured and continues to be under the regency of the Night Owl King. Has the Night Owl King made any new moves? Li Yuan inquired with curiosity. Chapter 79. I have found Xiao Liner indeed. Pei Luoqing nodded emphatically, signaling a significant development. Oh, Li Yuan's interest piqued, urging his senior brother to elaborate. Not long ago, the Night Owl King issued a decree for the Night Owl Guards, under the command of the 8 directions, to mobilize and oversee the battles across the Central Plains, compelling the stationed troops to engage in a fierce struggle against the demons until they are driven out of the region. For the people of the Central Plains, this is undoubtedly a herald of hope, as they can finally be liberated from the calamities wrought by the demons and relish in peace. Even though some demons still linger in the rural areas, the Night Owl Guards will gradually eradicate them. I have heard that throughout the Central Plains, there is a growing chorus extolling the merits of the young prince, with hopes that he will soon recover and ascend the throne, restoring the grandeur of the Dian era. Pei Luoqing sighed. Thus, the Central Plains would enjoy tranquility once more, allowing its populace to live and work in peace, praising the new emperor and celebrating his reign, thereby reuniting the fragmented fortunes of Dian. However, with the strategy in place, within 3 months to a year, a significant influx of demons will undoubtedly surge into the southern borders, northern territories, western regions, eastern wastelands, and Kanglan. The already struggling borderlands will truly become a hell on earth. As a native of the southern borders, Pei Luoqing naturally wishes to prevent his homeland from becoming sacrificial soil in the machinations of power. Alas, the tides of the world are such that even the 9 palaces Gu nest cannot intervene, let alone a mere individual like him. Li Yuan understood all too well that the Night Owl King not only coerces the emperor to command the lords, but also employs the tactic of driving wolves to swallow tigers, intending to diminish the power of various nobles by leveraging over 20 years of demonic chaos. Pei Luoqing remarked wryly that the crux lies in the fact that this is overt strategy. No lord dares to confront the Night Owl King, who will undoubtedly execute an example to instill fear. In times of peace, such actions would evoke a sense of mutual vulnerability among the populace, leading to a loss of public support. Yet, in times of turmoil, one can only commend the Night Owl King for his audacity. willing to sacrifice certain regions to stabilize the grander scheme. The Night Owl King has also calculated that the demons will be willing to cooperate, accepting this excellent gift delivered amidst the internal strife of Dian's authority. Any noble who dares to collude with demons will find themselves cast as the chicken used to warn the monkeys. A truly shrewd calculation. Li Yuan's expression turned grave. The ambition displayed by the Night Owl King further solidified his resolve to keep his identity concealed until he possesses sufficient means of self-preservation. In summary, true chaos is imminent, far more severe than the previous upheaval, and the Kanglan army may be too preoccupied with their own affairs, leaving everything reliant upon us. Pei Luoqing cautioned solemnly. After much contemplation, he could not help but inquire, "Junior brother, have you truly decided to remain in the 12 caves?" "Yes," Li Yuan nodded. The small bamboo grove had been entirely transformed under his guidance, and he intended to continue expanding it, crafting it into a realm that belonged solely to him. The 2 Gu houses also resided here. This place is his stronghold, where he can unleash his full potential within the bamboo grove. Very well. Pei Luoqing refrained from further persuasion. "I shall take my leave today. When we meet again, who can say when that will be? Should you find yourself unable to endure, you may seek refuge within the inner sanctum of the 9 palaces. Indeed, take care, senior brother. As the tempest approaches, the unpredictability of life weighs heavily upon us, and parting feels more burdensome than ever." Li Yuan produced a small jade vial, containing the precious elixir I had used previously to heal our master. "Please convey my regards to him, senior brother." "Alas," sighed Pei Luoqing, "I must speak candidly. Our master has relinquished his ties to the Gu path. He should find contentment in enjoying his twilight years. Turmoil is imminent, and it would be prudent for you to retain such a treasure for your own safety. Even if our master were present, he would not accept it." "This is my heartfelt intention," Li Yuan replied with a smile. "Trust me. The master will surely find it useful." "Very well," Pei Luoqing conceded, no longer wishing to refuse. Though the younger disciple appeared solitary and somewhat reclusive, he was undeniably generous towards his friends. After seeing Pei Luoqing off, Li Yuan ventured into a concealed sanctuary, shrouded by a multitude of Gu insects. A data panel materialized. Gu Master, Li Yuan, Black Pot, 6 Transformation 136-3000. Realm, 6 Transformation, Mental Power, Mid-Domain Stage. Life Gu, Giant Spirit Gu, Revitalization Gu, Colorful Python. Universal Forest Gu, Silk Spider Queen Gu, Sword Fairy Gu, Gu House, Colorful Cave 1000 Gu House. Silk Spider's Mysterious Realm, 1000 Gu House. The Silk Spider's Mysterious Realm yields a drop of revitalization essence each month, and thus far, 5 drops have been produced. Li Yuan had given 4 of them to Master Yu Hengchuan, reserving 1 for unforeseen circumstances. The 5 strands of celestial fire produced by the colorful cave were kept for trade to procure rare treasures. 7 days later, a new master of the 12 caves was inaugurated, a 5th transformation Gu master. On his first day, he arrived at the bamboo grove bearing generous gifts. "Senior brotherly, I am Pang Dachuan, sent by the 9 palaces Gu Nest to assume the role of cave master for the 12 caves. Here is the token of the inner sect. Please verify it." Although Pang Dachuan was also an inner sect disciple, Li Yuan was a direct disciple of an elder, thus holding a higher status. "You honor me." Li Yuan replied with a slight smile. "I shall attend solely to the matters of the bamboo grove's residual Gu, while you may manage the rest as the cave master. There is no need for you to seek my counsel." Reflecting on the past, he recalled arriving at 16, following old Wang like a mere attendant. Today's Pang Dachuan's demeanor left him momentarily disoriented. A poignant reminder of the passage of time and the changing of people and circumstances. Yes, Pang Dachuan nodded repeatedly, adding, "Senior brotherly. I heard from Brother Pei that you prefer tranquility. Would you like to expand the bamboo grove, incorporating the surrounding peaks to ensure other disciples do not disturb your serene cultivation?" Li Yuan was taken aback, pleasantly surprised by Pang Dachuan's perceptiveness. He indeed harbored thoughts of expanding the bamboo grove. As his Gu house grew, so too would the need for territory to accommodate a larger army of corpses and to cultivate more Gu insects. "Very well," Li Yuan agreed, seeing no reason to refuse. "Excellent." Pang Dachuan beamed. "Rest assured, senior brotherly, I will arrange everything properly." "Thank you for your trust." Li Yuan extended his hand and summoned a black jar, containing several unrefined 5th-rank mysterious worms, specifically meant to replenish the vitality of the life worm. "I present these to you." "Thank you, senior brotherly." "Thank you, senior brotherly." Pang Dachuan's face broke into a broad smile as he repeatedly bowed in gratitude. In the extreme northern ice plains, the wind howled fiercely, and the cold pierced to the bone. Amidst the vast expanse of white stood houses forged from snow and ice. There were no city walls. The sky was wide and the land expansive, with the snowstorm serving as the tribe's best concealment, eliminating worries of enemy invasion. Clop, clop, clop. Not far away, horses burst through the snowy curtain. The patrolling soldiers, spotting the newcomers, exclaimed with joy, "It is the young god of death. The young god of death has returned. Quick, inform the king." Inside the grand ice house, the resting Kirin king Antua Yuan suddenly sat up, coughed a few times, and hurriedly supported himself as he rushed out the door. The young god of death dismounted her steed, her bare feet treading upon the snowstorm, silver hair dancing in the wind, while the small ice bells adorning her dress jingled melodiously. "Father!" She hastened to the side of the Kirin king, exclaiming, "Father, I have found it. I have found the little Kirin. I have found my sister's child." Chapter 80. The Tribe of the Far North Muyao. "Have you found Shaoliner?" The pallid face of the Kirin king, and Tua Yuan, flushed with a hint of color. "Yes, the gentle deity of fate," and Muyao supported him. "Father, let us enter the house and speak slowly." "Very well." And Tua Yuan beamed with joy. Upon entering, and Muyao gestured, and a phantom of the Kirin manifested, enveloping the entire room. She then spoke, while I was setting up the totemic banners in the Kunlun void. The twin jade pendants suddenly reacted. At that moment, Shaoliner was undoubtedly nearby. However, due to the threat posed by the Night Owl King, I dared not reveal myself. I only noted the faction he was associated with at that time. He is in the southern wilderness, at the 9 Palaces Gu Nest. The 9 Palaces Gu Nest? And Tua Yuan furrowed his brow. Even though we reside in the far north, separated from the southern wilderness by the vast expanse of the Dian, the name 9 Palaces Gu Nest is well known. He was aware of its significance as the origin of the Gu master lineage, the dominant force in the southern wilderness, with a legacy far older and more formidable than that of the Ice Plain tribe. "Father, should we not retrieve my sister's child?" Muyo felt a pang of sorrow. He must have endured much hardship alone over the years. The descendant of a martial god, reduced to obscurity, adopting a false name, and learning the art of Gu. Of course, we must bring him back. And Tua Yuan's expression was bittersweet. If it were not for Mu Chio, our tribe in the far north would have long ceased to exist. How could we allow Mu Chio's child to wander alone in the world? Yet I feel, and Muyao paused, Shaoliner may not wish to acknowledge us. We must understand him. And Tua Yuan sighed. Shaoliner has been a fugitive since childhood, displaced and suffering, growing up in such an environment. Who could he trust? He had no choice but to rely solely on himself. As someone who has experienced similar trials, and Tua Yuan deeply empathized with his estranged grandson. Caution is not a vice. It is prudent to proceed with care to ensure one's longevity. What then shall we do? And Mu Chio inquired. The opportunity to find Shaoliner is at hand. Are we to simply watch and not seek to recognize him? Indeed, we must acknowledge him. And Tua Yuan replied. However, we cannot force him. We have not raised this child, and he has not received any kindness from us. It is only natural for him to be wary. What we must do is gradually dispel Shaoliner's apprehension, allowing him to trust us and eventually accept us. He is the child of Mu Chio. Inherently, he cannot be a cold and selfish individual. His apparent indifference is merely a means of self-preservation. Within Tua Yuan's words, and Mu Yao felt her heart lighten. Father, what do you suggest? You must conceal your identity and venture to the southern wilderness. First, conduct your investigations in secret. Once you find Shaoliner, do not make your presence known, nor act impulsively. And Tua Yuan advised, observe first, then slowly engage, until he shows goodwill and is willing to accept us. Cough, cough, cough. As he spoke, and Tua Yuan fell into a fit of coughing, his disheveled white hair resembling that of a fallen lion king in his twilight years. Father, and Mu Yao hurriedly steadied her father. Your injuries seem to be worsening. It's nothing. And Tua Yuan waved his hand. I can hold on for another decade or so. I must live to see Mu Chio's child and hear them call me grandfather. Come with me. I have a gift for little Liner. Take it to him for me. Trembling, he rose to his feet and opened the great door leading underground, supporting him. And Muyu descended step by step down the staircase. The tribes of the northern ice plains originated 2,000 years ago. A group of refugees fleeing the central plains arrived in this desolate, frozen wasteland. Starving and freezing, they nearly perished until one among them discovered the corpse of a Qilin within the glaciers. The Qilin, an auspicious omen, had in certain eras of history been revered alongside the true dragon. Horrified by its tragic death upon the ice, the refugees trembled in fear. Then, one man raised his voice in proclamation, "The ice Qilin is a benevolent deity, unable to bear the suffering of mortals. It descended in flesh to nourish us with its own body. We must not betray its mercy and compassion." Under his leadership, the refugees consumed the Qilin's remains, and from this act, they gained a mysterious power, rendering them impervious to the icy winds and bitter cold. Terrified of divine retribution, they wept and prayed, prostrating themselves in devotion. Yet instead of punishment, the Qilin spirit manifested mystical runes upon its bones, bestowing upon them cultivation methods and the sacred Qilin treasure arts. Overwhelmed with gratitude, they enshrined the Qilin as their god, establishing tribes upon the ice and adopting its likeness as their totem. This, they believed, was the true deity, an eternal god who nourished mortals with its flesh and delivered them from suffering. Thus, the Ice Plains tribes flourished in the far north, generation after generation worshipping and serving the Qilin. All these tales were depicted in murals lining the underground passage, and Muyo had accompanied the Qilin king here several times, and each visit left her awestruck. At the end of the passage, the space opened into a vast altar, 1,000 zhang in width, hundreds in height. At its center rested a skeleton. Its bones resembled exquisitely carved jade, lustrous yet tinged with the golden patina of ages. The contours were both powerful and graceful, the thick, sturdy bases of its horns tapering into sharp, formidable points. Along the elongated neck, the vertebrae connected seamlessly, faint runes shimmering upon them. The Qilin's broad ribcage arched like resilient beams, its limbs robust and poised as if still mid-stride. Great Qilin spirit, your humble devotees, and to Yuan and in Muyo, bow before you. The two knelt before the remains, pressing their foreheads to the ground for 3 breaths. We thank you for your mercy. May your divine grace endure forever. After paying respects, Yuan approached a recess in the altar and retrieved a sphere pulsing with icy blue radiance, which he handed to Muyo. Muyo, this is the Qilin treasure pearl. It can catalyze the bloodlines of all living things and elevate their spiritual essence. Once, a southern witch doctor crossed the poles, traversing mountains and rivers to beg for this pearl, offering rare treasures in exchange. It must hold great significance for their kind. Upon locating Stalin, present him with the precious pearl. He shall surely cherish it. This is one of the few valuable possessions that Intua Yuan can bestow upon his grandson. Very well. And Muyo nodded solemnly. Father, rest assured, I shall earn Stalin's trust, gain his acceptance, and bring him back to visit you, so that together we may pay homage to our elder sister. Do not be hasty, and be wary lest those with ill intentions perceive our plans. Intua Yuan cautioned. He sighed softly. Mucho, may your spirit watch over Lin from the heavens. I fervently hope that within my lifetime, I, as his grandfather, may atone for the shortcomings I have had towards him. Chapter 81. The 7 Absolute Peaks of the Central Plains Jianghu. 12 Caves. The expansion of the small bamboo forest was in full swing. Every day, Li Yuan practiced swordsmanship with the sword fairy and collaborated with Xiao Kai and Fifth Sister to construct the insect breeding house, occasionally synthesizing new insect species, living a carefree and joyous life. However, he was aware that such blissful days would not last long. One day, a familiar visitor arrived at the small bamboo forest. Miss Pear, it has been a long time, Li Yuan greeted the newcomer, who was none other than Li Ruoqian from the Kanglin army. After a long separation, she remarked with a smile, your little bamboo forest has become quite impressive, almost establishing its own faction. With so many insects to nurture, a spacious area is essential. Li Yuan replied. That day, thank you for saving me, Li Ruoqian said, lowering her gaze and bowing slightly. It was nothing. Li Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Miss Pear and I are old business partners. Without your connections, how could a small figure like me board the grand ship of the Kanglin army? Knowing your fondness for dissecting demons for insect nurturing, I have brought you a 7th-tier demon corpse, Li Ruoqian announced, signaling for soldiers to bring forth a body. Before them lay a butterfly demon, adorned with a beautiful human face, a graceful figure, and wings that shimmered with dreamlike colors. What a splendid specimen! Li Yuan's eyes sparkled. The materials he needed most for refining the dream silkworm were precisely those from insects like butterflies and moths. Such creatures were inherently weak, and their numbers paled in comparison to those of more formidable beasts like tigers, leopards, wolves, and lions. Name your price, Miss Pear, he inquired. It's a gift. This is my personal possession and not to be accounted for by the Kanglin army, Li Ruoqian replied. Li Yuan smiled brightly. I knew Miss Pear was a magnanimous heroine. In return, I have a gift for you as well. With that, he produced a specially crafted metal box and opened it. Within danced a flickering flame. This treasure, known as the celestial fire, was formed from the concentrated energy of the sun, capable of both attacking foes and forging precious artifacts. You can use it to forge artifacts? Li Ruoqian exclaimed, astonished. Such rare fire born from the heavens was not easy to come by, and she had actively sought it out. Now, having officially ascended to the rank of a 7th-grade Grandmaster, she needed it to forge her own treasured blade. Please accept it, Li Yuan said, closing the box and handing it to her. I owe you another favor, Li Ruoqian acknowledged, accepting the celestial fire. Next time I come to the mountain, I will bring several demon corpses as a token of gratitude. Let's not dwell on favors. The more demon corpses, the better. Li Yuan spoke frankly, comfortable in business with an old acquaintance. Miss Pear, I can procure more celestial fire. And if the army has high-tier demon corpses, be they complete or incomplete, I want them all. The more, the merrier, and the higher the tier, the better. Understood, she nodded. I will assist you in contacting other generals to acquire surplus demon corpses for you. Thank you, Miss Pear, Li Yuan bowed. You're welcome, she replied with a smile. That day at Kunlun Su, your display of valor was witnessed by many in the Kanglan army. I believe everyone would be eager to collaborate with a prodigy like you. A 6th-rank Gu master challenging a demonic semi-saint. Such talent would shine as the brightest among any superpower's elite. In the future, they might even helm a formidable faction. Who wouldn't seek their alliance? There's something else you should know. Li Ruoqian's expression turned grave. About the demonic turmoil? Li Yuan guessed. Indeed, she replied. Since the Night Owl King ordered the 8 commanders to oversee the central plains, most demons have been expelled, flooding into the territories of various lords. Now, the central plains remain unscathed, indifferent to the borderlands' suffering. The demons grow fiercer than ever, overwhelming the lords. Even the Kanglan army has had to retreat. You must prepare for battle. Though the 12 caves lie in the mountains, unlike the 9 palaces deep-rooted intersect, they may still face occasional threats. Thank you for the warning. Miss Li Yuan clasped his fists. The Night Owl King won't relent until the Lord's power is sufficiently weakened and control returns to the imperial family. No one knows how long this border chaos will last. But, she paused, meeting his gaze. There is some good news. Have you heard the saying, 1 pillar of heaven, 1 summit pavilion, 2 peerless sects, 3 mountains descend to sever mortal dust? Vaguely, though I know little of it. Li Yuan only recognized it as a phrase referring to the 7 dominant forces of the Central Plains martial world. By common belief, these 7 powers rival the 9 palaces Gu nest, she said. He found that exaggerated. The Gu nest boasted nearly 28th-rank Gu masters, the pinnacle of Gu Dao, encompassing 90% of the Gu master lineage. Any single one of the Central Plains 7 powers likely paled in comparison. You truly focus solely on refining Gu. Oblivious to worldly affairs, Li Ruoqian marveled. Even children in the southern borders know these names by heart. She explained, 1 pillar of heaven refers to Tianwei, a mysterious faction. Neither wholly righteous nor evil, teeming with masters. 1 summit pavilion is the Suxin Pavilion, a haven for scholars who study the Luanyu, the zenith of contemporary Confucianism. 2 peerless sects are the Lingxiao Sword Sect and the 100 Refinements Sect. The former stands as one of the Sword Path's supreme peaks. The latter excels in artifact forging and body tempering, unrivaled in their craft. 3 mountains represent another Sword Path pinnacle, the benevolent Mount Shu, which aids the world, and the Taoist strongholds of Mount Longhu and Mount Qiqing. These 3 prioritize spiritual cultivation, shunning worldly gains. In peaceful times, they seclude themselves in meditation. When chaos arises, they descend to vanquish evil. Hence, 3 mountains descend to sever mortal dust. Li Ruoqian elaborated patiently. So, the good news you mentioned involves them? Li Yuan grasped. Precisely. Li Ruo sighed softly, reflecting on the indifference of emperors and the righteousness of the martial world. Despite the Night Owl King's prohibition, Mount Shu, Mount Qiqing, and Mount Longhu rallied the heroes of the realm, urging them to venture forth to vanquish demons and exorcise evil across the borders. Moreover, I have heard that the Lingxiao Sword Sect has also dispatched individuals to the southern frontier, though it appears their purpose is not to eradicate demons. Li Yuan paused in astonishment. Wait, the Lingxiao Sword Sect? Why does that sound so familiar? Suddenly, he recalled the vivid scenes from his initial resonance with the Sword Fairy. The place of her birth 3,000 years ago was none other than the Lingxiao Sword Sect. The Lingxiao Sword Sect is not here to slay demons? Then what could their true intentions be? The reason became evident. Yet, upon further reflection, Li Yuan thought, why am I worried? If we are to speak of lineage, they should refer to me as their ancestor. Chapter 82. Xiao Zhao's fifth transformation. After bidding farewell to Li Ruoqian, Li Yuan sat in the remnants of the Gu Tower, lost in contemplation. Having unraveled the sequence of events, he recalled his senior sister Ning Hongyu's words after the grand ceremony at Kunlun Su. The Nine Palaces Gu Nest would thoroughly investigate the disappearance of the Sword Fairy's corpse. Undoubtedly, the Nine Palaces Gu Nest had sent a letter requesting the Lingxiao sword sect's assistance in the southern border. Would they trace it back to him? By now, no one likely remembered what the Sword Fairy even looked like. Yet, the Sword Fairy truly resembled an immortal maiden. Wielding a sword, anyone who saw her might still draw connections. No matter, the grand ceremony had concluded, and he no longer needed to venture outside. Unless they overturned the entire Nine Palaces mountain range, there was little chance of discovery. With this thought, Li Yuan set his mind at ease. His gaze shifted to the corpse of the seventh-tier butterfly demon beside him. This body happened to be perfectly suited as precursor material for refining the dreamlike silkworm. So he decided against incorporating it into the demon puppet army. Currently, under Fifth Sister's command, the demon puppet army boasted one seventh-tier demon commander, the half-saint elephant demon he had brought back from Kunlun Su, along with 10 sixth-tier demons, 100 fifth-tier demons, and over 1,000 fourth-tier demons. The ability to command such a vast legion of demon puppets was made possible by the successful refinement of the Gu house. With the enhancement of the spiderweb mystic realm, Fifth Sister thrived as a true queen. The tides of the world were beyond his control. His only recourse was to remain secluded in the deep mountains, waging war to sustain war, carving out a realm uniquely his own. In high spirits, Li Yuan began dissecting the butterfly demon's corpse. Every part of a seventh-tier demon was a treasure: phantom butterfly blood, molting powder, reverse life eggs, azure demon wings, metamorphic demon core. Once the dissection was complete, he meticulously categorized the precious materials. Begin. Selected base materials: 5th tier mystic goo, phantom soul worm 3, added phantom butterfly blood. Added molting powder, initiated synthesis, obtained 6th tier mystic goo, colorful winged butterfly. There were 3 precursor goo required to refine the exotic dreamlike silkworm. The first was the butterfly of illusory traces, which happened to be Yu Hengquan's lifebound goo. The second was the reverse thought silkworm, capable of granting a goo master the power to obliterate memories and forcibly alter a target's will. The third was the spring-autumn cocoon, enabling a goo master to self-seal in a near-death state, undergoing rebirth through the changing seasons. Each rebirth would yield greater strength but demand more time, with increasing difficulty. Only these 3 types of goo stood a chance of metamorphosing into the dreamlike silkworm's cocoon, entering the stage of 9 transformations of illusion. Again, selected base materials: 5th tier mystic goo, phantom soul worm 3, added phantom butterfly blood, added reverse life eggs, initiated synthesis, obtained 6th tier mystic goo, spring breath silkworm, another failure. Li Yuan followed the synthesis path precisely as recorded by his master, Yu Hengquan, yet the results still diverged. As his master had said, even with identical materials under identical conditions, subtle influences could yield different goo. The higher the tier, the more pronounced the variations. Continue. Li Yuan had long grown accustomed to repeated failures. He treated them merely as preparations. Selected raw materials: 3 5-turn illusion soul insects, add fragments of the azure sky demon wing, add molted demon dan powder. Begin synthesis. You have obtained the 6-turn profound goo. The green-red 5 poisons goo. Once more, Li Yuan tirelessly continued the synthesis. You have obtained the 6-turn profound goo, the devouring insect. You have obtained the 6-turn profound goo. The night illusion butterfly. You have obtained. In the blink of an eye, another month had slipped away. Li Yuan sat before the black pot, gazing at the dwindling materials, lost in contemplation, increasingly empathizing with his teacher's difficulties and regrets. He added all the materials into the pot. Begin synthesis. You have obtained the 6-turn precious goo, the reverse thought silkworm. Success? Li Yuan's eyes sparkled. After so many preparations, he had finally nurtured a preliminary precious goo to cultivate the dream silkworm. The cost was an entire 7th-tier demon corpse, specifically that of a butterfly demon, compatible in attributes. More high-tier demon corpses would still be necessary. He could only hope for assistance from Li Ruoqian and the Kanglan army. Brother Yuan, are you there? At that moment, a knock resounded from outside the door. What is it, Xiao Zhao? Li Yuan inquired. Brother Yuan, The cave master Pang Dachuan said that a large group of refugees has fled to the area under the jurisdiction of our 12 caves and has sent a message to seek your opinion. Wang Zhaozhao replied, Refugees? Li Yuan stowed away the reverse-thought silkworm and stepped outside. The mention of refugees reminded him of his own past escape, including old Wang Zhaozhao and many colleagues from the 12 caves, all of whom were once refugees. Zhaozhao, how do you think we should handle this? Let them participate in the Gu Master examination. After several setbacks, we in the 12 caves have experienced a shortage of personnel, Wang Zhaozhao responded. Li Yuan nodded and promptly instructed Yuk to convey the orders. Inform the cave master that any refugees wishing to participate in the Gu Master examination can be arranged. Those unwilling should be allowed to stay in the outer mountains for a while. Once they have healed, they may depart. The 12 caves are not a refugee shelter. Some matters must adhere to regulations. Understood. Yuk flapped her wings and took flight. Brother Yuan, it seems the situation outside is quite dire. Previously, there were only a handful of refugees who fled here, but this is the first time we've seen hundreds. Wang Zhaozhao sensed that turmoil would once again impact the 12 caves. There will always be a day when peace is restored, Li Yuan replied calmly. A few days later, Wang Zhaozhao excitedly approached Li Yuan. Brother Yuan, I have broken through. I have stepped into the realm of 5-turn Gu Master. Over the years, the Gu insects and nurturing materials required for Wang Zhaozhao's cultivation had essentially all been provided by Li Yuan, effectively allowing her to take a shortcut. Therefore, her breakthrough was anticipated. With the potential of the precious Gu bloodline Gu, as long as she followed the proper steps in her cultivation, reaching the 7-turn realm would not be overly difficult. Congratulations, congratulations. With the impending turmoil, Xiao Zhao's timely breakthrough brought Li Yuan a sense of relief. He had been waiting for this day, for there was something he wished to present to Xiao Zhao. Follow me. I have something for you. All right. Wang Zhaozhao, filled with joy, felt no need for formality after so many years of companionship with Brother Yuan. They entered the room. Li Yuan produced a small black jar and handed it to Xiao Zhao. A Gu? Wang Zhaozhao was taken aback. She already possessed a life-bound Gu, rendering ordinary Gu worms of little significance to her. What could this be that her elder brother had meticulously prepared? It seemed as though he had been anticipating this day for quite some time. With a heart full of expectation, she slowly lifted the lid from the black jar. Inside lay a silkworm, its exterior resembling one crafted from glass, translucent and radiant, with an icy blue luminescence flowing within, reminiscent of a glacial dream, exuding an aura that could soothe the mind and calm the spirit. Though Wang Zhaozhao could not see it, this familiar essence was etched in her memory. One she would never forget. This is the Ice Heart Gu, a rare Gu nurtured by her grandfather using his own heart as material before his passing. Chapter 83 Codename Cage Sparrow. Brother Yuan, have you kept this Gu worm all along? For reasons unknown, Wang Zhaozhao felt a surge of emotion, and tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. Old Wang cherished only 2 treasures throughout his life. Li Yuan smiled and said, one is you, my precious granddaughter, and the other is the Ice Heart Gu, nurtured at the cost of my life, which became a part of me after death. I shall not covet what belongs to others. Now that you have entered the realm of a 5th-turn Gu Master, it is the perfect opportunity to acquire another subordinate Gu. And the Ice Heart Gu is just right for you. Under normal circumstances, rare Gu worms are difficult to accept as subordinate Gu, with only a few exceptions. For instance, if a Gu Master possesses a corresponding high-level variant of the rare Gu, or if the rare Gu has a special bond with the Gu Master. Clearly, Wang Zhaozhao fits the latter condition. Take it, he urged. To Li Yuan, a rare Gu was of little consequence, but for Zhaozhao, a useful rare Gu was incredibly precious. Stop crying. Why do you still act like a little girl? Li Yuan consoled her. The frail girl who once climbed the mountain was now a graceful young woman. Brother Yuan, thank you. As the word thank you hovered on her lips, Wang Zhaozhao hesitated. She recalled that Brother Yuan disliked her expressing gratitude, as he would invariably turn it around and thank her for the trivialities of daily life. She kept all her feelings quietly tucked away in her heart. Having been by Brother Yuan's side for so many years, she could no longer see his face clearly. It had blurred in her memories, yet he continued to shine upon her like a divine being from beyond the heavens. It was precisely because she could not see him that her perception grew stronger. In their daily interactions, they were nearly of one heart. In her world, Brother Yuan had always been silent and solitary, as if burdened by something, journeying toward an unattainable destination. She harbored a premonition that one day, Brother Yuan would depart from this place to undertake a significant endeavor. The more tranquil and composed he appeared, the more intense and unsettling her intuition became. If that day were to come, she wished to be by his side, not leaving him to bear everything alone in solitude. Before that day arrived, she must tread carefully, ensuring not to impose any greater burden upon him. I can wait, even if it takes until my hair turns white. The passage of time, that relentless executioner, is not so formidable, is it, Wang Zhao Zhao? In the mountains, time flowed unmarked. The cold seasons passed without notice. Another segment of time slipped away quietly. The number of refugees fleeing to the 12 caves continued to swell, arriving in waves. Some passed the trials of the Gu masters to join the 12 caves, while others perished in the process, and some departed in silence. Yuan observed all of this in silence. To many disciples, he had become a reclusive sage, thanks to the rejuvenating effects of the revitalizing Gu. Returning with the appearance of youth despite the passage of years, which only added to his air of mystery. Occasionally, through the reconnaissance Gu, he overheard the discussions among his disciples. As tales spread from person to person, he was transformed into a legendary figure akin to a wandering monk. All the rumors left Yuan both amused and exasperated. The host, Pang Dachuan, occasionally gathered and organized intelligence from beyond the mountains, delivering it to the small bamboo grove for Yuan's perusal. The state of the world was as anticipated. After the Night Owl King commanded the regional commanders to engage in battle and expel the demons, the situation in the Central Plains flourished, with the fortunes of Yin surging like a tidal wave. Yet, in the border regions, the populace languished in despair. Under persistent demon attacks, various lords were compelled to repeatedly retract their defenses, relinquishing territories and cities. The 7 dominant factions of the Central Plains, Yiding Tian, Dinga, the 2 Ju sects, and the 3 mountains, gradually entered the fray. Waves of chivalrous individuals journeyed from the Central Plains to the borderlands, gallantly facing death, with the most notable being from Mount Shu, Longhu Mountain, and Qingqing Mountain. They truly embodied the title bestowed upon them, the 3 mountains entering the world to sever the mortal dust, earning admiration from all. In the depths of Kunlun's shadowy forests, a woman clutched a flower basket, her expression filled with terror as she stumbled along the mountain path. Behind her, a menacing wolf demon ambled forward, a mocking expression on its face. "Little beauty, you cannot escape. Come and serve me," it taunted, although it appeared to move slowly. Each stride covered several yards, closing the gap between them. With a sudden thump, fear overwhelmed the woman, causing her to trip over a stone and fall, injuring her leg and rendering her unable to rise. "Little beauty, I'm coming," the wolf demon leered, licking its lips in anticipation, just as it prepared to strike. A premonition struck, and its gaze darted forward, spotting a shadow leaping between the trees, swiftly approaching. "Night Owl Guard," the wolf demon gasped. With a swoosh, a masked figure draped in a cloak of the Night Owl Guard stood before them. A flash of steel illuminated the air as the wolf demon's head rolled away. The blade was sheathed with seamless precision. "Are you all right?" After slaying the wolf demon, the Night Owl Guard helped the woman to her feet. I'm fine," she stammered, taken aback. She had seen the Night Owl Guard during the recent Foshan Grand Ceremony, a group of cold-hearted killers, as emotionless as puppets. Why did the one before her exude such humanity? "Can you walk?" the Night Owl Guard inquired. "It seems. I've twisted my leg," she replied softly. "Let me take a look." The Night Owl Guard crouched down, taking out a small vial and carefully sprinkling some powder onto her wound, gently applying it with care. "The medicine will take time to take effect. We should not linger here. I will carry you." "What?" The woman was taken aback. "You? Carry me?" "Yes," the Night Owl Guard affirmed with a nod. "Climb on." Completely bewildered, she found herself climbing onto the Night Owl Guard's back. The man bore her away in silence. As dusk settled, the sun cast a warm glow over the outline of a small mountain village, known as Xiaofeng Village. Resting upon the shoulder of the Night Owl Guard, the woman drifted into a reverie, recalling a day many years past. Beneath the same setting sun, a young boy had driven away a pack of wolves, bearing her home. Bloodied yet resolute. Subsequently, the one who vowed to gather a dowry to marry her vanished without a word after laying his mother to rest, never to return. She would forever remember the name of that heartless wretch, Chen Guden. Here we are. The raspy, somber voice roused her from her thoughts. "From here on, you may proceed alone. Do not venture to such perilous places alone in the future." The word of gratitude had yet to escape her lips when she realized the Night Owl Guard had already departed. It seemed there were indeed compassionate souls among the ranks of the Night Owl Guards. A smile crept upon her face as she made her way along the country path towards Xiaofeng Village. Yet, After only a few steps, a sudden tremor gripped her heart, for she realized that throughout her encounter with the Night Owl Guard, she had never disclosed her place of residence. How then had he known she dwelled in Xiaofeng village? Turning abruptly, she found the figure in the sunset growing increasingly indistinct, yet it appeared ever clearer to her, reminiscent of a boy from her past. She could not hear the murmurs of the Night Owl Guard beneath the setting sun. Qingguden was no more, and Li Qingxi was not my true name. From this day forth, I shall be known solely as the Night Owl Guard. Codename, Caged Sparrow. Chapter 84, Tumultuous Situations in the Stillness of the Night. Deep within a canyon outside the Jiogong mountain range and the southern frontier, shadows ride ominously. For countless years, the Jiogong Gu nest has loomed over us, utterly annihilating the Fengshui sword manor and devastating the foundations of our Tiandao Cliff and Xingyue Palace. Today, the opportunity for vengeance has arrived. Not long ago, the king of Kanglan, Xiao Yuan, suffered grave injuries and has been rendered incapable of action, with the majority of the Kanglan army retreating from this territory. Henceforth, this realm shall belong to the King of Shadows. I have thoroughly investigated. The Jiogong Gu nest has 36 entrances within these mountains. Yet only 2 7th-rank Gu masters stand guard. Our objective tonight is to exterminate these masters without sparing a single one. The chaos wrought by demons is boundless, with the greatest beneficiary undoubtedly being the King of Shadows, Lingyu. General, if we openly confront the Jiogong Gu nest and strike against the Kanglan army, shall we not face retribution from the Night Owl King? He is surely waiting to make an example of us. A voice quavered with apprehension. Reckoning? What reckoning? Replied the speaker with a smirk. I am. Oh no, I am no longer a subordinate of the King of Shadows. I have long since ceased to be human. Remember this. We are brethren of the demons. Let me be blunt. If any of you pity those wretched commoners, yearning to be among them and espousing false notions of benevolence and morality, then get the hell out. His gaze swept over the crowd, icy and resolute. I only welcome the ruthless here, those fierce enough to slay without hesitation, ambitious souls who seek to rise above. Whether we acknowledge a leader or not matters little. The Night Owl King does not regard us as human. Aligning with the demons grants us far greater rewards. At the commanding shout of the black-armored general, the individuals in the canyon raised their sharp blades high. Kill! 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 Above the canyon, 2 high-ranking demons observed this scene with keen interest, their gazes filled with mockery. Bring forth the wine, my little ones. One of the leopard demons, adorned with markings resembling golden coins, gestured for a group of lesser demons to present barrels of fine wine. Let us drink together. The thick scent of blood permeated the canyon, assaulting the nostrils of all present. Gazing into their cups filled with steaming crimson liquid, some struggled to steady their hands. This was no mere wine. It was clearly blood. Fresh human blood. Leader of the Golden Leopard, is this not a bit excessive? One soldier could not help but inquire. Bang! In the next instant, the head of the questioner exploded in the darkness. To be brothers, one must act as such. The red-gold leopard demon cackled. To truly be considered brethren of our kind, one must drink the wine of our demon race and sever the heads of several humans and demons alike. Otherwise, it would be a betrayal of our kinship. The consequences of such deceit can be dire indeed, added a vividly colored peacock demon with a giggle. You go too far. Another soldier retorted angrily. This is not cooperation. It is an attempt to enslave us. There is nothing to be said for humans and demons. They are hypocritical and feeble, deserving only of servitude. Sneered the red-gold leopard demon. Furthermore, allow me to remind you. The peacock maiden smiled coyly. Once we collaborated with the Dark Monarch. But now he begs for our aid. The tides have turned. No need for words, I shall drink. The black-armored general raised his goblet and drained it in one swift motion. The Golden Panther demon approached, clapping him on the shoulder. Well done. You are a true demon, a brother in arms. Inspired by the general's boldness, more and more partook of the crimson wine. Clap, clap, clap. Excellent, the Golden Panther demon purred, satisfied. Now, to prove your loyalty to our glorious demon kind, bring me the head of a human fiend as your pledge. The one who slays the most shall earn a night with me. Her voice was honeyed, her breath fragrant as orchids. The men burned with fervor. Move out, commanded the black-armored general. The group dispersed swiftly from the gorge, vanishing into the mountain paths like shadows. 12 caverns, bamboo growth. Li Yuan, deep in his venomous arts, sensed their approach. So they finally come. With his heightened spiritual awareness, he could perceive every whisper of movement within the 12 caverns, even miles beyond. His venomous insects were stationed along every defense line and mountain pass. Nothing escaped his notice. The moment the demons crossed into his domain, Li Yuan marked them. 3 6th-tier demons. 1 human grandmaster of the 7th rank. Over 20 lesser beings mixed in. A decent force. In the past, such a force could have slaughtered the 12 caverns with ease. The Azure Wave King must have suffered setbacks. The 9 palaces nest, too. Otherwise, they wouldn't send so many into these mountains. Reading the signs, Li Yuan knew the situation had grown dire. Great Elephant Commander, he called softly. Thud, thud, thud. The massive undead form of the elephant demon knelt before him, its voice hollow. Your trial begins now. Dispose of these vermin before they taint our sanctuary. As you command. Master. Under the cover of night, the undead behemoth lumbered toward the invaders. Li Yuan followed at a distance with Shao Kai, Wu Mei, and the Sword Fairy. Settling upon a secluded peak that overlooked the path, the elephant commander loomed like a mountain, barring the way. The intruders, black-armored soldiers and demons alike, froze at the sight of the colossal figure bathed in moonlight. That is, gasped one demon. The great elephant commander. Lost in the Kunlun Void War. Why is he here? The human grandmaster's face darkened. He has been turned into a revenant. The elephant commander was a demi-saint. Terror gripped them all. Fear nothing. To achieve the realm of the grandmaster, one must possess a resolute heart and indomitable spirit. Even when confronted with a puppet forged from the remains of a half-saint beast, there is little cause for trepidation. Once transformed into a puppet, its strength is diminished by at least half, rendering it inconsequential. I shall hold it at bay while you seek out the Gu master controlling it, who is surely nearby and cannot have ventured far. Eliminate that Gu master, and the problem will be resolved, commanded the leading grandmaster. Do we stand a chance? Inquired a 6th-tier demon. The Gu master possesses minimal combat capability. With the beast puppet under my restraint, the Gu master's fighting power is reduced to nearly nothing. You shall dispatch him as easily as one would slay a chicken, the leading grandmaster replied with unwavering confidence. Reassured, the others promptly commenced their search nearby, while the leading grandmaster unsheathed his black blade and charged towards the beast puppet. On the mountaintop, Li Yuan smiled. One cannot help but admire the clarity of thought and audacity that defines a grandmaster, as their analysis is astute and precise. Alas, the usual tactics of the Gu masters hold no efficacy against me. Chapter 85, The Sword Fairy Strikes Again, The Blackwater Heavenly Saber. The Grandmaster gathered the true essence of martial arts. The pitch-black long saber in his hand emitted a resonant hum, its blade energy materializing like the deep, perilous waves of the ocean. With a swift flash, he lunged at the back of the elephant demon's corpse puppet, delivering a fierce slash. The elephant demon merely executed a simple turning kick. Its thick, resilient legs brushed against the blade energy, shedding only some dead skin. Bang! The overwhelming force rebounded, inflicting unbearable pain upon the black-armored grandmaster, forcing him to retreat and dissipate the impact, finding himself at a disadvantage after just one exchange. No matter. As long as I can hold on. Realizing the dire situation, he took a deep breath, refraining from further attacks and opting for a prolonged struggle. At that moment, a chilling scream echoed from nearby. What is happening? Are there other experts? The black-armored grandmaster's expression darkened. How could such a small 12 caves harbor so many formidable warriors? They had meticulously gathered intelligence, and there was no room for error this time. This region comprised 36 caves, yet only 2 7-turn Gu masters, who were already engaged with the Crimson Gold Leopard Demon Lord and the Peacock Maiden. The remaining adversaries might possess peculiar abilities, like the one he was currently battling. But surely, there couldn't be too many. They couldn't possibly cluster in one location. The only response was a more agonizing wail. He recognized that sound too well. It was his trusted subordinate, who had fought alongside him for many years, meeting a tragic end here. 1, 2, 3. Li Yuan had already issued orders. Demons were to be left intact, while human traitors were to be exterminated. It seemed this was a large-scale operation. The execution displayed by this squad indicated a clear premeditation, suggesting a higher command was orchestrating the black-armored grandmaster's actions. The assault was not limited to the 12 caves. Stronger foes were likely on their way. With the situation so dire, Li Yuan had long ceased to rely on others. He must defend himself. The battle at Kunlun Void had likely validated his strength. He might have a chance to slay a half-saint, but if true martial saints or demon saints arrived, he would only be able to flee. After all, he was merely a 6-turn Gu master. Even possessing a Gu house that could only be refined by an 8-turn Gu master, there remained an inherent disparity. Battling a half-saint was his limit. In any faction, An 8-stage powerhouse would be a pillar of strength, undoubtedly focused on the 9 palaces Gu nest and the Kanglan army's elites, wary of making reckless moves. The loss of even one such expert would be deeply felt. In the midst of his thoughts, the demon puppet army had nearly eradicated the invaders, leaving only a single black-armored grandmaster struggling to hold on. If only it were not a human grandmaster, but rather a 7-stage great demon. Human grandmasters relied on the true essence of mastery, martial arts techniques, and secret weapons. Their physical forms were comparatively weaker, and the combat prowess of a corpse puppet made from them would significantly diminish, far inferior to their demonic counterparts of the same rank. Foreseeing potential trouble, Li Yuan wished to delay no further. Sword Fairy, it is time for you to act. This also presents an opportunity to observe the practical effects of the Sword Fairy's training in the heavenly transformation of 10,000 form sword technique. The Sword Fairy nodded in agreement. She grasped the 3-foot azure blade, descending gracefully from the mountain peak. Snowflakes? The black-armored grandmaster, locked in combat with the elephant demon corpse puppet, froze momentarily. His heart pounding wildly, scalp tingling with dread. How bizarre, suddenly snowing out of nowhere. A premonition struck him. He jerked his head upward and beheld a figure in pristine white robes soaring down the mountainside, sword at her side, ribbons fluttering like an immortal untouched by mortal dust. This snow, could it be the heavenly phenomenon of martial arts? Terror gripped the black-armored grandmaster's heart. Before him stood a figure so ethereal. Was this a martial saint? Or perhaps a sword saint? Then, the snow turned crimson. Like droplets of bloody tears, they fell upon him, accompanied by mournful wails. His feet refused to move. Countless bloodied hands emerged from the earth, clutching him with desperate fury. Memories flooded back, the fine wine he had drunk, the vows he had made, to forsake humanity, to embrace the demons as brethren, to mock the weak and trample the wretched. One hand among them seized his attention. Tremors racked his body, his face drained of color. He remembered with chilling clarity a pregnant woman clutching his leg in a ravaged village, begging him to spare her unborn child. He had laughed heartily, gutting her first before ending her life. HM? His thoughts shattered abruptly. Since when had his belly been split open? Where had his legs gone? Why were his fingers crumbling away, joint by joint? Eyes wide with horror, the black-armored grandmaster watched as his body fragmented piece by piece, yet felt no pain. He had nearly forgotten. He was still in the midst of battle. Upon the mountain, Li Yuan observed the scene. What his physical eyes beheld and what his spiritual sense perceived were two entirely different visions. To his eyes, the Sword Fairy had delivered a single, effortless stroke, dismantling the grandmaster into countless pieces. Yet his mind's eye witnessed a night of falling snow, white turning crimson, ghostly hands steeped in bitter resentment seizing the grandmaster, tearing him apart inch by inch. When the sword moved, it was like thunderous might, like a gentle breeze, like raging ocean waves. Like the mournful wails of the underworld, its forms ever-shifting, boundless. To master this sword art, one's heart must be as clear as still water, attuned to the mysteries of heaven and earth, perceiving the myriad phenomena of the world, moving with intent, acting with thought. Li Yuan recalled the words left by the founding emperor when bestowing this legacy upon him. So this was the heavenly derivation of myriad phenomena? A single sword, capable of bearing the weight of the world's infinite manifestations, commanding all under heaven. This was the true emperor's blade. In his early years, he had been a fugitive, starving and freezing, knowing only fear and longing. Later, he secluded himself in the mountains, rarely venturing out, seeing too little of the world. Naturally, he could not grasp the true essence of the heavenly derivation sword art. Unlike the Sword Fairy, who 3,000 years ago had endured every suffering the world could offer, slumbered for millennia, and comprehended the cycles of life and death. How utterly serene her heart must be now, a perfect match for the heavenly derivation sword art. Li Yuan laughed heartily. The only experience the Sword Fairy likely lacked was the passion between man and woman. 5 breaths later, the crimson snowfall and the hellish lamentations vanished abruptly. All the agony he had evaded erupted upon him at once. The agony of losing a finger, the torment of a visceral incision, the pangs of a wounded heart, these various forms of suffering erupt in an instant, overwhelming even the greatest masters. The lone remaining figure of the black armor grandmaster, his body battered and broken, writhed ceaselessly on the ground, his screams echoing with soul-wrenching despair. Ultimately, he succumbed to a living death, succumbing to pain itself. In the final fleeting moments of his life, he reflected upon himself, a mere individual, a small figure raised under the shadow of others' footsteps. Li Yuan could not fathom the intricacies of human nature. He was driven solely by curiosity. He watched as the sword immortal slashed demons with unparalleled precision, her sword sealing her reputation as a hero. Why then did she torment the Black Armor Grandmaster? Or was it within the perception of the sword immortal that such an ending was fitting for her opponent? Bang! The Battle of the 12 Caverns drew to a close. Not far above, in the vast sky, a colorful arrow of clouds exploded in the night, illuminating the darkness. Could that be? Toward the 13th cavern? Chapter 86. Slaying the 7th Order Demon. Li Yuan had a faint recollection of the 13th cave, when he and senior brother Pei Luoqing journeyed to the inner door of the 9 palaces. They had passed by the 13th cave and borrowed a large eagle from its master, Yang Chong, to hasten their travels. It appeared that all the entrances under the jurisdiction of the 9 palaces Gu nest in this region had been attacked. Li Yuan narrowed his eyes. Such a large-scale operation, even without the presence of an 8th Order powerhouse, would at least require a semi-holy level commander. Considering this, Li Yuan hastened back to the small bamboo grove. With the presence of the Wancher Saluogu, he still held hopes of escaping even against an 8th Order expert, albeit at the cost of relinquishing the foundation he had painstakingly built over the years. Brother Yuan. Wang Zhaozhao sensed the piercing sound of the cloud-penetrating arrow in the sky, likely originating from the 13th cave. Are demons attacking? Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. I have dealt with the demons assaulting the 12th cave, but greater troubles are imminent. Is it that urgent? Wang Zhaozhao exclaimed in astonishment. The demon force that had compelled the 13th cave to signal for help was likely led by a 7th Order entity, yet Brother Yuan had dispatched them with such ease. The gap between her and Brother Yuan had become unfathomably vast. Caw, caw, a mournful cry echoed from above. Li Yuan looked up to see a large eagle laboriously flapping its wings, stumbling as it flew towards them beneath the moonlight. Thud, thud, thud. A deep bell tolled from within the 12th cave. A speaking bird ascended to the small bamboo grove. Senior Brotherly. Cave Master Peng Dachuan requests your orders on how to proceed. Hold the line, Li Yuan commanded succinctly. As long as there were no 8th Order demons, they could withstand the onslaught. This was his stronghold, and the power he could unleash here surpassed that in Kunlun Su. Even the Sword Fairy had undergone a transformation. Slaying a semi-holy was not a daunting task. Xiao Zhao, you stay here while I check the outer defenses. Li Yuan had already stationed the demon army at the outer perimeter of the 12th cave. He activated a winged Gu and soared into the air to meet the descending eagle. On the eagle's back lay a bloodied and barely conscious figure. It was none other than Yang Chong, the master of the 13th cave. Li Yuan, junior brother. Upon seeing Li Yuan, a glimmer of light flickered in Yang Chong's eyes. Quickly notify senior brother Pei, flee. To the inner door of the 9 palaces, we cannot hold out any longer. Senior brother Pei is not here. He has already gone to the inner door. Li Yuan summoned a rejuvenation Gu to tend to Yang Chong's wounds and inquired, what is the situation in the 13th cave? It's lost. Yang Chong's expression darkened. The invaders are too powerful. A 7th Order demon leads them, and the 13th cave is utterly defenseless. He clutched Li Yuan's arm tightly. You must leave quickly. The demons are advancing fiercely, and this place will soon fall. No sooner had he spoken than a shadow approached in the moonlight. Purple Oriole. Yang Chong's eyes widened, and he sprang up. Junior Brotherly, flee. I will hold her off. Wait, Li Yuan hesitated. Senior brother, I can handle this demon. You focus on your recovery. Yang Chong frowned. This is not the time for sentiment. Save whoever you can. I am beyond saving, but you still have hope. By killing the Purple Oriole demon, we can both survive, Li Yuan replied with a smile. As the two conversed, the Purple Oriole maiden flew over, hovering in midair, casting a condescending gaze upon them. Her eyes filled with mockery. Oh dear, do you both take me for a deaf-mute? The hearing of the Purple Oriole clan is remarkably acute. The maiden possessed almost no discernible features of a demon aside from her wings. Her long legs and bare, snow-white skin were alluring, with only a cascade of purple hair shielding her modesty. Ah, I see, she remarked with a glance. Why is there no tantalizing scent of fresh blood from your 12 caves? Are those individuals moving so sluggishly? No wonder they nearly faced annihilation at the hands of the Jiogong Gu nest. She shrugged. Well then, I shall be the first to indulge. With that, the Purple Oriole maiden spread her wings, releasing a flurry of feathers that shot forth like arrows, densely raining down upon the area where Li Yuan and Yang Chong stood. Just as Yang Chong was about to speak, he saw Li Yuan suddenly rise, a tremendous force of vital energy surging forth in an instant. His blood surged like flames. His long hair standing on end, his expression transformed from gentle to fierce, unrecognizable from the serene Li Yuan he had known moments before. What a rich vitality. Stronger than those of the same rank. No, it's more accurate to say he surpasses even the most powerful physical demons of the same tier. Yang Chong was utterly astonished. In his mind, Pei Luoqing had already been a prodigy, which was why he had fled to the 12 caves. He never anticipated Li Yuan's talent would exceed that of Pei. A Gu master capable of harnessing the vitality Gu to such an extent is indeed a rarity in the world. Li Yuan's eyes shone like lamps as he gazed at the purple Oriole maiden, recalling the saying that bird demons had minds no sharper than walnuts. And it seemed to hold true. The purple Oriole maiden sensed the anomaly, her delicate brows furrowing. It appeared that the Grand Commander had spoken true. He was indeed a Gu master who could combat foes beyond his rank through peculiar means. Not combat. Li Yuan's lips curled into a sinister smile. It is slaughter. He thrust his foot forcefully against the ground, launching himself skyward like an arrow released from a bow, his legs entwined with the windrun Gu, propelling him with astonishing speed. In his embrace, his sister released a torrent of silk threads, intercepting the rain of arrows. Little Kai was also poised in the shadows, gathering strength. The purple Oriole maiden's pupils constricted as she lightly tapped her toes against the air, retreating while her wings stirred, creating a whirlwind of violet wind. Transform, Li Yuan softly intoned. The power of the myriad phenomena Gu activated, allowing him to meld with the environment, rendering him impervious to the raging winds as he pierced through the tempest. How is this possible? The purple Oriole maiden's prideful technique was effortlessly nullified, instilling her with a sense of dread. That was a whirlwind embodying the essence of demonhood, each gust sharp as a blade, capable of slaughtering any at the 6th realm. Yet, this human Gu master seemed untouched. It was utterly bizarre. In that fleeting moment, the distinction between who was truly the demon became obscured. Before she could regain her composure, Li Yuan had closed the distance. In this realm, he could act freely. The people of the 12 caves could not penetrate his mental domain, nor discern his methods. Faced with his approach, the purple Oriole maiden had no choice but to engage Li Yuan in a direct confrontation. Have you never wondered why the team tasked with slaughtering the 12 caves has yet to make a move? Li Yuan grinned wickedly. What do you mean? She inquired, bewildered. The purple Oriole woman was compelled to engage in a relentless exchange of blows with Li Yuan, unable to create any distance between them. Your mind is too dull. Even as a corpse puppet, I find you repugnant, Li Yuan remarked with a hint of amusement. What else could it be? It is simply because I have already dispatched them all. With vitality surging and long hair billowing, Li Yuan exhibited unparalleled arrogance, launching ferocious assaults with the life-restoring Gu, advancing without retreat and defending not at all. His words left the purple Oriole woman in shock. Had the team attacking the 12 caves been annihilated so swiftly? Shao Kai, unleash her. At that moment, the colorful fire serpent, nestled in Li Yuan's embrace, had gathered its energy and emerged, opening its mouth to expel a stream of white flame. This fire scorched the spirit, making it nearly impossible to evade in such close proximity. Thanks to Li Yuan's spiritual power, comparable to that of the 8th realm. Even though the purple Oriole woman was a 7th-ranked demon, she was still unable to attain immunity, her mind thrown into disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yuan executed a swift step, appearing behind the purple Oriole woman. He grasped her wings forcefully with both hands and knelt, pressing a knee against her neck. Die! He growled like a beast, his muscles bulging and veins swelling as he ruthlessly tore apart her wings. Simultaneously, his knee shattered the demonist's spine. Blood erupted into the heavens, blossoming like a resplendent, captivating flower. Chapter 87. The calm before the storm. Witnessing the unfolding events, Yang Chong was left in a state of astonishment. Could this be a 6th transmutation Gu master? Or was he simply lacking in experience, leading him to believe that such prowess was standard for an elder's direct disciple? Suddenly, a distant piercing arrow exploded in the sky, a stark contrast to the distress signal from the 9-palace Gu nest. It was evidently a signal released by the demons. Li Yuan released the grip of the giant spirit Gu and descended while holding the lifeless body of the purple Oriole maiden. Many disciples from the 12 caves bore witness to this scene. Shock, excitement, an indescribable thrill. The legend of Li Yuan had long circulated within the 12 caves. Yet few had truly seen him, let alone witnessed his prowess in subduing demons. The cave master, Pang Dachuan, stood in stunned silence. Having recently allied himself with the overseer of the remnant Gu Tower, Li Yuan, junior brother, Yang Chong trembled, the weight of the title pressing heavily upon him. The image of Li Yuan's bloodthirsty combat against the demons echoing in his mind. Brother Yang, Focus on healing. A stronger foe is soon to arrive, Li Yuan advised. Can we truly hold our ground? Yang Cheng's expression was bitter. The mastermind behind this is most likely a half-saint, perhaps even a genuine 8th-stage demon saint. The efforts of men may set the stage, but the outcome lies with fate. We must leave it to destiny. Li Yuan replied calmly. The signal flare released by the purple Oriole maiden before her demise will undoubtedly attract the strongest force behind this invasion of demons. If an 8th stage appears, I will not hesitate to flee. However, should it be a half-saint, we might still have a chance to battle. Seeing this, Yang Cheng felt there was little more to say. His life had been saved by Li Yuan, leaving little room for fear. If it came to it, he would not mind facing death once more. The other disciples of the 12 caves, however, felt less trepidation and their morale surged. They were unaware of the distant horrors and had begun to revere Li Yuan as a deity, eager to engage in a fierce confrontation. In another part of the mountains, the third 3 caves were besieged by demons, mercilessly devouring the Gu masters from various mountains, their cries of anguish echoing through the air. Rivers of blood flowing. Suddenly, a chilling aura spread throughout the realm. The 7th stage demon, engaged in devouring the head of the 33 cave master, paused and slowly lifted its gaze, witnessing frost rapidly spreading across the landscape. All living things in the mountains were frozen, as if they had suddenly plunged into the frigid north. The demons across the mountains were transformed into lifeless ice sculptures. The bone-chilling cold seeped into the demoness being, hindering its movements, its flesh growing rigid, making it increasingly difficult to take even a single step. It beheld a figure clad in a cloak, the face obscured by a hood, approaching through the snowstorm. A martial saint? The demoness expression shifted to one of terror. Was it not said that the 8th-stage powers of the Kanglan army and the 9 Palace Gu nest could not reach this area in a short span? Why then was there a martial saint present? I ask, and you shall answer. The figure wrapped in the coat spoke, the voice faintly discernible as feminine. Who commands you? What is the purpose of slaughtering the forces under the 9 Palace Gu nest? Be because of enmity, the demon stammered, though it had not intended to speak. The penetrating cold invaded its very marrow, affecting its will, forcing it to reveal its thoughts. What enmity? The woman inquired. Several years ago, the Jiogong Gu nest emerged, allying with King Kanglan to annihilate the Wind and Snow Sword Manor and slaughter the majority of disciples from Tiandao Cliff and Xingyue Palace. We have long harbored a desire for vengeance. Now, taking advantage of King Kanglan's injury and the upper hand of King Yu, we seize this opportune moment to avenge and reclaim our honor. The demon reveals the reason. You are human, not a demon? The woman inquires. I have long merged with the demon essence and have been baptized by demonic blood. I am indeed a demon. The demon, completely unable to restrain itself, speaks the truth as if manipulated by strings like a puppet. Is your only goal truly revenge? Or do you seek a certain person? The woman presses further. I do not comprehend your meaning. The demon responds, its eyes clouded with confusion, genuinely perplexed. That is good. The woman nods, gesturing lightly, and in an instant, the 7th-tier demon is transformed into an ice sculpture, which then shatters into countless pieces, leaving no trace behind. It appears that the target is not the young Liner. Disguised in this place, the woman is none other than Empress, a lesser envoy from the tribe of the extreme north. After journeying from the extreme north to Jiogong Mountain, she has been covertly investigating and gathering intelligence, yet her efforts have yielded little. Those representing the Jiogong Gu nest at the Kunlun Su Fengchan ceremony must be inner disciples. She is unaware of the location of the inner sect and can only seek information from the periphery. From her understanding, some inner disciples serve in the outer gate's 72 caves, and she hopes to glean some intelligence from there. Unexpectedly, she encounters a sudden assault by demons. This sends a wave of anxiety through Enmuyu. The demons are fierce, and there are numerous 7th-tier demons, while young Liner is likely not yet a 7th-turn Gu master. Should Lina perish amidst this chaos, she would carry that guilt for a lifetime. Lina, I will surely find you, Enmuyu declares, stepping out of Cave 33 and rushing towards the region where she senses a fluctuation of energy. Wherever she passes, mountains freeze, and all life is encased in ice. After vanquishing several demons at multiple cave entrances, a piercing arrow suddenly ascends into the sky. A demon's piercing arrow? Enmuyu narrows her eyes. If it can obstruct the demons, there must be formidable intersect warriors from the Jiogong Gu nest present. This is an excellent opportunity to seek clues about Liner. With that thought, Enmuyu does not hesitate, swiftly crossing the mountains and heading towards that area. At the 12th cave, on the outer defense line, Li Yuan has found a secluded mountaintop to rest, with Xiao Zhao stepping out of the small bamboo grove to stand guard beside him. If I tell you to run later, you must not hesitate, do you understand? In the entire 12th cave, apart from the cherished foundation that Xiao Zhao has painstakingly built in the bamboo grove, the most crucial aspect is Xiao Zhao herself. Yes, Wang Xiao Zhao replies earnestly. If you run slowly, you will put my life at risk. Li Yuan intentionally tries to scare her. I will be decisive, Wang Xiao Zhao responds. If Brother Yuan encounters misfortune, I will not return to meet my demise. I will endure humiliation and wait for the right moment to avenge you. Excellent. Li Yuan smiles. You have learned a bit of true wisdom by staying by my side, Xiao Zhao. Wang Xiao Zhao smiles faintly. She merely understood that her elder brother Yuan favored such responses. However, when that moment truly arrives, she may not be able to muster the courage, likely rushing out like a fool instead. As the two were engaged in conversation, a stirring presence emerged from the distance. They have arrived. Li Yuan narrowed his eyes. His nerves taut, while Wang Xiao Zhao trembled with apprehension. Only the sword fairy remained perpetually unflappable, gazing vacantly into the horizon. Chapter 88. The heroine pauses from the horizon approached a captivating and enchanting woman. Draped in a resplendent feathered cloak, her tail feathers fanned out behind her, accentuating her alluring beauty. A demigod? Li Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet, scarcely had he released that breath when another presence surged forth from the distance. It was a leopard demon, its entire body adorned with lustrous golden fur, sporting distinct patterns reminiscent of coins upon its skin. Another demigod-level creature. The arrival of two demigod demons intensified the pressure upon Li Yuan. On that day in Kunlun Void, he and Li Ruoqian had barely managed to defeat the elephant demon demigod together. Now, facing two demigod demons alone, the burden was undeniably immense. Even with the assistance of the corpse puppet crafted from the elephant demon's remains, it would not suffice. The combat potential of a corpse puppet is inherently limited. And the higher the realm of battle, the more pronounced the restrictions become. Except for a few practitioners who tread unusual paths, whether martial artists, demons, or poison masters. The later stages of cultivation emphasize the mind over the form. Spiritual, mental, and ethereal cultivation vastly outweighs physical prowess. Li Yuan recognized that the efficacy of the corpse puppet would diminish over time, becoming more suitable for group battles while proving ineffective in peak confrontations. Even 10 corpse puppets made from the remains of demon saints would struggle to surpass a true 8th-tier demon saint. The sword fairy is my ultimate trump card. Li Yuan had yet to flee, for he felt a sufficient chance of victory. In battles of this caliber, while the corpse puppets may be inadequate, they represented but a fraction of Fifth Sister's capabilities. As a poison master, he possessed 6 life-bound poisons. That was his true strength. You turn Brother Elephant into a corpse puppet? In an instant, the peacock woman had arrived before the 12 caves. You are the talented poison master who, back in Kunlun Void, demonstrated extraordinary talent, forcing Brother Elephant into a desperate situation and fleeing in panic. Are you not? I never expected you truly to have slain Brother Elephant. The peacock woman wore a smile, her feathered attire vibrant and dripping with allure, radiating an innate charm. And then? Li Yuan did not hasten to act, but responded with a light-hearted smile. The sword fairy had been concealed by the myriad forms of the poison, and he aimed to provoke the opponent into action first. Once a flaw was revealed, he would have the opportunity to strike first. If the opponent was fully prepared, it would be challenging for the sword fairy to eliminate a fully intact demigod in an instant. You are quite arrogant, young man. The golden leopard demon stepped forward, exuding a chilling intent to kill. It is confidence. Li Yuan grinned broadly. Brother Leopard, this poison master is quite handsome. I truly cannot bring myself to strike him down. I shall leave him to you, while I keep watch from the sidelines. The peacock woman spoke in a coy tone. Isn't being handsome precisely what Sister Peacock desires? The golden leopard demon halted its advance, aligning itself with the peacock. What Sister Peacock desires, I shall not take from her. The two demigod demons were momentarily daunted. The death of the elephant demon demigod served as a stark warning. Li Yuan raised an eyebrow. We humans have a saying, one who has consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard dares to pierce the heavens. Yet you, leopard demon, possess a false gall? Provoked by a weaker opponent, the golden leopard demon and the peacock woman exchanged glances, yet they refrained from acting impulsively. Sister Peacock, shall we attack together? Proposed the golden leopard demon. It seems this is the only way forward. The peacock lady dares not delay any longer. Given the vengeful nature of those old geezers from the 9 Palaces Gu nest, they must already be on their way. Their arrangements can only impede for a short while. Attack! The crimson gold leopard demon and the peacock lady ceased their probing and unleashed their deadly moves. With claws glowing crimson, the leopard demon swiped through the air towards Li Yuan, as if to rend the very fabric of space, while the peacock lady waved her jade-like hands, sending forth radiant beams of colorful light. Both demons simultaneously opted for ranged assaults. Truly a dire situation, Li Yuan muttered under his breath. At such a distance, the sword fairy's intervention could easily be anticipated by their adversaries, causing them to miss a critical opportunity. Chirp chirp, fifth sister commanded the elephant demon to soar, intercepting the dual onslaughts. With a sickening sound, the elephant demon's tough hide was brutally torn by the claws of the crimson gold leopard, revealing the silken threads embedded within the flesh. The peacock lady's beams of color possessed an otherworldly power, rendering the elephant demon's thick skin as fragile as parchment, shattering it inch by inch. Struck by the two attacks, fifth sister suffered considerable backlash. Indeed, the disparity was far too great. Li Yuan lamented. Mere physicality without the attainment of a profound realm falls far short when confronted with the intricate techniques of a half-saint. The half-saint has subtly approached the threshold of communion with the heavens, and in their peak state, can even invoke heavenly phenomena upon themselves. They exist on an entirely different plane from ordinary practitioners of the seventh realm. You cannot possibly have such limited abilities, can you? The peacock demon expressed her astonishment. Could it be that his defeat of Brother Elephant that day was merely a stroke of luck? The crimson gold leopard demon harbored doubts as well. Having scrutinized the surroundings during their earlier standoff, he was certain that there was no other seventh Gu master among the 12 caves. As for an eighth Gu master, if such a being indeed existed, they would not remain concealed. With a mere gesture, they could obliterate both of them. Why ponder so much? First, we must destroy the corpse puppet and grant Brother Elephant peace. The peacock lady struck again, unleashing her seven-colored divine light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The divine light swept over the corpse of the elephant demon. Li Yuan's expression darkened. Fifth sister, release your control. Do not engage her directly. He felt a pang of sorrow for fifth sister. The peacock's divine light was far too potent against the pan-silk Queen Gu's countermeasures. Chirp chirp, fifth sister was compelled to relinquish her hold on the elephant demon's corpse puppet. Very well, leave the rest to me. Li Yuan gently caressed fifth sister, pulling her into his embrace. At this juncture, he could only strive for opportunity himself. If he could seize even a single flaw from the adversary, the tide of battle could be turned. Oh ho ho. The peacock lady teased, did I hurt your beloved Gu? Are you angry now? Ready to get serious? Just as Li Yuan prepared to unleash his blood essence for a final stand, an overwhelming chill suddenly enveloped the realm, sending shivers down his spine. A demon saint. Sensing this aura, Li Yuan instinctively sought to flee, but from the corner of his eye, he noticed that the expressions of the crimson gold leopard demon and the peacock lady were even more alarmed, their bodies already shrouded in frost. Yet, he encountered no tangible attack. Is it an ally? Li Yuan raised his brows and gazed into the distance, where a frigid frost enveloped the sky, resembling a vast white canopy. From the edge of this celestial expanse, an individual strolled forth. In but a few paces, the figure arrived before the 12 caverns. Cloaked entirely in garments, their visage was concealed beneath a hood and mask, rendering it impossible to discern any features. Yet, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over Li Yuan, as if he had encountered this person before. Who are you? The scarlet gold leopard demon and the peacock maiden, frozen in place, asked with pale faces and trembling voices. The newcomer offered no reply, merely snapping their fingers, and a chilling wind swept through, transforming the two formidable demons into mere ice sculptures. Just as they prepared to snap their fingers again to shatter the frozen figures, Li Yuan could no longer contain himself and shouted, Wait, my lady hero. Chapter 89. The first direct conversation, the pulse of bloodlines, coupled with profound memories, led Li Yuan to discern the identity of the person before him. The mistress of fate from the northern icefield, in Muyao. She was the younger sister of his biological mother, thus his aunt. Upon returning from Kunlun Su, Li Yuan had sensed impending danger and had long since sealed away the jade pendant left by his mother, cloaking it with the powers of the myriad forest Gu. Consequently, he was unable to perceive the identity of the other through the pendant. However, some connections cannot be concealed. He was uncertain whether Muyao recognized him or what her purpose was in coming here, and he chose not to voice these inquiries. Heroine, and Muyao chuckled lightly. The twin jade pendant she wore remained unresponsive, Yet her heart stirred upon seeing the youthful visage of the young man before her. He is Shaoliner. The bond of blood, for them in the northern icefield, requires no external proof, only a belief in one's feelings. It seems that after that day, Shaolino had hidden away the pendant, but such is fate. With my sister guiding from the heavens, I shall eventually find you. And Muyao's heart was filled with overwhelming excitement, a thrill she had not felt in many years. Yet, she dared not display too much emotion. For Shaolina remained wary and did not trust her. This was all to be expected. Do you wish to spare their lives? And Muyao inquired, striving to maintain her composure. She knew that Shaoliner had likely recognized her as well. I desire their corpses, intact ones. If the heroine is willing, we could arrange a trade. Finding himself in this situation, Li Yuan felt a sense of helplessness but resolved to attempt to engage with his aunt. At least, it seemed that she bore no malice towards him. Otherwise, given her strength, she would have acted against him long ago. Very well, and Muyao nodded. What will you offer in exchange? Li Yuan smiled. What does the heroine desire? I wish to acquire some intelligence, and Muyao replied. That is not a problem. Having avoided a fierce battle, Li Yuan felt a sense of relief. Should a confrontation with two demon half-saints ensue, it would likely force him to reveal all his secrets. If the heroine does not mind, let us enter the sect to discuss further. He gestured invitingly. Agreed. And Muyao nodded, elated. Shaoliner was showing her goodwill. At least not rejecting her or blaming her and his father. With a wave of her hand, the bodies of the two demon half-saints floated into the 12 caverns. Within the 12 caverns, the onlookers were stunned, hearts racing. After such a tumultuous series of events, did it truly conclude in this manner? This suddenly appeared mysterious powerhouse must surely be a martial sage of the human race, willing to engage Li Yuan in calm conversation, like old friends. This was indeed astonishing. This only added to the enigmatic aura surrounding Li Yuan, already shrouded in legendary tales. Please, Li Yuan invited in Muyao as they entered the 12 caverns, heading towards the small bamboo grove. Simultaneously, he sent a message to Pang Dachuan, instructing him to release the victory-signifying arrow of cloud piercing, summoning all the disciples of the 9 palaces fleeing from this area. As they stepped into the small bamboo grove, an unusual sensation enveloped in Muyao. This place was shrouded in mystery, obscured in a manner that eluded her understanding. Though Shaoliner was merely a 6th-tier Gu master, he possessed a strength far exceeding her expectations. Much like her sister, he had exhibited remarkable talent since childhood, destined to be the youngest queen of the Icefield tribe. I am deeply grateful for your life-saving intervention, brave heroine, Li Yuan said, bowing as he invited her to sit in the courtyard that had been constructed after the expansion of the small bamboo grove. Xiao Zhao, please fetch the treasured green leaf wine for me. Understood, Wang Zhao replied, her heart racing with anxiety. It was her first encounter with someone so formidable, whose mere actions could alter the very fabric of reality, transforming a scorching summer day into a frigid winter instantaneously. It's swelteringly hot here, and Muyao remarked, stretching lazily before unfastening her cloak and outer robe, removing her veil as well. A gentle breeze tousled her silvery hair, which shimmered like dew, emanating a radiant glow. Coupled with her fair, porcelain-like skin and graceful figure, she resembled a celestial being, exuding an elegance that was simply unparalleled, like a goddess emerging from a snowy landscape. Perfection personified. Young man, you wouldn't hold my lack of decorum against me, would you? And Muyao inquired, a playful smile gracing her lips. Her ice-blue eyes sparkling with an almost conversational liveliness. Feel at ease, Li Yuan replied, his previously taught heart now at ease, fully aware that Muyao had recognized him. Otherwise, she would not have come so heavily cloaked into the mountains only to reveal her true self at this moment. One could not deny that her aunt was exceptionally beautiful. In terms of features, she rivaled the Sword Fairy, yet the Sword Fairy had sequestered herself for 3 millennia. Her ethereal aura unmatched by any mortal. It was reasonable to assume that his mother bore a similar beauty, an elegance that seemed to have stepped forth from a snowy, exotic realm. The affections lavished upon him by the younger disciples of the 12 Caves were not without merit. His ancestry was that of the esteemed Yin Wang, and fortune favored him. Some lofty thoughts began to drift through Li Yuan's mind. I don't yet know your name, and Muyao said. Li Yuan, he replied. Though they both understood each other's identities, they remained encumbered by their own concerns, a silent understanding passing between them. My name is Muyao, hailing from the far northern Icefield tribe, journeying to the southern lands in search of someone, she continued. Who are you looking for? Li Yuan inquired calmly. I seek the child of my sister, our family's little Liner, and Muyao responded, her voice trembling slightly as unshed tears glistened in her eyes, betraying her inner turmoil. What does little Lin signify? Li Yuan asked. In our Icefield tribe, we are descendants of the ancient Qilin deity, venerating its divine manifestations, with the Qilin's likeness serving as our tribal totem. In the past, children born into the tribe faced great peril and harsh conditions, prompting our ancestors to beseech the Qilin for protection through sacred rituals. Despite these measures, many children still struggled to survive. Thus, the tribe would sacrifice their dearest hopes, praying for the Qilin to safeguard the most intelligent, well-behaved, and cherished child within their lineage. This favored child is referred to as Little Liner, embodying the hope of receiving the Qilin's divine protection, destined to thrive under the blessings of the divine. And Muyao smiled as she explained that the times have indeed changed. The term Little Liner is merely an affectionate nickname, symbolizing the love that elders hold for children, devoid of any other implications. Upon realizing this, Li Yuan felt a sudden clarity. He chuckled softly, expressing his belief that they would surely find Liner, perhaps under the guardianship of celestial beings, thriving in his existence. Indeed, and Muyao nodded earnestly. I hope he lives joyfully, free from excessive burdens. Should there be unavoidable obligations? His grandfather, his little aunt, and all his maternal relatives will wholeheartedly support him. How wonderful, Li Yuan remarked with a smile. Perhaps fate will guide you, and before long, you shall find him. Chapter 90. The heroic aunt and Muyao comprehended the underlying meaning of Li Yuan's words. Xiao Liner was not yet ready to acknowledge their relationship. Recalling her father's admonition, she reminded herself not to be hasty. No one wished for their years of tranquil existence to be abruptly shattered. Accepting any new reality requires time, and she was willing to wait. Li Yuan, thank you for your blessings, and Muyao said with a gentle smile. As a token of my gratitude, allow me to present you with a gift. Before Li Yuan could respond, she retrieved a wooden box from her robe, placing it upon the table and gently nudging it toward him. The quality of the wood was immediately apparent. Li Yuan's thoughts settled upon the box. Selected original material, 1,000-year ice lin wood, born in the land of the fallen Qilin, cultivated in the frigid northern plains, is an exceptional choice for forging ice attribute treasures, and can also be used to nurture ice attribute Gu insects. Upon reading this information, Li Yuan was quite astonished. The mere box was so precious. It seemed that this ant truly came with sincere intentions. He opened the wooden box, and in an instant, an icy blue light radiated forth. Roar! A spectral image of a Qilin materialized, vivid and lifelike. Selected original material, Qilin treasure pearl, a auspicious artifact formed from the bones and will of the Qilin, fused with the essence of heaven and earth, capable of promoting the evolution of all bloodlines, enhancing the spirituality of all beings, with the power to transform decay into the miraculous. This was exceedingly valuable. The Qilin treasure pearl was undoubtedly the supreme treasure of the Ice Plain tribe, and Li Yuan hesitated to accept it, even though he was the sole heir of the former Xiao Siming and Muqiu and the grandson of the current Qilin king. There was no justification for directly receiving a treasure of such significance to his clan. You are worthy of it, regardless of its value, and Muyao asserted earnestly. Were it not for my sister, the Ice Plain tribe would no longer exist. In comparison to the merit of saving our people, what is a single Qilin treasure pearl worth? My sister made unparalleled contributions to the Ice Plain tribe, yet she enjoyed none of its rewards. Xiao Liner is her only child. It is only fitting that she inherits everything her mother should have had. Li Yuan surmised the truth. The goodwill exhibited by the Ice Plain tribe was likely connected to his mother and Muqiu. Thank you, he finally said, refraining from further comment as he accepted the wooden box. Could you also grant me a gift? And Muyao inquired once more. What sort of gift? Li Yuan asked, perplexed. Aside from his life Gu, he possessed nothing of value that could compare to the Qilin treasure pearl. A smile graced in Muyao's lips. I have heard of a Gu insect called the Vow Gu, which can control a person's heart through their oaths. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. Would you like me to provide you with some? May I? And Muyao asked. Of course, he replied. Among the common Gu insects, he had cultivated the Vow Gu as well. This particular Gu was a prime choice for Gu masters seeking to control or intimidate others, and it could also symbolize loyalty. Please wait a moment. Before long, Li Yuan returned with a jar. Inside were a dozen or so black Gu insects. Resembling centipedes, these were the Vow Gu. Once activated, these centipede-like creatures would deeply embed themselves into a person's heart, connecting with their life essence. Under normal circumstances, they posed no side effects. Only when the one afflicted by the curse breaks their vow will the vow curse erupt, shattering the heart veins of the oath breaker, leading to their instant demise. A dozen vow curses should suffice for the heroine. Li Yuan placed the black jar before Enmuyao. The art of Gu indeed possesses profound mysteries. Enmuyao retrieved a vow curse from the black jar, cradling it in her hands as she scrutinized it. Could this object truly possess such formidable balancing power? Indeed. Li Yuan nodded, explaining that once the vow curse takes effect, nothing in this world can alleviate it, save for a powerful being of the ninth realm or a few exceptional and rare Gu. Then allow me to test it, Enmuyao said with a playful smile. Wait, Li Yuan was taken aback. This was not something to be trifled with. Before he could finish his warning, Enmuyao had already swallowed the vow curse, embedding it within her heart veins, and with a smile, she declared, I, Enmuyao of the extreme North Icefield tribe, hereby vow, should I divulge anything I have seen today, or any information regarding Li Yuan, may my heart veins be severed, and may I suffer the punishment of heart erosion, meeting an untimely death. After her oath, she blinked her large, starry ice-blue eyes at Li Yuan, her gentle smile unwavering. Li Yuan, does my vow hold any weight? Li Yuan found himself momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated that Enmuyao would choose such a whimsical manner to demonstrate her sincerity and draw closer to him. He was moved. He could clearly sense that the vow curse had taken effect, deeply rooted within Enmuyao's heart veins. For so many years, Li Yuan had buried his secrets deep within, never revealing them to anyone. Since the passing of grandfather Tai, Enmuyao had become the sole person aware of his true identity. With her strength, she had the power to dictate his fate. He had envisioned numerous outcomes but had never imagined that Enmuyao, a formidable 8th realm warrior in the young Shiming of the Icefield tribe, would willingly ingest the vow curse. Don't look at me like that, Enmuyao said, her smile unwavering. I merely wish to test the efficacy of the vow curse. I am not a madwoman. I hope I did not frighten you. And no, not at all. Li Yuan believed he had maintained his composure, steady as an ancient tortoise. Yet, in this moment of bewilderment, he felt as if he were still a child. That is a relief. Enmuyao smiled. The dawn is approaching, and I have already asked my questions and accomplished what I set out to do. It is time for me to leave. Given her status, it was inappropriate for her to linger here. If recognized by someone with ill intentions, it could pose a significant danger to Shaoliner. Indeed, Li Yuan nodded. He was acutely aware that the timing was not yet right, but their meeting today had subtly shifted his mindset. It was not that everyone in the world sought to harm him. There were those who would steadfastly stand by his side. Over 20 years ago, that person had been his mother, and Muchio. During the first 16 years of fleeing, that person had been grandfather Tai. Now, that person had become his aunt, Enmuyao. Allow me to escort you, Li Yuan offered, accompanying Enmuyao down a secluded path through the small bamboo grove, avoiding the bustling crowd within the gates. As the two individuals ambled slowly, they reached the foot of the 12th mountain, where daylight had fully broken. The morning sun bathed the landscape in a warm glow. Enmuyao's silver hair shimmered with a crystalline luster, her brows resembling distant mountains, presenting an exquisite visage akin to a maiden stepping forth from a painting. This shall suffice, she mused, content with her journey, save for a slight tinge of regret. Li Yuan halted his steps. My lady, do take care. I shall be on my way, and Enmuyao waved her hand, striding towards the horizon. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. In the dawn light, her waist-length hair flowed behind her, gradually diminishing into the distance. Xiao Siming murmured to herself, is that truly all? Is he not satisfied with me? This child is quite the handful. At that moment, a tiny insect buzzed near her ear, softly exclaiming, Anti-hero, please walk safely. Enmuyao shivered slightly, her smile blooming like a flower. This child was not only rebellious but also quite proud. Chapter 91. Visitors from Lingxiao Sword Sect. The sun shone brightly, warming the heart. Enmuyao was in exceptionally high spirits. With no regrets lingering, she felt an overwhelming urge to return immediately and embrace Shaolin, weeping uncontrollably. However, she restrained herself. Sister, did you see? Shaolin has returned. Unfortunately, I cannot remain by her side indefinitely. There are many tasks yet to be accomplished. Merely dealing with the Night Owl King demands an immense amount of energy. If I were to vanish for an extended period, the enemy would undoubtedly sense something amiss. In the 12 caves, Li Yuan retraced his steps back to the bamboo grove. Brother Yuan, has that heroine departed? Wang Zhao stood guard among the bamboo. Sensing an unusual aura, the heroine's presence last night was far from coincidental. She was aware that Brother Yuan had conversed with the heroine throughout the night. Yet she had heard not a single word. An invisible force had severed her perception entirely. She has left, Li Yuan confirmed with a nod. The heroine is truly generous. She has gifted you 2 complete corpses of semi-holy demons, Wang Zhaozhao remarked softly. Xiao Zhao, are you worried I might be deceived by the heroine? Li Yuan teased. And no, Wang Zhaozhao stammered, blushing and shaking her head. At your age, you ought to be better at concealing your thoughts. You need more practice, Li Yuan chuckled. Not at all, Wang Zhaozhao whispered, knowing full well that she could only hide her feelings in front of brother Yuan. Outside, she remained unperturbed. All right, enough overthinking. How many individuals sought refuge in the 12 caves last night? Li Yuan redirected the conversation. Currently, there are 1,300 newcomers, Wang Zhaozhao replied. Such a large number? Li Yuan expressed astonishment. Wang Zhaozhao explained. After the Grand Spring released the cloud-piercing arrow symbolizing victory, practitioners from various outer caves began to arrive in succession. At that moment, a messenger bird flitted in. Senior Brotherly. The deputy palace master of the 9th palace has arrived with a group of inner disciples, requesting your presence for a meeting. Deputy palace master? Li Yuan was taken aback. The timing was quite prompt. He promptly set off, taking Xiao Zhao with him to the main peak. At the main peak, a throng of people gathered. In the center of the crowd, an elder sat in silence, eyes closed, patiently awaiting reports from the disciples. Deputy Palace Master, the statistics are in. In the recent Demon Night raid, 36 entrances were affected, with 15 completely annihilated and not a single disciple surviving, including the 3rd entrance, the 7th entrance, and the 9th entrance. Among the remaining 21 entrances, 507 survived from the 1st entrance, 410 from the 2nd entrance, and so forth. Apart from the 12 caves, which suffered no casualties, all other entrances experienced losses exceeding 50%. As the report unfolded, a voice rang out from the crowd. Senior Brotherly has arrived. It is indeed Senior Brotherly. Instantly, all gazes converged on the end of the mountain path, where Li Yuan and Wang Zhaozhao strolled towards them. The crowd instinctively parted to create a pathway. After the battle last night, Li Yuan had ascended to a godlike status in their hearts, showcasing a mastery of Gu techniques that was nearly unparalleled. Greetings, Brother Li Yuan and Sister Wang Zhaozhao. As they traversed through the crowd, the disciples offered their salutations. Li Yuan maintained a serene demeanor. Wang Zhaozhao, taken aback by the attention, pondered if this was the sensation of being a luminary. It felt somewhat unfamiliar yet instilled a sense of pride. Disciple Li Yuan, I have encountered you before, Master Uncle. During my visit to the inner sect of the 9 palaces, I had the pleasure of meeting this vice palace master, Qi Yan, who is renowned and older than my teacher, Yu Heng Chuan. Do not bow. Qi Yan gestured dismissively. I have heard of your exploits. Indeed, Master Yu's discernment is commendable. To slay a 7th-tier demon as a 6th-turn Gu master, and to stand unflinching before a semi-saint is a testament to your prodigious talent and commendable courage. Truly impressive. Qi Yan's eyes brimmed with admiration, understanding the immense difficulty of achieving such feats. One must develop their innate Gu to its utmost potential while mastering the application of subordinate Gu to reach such dazzling accomplishments. It has been ages since a young Gu master from the 9th palace attained this caliber. Master Uncle, you flatter me, Li Yuan replied with a respectful gesture. I have come at the behest of the sect with 2 matters to discuss, Qi Yan stated gravely. The first concerns the outer sect's 72 caves, which have faced repeated demon assaults in these tumultuous times. The strategies of peaceful eras are no longer applicable. The sect has resolved to consolidate each palace's 72 caves into 2 larger regions. Our 9th palace's 72 caves will focus on the 12th and 44th caves for reconstruction, pooling resources together to better resist demons and foster talent. Li Yuan, would you take on the role of the new cave master? Given the current circumstances, among all present, only Li Yuan possessed the requisite prestige to assume this position, aside from Qi Yan. I am not adept at management. My sole focus is on refining Gu. Li Yuan expressed his reluctance, deeming the administrative duties a waste of time. After contemplation, he suggested, perhaps my junior sister, Wang Zhaozhao, would be more suitable for the role. Me? Wang Zhaozhao exclaimed, apprehensive and pointing to herself, as cave master. Li Yuan chuckled gently. Little Zhao, you lack experience. This is an opportunity tailored for you. He leaned closer, whispering, there are certain matters I would only entrust to you, as I cannot rely on others. Well, if you say so, Wang Zhaozhao felt a surge of determination, resolved to support Brother Yuan in the future, and unwittingly acquiesced. Very well, Qi Yan remarked. Offering no objections, with Li Yuan's prestige backing her, Wang Zhaozhao was indeed capable of fulfilling the role. The second matter, Qi Yan surveyed the group. concerns you all but does not involve your participation. You may take your leave." Soon, the gathering dispersed, leaving only a few individuals atop the once crowded peak. Besides Qi Yin and Li Yuan, 3 others remained, clad in white garments with swords slung across their backs, adorned with intricately embroidered patterns of rolling clouds, exuding an extraordinary air. Li Yuan recognized similar motifs from the attire of the Sword Immortal, unveiling the identities of the trio. "Li Yuan, allow me to introduce you," Qi Yin remarked. "These 3 are friends from the Ling Xiao Sword sect of the Central Plains. You have likely heard of them, a pinnacle, a summit, 2 distinguished sects, and 3 mountains that step into the mundane world, severing the ties of mortal affairs. The Ling Xiao Sword sect is indeed one of those distinguished sections. They have come here to investigate the mysterious disappearance of the Sword Fairy Corpse, a matter that your senior sister, Ning Hongyu, has surely discussed with you." The 3 individuals standing behind Qi Yin stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Li Yuan. They were Xin Yuan Luan, Wu Qingying, and Zhou Wubing, the 131st generation disciples of the Ling Xiao Sword sect. All 3 appeared youthful and spirited, embodying the elite talents of their sect, masters of the sword. Li Yuan clasped his hands together and said, "Regarding the matter of the Sword Fairy, please feel free to inquire. I assure you that I will share all that I know without reservation." Chapter 92. The Sword Testing. Li Yuan, there is no need for you to be overly anxious, Qi Yin said. "We do not harbor any suspicions. You need only speak truthfully." "Understood," Li Yuan nodded. "May I inquire, on that day within the immortal Gu secret realm, did you enter an underground passage?" Xin Yuan asked. "No." "Did you witness the collapse of the dream illusion tree?" "No." "Then you did not observe the commotion?" "I was originally searching for treasures when I suddenly felt the ground shake. Upon looking up, I found the dream illusion tree had vanished, which startled me." Li Yuan replied with utmost seriousness, betraying no sign of anxiety. "Did you encounter Zhao Baidong and Su Yuetian from the 7th Palace during your time in the secret realm?" Xin Yuan continued his inquiry. "I did," Li Yuan affirmed with a nod. "The 2 invited me to join them, but I deemed it too perilous to traverse with strangers and declined directly." After posing several more questions, Xin Yuan ceased his inquiries. The 9 Palaces Gu nest would not compel the esteemed disciples of the sect to consume truth Gu, which could harm their minds, merely to investigate an elusive truth. "I have finished my questioning," Xin Yuan stated solemnly. "Lastly, I kindly request your cooperation, Li Shixiang, in conducting a small experiment." Of course. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Li Yuan. He pondered whether the Ling Xiao Sword sect possessed some means to ascertain his prior contact with the Sword Fairy. As a long-established force and one of the hegemonic powers of the Central Plains, he felt compelled to tread carefully. Xin Yuan retrieved a sword box from behind him. "Open." The box unfurled to reveal 7 swords, and he pointed to an ice-blue one. "Please, Li Shixiang, draw this sword." Upon inspecting the hilt, Li Yuan noted the sword bore a striking resemblance to the Sword Fairy's weapon. Could it possess a dual essence akin to the twin jade pendants? Or perhaps it was a mother-son sword? Anxiety began to creep in. Should it react to him, the consequences could be dire. "Li Shixiang, please." With no alternative left, Li Yuan offered a faint smile. The ability of the myriad forest Gu activated, isolating all essence within him as he reached out, gently grasping the hilt before drawing it decisively. Buzz! The treasured sword emerged from its sheath, producing a resonant cry. "A fine sword," Li Yuan praised. Yet he soon sensed something amiss as Xin Yuan, Wu Qingying, and Zhou Wubing stared at him, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and astonishment. Had he truly been discovered? Li Yuan's nerves tensed in an instant. "It has been drawn." In a moment, Wu Qingying's mouth formed a Na shape, exclaiming, "The falling snow sword has actually been drawn by him." "How is this possible?" Zhou Wubing echoed his shock. "A Gu master, capable of drawing the falling snow sword?" Xin Yuan stood frozen, his expression one of utter confusion. "Are you all right?" For a fleeting moment, Li Yuan contemplated fleeing. "Indeed, there is a matter," Wu Qingying replied. "Li Shixiang, do you comprehend the significance of drawing the falling snow sword?" "It implies the falling snow sword has been drawn?" Li Yuan responded, somewhat bewildered. "It signifies that you are its destined master, the one most suited to wield it. Perhaps, even if you were not a Gu master, you would still be a prodigy in the way of the sword," Wu Qingying declared with palpable excitement. "I still prefer the path of Gu." Li Yuan found nothing extraordinary about it. Xin Yuan Luan took a deep breath and said, "Senior brother Li Yuan, it seems you still do not fully comprehend our sentiments, nor the extent of your innate talent in swordsmanship. The Ling Xiao sword sect has been passed down for over 3 millennia and up to my generation. It has seen 130 successors. Throughout such a lengthy history, only a scant few have been able to draw the 7 divine swords from the sword box, fewer than 300 in total. Among the current younger generation, I am the sole individual capable of such a feat. Even so, when I drew one of the 7 divine swords, it was after countless attempts. Is it truly that challenging? Li Yuan sensed something amiss. He could not believe that his own swordsmanship could surpass that of a carefully selected prodigy from an ancient sword sect. There had to be some unforeseen element at play. That unforeseen element was Sword Fairy. Perhaps the reason for this anomaly was that the Sword Fairy was his life-bound Gu, an integral part of his very being, leading to such unexpected occurrences. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, Qi Yin burst into laughter, astonished that Li Yuan was indeed a versatile genius. However, he had already committed to the path of Gu, missing the optimal age for cultivating martial arts. You need not dwell on it. What do you think? Young nephew Xian Yuan, can we absolve Li Yuan of suspicion? Indeed, Xian Yuan nodded. If Li Yuan had harbored malicious intent towards the Sword Fairy, the falling snow sword would have reacted, emanating a killing intent. Yet, not only did Li Yuan fail to provoke the sword's wrath, but he also managed to subdue it. This proves Li Yuan's absolute innocence. He cannot be the notorious corpse thief. That is a relief. Qi Yin was not surprised. How could a newly initiated disciple possibly commit such heinous acts? It appeared that the body of the Sword Fairy had indeed been taken away by the vile Zhao Baidong and Suyu Yin in a mysterious manner. Investigations had been conducted on all disciples who entered the immortal Gu secret realm during those days, yet yielded no results. Damn it! Wu Qing exclaimed furiously. That was the ancestor of the Sword Fairy, the greatest genius of our Ling Shao sword sect, aside from the founding master, who could draw the 7 divine swords in a single attempt. To see such a figure brought to a tragic end and desecrated by vile individuals after 3,000 years. Should I ever find that scoundrel, I shall ensure he is torn to shreds and offered as a tribute to the spirit of the Sword Fairy. Wu Qingying's skin flushed red with anger. Having grown up listening to tales of the Sword Fairy, she revered her as a deity, especially elated when she learned of the Sword Fairy's potential revival. Only to be met with such a disheartening outcome. How could her heart remain at peace? Li Yuan trembled slightly. Thankfully, Xian Yuan did not require him to draw all 7 swords. With the Sword Fairy's influence, he would likely have succeeded at all of them. That would have been quite the spectacle. Vile individuals would inevitably meet their reckoning. Let us stow away the sword box, Li Yuan suggested, placing the falling snow sword back inside. Such a villain will surely face the Sword Fairy's wrath. As for the nature of that punishment, well, that remained unknown. Sighing, Xian Yuan's expression turned somber as he stored away the sword box. Having reached this point, there is no alternative. The matter concerning the sword immortal must be pursued gradually. Qi Yin inquired, are the 3 young heroes returning to the Central Plains? Or will you remain in the southern wilderness for a while? Let us stay in the southern wilderness, to slay demons and eradicate evil, Xian Yuan declared with resolute determination. I concur, Zhou Wubing affirmed. Wu Qingying remarked, I have heard that the eldest disciple of Mount Shu, Su Xiaoyao, led his junior brothers and sisters down the mountain to eliminate demons at the very onset of the turmoil in the borderlands. How can my Lingsha sword sect fall behind them? The 3 young heroes possess admirable spirit, Qi Yin said with a smile, stroking his beard. I cannot allow myself to be outdone by you. It is time for action. Those demons who dare to harm the descendants of my Jiogong Gu nest must be made to pay tenfold. Chapter 93. A loving family of Gu. After bidding farewell to Qi Yin, Li Yuan returned to the bamboo grove. The 3 talented sword cultivators from Lingshao sword sect were also planning to stay in the 12 caves for a few days to assess the situation regarding the demons and vowed to eradicate evil, seeking to establish their own merits. Since the Night Owl King's scheme unfolded in the Central Plains, igniting chaos at the borders, the saying the Emperor is ruthless. But the Jianghu is righteous spread widely. The phrase seemed to describe him well. Li Yuan chuckled at his self-mockery. He indeed had no intention of heroically rushing to his death. Rather, he sought to preserve his own life. If strong, he would dominate the world. If weak, he would quietly develop. Upon entering the secret domain, Li Yuan retrieved the recently acquired corpses of the Peacock Demonis and the Crimson Gold Leopard Demon. These were 2 complete demonic semi-saint bodies, currently his most valuable possessions. Should he refine them into corpse puppets or dissect them for Gu cultivation? After the previous battle, the corpse puppet of the Elephant Demon Semi-Saint had been destroyed, and even Fifth Sister had been injured as a result, significantly diminishing the importance of refining corpse puppets in Li Yuan's mind. This path ultimately only bullied the weak, relying on numbers to overwhelm fewer opponents, proving ineffective in high-level combat, unless one refined their own life corpse Gu. The disparity was far too great, akin to the difference between a sword immortal and a legion of demon puppets. After careful consideration, Yuan decided to transform the physically stronger crimson gold leopard demon into a corpse puppet to serve as the new leader of his demon puppet army. The peacock demoness would be disassembled into treasures, more suitable for Gu cultivation. Yuan was already well-versed in the process of dissecting demonic corpses, and with the assistance of little Kai, the two of them swiftly divided the peacock demoness into dozens of pieces. The revived fifth sister also began the process of refining the crimson gold leopard demon into a corpse puppet. 7 colored peacock feathers. The most precious feathers of the peacock demon clan, capable of releasing divine light and diminishing the defensive attributes of living beings, unusable by outsiders. Variant colorful eyes. An exceptionally rare trait found only in a few members of the peacock demon clan, possessing the ability to condense celestial feather garments. Peacock stone. Yuan focused his thoughts, discerning the functions and characteristics of all the materials, categorizing them into 2 groups. One part would be used for chance encounters, intended for synthesizing rare Gu and variant Gu, while the other part, with compatible traits, would be used to cultivate the precursor rare Gu for dream silkworms. Selected original materials. 5-turn mysterious Gu Yuk 3, add peacock blood, add demonic red feather. Currently synthesizing, you have obtained 6-turn mysterious Gu 3 color Yuk Gu, once more. Selected original materials. 5-turn mysterious Gu sword intent insect 3, add peacock bone, add soul essence. Currently synthesizing. You have obtained 6-turn rare Gu black sword bone rare Gu. Yuan opened the black jar and saw a long, black, bone-like Gu insect crawl out, its appearance quite ghastly. It was exceedingly ugly. However, it presented yet another opportunity to synthesize a variant Gu. After achieving affluence, Yuan usually opted to recombine excess rare Gu in hopes of creating a variant Gu, but without exception, all attempts had failed. The 2 variant Gu he currently possessed, the Resurrection Gu and the Myriad Phenomena Forest Gu, were both products of extraordinary luck, synthesized from rare and elusive treasures. Once more, Yuan took a deep breath. Selected original materials. Rare Gu. Black sword bone. Rare Gu. 4-winged golden cicada. Rare Gu. Vitality Gu. Combined with a 7th-order peacock demon crystal core, added with a mutated colorful eye, added with demon heart blood, synthesizing, the black cauldron trembled, exuding a copious amount of blood-red radiance. You have obtained the rare Gu, Blood Will Gu. Blood Will Gu, one of the exceedingly rare parasitic Gu, comes at the cost of total blindness. Yet the master Gu cultivator will gain extraordinary perception beyond sight, the ability to replicate others' powers through blood, and summon blood golems for protection. Yuan was taken aback. How similar it was to Xiao Zhao's blood Gu. The abilities were nearly identical. Although he did not acquire an alien Gu, he was unexpectedly delighted. The Blood Will Gu was evidently a superior version of the blood Gu, even among rare Gu. The former could entirely replace the latter, akin to the relationship between giant spirit Gu and giant Gu. It would be perfect for Xiao Zhao, however. Xiao Zhao had already refined the blood Gu, making a replacement difficult. He could only allow the blood Gu to devour the Blood Will Gu, which might enable it to evolve. Yuan carefully stored the Blood Will Gu and resumed his synthesis. In the blink of an eye, 3 more days passed. The corpse of the peacock demon had been reduced to nothing but remnants, yielding no substantial gains. Fortunately, it could assist Xiao Zhao, so it wasn't a loss. Yuan had few trusted subordinates. Currently, aside from his primary Gu, Xiao Zhao was the only one, and naturally, he would help if he could. Oh. He suddenly recalled that he possessed another item, an exceedingly precious divine object. Its value might rival that of the world's most extraordinary treasures, such as the longevity herb or the dream tree, but it was still formidable. This item was the Qilin pearl gifted to him by his aunt, in Muyou. Yuan retrieved the wooden box crafted from 1,000-year-old Iceland wood, within which the Qilin pearl was embedded. It could promote the evolution of all bloodlines and enhance the spirituality of all things, possessing the ability to transform decay into the miraculous. But to whom should he give it? Yuan was quite conflicted. Giant Spirit, Shao Kai, or Wu Mei? Who among you desires it? He ultimately decided to let his primary Gu choose for themselves, prioritizing those with a strong need. Chirp hissed this time. Both Shao Kai and Wu Mei expressed their eagerness and desire. Even the Giant Spirit Gu, who merely exclaimed, "I want a battle," was moved. This, Li Yuan was suddenly troubled. It was another test of whether he could maintain impartiality. To whom should it go? The combative giant spirit, the possessive Xiao Kai, the affectionate Wu Mei, each expressed increasingly strong desires, making the decision exceedingly difficult. This could harm relationships. Just as Li Yuan was in a quandary, his peripheral vision caught sight of the sword fairy perched on a tree branch, observing butterflies. He felt it would be most suitable to give it to the sword fairy. Among his primary Gu, the one most in need of enhanced spirituality was not the giant spirit Gu, nor Xiao Kai or Wu Mei, but the sword fairy, who retained only a remnant of her consciousness. After the journey to Kunlun Su, the sword fairy's spirituality had indeed been elevated, proving that the Gu immortal's 300 years of reincarnation could be shortened. Sword fairy, it is you. Li Yuan reached his conclusion. Perched upon the treetops, the sword immortaless appeared to sense something, turning her head with a dull expression and gazing vacantly at Li Yuan. Her eyes brimming with a semblance of wisdom. The sound of chirping and hissing echoed as Fifth Sister and Little Color darted about, their dissatisfaction palpable. The Guling Gu, however, remained unperturbed, withdrawing silently into the shadows without making a sound. Little Color and Fifth Sister, listen to me, I implore you. Since the sword immortaless has joined our family, has she not yet undergone her transformation? Perhaps we should give her this chance. Moreover, Li Yuan began to appeal to their hearts with reasoning. Little Color, you are clever, beautiful, and talented in treasure hunting. Fifth Sister, you are adorable, capable, and versatile. Can the two of you always stay close to me? And what about the sword immortaless? Besides her attractive appearance and her combat skills, what else does she possess? Though she appears to be an immortal, in reality, she is somewhat naive. We are a family of Gu, bound by love and mutual care. We cannot quarrel with a simple-minded member. We should cherish her and look after her. Do you agree? P.S. Continuing with 3 chapters, dear benefactors, please support this humble author's efforts. Chapter 94. The spirit of the sword fairy Xiao Kai and Wu Mei were momentarily taken aback, nodding occasionally as they absorbed Li Yuan's words. Hisses chirp chirp at last, they ceased their disputes. Having convinced Xiao Kai and Wu Mei, Li Yuan summoned the sword fairy and presented the Qilin treasure pearl, waving it enticingly before her. Do you desire this? The sword fairy nodded in response. Swallow it. Before the words could fully escape his lips, the sword fairy abruptly lunged forward, seizing the Qilin treasure pearl from Li Yuan's hand and gulping it down with a resounding swallow. She then continued to gaze blankly at him. Li Yuan felt a pang of anxiety. If the Qilin treasure pearl proved ineffective for the sword fairy, it would be a significant loss. Do you feel anything? The sword fairy merely stared at him, neither nodding nor shaking her head. It seemed the effects were taking longer to manifest than anticipated. Li Yuan could only reassure himself that the sword fairy would require some time to assimilate the Qilin treasure pearl. The following day, Li Yuan entrusted the blood wheel Gu to Xiao Zhao. This is the blood wheel Gu, a serendipitous concoction of mine, which should be beneficial to you. Blood wheel Gu. Wang Zhao's understanding of Gu insects paled in comparison to Li Yuan's extensive knowledge, yet she had memorized information about those Gu that could be advantageous to her. The blood wheel Gu was the pinnacle of the blood Gu lineage, the highest tier within its evolutionary framework, with no superior variant having yet emerged. In essence, this was the utmost life-bound Gu she could hope to acquire. Whether you can successfully refine it and enable your blood Gu to undergo transformation depends solely on your efforts, Li Yuan remarked with a smile. I am certain I can. The once-in-a-lifetime opportunity lay before Wang Zhao, who was determined to seize it. Given the increasingly pressing circumstances, she recognized that she must evolve. Merely performing household chores and engaging in idle chatter would not genuinely aid Brother Yuan. She had to accomplish more. Learning to manage the new 12 caves was but a minor step, and refining the blood will go is similarly a small stride. Many challenges awaited her in the future. Do not be overly anxious. It is inconsequential if you fail. Li Yuan encouraged Xiao Zhao to relax and then inquired, how is the preparation for the expansion plan of the new 12 caves coming along? Is everything proceeding smoothly? Very smoothly, Wang Zhao replied with a smile. Everyone treats me with great respect, and their execution is efficient. No one has caused any disturbances. That is excellent. This is the status that comes with strength. In the present day, Li Yuan's words held considerable weight within the 12 caves. Brother Yuan, I have already dispatched individuals to every cave entrance, instructing them to bring all remaining Gu to the 12 caves for unified management by the residual Gu Tower, Wang Zhao announced. Those who understand me best are indeed Xiao Zhao. Li Yuan smiled knowingly. The advantages of cultivating trusted aides were manifest. The person who comprehended him most profoundly was none other than Xiao Zhao. Ordinary Gu masters find it challenging to utilize residual Gu effectively, and they often fail. Only under Brother Yuan's extraordinary Gu techniques can the true potential of the residual Gu be realized. Wang Zhaozhao smiled playfully, thus, I consider this an endeavor for the sect's benefit, which should not be viewed as a personal advantage, correct? Xiao Zhao, you have become quite cunning. Li Yuan burst into hearty laughter. In this world, being a little wicked isn't so bad. He felt genuinely relieved. The once timid and shy little girl had now learned to be flexible, understanding how to handle affairs and navigate human relationships. Several nights later, after a long day's work, Master Li collapsed onto his bed. Chirp his little Kai and Wu Mei nestled against him on either side of the pillow. Li Yuan had grown accustomed to such daily routines. Creak, the door swung open. The sword fairy entered, bathed in the hazy moonlight. Her ethereal beauty seemed to glow like a lunar goddess descending upon the mortal realm, breathtaking beyond compare. It's so late, why aren't you asleep? Li Yuan was puzzled. The sword fairy hadn't exhibited such unusual behavior for quite some time. Had the Kirin Pearl affected her? Wasn't it supposed to enhance spiritual awareness? Could it possibly regress? The sword fairy remained silent, simply staring intently at him. Go to sleep, Li Yuan urged wearily, most of his energy drained from crafting the Gu house. He truly desired rest. Yet the sword fairy stood motionless. Perplexed, Li Yuan asked why. The sword fairy raised her hand, extending a slender index finger to point at little Kai on his left, then at Wu Mei on his right. Li Yuan? A glimmer of understanding dawned upon him. He recalled his words from days prior, meant to comfort little Kai and Wu Mei. Little Kai, you're clever, beautiful, and skilled at treasure hunting. Wu Mei, you're adorable, capable, and versatile. Both of you can stick by my side all day. Now look at the sword fairy. Can she do that? Well, apparently she could. The sword fairy's intentions grew unmistakably clear. Li Yuan was torn between laughter and exasperation. Sword fairy, let me explain. Humans and Gu cannot be compared equally. You shouldn't measure yourself against little Kai and Wu Mei. The sword fairy remained wordless, her exquisite face devoid of emotion, simply gazing blankly at Li Yuan. Yet what he saw were three hidden words. I don't care. With an awkward chuckle, Li Yuan conceded, though we're one harmonious Gu family. You are the most unique, the most special Gu. You shouldn't. Chirp hissed before he could finish. Little Kai and Wu Mei protested vehemently. The term most unique seemed to praise the sword fairy, usurping their favored positions. The two little ones expressed extreme displeasure. Li Yuan suddenly realized that having highly spiritual and individualistic Gu wasn't always advantageous.